After the Second Era, Earth transformed into the largest technological wasteland within the Milky Way galaxy. The scavenger's cloak billowed in the wind as Cheng Qi stood atop a mountain of refuse. Amidst 50 trillion tons of technological debris, the youth synthesized unique artifacts from the detritus, rising from obscurity. Chapter 1. The Earth Landfill Double Kings Explode. 1 ace plus a 6 attached. Across the table, a rust-ridden robot scratched its metallic head. Don't fool me. Can A and 6 even connect? Is your brain addled? Oh, you know not what you speak. In the bygone era, there was a most audacious government vehicle. Its model named A6, which disregarded all rules. Cheng Qi tapped the frayed playing cards on the table, stating earnestly, if A and 6 connect, it becomes A6. I drive the A6, and I can simply accelerate out of your explosion range, rendering the bomb ineffective against me. The robot's visual sensors slightly adjusted, focusing intently on the table. Wow, what sort of game is this with so many rules? My head feels heavy just thinking about it. Cheng Qi grinned mischievously. The robot grew impatient, raising its rusted arm. Master, don't laugh. I'm certain I will win this round. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, a deep rumbling reverberating from outside. It has finally arrived. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled as he rose and approached the shelter's entrance, lifting the heavy radiation-proof tarpaulin to gaze skyward. In the deep gray atmosphere, a 32-kilometer-long interstellar transport ship, accompanied by immense air tremors and a sense of pressure, glided slowly towards him. Outside the dilapidated shelter, the ground was littered with non-biodegradable waste. Dark silver metal debris, pitch-black chemical fuel canisters, and decaying unidentified biological remains cluttered the area, while the atmosphere remained dim and lifeless, filled with countless particles of metal dust. This was Earth. Many years ago, a figure of mixed legacy invented the technology for directional stargates, heralding the dawn of the great cosmic age for humanity. In the brief span of just 60 years, this mother planet of humanity was drained of all its energy. Now it had become the largest landfill in the galaxy. No longer the beautiful blue planet it once was if observed from outer space. It appeared shrouded in thick refuse, dim and gloomy, resembling a moldy plum. In the year 024 of the Second Era, Earth had become a tragic symbol in the cosmos. Human civilization had long since vacated this place. Only a handful of remnants of humanity clung to existence here, all sharing a common identity: scavengers. Cheng Qi was also a scavenger. Hanzai was a B-343 caretaker robot salvaged from the trash heap 3 years prior. Perhaps due to its previous owner's influence, its vocal system spoke in a version of the Sichuan dialect. Buzz. High above, the massive starship hovered, its heavy hatch slowly opening. Immediately, millions of tons of garbage cascaded down from the sky, creating a spectacular scene. New stuff is coming. Quick, go grab some. Hanzai activated his mechanical arm, a screw flying off. Yet it was filled with excitement. I don't need much. Just a few kilograms of rare alloys, or a few usable P7 grade circuit boards, or a complete fuel cell would suffice. After all, I've invested heavily this time. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered as he took a deep breath and stepped out of the shelter. The starship's engines stirred a mighty airflow. The 18-year-old's face bore determination, his dark blue, oil-stained scavenger cloak billowing in the wind, rustling fiercely. In the distance, once the transport starship had finished unloading, it roared away, vanishing into the atmosphere. It came swiftly and departed just as quickly. No one would pity the refuse here. On the ground, a nearly 500-meter-high mountain of garbage had formed. Mud gray, metallic dust, toxic chemical gases, and unknown radiation swirled malevolently. Cheng Qi and Hanzai began their ascent on the side of the garbage mountain. A spore, tainted by nuclear radiation, landed on Hanzai's brass head and took root, blooming. Hanzai tilted its head slightly, allowing the spore to flourish. They needed to insert their detector at the summit of the garbage mountain, releasing probing waves downward to locate valuable items. Hanzai's arm possessed a lifting capacity of around 3 tons. Once a valuable item was identified, it would begin excavating by hand. For a long time, the two had worked in concert, assistant and master, yet also inseparable companions. As they climbed, the detector emitted a series of beeps. Cheng Qi's excitement grew. This batch of garbage seemed quite promising. However, things did not appear to be so straightforward. From the other side of the garbage mountain came the roar of a small engine. Cheng Qi frowned. In the next moment, a heavy motorcycle, belching black smoke from its exhaust, crested the summit of the garbage mountain. Its two wheels had been modified into multiple metal hooks, enabling it to swiftly navigate the refuse with a rev of the throttle. Hanzai looked up, the spore gently swaying. Not this bastard again. On the motorcycle sat a burly man wearing a black gas mask. His right arm transformed into a hydraulic mechanized appendage. Though battered, he could easily crush Hanzai, let alone Cheng Qi. Clear off. The man's voice was low and devoid of pleasantries. Erluo. Cheng Qi replied, this heap beneath us is 7,125. I have already paid the development fee to the Scavenger Association in advance. 7125. It indicated July 12th, the fifth batch of refuse from the garbage ship. Cheng Qi had observed for quite some time every 156 days. A starship belonging to a certain mechanical group would arrive to dump its refuse. And according to its route, it was highly likely to be that day's third vessel. Garbage from the mechanical group was typically highly valuable. Once, someone unearthed a functioning energy generator along with various high-value alloy scraps, earning a staggering 7,500 credit points. I borrowed high interest loans from the hyenas to pay the development fee. Cheng Qi puffed out his chest, but since I've paid, the 7,125 garbage heap belongs to me. The hyena is a ruthless one. The motorcycle man seemed to offer a kind warning, yet his tone was devoid of any warmth. If you don't find anything valuable today, you will meet a grim fate. As he spoke, a dozen scavenger lackeys and 7 or 8 crudely assembled engineering robots appeared behind him. I've heard. 7125, 80122, 91212. All reserved by you? The motorcycle man's voice was low, his eyes gleaming with greed. You little beggar are always so shrewd. The garbage with these designations must hold considerable value. Are you looking to steal? Cheng Qi had already deduced the man's intentions. Responding with composure, aren't you afraid of the Scavenger Association's retribution? The association has another rule. The motorcycle man shook his head, his eyes suddenly glinting with malice. If someone dies, the reservation is nullified. Farewell. The metallic panel at the back of the heavy motorcycle flipped open, and a rusted cruise missile ascended. Whoosh! White smoke billowed as the missile was launched with a thunderous roar, its targeting radar equally rusted. Yet it careened toward Cheng Qi on the mountainside in a haphazard manner. Boom! A wave of heat surged, air currents roared, and countless metallic fragments were sent soaring into the sky. Amidst the thick smoke, a shadow was faintly seen being hurled high into the air, then plummeting into a garbage abyss 2 kilometers away. The motorcycle man let out a cold laugh. 7125 is ours now from henceforth. This area is ours as well. Don't just stand there, get to work. Once, Earth had been a place of order, albeit still a realm of the strong preying upon the weak. Now, however, there were no discernible rules. Everyone dwelled in the depths, struggling to escape. And tales of cannibalism were an everyday occurrence. In the garbage abyss, Cheng Qi inhaled deeply, suddenly awakening from unconsciousness, only to see Hanzai's rusted head sheltering his chest, its mechanical arm tightly embracing him. Hanzai, you protected me? Hanzai. Cheng Qi pushed aside Hanzai's limp arm and stood up, gazing at the back of the robot, his pupils trembling. Half of Hanzai's torso and both legs had been blown away. Most devastatingly, the entirety of its rear head had been melted away by the intense heat, exposing its computational core, while the memory transistors lay shattered, with the crimson information transmission liquid spilling like blood across the ground. The spore still clung to its head, but in its rapid growth and decay, it had already withered. Cheng Qi's body trembled, the memory crystal shattered, with not a drop of information transmission liquid remaining. Even if repaired, Hanzai would cease to exist. Sparks erupted from its rear. Hanzai's body shuddered. A green energy beam flickered weakly from its mouth. It uttered its final words. What's this? Is your brain addled? I fear I'm done for. From now on, you'll have to take care of yourself without me. I know all your little tricks at poker. The next robot won't let you have it. Cheng Qi, I bid you farewell. I am feeling drowsy. Chapter 2. The first synthesis. Cheng Qi's face was smeared with soot and ash. He stared with tear-filled eyes. Ever since his grandfather's passing, Hanzai had been his sole companion. He had promised that once he saved up 800 credit points, he would help Hanzai acquire a brand new, non-leaking hydraulic pump, one that was fit for a novice. Yet now, Hanzai had perished completely and irreversibly. Although Hanzai's body had never possessed warmth, at that moment, Cheng Qi felt that the iron hand he held was colder than ever, piercing to his very bones. Suddenly, from the mechanical seams of Hanzai's arm, several playing cards tumbled out, 7 or 8 in total. All face cards. Cheng Qi's hand trembled even more. You learn to hide cards, but in the next instant, tears streamed down his face as he clutched his forehead, choking on his words. Why did it come to this? Detected similar technological creations. Proceed with technological synthesis? A voice, imbued with a distinctly technological timbre, echoed in his ears, startling Cheng Qi, who numbly gazed at the back of his right hand. Inside an unknown crystal wristband, 4 points of azure starlight swirled and danced, beginning to rotate with an emerging order. This wristband, on Cheng Qi's right wrist, it bore a wide blue bracelet, with a protruding section extending onto the back of his hand. Cheng Qi was oblivious to its true nature. His grandfather had said that when he found Cheng Qi, the child had already been adorned with this peculiar object. It was strange, capable of morphing with Cheng Qi's growth, always fitting snugly around his wrist, with barely any gap. After years without recharging, it still emitted a faint glow. Later, his grandfather suggested it might be a creation of level 13 civilization. Yet, by then, his grandfather had begun to show signs of dementia, claiming that even his urinal indentures were level 13 creations, and the diapers beneath his protective suit were even more advanced, rated at level 17. Buzz. Suddenly, the surface of the crystal wristband emitted 2 beams of azure scanning light. One beam moved up and down, scanning Han Zai's shattered body, creating an intricate blue grid that covered him like a quilt. The wristband seemed to be gathering data on Han Zai. The other beam stretched across several meters, scanning a distant heap of refuse. In an instant, the debris became visible. Cheng Qi could clearly see beneath the garbage, half-buried and obscured, another humanoid nanny robot, a discarded B-343 model, identical to Han Zai. The B-343 nanny robot was a basic model, inexpensive and ubiquitous in human society, often regarded as inferior even to a pet dog. Thus, in this vast landfill on Earth, it was certain that more than one B-343 lay abandoned. Cheng Qi's pupils quivered slightly. Could 2 B-343s merge into one? Please select Synthesis Subject. Cheng Qi was somewhat taken aback and instinctively glanced down at Han Zai. The wristband seemed to possess visual capture capabilities, as the grid covering Han Zai's body shifted to red and began to flicker at a high frequency. Material formatting initiated. Suddenly, subjective kinetic energy surged through Cheng Qi's wrist, compelling his right hand to extend and point toward the distant B-343. The half-buried, rusted B-343 erupted with azure luminescence. Following an extraordinary tremor, it disintegrated into countless tiny blue light particles. Dispersed into primal units, formatting? Cheng Qi was filled with disbelief. The crystal wristband then drew in the blue light particles as if it were a rainbow drinking water. Cheng Qi's right hand moved uncontrollably again, directing itself back to Han Zai. A translucent river appeared, connecting the crystal wristband to Han Zai, ethereal as silk, resembling some form of conduit. The wristband outputted blue light particles that flowed along the river, spraying onto Han Zai. In the dim depths of the rubbish, a glow brimming with technological allure emanated, akin to an ineffable miracle. Gradually, Han Zai's form began to be restored, and an unseen force gently lifted him upright from the ground. In merely a few seconds, the resplendent light began to fade. Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly. Before him stood a brand new humanoid robot, devoid of rust and damage. Its entire body was crafted from dark silver alloy, with broader shoulders, more refined joint articulations, and a slightly taller stature. B-897 Safeguard Nanny Robot, equipped with home security patrol and monitoring devices, capable of effective preemption and reconnaissance in the face of intrusion and danger. At that moment, the robot's shoulder cover flipped open, and 8 small full-spectrum radars slowly ascended, emitting detection waves in all directions, causing the surrounding air to emit a faint hum. Cheng Qi was stunned. It had upgraded from B3 to B8 level, gaining entirely new functionalities. Detected similar technological creations. Proceed with technological synthesis. Before Cheng Qi could process this, the crystal wristband emitted a cold, electronic synthesis voice once more. 2 azure scanning beams were released again, locking onto a nearby piece of starship wreckage. The beams pierced through the massive alloy plating in an instant, revealing the outlines of 2 other B-343 nanny robots. Clearly visible. Were there 2 more abandoned B-343s? Cheng Qi's gaze flickered. It was common for items of the same type to cluster together, likely originating from the same garbage transport vessel. Please select Synthesis Subject. Material formatting initiated. At that moment, 2B897S appeared before Cheng Qi. One was a neglected piece of refuse, while the other was the deceased Han Zai. Detected similar technological creations. Proceed with technological synthesis. The wristband released 2 beams of scanning light once more. Analyzing the 2 brand new B897S. Cheng Qi's throat felt slightly dry. Could it continue? Dispersed into primal units, fusion upgrade. With Cheng Qi's tacit approval, the second B897 was formatted, transforming into countless tiny blue light particles. These particles then flowed along the brilliant translucent river and converged onto the B897 modeled after Han Zai. In other words, the fundamental synthesis logic of the crystal wristband was 4 into 2, 2 into 1, with levels progressively increasing. 30 seconds later, the dazzling technological glow faded. Cheng Qi's pupils contracted as the B897 before him underwent another transformation. It grew taller once more, its limbs becoming significantly sturdier, and all its joints visibly reinforced, as if capable of withstanding greater torque. Especially its mechanical hands, which had shifted from dark silver to silver gray, suggesting an increase in material hardness. A24 Environment Adaptive Nani-Robot. Equipped with powerful environmental adaptability. Capable of normal operation in extreme weather conditions and complex terrain, with various everyday tools concealed within its frame, allowing for basic shape-shifting. At that moment, A24's robust legs underwent a transformation, the metallic coverings shifting as a lightweight alloy track emerged from within its thigh. Replacing its feet. An internal engine roared, suggesting immense power hidden within the tracks. Simultaneously, its arms morphed, revealing various tools that continuously rotated, including hydraulic pliers, hydraulic jacks, high-speed rotating alloy saws, and a metal cutting gun that could emit blue flames. As an upgraded model, it retained the 8 small full-spectrum radars on its shoulders, which had also received an enhancement in range, spinning silently. Cheng Qi looked up at the A24-level Nani-Robot, now towering at approximately 3 meters, 50 centimeters taller than before, and found himself rendered speechless in astonishment. An A-grade assistant robot typically cost at least 20,000 credit points. While common on extraterrestrial planets, there would be no second one on Earth at this time. Especially not one that was brand new. Han Zai? Cheng Qi's voice trembled. Can you hear me? The robot's head retained a somewhat simple demeanor, lacking any sleek design. Its square alloy head bore 2 elongated lines for eyes, with 2 red lights flickering within. Greetings, esteemed purchaser. The A24 Environment Adaptive Nani-Robot is at your service. Please complete the initial setup for optimal functionality. As Cheng Qi listened to the robot's emotionless voice, he became completely frozen. This was precisely what he had feared. Although the robot's body had been repaired, Han Zai would never return. Tears welled up in his eyes as he reached out to touch the A24's chest. Greetings, esteemed purchaser. Please complete the activation procedure. Should you insist on unconventional actions, I cannot guarantee that there will be no unintended harm. The robot remained impassive. Cheng Qi's hand froze mid-action. Why do I sense something so familiar? Would a freshly manufactured A24 speak in such a manner? Forget it. I can't keep this up, you silly fool. Don't touch my chest. Chapter 3. The king of garbage. Cheng Qi's dwelling was a ramshackle hovel. At this moment, he sat on a broken bucket before the shelter, staring blankly at the crystal wristband on his right hand. I'm too handsome for my own good. If I were to enter the city, wouldn't those female caretaker robots be utterly enchanted by me? On one side, the fully revived and significantly upgraded Han Zai was admiring his physique in front of the mirror, striking poses. Cheng Qi paid no heed to the flamboyant display. He stroked his chin, gazing intently at the mysterious object in his hand. This item was truly remarkable. Could it genuinely be what Grandpa spoke of, a creation of a level 13 civilization? Yet, humanity's current explorations have only encountered up to level 5 civilizations, while level 13 remains a mythical existence. What are you? Cheng Qi suddenly inquired of his right wrist, immediately chuckling at his own folly, for such entities are typically aloof and do not reveal their identities. I am STC, Standard Template Construct. Based on your understanding, it is commonly interpreted as Standard Construction Template or Standard Template Construction, yet this is merely based on your comprehension. The slap of reality arrived swiftly. The crystalline wristband projected a cerulean window, displaying the aforementioned content before extinguishing completely, ceasing to answer any further inquiries. How intriguing that it almost seemed to carry a hint of disdain. Cheng Qi gradually rose, taking a deep breath, squinting as he said, "What you are is not the most crucial aspect. What truly matters is that I must fully harness your potential." He began the testing process. Cheng Qi retrieved 2 similarly sized stones and 2 wads of tissue that Hanzai had previously used to wipe the oil leaks from his lower body. Non-technological creation cannot be synthesized. Cheng Qi and Hanzai crouched on the ground, observing the pulsating blue starlight within the STC, vaguely sensing that its flight trajectory resembled a middle finger. How peculiar. It was confirmed that it was not a technological device and could not be activated. Moreover, Hanzai could not continue to upgrade, as there were temporarily no other B-343 prototypes at hand. Cheng Qi pondered, concluding that it could only pertain to technological items. Subsequently, he rose and entered the shack, fetching 8 pairs of intricately designed shoes made of metal. The adventure shoes, equipped with hydraulic components at the base, could achieve a bounce height of 20 to 80 centimeters. These were all remnants collected by Cheng Qi, damaged items rendered unusable. His plan was to gather enough components to repair a functional pair of adventure shoes, significantly enhancing efficiency when climbing the mountainous refuse. Although the technological level was relatively low, these were undeniably technological creations. Surely, there should be no issue. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered as he slowly raised his arm, aligning the wristband on the back of his hand with 2 pairs of adventure shoes. Detected similar technological creations, as expected. The STC emitted a blue scanning beam, moving back and forth between the 2 pairs of adventure shoes. Please select synthesis subject, material formatting initiated. 1 pair of shoes was decomposed into primitive units, after which a translucent river appeared, cascading over the other pair of adventure shoes. Adventure leggings. Mechanical apparatus extends to the knees, alleviating knee pressure, maximum bounce height of 4.5 meters. Cheng Qi's eyes widened as he beheld this intricately structured, brand new, mechanical boots. Hanzai, this is truly possible. With such tools, scaling the 100-meter garbage mountain would likely take no more than 10 minutes. Cheng Qi felt as though an entirely new world had descended upon his life, his heart racing and his pupils dilating with excitement. Let's continue. Hanzai was similarly exhilarated. What other equipment might emerge if they pressed on? Cheng Qi's eyes glimmered as he glanced at the remaining 4 pairs of adventure shoes. He proceeded with the same method. 2 pairs of adventure shoes merged into one, evolving into adventure leggings. Then, the miracle of technology reappeared, merging the 2 pairs of adventure leggings into one. A brand new piece of equipment materialized before Cheng Qi's eyes. Jet turbine-powered shoes, equipped with 18 micro-jet turbine engines, high-precision gyroscope, tilt trend sensing, allowing the wearer to fly at a height of 300 meters with a maximum speed of 0.408 Mach flight. Cheng Qi felt momentarily frozen. 0.408 Mach is approximately 500 kilometers per hour. The equipment before him reverted to the form of mechanical shoes, now even more precise, with the base featuring 18 multi-directionally adjustable micro-jet turbines, the light silver alloy material glimmering softly, to fly. In today's Earth, the sky is almost a forbidden zone. One cannot even find a broken piece of junk with flight capabilities. It seems that someone has sifted through the refuse here. Their objective is simple: to prevent any scavengers from escaping Earth. As these garbage bugs possess the most despicable genes, and they shall never be allowed to leave and taint human civilization. Arrow might be considered affluent, yet he only owns a heavy motorcycle that can traverse the ground. Cheng Qi's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Hanzai, I can fly now. With a sense of urgency, Cheng Qi lifted a foot and lightly touched the somewhat oversized mechanical shoes before him. A series of faint pneumatic sounds erupted as the outer armor of the shoes disassembled into several units. Shifting aside to reveal the interior space completely, his heartbeat quickened. Cheng Qi placed his foot into the center of the shoes, and once more, the pneumatic sounds resumed as the armor began to merge and tighten. Bolts automatically screwing themselves in merely 2 seconds. The shoes perfectly enveloped Cheng Qi's foot, and their size shrank significantly, appearing merely as a slightly oversized pair of metallic leather shoes. Cheng Qi did the same for his other foot. Standing on the ground, he swallowed hard, casting a look filled with trepidation and anticipation at Hanzai. The light in Hanzai's eyes flickered slightly. I recommend you familiarize yourself with the manual before proceeding. Familiarize? That would be too mundane. Cheng Qi took a deep breath, and off he went. Boom. dust erupted, creating ripples, and the ground trembled slightly. Cheng Qi shot straight into the clouds at that moment. He could not gauge his speed. Feeling only the fierce wind whipping past his ears, his hair whipping back, and a sensation of tearing at the corners of his mouth and eyes. Even now, suspended in midair, he merely needed to tap his toes downward. And an indescribable lift exploded, propelling him further into the sky. The atmosphere of Earth was no longer as pristine as it once was, now filled with a haze of dust, presenting a dark gray hue. Yet the sky remains the coveted realm of countless garbage bugs. Oh, how exhilarating! Cheng Qi soared to the peak of altitude, the gyroscope within the flying shoes stabilizing him perfectly. He abruptly halted, executing a right-side dive. Plunging toward the slowly flowing white clouds nearby, yowling. Cheng Qi's figure streaked across the sky, his heart swelling with grandeur, his voice echoing faintly within the clouds. I am the king of the sky. I am the king of the world. I'm the king of the world. STC is immensely powerful, so thrilling. It can synthesize any and all garbage technology into unimaginable equipment. As he flew, Cheng Qi gazed down at the earth. Here lay an astonishing 4.55 trillion tons of technological waste. It was as if everything one could desire was here. The legend of someone appears to be unfolding. That person is me. My name is Cheng Qi. With Qi symbolizing a beggar, I shall become the king of the garbage heap. On the garbage mountain of 7-12-3, Arrow seemed to hear a faint buzzing sound. He looked back to the distant sky and saw a faint plume of black smoke several kilometers away. A subordinate with inferior mechanical legs remarked, "Boss, it feels like something has taken off. Impossible. Everyone knows that there are restrictions on the sky here." Arrow squinted, analyzing. With the current Earth, poorly connected electronic waste is everywhere. It must be something that exploded. Chapter 4. Advanced Alloys. Hanzai. Prepare to welcome my descent. This will be a perfect landing. Boom. Cheng Qi crashed down upon his only shelter, flattening it. Amidst the ruins, Cheng Qi lifted his head. Perhaps it was the biting wind at high altitude that brought tears to his eyes, or perhaps his heart was surging with uncontainable emotion. Then, Cheng Qi focused on the remaining shoes. Although he eagerly anticipated what the next level of the turbine jet shoes might entail, it required merging all the shoes in his possession. He decided to leave one pair of flying shoes for Hanzai. Otherwise, its two brass legs would not keep pace with him. The future treasure-hunting journey necessitated Hanzai's companionship. Once new materials were acquired, all shoes would be upgraded collectively. Next, Cheng Qi directed his gaze to the shelf on one side of the shack. There, densely packed, lay over 100 black cylindrical objects. These were nickel-based high-temperature alloys, extracted by Cheng Qi through a high-energy crucible from countless discarded components. Although the extraction process was complicated, these alloys were not particularly valuable and were typically used for manufacturing high-strength screws and the like. They resembled the scrap collected in an old-world recycling station, gradually accumulating copper wire over time. 149 pieces of nickel-based high-temperature alloy could fetch approximately 100 credit points if sold directly. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled with curiosity, pondering whether these basic materials could be synthesized. Detected similar technological creations. Material formatting initiated. This sound was incredibly pleasing to Cheng Qi's mind. Indeed, although alloys are basic materials, they are still technological creations. Just then, Cheng Qi's satellite phone, wrapped in black tape, erupted into a frenzy. A glance revealed it was Hyena Luke seeking a connection. Hyena Luke, a scavenger of considerable repute, had struck it rich a year ago by stumbling upon a high-value item, subsequently embarking on a lucrative loan-sharking venture. Previously, in a desperate gamble, Cheng Qi had borrowed 2,800 credit points from Hyena Luke to secure the development rights to 7-12-3, believing that once he fully developed it, he would effortlessly repay the principal and interest. However, that dream was dashed when the ruffian Alona snatched 7-12-3 away. Now, Cheng Qi found himself empty-handed. True to his name, Hyena Luke was relentless, known for devouring his prey whole. Failing to repay the debt would result in Cheng Qi being torn apart, his remains reduced to a mere pulp, destined to be fed to actual hyenas. Yet, that was in the past. Now, Cheng Qi possessed St. Metal intermetallic compound. The compound composed of two or more metallic elements, characterized by high strength, hardness, and excellent oxidation resistance, suitable for manufacturing high-temperature components in spacecraft. Cheng Qi gazed at the gleaming orange-hued metal on the shelf before him. A smile gradually spreading across his face. He was well acquainted with this intermetallic compound. While precious, it was not exceedingly rare. There had been scavengers who discovered such metal in discarded starship thrusters, and even a mere 100 grams could intoxicate a scavenger for 4 months. Indulging in every vice the bar district had to offer. Now, however, he held 2 inexpensive nickel-based superalloy pieces that combined to form a fist-sized intermetallic compound weighing nearly 500 grams. That would more than suffice to settle his debts. Yet, Cheng Qi had no intention of stopping there. He had over 100 basic synthesis materials at his disposal. Detected similar technological artifact, material formatting initiated, synthesis, amorphous alloy. Amorphous alloy 31. An alloy composed of various elements. Characterized by ultra-high strength, ultra-high hardness, lightweight, and exceptional corrosion resistance, suitable for core where components of interstellar engines, classified as a galaxy-grade industrial material. Detected similar technological artifact, material formatting initiated, synthesis, high-entropy alloy. A disordered atomic arrangement alloy, featuring S3 high strength, S3 high hardness, and extreme electromagnetic shielding properties, suitable for constructing high-precision interstellar radars, classified as a galaxy-grade scarce material. 5 minutes later, Cheng Qi held 23 pieces of amorphous alloy and 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy in his hands. He continued synthesizing but deliberately controlled the process to yield interim results. The purpose of these materials was to be liquidated. If he simply synthesized the highest-grade materials and then produced something astonishing on this refuse-laden planet, it would undoubtedly cause a stir, and that stir could transform into calamity. To speak of STC's shortcomings, it did not provide price evaluations for items. As a seasoned scavenger with a decade of experience, Cheng Qi was well versed in the value of both the amorphous alloy and the high-entropy alloy. After merely toying with them for a few moments, he chuckled lightly, having never heard of STC's synthesized items yielding cross-dimensional enhancements. These 2 alloys were certainly not ordinary. Understanding their value was his foremost priority. At that moment, Cheng Qi had a plan. He stood, grasping the satellite communicator, as Hyena Luke continued to rage on the other end. With a calm demeanor, Cheng Qi pressed the connect button. "You little garbage bug. You took my money and think you can run. I've received word that your 7-12-3 has been snatched away. The debt you owe me, compounded, amounts to 4,800 credit points. If you can't pay, I'll dissect you and sell your frontal lobe and spine to those biopunk merchants." Cheng Qi had borrowed merely 2,800 points, and in less than 7 days, it had ballooned to 4,800 points. Hyena Luke's heart was notoriously dark. "Don't be hasty," Cheng Qi replied calmly. "Today, luck is on my side. I stumbled upon a piece of intermetallic compound, roughly 100 grams. What?" Hyena Luke's voice was tinged with surprise. But he quickly gritted his teeth. "You say you have it. I've seen this trick before. Trying to stall, are we?" With a gentle flick of his finger, Cheng Qi struck the intermetallic compound, producing a crisp, resonating tone. On the other end, Hyena Luke fell silent for 5 seconds. This man had become quite shrewd. Such a clear sound could not be emitted by ordinary metal. Within 10 seconds, Hyena Luke had confirmed the authenticity of the intermetallic compound. "Very well, 500 grams, is it? Round it up and hand it over, and our accounts will be settled. Round it up, you say?" Cheng Qi chuckled, shaking his head. "I found this intermetallic compound in a rather sophisticated briefcase that seemed to have been carelessly discarded. Besides the intermetallic compound, there was also a tightly sealed compartment containing a piece of faintly white, somewhat translucent metal." "Oh? A briefcase?" Hyena Luke paused, taken aback. On this metal's label reads, "Amorphous alloy. I've never encountered this type of metal. Is it valuable?" The communicator fell silent for 2 seconds before a faint crackling noise emerged, as if the signal was being interfered with. Hyena Luke's voice carried a hint of disappointment. "I thought it was something extraordinary. It's merely amorphous alloy. That stuff is slightly more expensive than intermetallic compounds, but due to its ultra-lightweight nature, it doesn't fetch much for the same volume." I see. Cheng Qi reflected as he weighed the amorphous alloy in his hand. It was indeed quite light. "How about this? I'll buy that amorphous alloy at market price. I have business to attend to. Meet me at the bar in 3 hours. Damn it, it's such a hassle dealing with you little garbage bugs every day." Hyena Luke cursed, lacking any enthusiasm as he hung up the call. Cheng Qi placed the communicator on the table, a smile creeping onto his face. The hyena was clearly concealing his excitement. The amorphous alloy was indeed valuable. And exceptionally so, just moments ago, when Cheng Qi had mentioned the amorphous alloy's name. Although Hyena Luke had only fallen silent for 2 seconds, the crackling noise from the communicator had not been due to signal interference. Instead, it was the sound of Hyena Luke gripping the communicator tightly, for these battered devices shared a common flaw. When squeezed or held too tightly, they emitted such crackling noises, it must be said. Hyena Luke's reaction was swift. Within 2 seconds, he managed to suppress his inner turmoil and adjust his tone. He feigned being busy, scheduling their meeting for 3 hours later. Any sign of urgency would surely give him away. All of Hyena Luke's actions could be summarized in 4 words: to catch and release. Cheng Qi couldn't help but chuckle to himself. If Hyena Luke knew that he possessed not just one, but 22 of those tantalizing amorphous alloys, and 4 even higher-grade high-entropy alloys, how would he react? Surely, he would devise a way to eliminate Cheng Qi. On your back, sleep tight, Hanzai remarked, extending his arm in a gesture of mockery. Indeed, Cheng Qi chuckled wryly, his eyes glinting with determination. Setting aside the other materials, just one piece of amorphous alloy is enough to incite murder and theft. Chapter 5. Anti-Gravity Gloves. Hanzai, it's time to work. Cheng Qi rose, brushing off his tattered blue cloak. He could easily envision the moment he faced Hyena Luke. Once the latter confirmed the amorphous alloy in his possession, saying anything further would be tantamount to defeat. Either he would wave his hand, and hidden aids would swarm forth, or he would simply draw a pistol and blow his brains out. Hanzai nodded seriously, rising to declare, then I won't go. What I mean is, I need to gather enough combat gear within 3 hours. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled with fierce intensity. This encounter with Hyena Luke would be a showdown. There was no escaping it. I'm just kidding. Hanzai stood tall, his 2-meter-tall metallic frame exuding an imposing presence. So, what's the plan? To the north, 112 kilometers away, Cheng Qi stood at the entrance of his makeshift shelter, scanning the horizon. He recalled that a year ago, a war equipment factory had dumped a significant amount of refuse there. Cheng Qi meticulously repaired his black goggles, alleviating the stinging in his eyes from flying. Hanzai cautiously touched the jet turbine flying shoes with his metallic foot. The shoe's outer armor reshaped perfectly around Hanzai's foot, and he was pleasantly surprised that they bore no discrimination against species. The amorphous alloy and high-entropy alloys were stowed securely in the storage compartment on Hanzai's back, ready for transport to thwart any potential theft by Hyena Luke. With a roar, gusts of wind kicked up dust as the duo, one man and one machine, soared northward. Without the aid of flight shoes, traversing this short distance of 110 kilometers, littered with heaps of refuse and fraught with treacherous terrain, would undoubtedly take at least 5 days. 35 minutes later, Cheng Qi and Hanzai hovered in the air, gazing down below. What had become of this place? This area had been designated as Zone B11 by scavengers. A desolate expanse void of human presence for miles. Cheng Qi's memory did not deceive him. A year prior, a starship belonging to a certain munitions manufacturing facility had indeed dumped approximately 3,000 tons of waste in this very location. Yet now, the ground within a few kilometers had risen several meters, with a colossal mound of refuse towering at least 600 meters high at its center. In just 1 year, a substantial amount of new garbage had been discarded here. Why had this place been so thoroughly buried? The items I seek lie beneath this mass. Cheng Qi felt a slight crack in his composure as he observed the pristine garbage beneath, marked by numerous red cross symbols, indicating medical waste. Time was of the essence. Clenching his fist, he knew he had to commence excavation. Countless battered metal cans and odorous green liquids starkly underscored the decay and desperation of this locale. Cheng Qi furrowed his brow as he stood at the base of the garbage mound. Hanzai's arm transformed into a hydraulic claw, severing the haphazardly strewn metal ahead. Then, with a powerful thrust, he hurled a massive oil drum aside. Beneath, a dark, boundaryless iron plate emerged. With a hiss, Hanzai's arm morphed once more, unleashing a flame-cutting tool, preparing to carve a breach in the iron plate to continue the descent. Exhausted, good news. My heart is brimming with determination. I believe that given 2 years, I can certainly excavate those weapon remnants. Bad news. By then, The grass on my grave may well be 2 meters high. Quite the comfortable notion. Cheng Qi had long grown accustomed to Han Zai's incessant chatter. Keep it up, Han Zai, the universe's finest. Though he spoke with vigor, his brow remained furrowed as Cheng Qi suddenly realized a dilemma. This colossal landfill, abundant in resources, posed a significant challenge for excavation. Over the years, the refuse had accumulated in layers, often encountering starship debris weighing in the thousands of tons. After all, the prerequisite for activating the STC was possessing 2 identical technological artifacts. Such equipment was not lacking, yet gathering them proved difficult. Thus, the excavation endeavor would be a formidable challenge. What on earth is this? A box of used diapers. What on earth is this? A box of slender balloons. Why would there be balloons among medical waste, and expired ones at that? In that moment, Han Zai resembled a scavenger, picking up various items and scrutinizing them closely, discarding them if deemed worthless, blissfully unaware of the harsh truths of their world. He was, after all, merely a gatherer of refuse. What on earth is this? A box of mechanical surgical gloves. Cheng Qi's eyes lit up at Han Zai's words. Han Zai, keep this one. 12 surgical assistant gloves. Internal mechanical joints assist doctors in executing highly precise movements. Similar technological artifacts detected. Shall we synthesize? Within the damaged iron box lay 42 pairs of crudely crafted, oversized gloves, their hydraulic hoses and alloy frameworks exposed. It was no wonder they had been discarded. They were far too cumbersome for surgical use. These must have been products from 2 centuries ago. What might the STC synthesize? Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled as he began to operate, slowly raising his right hand. The crystal wrist guard emanating a blue luminescence. Dispersing into primitive units. Fusion upgrade. 50 surgical assistant gloves. 11. Now lighter in weight, with fingertips capable of extending 0.3 millimeters metal tendrils for more precise surgical tasks. Cheng Qi shook his head. This was not what I sought. Dispersing into primitive units. Fusion upgrade. 2 surgical assistant gloves. 5. Incorporating micron-scale circuitry and microdynamic module technology, fingertips can emit a miniature vibrational force field to slightly manipulate internal organs from a distance, crushing thrombi, calculi, and other foreign bodies. Cheng Qi shook his head again. This too was not what I desired. Dispersing into primitive units. Fusion upgrade. 55 surgical assistant gloves. 2. Integrating nanometer-scale circuitry and ultramicro dynamic module technology. The vibrational force field's range expands to a diameter of 2 meters, enhancing liquid flow control technology. Cheng Qi's eyes widened. Now this was intriguing. Similar technological artifacts detected. Dispersing into primitive units. Fusion upgrade. 001 surgical assistant gloves failure 1. How did a failure emerge? Cheng Qi's eyes widened in disbelief, having exhausted the basic gloves. Yet, why was this final fusion opportunity yielding such a result? The STC could not be mistaken. Could it be that the ultimate evolution of these surgical assistant gloves culminated in a failure? Upon reading the gloves annotation, Cheng Qi fell into shock. 051 surgical assistant gloves failure. Technological research encountered a deadlock. Researchers employed extreme measures in an attempt to achieve a revolutionary upgrade, but the final product contradicted the research mission. Abandoned file 0-5-1, based on device functionality, redefined name, micro high-power gravity field adjustment gloves. Once the gravity field is released, it becomes uncontrollable and volatile, causing all items within a 40 to 70 square meter radius to float, with a risk of fragmentation. So it was a failure in medical auxiliary functionality. However, this very function, Cheng Qi suddenly stood upright. Wasn't this a miraculous artifact? Chapter 6. The secrets beneath. Cheng Qi instructed Han Zai to step back. Further still, Cheng Qi had donned the gravity field adjustment gloves and was gently flexing his fingers. The gloves felt akin to ordinary leather ones, displaying a pale blue hue, yet upon closer inspection, the surface was embedded with a dense network of chip circuitry. Clenching his fist, dark blue energy surged across the back of his hand. Cheng Qi looked up at the towering medical refuse mound before him. There was no need to remove this mountain. Merely excavating a reasonable space alongside it would suffice. Maintaining his fist in position, Cheng Qi took a few steps forward, palm facing the tightly packed refuse pile. Gritting his teeth, he opened his fingers wide. Buzz! A resonant sound reverberated, causing his eardrums to thrum violently. Cheng Qi felt as though his palm, clad in the gloves, had been struck by an electric current. A profound numbness coursing through him, his scalp tingling in response. Almost instantly, a visible pale yellow ripple spread forward, akin to ripples on a placid lake, extending 30 meters ahead. Crackle, squeak, squeak. The sounds of metal grinding against each other and polyethylene products tearing filled the air. Buzz. Cheng Qi's other hand opened wide as well. The force field intensified in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of floating sounds ensued. Metal shavings fell away. Dust billowed, momentarily obscuring his view. Cheng Qi squinted, striving to discern the scene before him. His mouth slightly agape, his expression one of astonishment. Before him, suspended in midair, were hundreds of pieces of refuse, both large and small, caught within a pale yellow force field, floating freely without any external force. Gravity field control. Good heavens. Han Zai's metallic head tilted skyward. How did we become divine beings? Buzz, boom. Cheng Qi moved his hands horizontally, and the floating refuse was similarly shifted, drifting 10 meters away. The force field retracted, and countless pieces of garbage crashed to the ground. Before him, the area once brimming with refuse had cleared to reveal a space of approximately 60 square meters. Cheng Qi's heartbeat quickened. Although he had envisioned this outcome, he had not anticipated such efficiency. He looked down at the pale blue technological gloves adorning his hands. Indeed, they were miraculous, solving his immediate dilemma. Buzz, boom. Thereafter, Cheng Qi continued to utilize the gravity field adjustment gloves to transport the refuse before him. Keep it up, Han Zai, the universe's finest. Han Zai finally had a moment to spare, fashioning colorful plastic bags into a floral arrangement, dancing up and down, defying gravity. An hour later, Cheng Qi roughly estimated that he had moved nearly 2,000 tons of refuse. This was a workload he could hardly have imagined in his former self. Indeed, centuries ago, humanity's remarkable rise on Earth, standing apart from other creatures, stemmed from their adept use of tools. This moment. Before Cheng Qi lay a vast basin, the medical waste nearly cleared away. Throughout this process, Han Zai had also conducted a thorough search. Relatively intact technological equipment had been found. Only worn-out fragments remained the norm. Standing at the basin's edge, Cheng Qi found no soil exposed, merely another layer of refuse beneath the garbage. He retrieved a metal nameplate from the black muck, gently wiping it clean to reveal an inscription, Dane War Equipment Manufacturing Group. Cheng Qi felt a spark of excitement. In that instant, he had truly drawn closer to his goal. Continuing to transport and sift through the debris, the gravity field control gloves proved to be astonishingly efficient. In around 20 minutes, Cheng Qi and Han Zai had sifted through approximately 200 tons of discarded waste from the Dane group. Their bodies were caked in mud, their respiratory tracts filled with metallic dust. On Cheng Qi's forehead, beads of sweat trickled down. The toil and fatigue were bearable, yet what was truly unbearable was the fact that, as of this moment, he had yet to reap any rewards. The standards for discarding wartime debris were exceedingly stringent, with core components required to be dismantled. As for firearms, they were often reduced to mere fragments before disposal. With only an hour remaining until his rendezvous with the hyenas, a slight unease gnawed at Cheng Qi's heart. After another 10 minutes of laborious effort, he paused in his task. Deep within the mountain of refuse, he stumbled upon a massive, sealed metal fuel barrel, its size comparable to that of a 2-story building, with all entrances meticulously welded shut. No one would bother to manage the refuse destined for disposal. Why, then, were all the entrances sealed? Cheng Qi activated his gravity manipulation gloves, gently shaking the colossal fuel barrel, and was met with the sound of clattering metal from within. There was something inside. Narrowing his eyes, he exchanged a knowing glance with Han Zai, who understood instantly, his arm morphing to reveal a metal-cutting gun. A bright white flame formed a sharp cone, slowly making its way across the enormous fuel tank, the incision gradually widening. The thickness of this abandoned fuel barrel was surprising. It took a full 9 minutes to carve out a passage suitable for a single person. Thud! Han Zai delivered a powerful kick to the fuel barrel, causing the severed steel plate to crash down. The interior was dimly lit, and a foul, decaying scent wafted forth, mingling with unknown black ash that swirled within. Cheng Qi squinted, tying a cloth around his mouth and nose, and cautiously stepped into the vast fuel barrel. Suddenly, a mass of white fell from above, and skeletal hands gripped his throat. Cheng Qi had not anticipated this turn of events, and panic surged through him. He stumbled back 2 steps, regaining his composure only to realize that a white skeleton dangled above him, its arms naturally hanging down, resting upon his neck. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he peered deeper into the fuel barrel. In the next instant, he beheld a horrifying sight. Corpses, nearly 30 of them. Just like the one above, they had long since succumbed to death, reduced to mere bones. How could there be bodies among the refuse of the Dan group? Cheng Qi was taken aback. While he had previously encountered scavengers who stumbled upon human limbs, those were mere remnants from homicide cases. Nowhere near the magnitude of this grim discovery. In the haze, some of the corpses' clothing had not fully decomposed. Cheng Qi bent down to examine their name tags. Huaxia Interstellar Exploration Team, 6th Division. 3rd Special Operations Group. They were soldiers. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. The Exploration Team, 6th Division, 3rd Group. Was this not the renowned Extreme Squad? At merely 18 years of age, he could not help but harbor dreams of heroism. Previously, he had listened to numerous military broadcasts through his grandfather's old overclocked radio. The Extreme Squad had been iron-willed heroes from 2 decades past. Fearless and selfless, they explored the cosmos while bearing the mantle of interstellar rescue, saving countless refugees during their service. Whenever a member of the Extreme Squad fell, it would invariably evoke a mass outpouring of mourning from the populace. One fateful day, 2 decades ago, this heroic team suddenly announced their disbandment, gradually fading from public consciousness. Young Cheng Qi had felt a pang of sorrow upon learning of this, even shedding tears. At this moment, he bent to inspect the bones around him, his pupils constricting in realization. No, this was wrong. Each of their neck bones bore signs of having been sliced. The weapon had been sharp, and the force applied was considerable. Cheng Qi's body trembled slightly. They had all been slain, and subsequently sealed within this metal can, discarded as refuse. Surely, there lay a dark truth hidden within. Out of respect for these heroes, Cheng Qi meticulously collected their name tags. Ding Feng, Lin Langyue, Long Zhanxiao. He etched their names into his memory, vowing that one day, when he could leave Earth, he would seek to uncover the truth behind their fates. As he ventured deeper into the fuel barrel, he encountered 8 relatively large skeletal remains. More precisely, these skeletons were clad in oversized combat suits. That was, Cheng Qi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. They were the Extreme Warriors 8-man team, and what they wore was the X-12 Extreme Warrior exoskeleton he had fantasized about countless times. Chapter 7. The Extreme Warrior exoskeleton. Similar technological creations detected. Proceed with synthesis. The STC emitted a prompt sound, releasing 6 scanning beams that swept back and forth across the 8 corpses not far away. Cheng Qi's face was illuminated in alternating shadows. His heart raced with increasing speed. 10 minutes later, Cheng Qi had transported all the skeletal remains outside and buried them, erecting a nameless tombstone as a mark of respect. This was the only thing he could do at that moment, the most basic form of reverence. Then, Cheng Qi turned his gaze to the ground before him, where 8 sets of X-12 Extreme Warrior Power exoskeletons were neatly arranged. After all, the Extreme 8 were legends from 20 years ago. With the advent of the Great Cosmic Era, human technology had advanced by leaps and bounds, rendering these exoskeletons obsolete. They were sizable, with a high-strength nylon lining inside and robust hydraulic power units outside, burdened by a hefty power battery on the back. Legend had it that such a power exoskeleton could augment an adult's strength output by 1500-2000 N, although the drawback lay in their considerable weight, resulting in sluggish movements. In truth, possessing a complete X-12 Extreme Warrior exoskeleton on this garbage-strewn Earth would grant Cheng Qi an unparalleled advantage. However, the exoskeletons before him were riddled with corrosion and rust. In a state of utter disrepair, the hydraulic oil had been entirely depleted, and some slender hydraulic rods had become brittle, snapping at the slightest touch, all while reeking of decay. They were utterly useless. Even if a scavenger were to discover this equipment, they would likely only salvage the power batteries, and based on Cheng Qi's observation, those dormant batteries, having lain untouched for 20 years, were hardly worth a few credit points. 8 sets of exoskeletons could be synthesized 3 times. Cheng Qi's expression turned grave. The dilapidated state of the equipment posed no issue for him. He eagerly anticipated the rebirth of these heroic armaments, hoping to continue the legacy of the extreme warriors and once again unleash their dazzling brilliance. Disassemble into original units. Commence synthesis. Cheng Qi lifted his right hand, and the STC shimmered brilliantly. One of the exoskeletons shattered into specks of white light, flowing along a silk-like channel to converge upon the surface of another exoskeleton. A technological miracle unfolded. The dazzling white light gradually faded, revealing a brand new exoskeleton armor before him, its size reduced by nearly 50, with a pure black lining, more refined hydraulic components, and fuel packs, all showcasing upgraded materials. Merely standing there, the combat aura emanating from it had more than doubled compared to before. AX-55 Extreme Warrior Power Exoskeleton. Individual combat equipment that transmits engine power to limbs via hydraulic or electromechanical mechanisms, made from titanium aluminum alloy, with output force 4000-5800 N, an iterative version. In a pristine state. Its size had diminished, materials strengthened, and output power had doubled. It had truly transformed from waste to treasure. Cheng Qi's heart raced even faster. He had envisioned the outcome but had not anticipated such a substantial increase in combat effectiveness. The STC's synthesis was not merely a matter of chance. It resembled a repository of all technological equipment's evolutionary blueprints, progressively unveiling these blueprints through successive upgrades. Disassemble into original units. Fusion upgrade. After consuming 4 sets of the X-12, the second evolutionary version emerged. XX-23 Extreme Warrior Armor. Individual combat equipment that conceals all power augmentation structures beneath alloy armor, further reduced in size while significantly enhancing defensive capabilities, with all basic performance metrics increased by 240. And additional multi-environment respiration adaptation systems, radar monitoring systems, long-range communication systems, tactical analysis intelligence, and concealed melee weaponry. This time, what appeared before Cheng Qi was no longer merely an exoskeleton. Its designation was armor. It resembled a humanoid robot, devoid of any visible hydraulic power components or exposed battery packs. The head featured an all-encompassing helmet, with a diamond-shaped visual system radiating a faint red glow from the eye area. Its black coating exuded an aura of agility and swiftness, akin to a mechanical specter capable of silently traversing the night, endowed with explosive combat prowess. The exoskeleton and fully covered armor were, naturally, 2 distinct realms. With a hiss, the front plates of the XX-23 Extreme Warrior armor opened to the sides, revealing the interior pilot space, akin to a divine weapon awaiting its master. Hang on, my precious, you'll become even stronger. Cheng Qi stifled the impulse surging within him, and no ordinary man could resist the allure of a mech tea that moment. Cheng Qi's throat felt parched, and his heart raced as if it had leapt into his throat. Yet, in the next instant, he lost control, spun around, his face flushed, gasping for breath with his tongue out. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. That's the upgraded version of the X-12 Extreme Warrior. I can give you a punch? You know, just to confirm whether you're dreaming or not. Han's eye approached, raising his fist, the size of a sandbag. I am not merely entering a dream. I am plunging directly into the earth. Cheng Qi turned around, hands pressed downwards, his expression once again heavy with gravity, continuing the synthesis. What will the amalgamation of 8 sets of X-12 yield? What shall it become? Cheng Qi was overwhelmed with unprecedented excitement, anxiety, and exhilaration. Teetering on the brink of insanity, dispersing into raw units, fusion upgrade, synthesis failed. The materials have been utterly destroyed. Han's eye, step aside, synthesis successful, XXX-01 Memory Metal Ultimate Warrior Power Armor. Cheng Qi's pupils dilated, then contracted. Memory Metal Armor? Isn't this the conceptual machine proposed by the Galactic Science Alliance some time ago? A conceptual machine, in essence, signifies that certain theoretical foundations remain in the realm of ideas and cannot yet be genuinely manufactured. However, in the realm of scientific and technological prospects, it is achievable, albeit requiring an indeterminate span of time. Such concepts often symbolize the future, visions, and dreams. In other words, this equipment has yet to be fabricated within human civilization. This technology originates from a Level 2 civilization database. The latest prompt from STC left Cheng Qi in a daze. Technology from a Level 2 civilization? Humanity has transcended the Earth era, achieving a 0.7 level, significantly enhancing energy efficiency and embarking on interstellar travel, currently approximating a 1.5 level civilization. Although it may appear that only a difference of 0.5 exists between our civilization and a level 2 civilization, the reality is far from simple arithmetic. Humanity transitioned from a level 0 civilization to a 1.5 level civilization, capable of fully harnessing the energy of its home planet, tracing back to the southern ape. Upright walking, utilizing fire, manufacturing, and wielding tools, a span of 4 million years. Moreover, each elevation in level necessitates an extensive passage of time. What form does the technology of a level 2 civilization take? Can it represent the pinnacle of level 2 civilization technology? The standard for ascending to a level 2 civilization is a more efficient method of energy acquisition, such as utilizing a Dyson sphere to fully exploit a home planet's energy resources. The resources and energy of higher civilizations are finite, and the research efforts invested in different creations vary. So that is how it is. Cheng Qi gazed at the XXX-01 Ultimate Warrior armor before him. It was remarkably lightweight, almost slender, resembling a dark silver bodysuit devoid of gloves and foot coverings. With no headgear. Hello, darling? Cheng Qi swallowed hard, extending a finger to gently touch the XXX-01 ahead of him. In that instant, the metallic surface of the dark silver armor rippled like liquid, the ripples swiftly expanding, generating a certain high-frequency vibration, transforming into rapidly changing geometric shapes, akin to a miniature tempest. In the next moment, the surging geometric forms began to flow, racing along Cheng Qi's fingertip, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Cheng Qi was astounded. That metal, seemingly of extreme hardness, had transformed into liquid. Like a gossamer garment, the XXX-01 memory metal armor infiltrated Cheng Qi's attire, rapidly cloaking his torso. Simultaneously, a precise metallic barb abruptly emerged from the nape of his neck. Tiny hooks resembling strands of hair piercing his skin with a sharp ally. Cheng Qi felt the long spear in his hand, as if it were an extension of himself. The 0.4M expandable memory metal was at his disposal, capable of transforming its form autonomously. A fervent light flickered in his eyes. The most remarkable aspect of XXX-01 was undoubtedly its slender profile. At that moment, it resembled a thermal undershirt, concealed within the folds of Cheng Qi's garments, only the faintest glimpse of its silver edges visible from the slightly turned cuff. One could perceive that this seemingly insignificant scavenger boy was adorned with a combat armor from a level 2 civilization. Hanzai raised the communicator high, and after a series of crackling sounds, the impatient voice of Hyena echoed through. Kid, it's about time. Are you on the move? Let me tell you, my time is precious. If you're late, I want to be collecting your belongings. He then abruptly terminated the call. Cheng Qi smiled calmly, still playing the game of cat and mouse. It was highly likely that, at that very moment, Hyena was already restless, like an ant on a hot skillet, pacing anxiously in the bar. Hanzai, we've gathered enough equipment. Let us go confront the most notorious bully in this bar street. Chapter 9. The superior woman. The so-called bar street was merely a few dilapidated shacks nestled within a valley of refuse, a place for scavengers to seek fleeting amusement. It was rumored to be the former site of a pentagon belonging to a powerful European nation from the bygone era. Of course, that pentagon had long been buried beneath heaps of garbage. Gazing into the distance, a handful of skyscrapers, once towering over 100 stories, now barely peeked out from the refuse. A few scavengers meandered slowly, their hunched forms clad in tattered and patched protective gear, the material of which appeared woefully inadequate in the harsh environment. Those who had lived in this earthly landfill for long harbored complex and conflicting emotions, despair and helplessness, numbness and adaptation, reality and fantasy, loneliness and alienation, greed and risk. Most adult men would venture to the bar street during their leisure time, indulging in substandard alcohol tainted with various chemical elements, seeking brief moments of joy and satisfaction. A young boy, accompanied by a nurse robot draped in burlap, appeared at the street corner, making his way towards the bar. The shattered starship glass windows along the roadside reflected his silhouette. The boy's long hair obscured his brows and the corners of his eyes. Dust-covered and unkempt, he was cloaked in a tattered dark blue scavenger's cape, serving two purposes: to signify his lowly rank and, should he find himself ensnared in the depths of garbage, to attract attention for potential rescue. Though, in this world, there was no rescue team. Once trapped, one could only await death, He wore black pants and a jacket made from radiation-resistant material, which, to the naked eye, resembled the leather of a bygone era, giving him the appearance of a young cowboy. The boy halted, gazing at a figure in a red dress across from the bar. Hona was the most beautiful sight in the bar street, perhaps the most exquisite in the entire wasteland of Earth. She sat gracefully atop a discarded fuel barrel, her vibrant red dress accentuating her immaculate white feet. Hona was breathtaking, as if she were not of this world. In Cheng Qi's perception, all the men on this garbage planet were enamored with her. As Cheng Qi passed by Hona, she turned her head, her black curls swaying gracefully, and her beautiful eyes, framed by long lashes, met Cheng Qi's gaze. In her pupils resided a faint blue halo, crystalline and ethereal, a symbol of superior genetics. Following the dawn of the great cosmic era, humanity's genetic modification technology had risen dramatically, ranking individuals based on the quality of their genes. Cheng Qi belonged to the ordinary gene category, akin to the common folk of the old era, which in this time equated to being regarded as refuse. Scavengers were predominantly of ordinary genes, while Hona was a natural E-grade, slightly superior to the ordinary, yet she shone like a dazzling jewel upon this desolate planet. It was not merely Hona's beauty that attracted attention. Any offspring with her would likely inherit genes that could evolve to a higher grade, presenting the opportunity to escape this garbage planet entirely. Everyone wishes to be close to me. Everyone claims to adore me. Hona's voice was clear and pristine as she turned to a suitor holding a bouquet of plastic flowers, yet no one respects my opinions. Perhaps my criteria for choosing a partner has never been based on genetic standards, but rather on finding someone I genuinely cherish. Hona maintained her politeness, her stunning visage and captivating gaze causing her to feel overwhelmed by the multitude that sought her company. Promise me, from now on, to maintain a comfortable distance. Cheng Qi cast a sideways glance before continuing on his path. Hona's father was the leader of the Scavenger Alliance. No one could coerce her into actions she abhorred. Cheng Qi admired Hona, not merely for her genetic advantage, but for her independent values. In this filthy and chaotic environment, she had preserved a pure inner world, much like a lotus blooming in the mire. Foolish boy, constantly dreaming of the unattainable. Inside the bar, Hyena Luke was secretly observing Cheng Qi, then proceeded to load a poorly maintained beam pistol, barely functional after countless repairs. He then addressed his 7 subordinates. All set. Guard the exits. Once that little garbage enters, he won't be leaving. Cheng Qi pushed open the bar's heavy door. Beneath the dim lights, several intoxicated patrons lay scattered, one having collapsed beneath a table, possibly unconscious or even deceased, as some of the drinks here bore side effects akin to poison. Hyena was absent from the main hall, an unusual occurrence yet one that Cheng Qi had anticipated. Behind him, a menacing brute slowly shut the bar door, gesturing towards Cheng Qi with a nod. Hyena is waiting for you in the back room. Cheng Qi made his way toward the back room. Passing 2 imposing figures stationed in the corridor, Hyena sought to remain inconspicuous, simultaneously ensuring no evidence was left behind. Upon opening the door to the back room, Cheng Qi finally came face to face with Hyena Luke, who sported a yellow mohawk. He lounged behind a makeshift metal desk, his feet resting on its surface while he gnawed on a moldy cigar. His teeth had been replaced with sharp black alloys, making his cigar appear grotesquely punctured. Hyena Luke gestured for Cheng Qi to take a seat before retrieving a fully charged beam pistol from his coat. He then lightly tapped the table with his heel, only to reveal an elderly man with a bloodied face and a mouth torn apart emerging from behind the desk. This was Old Lin, a friend of Cheng Qi's grandfather, who had often aided them when their bellies went empty. In other words, without Old Lin's past assistance, Cheng Qi would not have survived to this day. Hyena glanced at the towering man in the corner, whose arms had been modified into hydraulic mechanical limbs capable of extraordinary strength. The bar street's most formidable enforcer, an ambush, hostages, and ruthless henchmen were all meticulously arranged for Cheng Qi. Hyena Luke was determined to avoid any unexpected complications. Ha ha, you're not going to resort to those if you kill me. You'll get nothing tactics, are you? Hyena Luke chuckled menacingly. Little garbage bug, I have a few questions for you. Starting from where? Yet, Cheng Qi interrupted him, slowly producing a metallic compound from his pocket and placing it on Hyena's desk. This is to repay your loan shark. Well done, little one. Cheng Qi then extracted a piece of translucent golden metal. This is what I intend to sell. Why the heavens? It's the real deal. Hyena Luke's eyes widened, his pupils constricting as he took several seconds to process the information. This kid is too savvy. Cheng Qi continued to ignore him, pulling out another piece of translucent golden metal and placing it quietly on the desk. By the heavens! Hyena Luke swallowed hard. You actually possess 2 pieces of amorphous alloy. Cheng Qi remained unfazed, continuing to retrieve a 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th piece of amorphous alloy. Why the heavens? Hyena Luke's eyes bulged, his cigar snapping in his mouth as he exclaimed, You have so many? He then craned his neck to inspect the pocket on Cheng Qi's chest, confirming that there were no more alloys within. The next moment, he was overjoyed. This foolish kid has brought all his savings. This saves me so much trouble. I was worried he'd hide his treasures and stubbornly refused to confess. Clearly, I was overly concerned. Did he truly believe I would buy from him? At this point, if I don't eliminate him, I would utterly ruin my reputation. Chapter 10. The first glimmer of brilliance, the residual blue smoke from the cigar curled upwards. Hyena Luke stifled a laugh, waving his hand at the enforcer in the corner. By the heavens, this is killing me with laughter. Hurry, hurry, kill him. I can't take it anymore. Ha ha. With a hiss, the sound of pneumatic mechanisms echoed as steam erupted from the enforcer's mechanical arms. He grinned wickedly, extending his arms toward Cheng Qi's neck, his limbs containing enough force to shatter Cheng Qi's cervical vertebrae in an instant. In that very moment, a glint of ferocity flashed in Cheng Qi's eyes. He sprang to his feet, activating the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior Armor. The memory metal surged from his sleeves, enveloping his hands in a layer of dark silver armor. Creak. Cheng Qi pivoted in an instant, extending his hands with the swiftness of lightning to grasp the mechanical arms of the foremost enforcer on the bar street. The sheer force he exerted contorted the enforcer's limbs as if they were mere playthings. With a resounding crack, the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior Armor unleashed a surge of power, and Cheng Qi effortlessly severed the enforcer's mechanical arms, shards scattering in every direction. As the enforcer stood dumbfounded, Cheng Qi delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him hurtling through the dilapidated wooden walls of the bar, crashing through several layers and soaring over 10 meters before ultimately embedding himself in a heap of refuse outside, his body contorted grotesquely. Goodness! Luke the hyena stood in shock, his mouth agape. Other henchmen of the hyena rushed in upon hearing the commotion, heavy footsteps echoing in the corridor. Cheng Qi cast a glance and noticed a heavy safe from the bygone era in the hyena's office. He merely bent slightly and effortlessly lifted the nearly 2-ton alloy safe. Beneath his garments, the XXX-01 armor shimmered with a diamond-patterned ripple as power coursed through him from the core to his hands. Releasing merely 30 of the stored kinetic energy, he hurled the safe with the acceleration of a cannonball. Boom! The door to Luke the hyena's office was obliterated, followed by a series of muffled groans from the corridor. Moments later, another thunderous crash echoed from the street, where the refuse heap had been struck once more, and then the world fell into silence. Goodness! The hyena's body froze in his mind. He was certain Cheng Qi must have installed some form of cybernetic augmentation. Yet in this wretched landfill of a planet, it was inconceivable to procure any decent equipment. Even if one were to cobble together a makeshift set, it could not possibly possess such extraordinary capabilities as to lift a 2-ton safe. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps sounded again at the back door. The enforcers stationed there had sensed something amiss, having been ordered by the hyena to seal all exits. Suddenly, a dark silver matte object materialized as Cheng Qi extended his arm. A 3-meter-long metal rod, as thick as a thumb, emerging from his wrist and spanning across the desk to pierce through the back door. Thud. The sound of a body collapsing echoed. This time, the world was indeed silent. Goodness! Luke swallowed hard as the silver rod whizzed past his ear, sending chills down his spine. He could not fathom how such a long metal object had appeared from the sleeve of the little garbage bug. What kind of equipment was that? At this moment, Cheng Qi retracted the XXX-01 armor. Leaning slightly forward, Luke the hyena, I have a few questions for you. Ask your mother. The fierce hyena instantly raised his beam pistol, aiming it at Cheng Qi's head before pulling the trigger. Bang! Smoke curled in the air, yet Cheng Qi had grasped the pistol's muzzle with his armored right hand, feeling only a slight warmth in his palm. Devoid of any other sensation. Crack! Cheng Qi clenched his fingers, reducing the top-tier luxury item of this garbage world, the beam pistol, to mere fragments. Brother, go ahead and ask. The corner of the hyena's mouth twitched, first revealing astonishment, then swiftly morphing into a grotesque grin. His reflexes were indeed unparalleled. Cheng Qi glanced at the piece of amorphous alloy on the desk, pondering its true worth. That piece is worth about 1,000 credit points. Luke the hyena confessed, swallowing hard. Bang. Cheng Qi slammed the hyena's head against the metallic desk, causing his black alloy teeth to shatter and scatter. I did deceive you. That piece can sell for 2,000. Bloodied and desperate, the hyena's eyes brimmed with pleading. Bang. Cheng Qi struck Luke's head against the desk once more. 4,000. It can sell for 4,000. Bang. The metal desk crumpled under the impact. Don't kill me. I'll tell you. Amorphous alloy, 4,000. 4,000 per gram. This time, it was Cheng Qi who was taken aback. How much? Amorphous alloy, 4,000 per gram. Brother, spare my life. That's the highest price I can offer. Cheng Qi's body stiffened. He had suspected that the hyena would exaggerate the value, but he never anticipated it would be so outrageous. The piece of amorphous alloy weighed roughly 50 grams, and he possessed 23 pieces. 4,000 credit points per gram? How much was that? Cheng Qi had never seen such a sum in his life, nor could he have ever imagined such a figure. Steadying his breath, Cheng Qi grasped Luke the hyena's head. One last question. Who possesses the power to purchase such a vast quantity of amorphous alloy? Gasping for air, Luke Hyena realized that this little garbage bug wielded unimaginable equipment, and his character was not as cowardly as he had initially assumed. Then, the hyena fully conceded, retrieving a relatively sophisticated communicator from his desk. He was not a mere scavenger. He did not even reside on Earth. This communicator was the only means by which he could be contacted. Cheng Qi seized the communicator, his eyes glinting. Thank you for your cooperation. Cheng Qi supported the severely injured old Lin as they slowly exited the BR. It was at the very moment he stepped outside that, boom. The decaying bar erupted into flames. Onlookers understood that the one called Cheng Qi, the little garbage bug, had just single-handedly taken on the bar street's top fighter, uprooted the lair of a bully, and had sent the hyena to his fiery demise, putting an end to it all. Cheng Qi glanced across the street, where a woman in a red dress, Hona, turned her gaze towards him the instant he exited the bar. However, she soon turned away, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion and an uncharted yearning as she gazed silently at the gray sky. Cheng Qi shook his head inwardly. Hona's values were quite unique. He wondered what kind of person could genuinely capture her heart. Chapter 11. The gap of levels. Today, the footprints of human civilization have spread across vast star systems. Political, cultural, social, and economic systems have undergone tremendous transformations. The chaotic currencies of the bygone era have vanished, and the universally accepted credit point has become the sole currency. Cheng Qi found it hard to fathom that the amorphous alloy he held, which had merely undergone 2 rounds of synthesis, could possess such exorbitant value. Indeed, materials science is distinct from other technologies. Every leap in level constitutes a revolution. Moreover, materials science is paramount in interstellar exploration. Those 23 pieces of amorphous alloy could be converted into 4.6 million credit points. Even now, Cheng Qi felt as though he were in a dream, an underprivileged boy who scavenged for a living suddenly acquiring a fortune in the millions. The intensity of this revelation was so overwhelming that it momentarily caused a split in his psyche. Unbelievable, unbelievable, unbelievable. Yet it was indeed real. Through the communicator gifted by the hyena, Cheng Qi contacted the buyer. The man, who called himself Mo, claimed to be a high-ranking human residing on another planet, intent on acquiring high-value alloys. Indifferent to the identity of the seller, his words lacked emotion but were marked by a certain politeness. They agreed to meet at 9 o'clock after nightfall. Mo would pilot a craft to Earth and preferred to keep the transaction discreet. It was now 5 in the evening. The sun hid behind Earth's polluted atmosphere, casting a feeble light akin to a candle about to extinguish. Huff, huff. Han Zai, carrying an enormous safe, left deep imprints with each step as he returned to the shack. Cheng Qi squinted, a smile breaking across his face. The cumbersome safe Han Zai bore was the very one from Luke the hyena's office, which Cheng Qi had used as a weapon during the fight. Tossing it aside. You lack the frugality to handle this, Han Zai grunted, dropping the heavy safe with a thud. In the end, it's still up to me. Cheng Qi chuckled helplessly, in a wonder he hadn't seen Han Zai during the battle. It turned out he had been out pilfering the safe. Han Zai seemed to read Cheng Qi's thoughts, raising a mechanical finger. What do you mean stealing? I was merely collecting scraps. Exactly. Since it was thrown away, it qualifies as garbage. Cheng Qi and Han Zai quickly reached a mutual understanding. With a sizzling sound, a brilliant white flame formed a sharp cone as Han Zai activated a metal-cutting gun, meticulously slicing open the hyena's safe. Heh. Both Cheng Qi and Han Zai were practically salivating in anticipation. With a resounding crash, the safe's door fell to the ground. Han Zai's mechanical arm reached inside, retrieving package after package of items. To their astonishment, they discovered pristine natural mineral water, which had merely expired 2 years ago. Goodness. There was also fresh natural beef, only a year past its expiration date. My word, and 2 apples. Cheng Qi was equally surprised that the hyena's safe contained food. Yet he understood completely. In a world littered with refuse and rife with nuclear and chemical pollution, such provisions were incredibly precious, even luxurious. There were no crops left on Earth, and the remaining animals had undergone monstrous mutations. Scavengers largely survived on inferior energy liquids. The flickering campfire illuminated the cramped area in front of the shack. The 1-year expired natural beef roasted to a golden, fragrant crisp, sizzling with oil. Cheng Qi took a sip of the 2-year-old mineral water. Its taste as refreshing as a burst of clarity. He seized the beef once more, taking a hearty bite. The natural texture was gently torn apart, and a rich aroma spread throughout his mouth. The fat intermingled between his teeth, adding a delightful silkiness to the meat. While the unique scent of charcoal perfectly blended it had been at least 5 years since Cheng Qi had savored anything so delectable. After consuming 3 substantial pieces of beef, he was almost brought to tears. Is this truly fit for human consumption? It's simply too delicious. At that moment, a simpleton named Han Zai, wearing a chef's hat he had scavenged from who knows where, approached Cheng Qi slowly, holding an aluminum tray with a missing corner. Regardless of how you put it, my identity is that of a caretaker robot. On the tray rested a fresh apple, meticulously peeled, revealing its pale yellow flesh, exuding a fragrant aroma. Han Zai, isn't this a bit wasteful? Cheng Qi scratched his head. Ding ding ding. Han Zai produced another tray from behind, its center filled with a tangle of apple peels. How could I possibly waste it? You can eat the apple first and then the peel, or the peel first and then the apple. If that doesn't suit you, why not eat both together? Cheng Qi pressed his lips together. All right, I thank you. After the fruit course, Cheng Qi and Han Zai reclined on the roof of their shelter, gazing up at the sky. Although the stars were obscured, merely looking up at the heavens brought an inexplicable sense of expansiveness. If only I could enjoy meat and fruit every day in the future, then that must be what they call a higher being. Just keep your heart open. It will come to pass eventually. Beside Cheng Qi lay a black technological box, an item from the hyena's safe. However, it was damaged, and its function remained unknown. The box bore only a single mark, a standard circle with a small white at its center. I have entered Earth's atmosphere, came the voice from the dedicated communicator. In 2 minutes, I shall land. Cheng Qi turned his gaze to the northern sky, where a faint light flickered momentarily before vanishing completely. That was the vessel of Mo, destined to land near the bar street. Cheng Qi rose, adopting a solemn expression, hoping for a smooth transaction. However, 5 minutes later, the communicator crackled to life again with Mo's voice. Mr. Cheng Qi, I sincerely apologize. Although I have landed, I have been momentarily delayed by trivial matters. Our meeting will be postponed by 20 minutes, but the location remains unchanged. Trivial matters? Cheng Qi furrowed his brow. Could it be a quest for revenge against the hyena? Just moments ago, he had heard some indescribable, strange sounds through the communicator. Cheng Qi refused to sit idly by. Instead, he and Han Zai ventured toward the meeting place under the moonlight. Approximately 2 kilometers from the bar street, in a desolate area, Cheng Qi spotted the small aircraft. It was agile and lightweight, brimming with a sense of advanced technology, standing in stark contrast to its surroundings. Cheng Qi did not dare to reveal himself, but instead concealed himself behind a pile of refuse, squinting to observe. The hatch of the small aircraft was ajar. When Cheng Qi beheld the scene inside, he froze, caught in a stupor. He saw Mo, clad in a sharp suit, and a woman named Hina, draped in a flowing red dress. As long as you wish, you may do anything to me, she purred. Wrapping her arms around Mo's neck and caressing his cheek, her expression a blend of intoxication and allure. At that moment, as she reveled in such carnal pleasure, Mo's expression remained largely unchanged. Miss, I would appreciate it if you would cease. This is my utmost limit. Mo pried Hina's arms from around his neck, gently pushing her away. The flush on her face had not yet faded, soon replaced by a heavy sense of disappointment. Hina leaned against the wall, her body gradually slumping as she watched Mo descend from the aircraft, her expression solidifying. Mo turned towards the refuse pile, straightening his suit, and confronted Cheng Qi directly. At this moment, Cheng Qi stood as still as a statue. Do you know Hina? Mo shook his head. I do not. Cheng Qi was taken aback. Then how did you? Mo lifted his chin slightly. When I descended here, that woman seemed to have spotted my aircraft. She approached me voluntarily, making such a request, even pleading. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Quite normal, Mo replied with a wry smile. My genetic level is D, while the woman you refer to as Hina possesses an E level. She wishes to cultivate a higher-grade genetic offspring, thus elevating her status and escaping this place. Cheng Qi gazed into Mo's pupils, which held 3 magnificent blue rings, D-grade genetics. The emotions swirling within Cheng Qi were ineffable. Hina clearly possessed an independent value system, akin to a lotus flower untainted by the mud. Mo continued, I have encountered many such situations, but that woman, at that moment, was weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, clinging to me desperately. Cheng Qi's eyes widened further. Indeed, the genes of scavengers are generally inferior. This is why Earth has been subtly subjected to ASCII restriction by certain individuals, aiming to prevent these inferior genes from contaminating the entirety of human civilization. Thus, this place is a prison for scavengers. Yet, within every scavenger lies a dream, to escape Earth and integrate into true human civilization. But Hina, Cheng Qi felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Her heart is like this too? She would coldly reject all scavengers, yet willingly engage in such acts with an unfamiliar high-grade genetic individual, regardless of time or place. She had once gazed at the sky all day long at the bar street. Cheng Qi had assumed that Hina was lost in her own spiritual world, but little did he know, she was waiting, anticipating the arrival of a high-grade genetic being. That proud red rose, before a high-grade genetic individual, appeared as wretched as a mere mutt. You look quite astonished. Mo tilted his head, intrigued. You have never witnessed the world of high-grade genetics, have you? Do you think I took advantage of someone in a vulnerable moment? To be frank, that girl's beauty is rather mediocre in the realm of high-grade genetics. Mo even comfortingly patted Cheng Qi's shoulder. As long as humanity exists, class will persist. You are still young. There are opportunities ahead. Do not be confined by the present. The vast universe exceeds your imagination. A transformation occurred within Cheng Qi. This naive 18-year-old had just attended a lesson he would never forget. With a deep breath, Cheng Qi's expression gradually firmed. He pulled out 23 pieces of amorphous alloy. Regarding the high-entropy alloy, he decided to keep it hidden for now. He would only consider revealing it after successfully completing a transaction with Mo. Compared to scavengers, you are indeed exceptional. Mo nodded quietly, his gaze flickering as he scrutinized the amorphous alloy, yet he refrained from probing into its origins. These alloys hold significant value. What do you desire in exchange? Credit points or some other item? Cheng Qi clenched his fist and raised his head inch by inch. I wish to exchange for gene catalyst agents, the cheapest and most basic model. Whatever can be exchanged. Let it be exchanged. Bring it on. I see. Mo retrieved a compact technological scale. Cradling it in his palm, one end of the scale emitted a golden scanning beam that swept over the 23 pieces of amorphous alloy, while the other end projected a laser screen that gradually displayed a series of numbers. Amorphous alloy, purity 100, totaling 1,186.3 grams. Worth 5.016 million credit points. Mo held the technological scale with one hand, gazing earnestly at Cheng Qi. Standard market price. No deception. Cheng Qi's brow twitched. The price per gram of amorphous alloy exceeds 4000.at that time. The hyena had already been reduced to such a state, yet dared to hoard privately. The truth that men die for wealth and birds die for food resonates even more deeply on this garbage heap of a planet. In contrast, Mo exhibited professionalism. According to the Galactic Alliance regulations, even the lowest-grade gene catalyst agents are remarkably precious, of considerable worth. Mo looked at Cheng Qi, his voice laden with rationality. Although the success rate of such agents is as low as 0.0035, their market price still ranges from 1 to 2 million per unit. Cheng Qi astutely recognized the crucial point. What about outside the Galactic Alliance regulations? Mo smiled, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. On the black market, gene catalyst agents are 800,000 per unit, with a success rate 0.002 percentage points higher. However, the drawback is that they can easily cause gene dissolution, resulting in the immediate death of the user. Cheng Qi frowned and boldly inquired, "Is there anything worse?" "What?" Mo tilted his head, initially believing Cheng Qi held a death wish, seeking that less than 1% chance. He hadn't anticipated that Cheng Qi was even more reckless than he had imagined. "Anything worse is something only Mo, can procure." Mo tilted his head back. Failed black market gene catalyst agents are 300,000 per unit, with a survival rate of 0.8. The light in Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled with an intensity that Mo could not fathom. "That's the one?" Even the ever-composed Mo was momentarily taken aback. He silently observed Cheng Qi for a long while before nodding in resignation. "I need to take your alloy first. Do you trust me? I have heard that advanced gene enhancement is far more than mere physical optimization." Cheng Qi gazed at Mo, recognizing that their cognition, intellectual realms, and even moral values would elevate alongside the enhancement of their genetic sequences. Some individuals embody this truth, but not all. Mo nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, our transaction will be secure." With that, Mo placed Cheng Qi's amorphous alloy into a sleek black case and turned to depart. Yet, after taking a few steps, he halted, turning back to say, "In light of your trust in me, I shall present you with a gift." Mo extracted a piece of paper, enveloped in a dust-proof bag, from the case and handed it to Cheng Qi. As Cheng Qi examined it, he realized it was a paper business card. In this era, paper cards were exceedingly antiquated, having long been supplanted by digital alternatives. "Professor Hua Linzhong, chief of the Muon Research Institute?" Cheng Qi inquired. "What is this?" "A piece of information," Mo replied, lifting the case. The Muon Research Institute was among the last scientific organizations to evacuate Earth, though it has been dismissed by mainstream science and even criticized. I suspect they left behind a treasure trove of research equipment and findings. "You are a scavenger," O headed back toward the aircraft, adding over his shoulder, "This information should prove useful to you." Once aboard, Hina was unceremoniously dismissed. She watched as the craft ascended, clutching her chest, her expression one of indescribable loss. Soon after, Hina glanced toward the refuse pile, straining to catch a glimpse. She knew Mo's journey was for a transaction with certain individuals. Yet she had not seen the face of that person. Confirming that no one was around, Hina tidied her disheveled hair and wiped the grime from her knees. She flicked the vibrant red of her dress and, in the dim evening light, tilted her chin with an air of icy aloofness. Stepping over the litter, Hina ventured into the night. Behind the refuse pile, Cheng Qi's silhouette emerged. As he watched the beautiful figure recede, a sense of indifference filled his gaze. Hina was no longer the radiant red rose in his heart. Now, Cheng Qi was solely intent on ascending to shatter the class barriers that had remained unbroken for so long. The Muon Research Institute? What is a muon? Is it some unknown particle? Why have I never heard of it in the news? In front of his shelter, Cheng Qi, illuminated by the flickering campfire, scrutinized the business card in his hand. This card must be over a century old. The phone number was certainly obsolete, and Professor Hua Linzhong was likely deceased. The address, Research Zone 52 of Huaxia. What manner of place is this Research Zone 52? For the garbage-strewn Earth, human civilization has suffered numerous disconnections. No one knows what this Research Zone 52 was once or what it has become. Moreover, Zone 52 is undoubtedly buried beneath a thick layer of refuse. Cheng Qi flipped the card to inspect its reverse side. The back was bare, save for a design. A black circle with a small white at its center. Suddenly, Cheng Qi's pupils constricted. He quickly rose and retrieved a black box from his shelter. An item obtained from the hyena's safe, hidden away like prized possessions such as beef and apples. Comparing the box to the card, he noted the identical design. A circle with a dot, resembling a spherical entity with a core. This box had once belonged to the Muon Research Center. Cheng Qi wasted no time, beginning to dismantle the technological box before him. Having previously tested it, he knew it was damaged, and now he aimed to repair it. 10 minutes later, he had completely disassembled the device, comprehending its internal structure and functions. It was a signal tracker with a singular targeting capability. Cheng Qi's eyes glimmered. The target of this device was likely the Muon Research Center. The hyena had already dismantled the box, and he surely knew treasures lay hidden within. However, four types of chips had been completely destroyed within the tracking device. Cheng Qi clicked his tongue in disappointment. These chip technologies were outdated and challenging to find in the entire refuse-strewn landscape of Earth. Chapter 13. Repairing the robot. Clatter, clatter. An excruciating dragging sound emanated from outside the shelter, reminiscent of metal scraping against the ground. Cheng Qi lifted the tarp and peered outside. A little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, with horned braids and rosy cheeks, stood at the entrance. A piece of twine was tied around her waist, dragging a dilapidated bathtub filled with various technological refuse. The girl's strength alone could not move the bathtub. Behind it, a mechanical dog with only 3 legs was using its head to push against the tub. At that moment, the girl had come to a halt, while the mechanical dog, oblivious, continued to thrash about. This little dog was equipped with a rare metal detector in its nose, making it a remarkable scavenging assistant. Cheng Qi, I heard you were hit by a missile from Arrow. I thought you were dead. I came to see if you were alive. The girl gazed at him with her large, round eyes. Are you dead? Oh, it's Xiao Qiong, Cheng Qi replied, stepping out of the shelter, pondering. I seem to be alive, that's good then. She waved her hand dismissively. You adults really worry me. Cheng Qi chuckled. Where are you headed? Xiao Qiong sniffled and glanced into the distance, to set up a stall on Bar Street, hoping to earn a little extra. You know, Mom works herself to the bone for a few coins. Neglecting her health, I'm trying to help her with some debts. You adults are truly a cause for concern. Cheng Qi looked intently at Xiao Qiong. She was merely a 5.5-year-old girl. Her father had once been a young and robust scavenger with a stable income. But a year ago, he ventured deeper into the refuse pile in search of more valuable items, akin to those who delved into the depths of coal mines in the olden days. Tragically, a tunnel collapse claimed him, leaving Xiao Qiong's father forever trapped. Her mother was compelled to sell her body on Bar Street to support Xiao Qiong. Xiao Qiong remained oblivious to the nature of her mother's work. Since her father's death, she felt the need to shoulder some responsibility, thus often reciting mature-sounding phrases. Cheng Qi glanced at the battered bathtub. How much do you plan to earn? Selling it for 20 credit points should do. Xiao Qiong responded, nodding to herself, for every sensible person knows that greed is unwise. Cheng Qi gently ruffled the girl's hair and returned to his shelter to retrieve a large, rosy apple. Xiao Qiong's eyes widened as she beheld the fresh apple gleaming with a red hue. This must be worth several hundred credit points. Cheng Qi pointed to the apple, stating earnestly, this is a dream apple. The moment you decide to sell it or store it long-term, it will poof and vanish like a bubble. It once confided in me that its dream is to be eaten while on the go. With that, Cheng Qi placed the apple in Xiao Qiong's hands, saying, please help me fulfill its dream. You adults, you pretend to care for me while spinning a tale full of holes, Xiao Qiong remarked as she lifted the apple to her nose for a sniff, then took a bite. Wrinkling her nose and shedding a tear, after wiping her eyes, Xiao Qiong began to drag the bathtub slowly. I won't take advantage of you. After selling today's goods, we can split it 50-50. Cheng Qi smiled and turned his gaze toward the refuse pile. Xiao Qiong's mother had been watching from the shadows, not out of concern for Xiao Qiong's meeting with Cheng Qi, but rather for her daughter's solitary venture into the night. Just as Cheng Qi returned to his shelter, he heard a knock at the door, or rather, someone tapping against the support beams of the shelter. Lifting the tarp, he found Xiao Qiong returning. One hand held the remnants of the apple, while the other clutched a peculiar necklace. She pointed to the apple, stating, Mom will help fulfill the other half of its dream. Then, she raised the necklace high above her head, offering it to Cheng Qi. Here, this is my gift to you. Don't turn your nose up at it. Finding identical beads is quite a challenge. I've been collecting them for a whole year. Cheng Qi squinted at the necklace in his hand. It consisted of a string of metallic beads, each small and reminiscent of glass marbles from the olden days, glinting with a silvery metallic sheen. Each bead was adorned with a strand of black thread dangling beneath, resembling a round-headed octopus. Its tentacles limp like the threads, Detected similar technological creation? Do you wish to synthesize? Cheng Qi paused for a moment. Miniature circuit repair robot, capable of floating and maneuvering into confined spaces. Equipped with 14 microtentacles and possesses welding functionality, it can repair millimeter-scale circuits. Cheng Qi was somewhat astonished. These little beads were, in fact, miniature robots. Although these robots had been discarded for quite some time and were entirely obsolete, STC could synthesize and upgrade them. Aren't they beautiful? Xiaoqiong exclaimed proudly. The strands beneath are called tassels. These are no ordinary bearing steel beads. They are indeed lovely. Thank you, Xiaoqiong. Cheng Qi exhaled slowly, pondering that sometimes a modicum of kindness could yield unexpected rewards. The night was deep and tranquil. Hidden within his shelter, Cheng Qi disassembled a necklace. Upon counting, he found an astonishing 35 miniature repair robots. Although they were all powered down and many of their repair appendages were severely damaged, this posed no issue. They would serve as ample basic synthesis materials. With these repair robots, he could restore the locator of the Musée base. Cheng Qi could vividly imagine Xiaoqiong, over the past year, dirtying her face and hands as she rummaged through heaps of refuse in search of similar beads, all for the purpose of crafting a string of prayer beads. Cheng Qi had assisted Xiaoqiong multiple times in the past. This little girl, though small, was clever and possessed a heart full of gratitude. He commenced the synthesis. Cheng Qi raised the back of his hand, and the STC emitted a scanning beam. Disassembling into raw materials, synthesis successful. Microscopic circuit repair robots, 17, reduced by 50, remote-controlled, capable of entering equipment interiors due to their size advantage for simple mechanical repairs and circuit welding. Cheng Qi paused momentarily. Before him, these tiny metallic beads radiated with newfound life. Their built-in levitation system allowed them to float gracefully in the air, a small red dot flickering within their cores, awaiting command linkage. While fine, hair-like mechanical tendrils swayed gently below. They had indeed shrunk in size, but still remained too large for repairing circuit boards. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered with determination. He continued, disassembling into raw materials. Synthesis successful. Millimeter-level circuit repair robots. 8 this time. The robots had shrunk to the size of grains of rice, resembling a swarm of tiny insects floating in the air from a distance. Still too large, another reduction in size should suffice for repairing the circuit board. Cheng Qi's heart raced with excitement. He was drawing ever closer to his goal, as the awe inspired by the STC surged anew. Size reduction had always been one of the most formidable challenges in the realm of robotics. Disassembling into raw materials, synthesis successful. Micron-level circuit repair robots. For the repair robots had diminished further, now resembling inconspicuous grains of sesame in the dim confines of the shelter. They would be nearly undetectable were it not for the faintly glowing indicator lights. Remote control again? Cheng Qi furrowed his brow. The internal circuitry was intricate, and relying solely on remote control might not achieve the precision required for the task. Disassembling into raw materials. Synthesis successful. Intelligent micron-level circuit repair sprites, 2. Equipped with advanced intelligent recognition capabilities. Able to automatically detect and diagnose faults in circuits and swiftly devise repair strategies. They can delve into exceedingly minute circuit structures for repairs, with individual repair speeds increased by 350. Intelligent. This was precisely what he needed. Cheng Qi's eyes widened, yet before him lay an apparent void. Where are you? A faint hum resonated as 2 tiny lights, no larger than pinheads, flickered into existence ahead, merging and separating. Cheng Qi breathed a sigh of relief. In the process of synthesis, he had almost lost track of the robots. Their size was now virtually negligible. At this moment, the repair robots had reached the micron level. But this dimension referred only to the repair appendages. Their overall volume remained somewhat formidable, making it challenging to penetrate the circuit board. This final synthesis was his sole opportunity. Cheng Qi's expression grew serious. The STC had always operated on a cross-level enhancement principle. If only he could reduce their size once more, it should resolve the dilemma before him. Disassembling into raw materials. Synthesis successful. Boom. A tremor reverberated through the air. A colossal metallic conical structure, nearly 4 meters tall and at least 1.8 meters in diameter, descended into the shelter, shattering Cheng Qi's solitary dining table. What in the world is this? So massive. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Chapter 14. Kyoto, KP-03 Quantum Intelligent Repair Cluster. Level 2.2 Civilization Creation employs advanced nanotechnology and artificial intelligence algorithms, enabling operations on a microscopic level, while possessing autonomous learning and optimization repair strategies. Utilizes quantum communication and computing technology, endowing it with superlative information processing capabilities and precise operational proficiency. This, Cheng Qi was momentarily speechless. No, my friend. With such a size, what can you possibly repair? Wait, a cluster. Swish, buzz. Suddenly, the front of the massive metallic cone slowly opened a hatch, emanating a brilliant azure glow of technology. Then, a palm-sized metallic disc floated out like a UIO, gently rotating in midair before descending onto Cheng Qi's shoulder. The disc then morphed seamlessly, perfectly conforming to Cheng Qi's shoulder, resembling a metallic patch affixed to him. Cheng Qi, puzzled, wondered what this was. Yet, the patch on his shoulder seemed to receive a command and began to extend its form, transforming into a small UIO that floated to Cheng Qi's ear. The diminutive UIO emitted a sound, asking whether to demonstrate the cluster's features. Cheng Qi, taken aback, replied, "Go ahead, showcase it." Buzz. Suddenly, from within the metallic cone, like a disturbed beehive, a swarm of repair robots erupted, countless in number, their minuscule forms coalescing like smoke. Once dispersed, they vanished from sight. Cheng Qi gazed at the cloud of smoke, nanometer-sized. My goodness, this is terrifying. Not far away, Hanzai was applying lubricant to his mechanical finger joints when, inadvertently, he snapped off one of his mechanical fingers. The nano-repair robots swiftly identified the target for repair, splitting off like smoke into a small team. Thousands of them retrieved Hanzai's finger and flawlessly reattached it, while another team tightened the corresponding screws. Yet another squad released an arc welding-like technique from their miniature appendages, producing tiny sparks as they welded Hanzai's finger and polished it to a shine. Hanzai marveled at his now gleaming finger, exclaiming, "And they've even done a manicure for me." Observing the buzzing swarm of nano-repair robots before him, Cheng Qi finally grasped the concept. That massive conical structure served as a distribution center, while the UIO by his ear acted as a mobile control terminal, capable of commanding hundreds of thousands of even smaller, more intelligent nano-repair robots. A carrier, a mobile control terminal, and nanobots. This combination constituted a veritable nanometer-scale intelligent repair factory. The STC truly never failed to impress. Such was the might of a Level 2.2 civilization creation. Cheng Qi took a deep breath, his gaze shifting to the locator box of the Milky Way Research Center. That palm-sized black box, dating back at least a century, was riddled with corrosion, its 4 core circuit boards burned and melted. Across the entire Earth's refuse dump, it seemed no one could restore it. That moment, tens of thousands of miniature repair robots infiltrated the interior of the nanobox. It was as if a transparent hand were meticulously rotating the tiny screws in circular motion. In a matter of moments, the locator box was dismantled into hundreds of parts, laid out across the table. The grime and rust on the components visibly receded layer by layer. Then, faint flashes appeared on the chips, evidence of the microscopic robots repairing the circuits, leaving a series of minuscule solder points. Subsequently, all the rejuvenated parts were reassembled piece by piece. The entire process was refreshing and stress-relieving. The nano-repair robots, having fulfilled their duty, soared into the air with a buzz, coalescing and dispersing. Beep, beep, beep. Before long, the surface of the locator box began to flicker with the previously outdated red LEDs, now functioning smoothly. Cheng Qi's eyes widened. The top of the box, a small blue beam of light illuminated, followed by a 3D projection appearing in the air, lagging behind holographic projection technology. It displayed a flat map of the Earth's surface, depicting former mountains and oceans, now obscured by garbage. At coordinates 11620 3956 N. A solitary point of light and information flickered on the map. Cheng Qi squinted at the coordinates. This address once belonged to the ancient city of Huaxia, Kyoto. In the hearts of today's scavengers. It bore another name, the land of no return. The area within 1,000 kilometers radius was an expanse of refuse that had seen little development. Some had attempted to approach, but it was said that they only managed to tread within a 600-kilometer radius of Kyoto. A scavenger team of 12, armed and equipped, ultimately returned with only 3 members, all of whom were missing limbs and subsequently perished within a week due to infected wounds. The Milky Way Research Center's location was Astonishingly, in Kyoto, a hint of gravity shadowed Cheng Qi's expression. One could only imagine that in such an infrequently visited place, the Musée Research Center would likely be preserved in remarkable condition. One could only speculate that their hasty evacuation had left behind a plethora of technological equipment. What capabilities did Musée technology possess? Regardless, it was bound to be of immense value. Not to mention the formidable synthesis abilities of the STC. Cheng Qi glanced at the XXX-01 Extreme Warrior armor subtly shifting beneath his sleeve. A sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Fortune favors the bold. Chapter 15. The land of no return. The following morning, the sky remained shrouded in mist. Amidst a haze of various dust and noxious gases, the sun's brilliance waned. Cheng Qi and Hanzai arrived at a dilapidated transportation hub. From the buried White Palace beneath the bar street, it could be inferred that Cheng Qi's base was situated in the ancient Washington city, approximately 11,000 kilometers from the capital of Huaxia. Before them stood a man with a nose like a wine-soaked sponge, known as Crow, who possessed a ramshackle ground effect vehicle cobbled together from various parts. This contraption straddled the line between an airplane and a hovercraft, utilizing compressed air from engines that flowed downward through its wings, allowing it to soar 5 to 8 meters above the ground or water, achieving impressive speeds. The significance of this device resembled that of a long-distance bus, skirting the edges of aerial prohibitions while fulfilling the traversing needs of scavengers. Anyone willing to pay could board. On board, several other scavengers cast odd glances at Cheng Qi upon learning of his intention to travel to the capital. Two of them stood up and silently placed 2 energy bars and a bottle of filtered water before him. Leaving behind food and water was their final act of compassion. This was a tragic era where many desperate souls chose to gamble their lives on perilous ventures. Passengers, brace yourselves, no need for seatbelts. For this flight lacks such luxuries. The pilot, Crow, abruptly pushed the control stick, initiating the takeoff. With a roar, the ground effect vehicle stirred the air violently, dust swirling as the fuselage slowly lifted off. Then with a sudden acceleration, it embarked on its journey. In midair, the vehicle shed various components like a toad shedding its skin. Cheng Qi remained composed, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Surely, I won't perish before reaching Kyoto. Suddenly, Cheng Qi spotted a massive object billowing thick black smoke, detaching from the ground effect vehicle and plummeting to the ground. Master, Crow's bumbling robotic assistant, a defunct aviation maintenance droid, exclaimed, "Engine number 2 has abandoned us. Calm down, just a minor setback. Substitute. Substitute." Crow waved dismissively, yet the maintenance robot adeptly hoisted another engine and affixed it to the wing, the wrench clattering as it worked, and finally, engine number 2 resumed operation. Cheng Qi surveyed the cabin, seemingly devoid of any spare engines. No matter. I've been flying this route for 7 or 8 years. With engines strewn everywhere, losing 1 or 2 is inconsequential. We'll manage a forced landing and find a substitute in no time. It's all about recycling. I, Crow, pilot with utmost stability, bumpy and turbulent. Cheng Qi finally neared the outskirts of Kyoto. As Crow navigated the vehicle higher, he glanced back at Cheng Qi and Hanzai, a hint of sympathy crossing his features. Brother, if you ever wish to return, it's on the house. Cheng Qi waved goodbye to Crow, turning his gaze to the desolate landscape ahead. The sights on Earth were nearly all the same. An endless expanse of refuse, with barely a speck of soil or ground visible. A faint green mist hung in the air, infused with various toxic gases. In the distance, a mound of trash occasionally revealed a pair of glaring crimson eyes, fixated on Cheng Qi, exuding an eerie chill. Cheng Qi slightly raised his head as the Extreme Warrior power armor unfolded a silver metallic visor, its eye sections illuminating with a technologically advanced blue beam. The so-called Extreme Warrior was designed to withstand a multitude of harsh environments. Cheng Qi's shoulder still bore the KP-03 Quantum Smart Repair Cluster's mobile control platform. The diminutive UFO clung to his shoulder, housing tens of thousands of miniature repair robots, which at present retracted their mechanical appendages, resembling insects curling into hibernation. This was a delightful surprise Cheng Qi had previously unearthed. Unexpectedly managing to extract a compact travel kit from the enormous repair cluster center. Hanzai, are you ready? No problem at all. With a resounding roar, the jet turbine shoes beneath them activated, propelling the 2 figures skyward. Before adjusting their posture high above, heading straight for the heart of Kyoto. Creeping forth from the heaps of refuse, shadows emerged into the dim sunlight, gradually revealing their true forms. They were colossal gray-furred rats, each measuring at least a meter in length, their muscular bodies accentuated by elongated, razor-sharp teeth that protruded grotesquely from their jaws, dripping with putrid liquid. With feral, blood-red eyes, they stood upright, gazing intently at the two figures soaring above. These were the carrion rats, as the scavengers had dubbed them. Originally a species difficult to exterminate, these rats had mutated due to the copious chemical waste and radiation affecting the Kyoto region. They had grown robust and vicious, their teeth and claws exceedingly hard. Their vitality had also intensified, capable of inflicting lethal bites even when their bodies were severed in half. Within the carrion rat population, a more intelligent variant had emerged, acting as strategists, orchestrating attacks through sheer numerical advantage combined with tactical acumen. At that moment, one of the carrion rats turned toward the north, its gaping maw unleashing a grotesque, distorted sound that resembled the roar of a large carnivore rather than a mere rodent. Instantly, a cacophony of terrifying roars echoed from the north, a forewarning in response. A vast multitude stirred, as these mutated rats possessed an acute territorial instinct. Upon detecting intruders, they would rally their entire horde to shred the trespassers to pieces. In truth, the name carrion rat no longer suited them well. Many scavengers referred to them as murderous rats. This was precisely why the Kyoto region was colloquially termed the land of no return. Chapter 16. The ferocious murderous rats Cheng Qi and Hanzai hovered 100 meters above, observing the unsettling scene below. The ground appeared dim and sinister, shrouded in waves of green mist, revealing only a landscape of dilapidated refuse. Suddenly, a multitude of red dots surged forth from the ground. If the ground were likened to a dark sky, these crimson points were as plentiful as stars, radiating an aura of bloody terror. Cheng Qi squinted. In that instant, the red dots abruptly vanished, as if extinguished. He recognized them as countless murderous rats, retreating into the refuse piles. Should they land in their territory, the rats would seize the opportunity to ambush, emerging from any conceivable hiding spot to viciously tear into the intruders' throats. Gazing at the coordinates, he noted that the final location of the Milky study lay just 200 meters ahead. The atmosphere here was particularly polluted. In the darkness, a massive starship wreck loomed, stripped of all removable components before its abandonment, leaving behind a severely corroded hull, exuding an air of solemnity and melancholy. Cheng Qi and Hanzai descended to the ground. As they walked, their feet crunched through the debris, the sound echoing ominously in the silence. Suddenly, a putrid stench, mingled with blood, assaulted their senses. With a sudden burst, a fierce mutated murderous rat, measuring a staggering 1.5 meters in length, akin to a calf, leapt from a nearby refuse pile, its maw wide open. Lunging directly for Cheng Qi's neck, the extreme warrior armor had already issued a warning half a second prior, allowing Cheng Qi to instinctively raise his arm in defense. The rat's razor-sharp teeth pierced his protective suit, but upon contact with the extreme warrior armor, they shattered. Grasping the rat, Cheng Qi hoisted it into the air, gripping its upper and lower jaws, and with a decisive motion, tore it asunder. Once, this murderous rat could have claimed Cheng Qi's life. Now, it crumbled effortlessly in his grasp. In that moment, Cheng Qi turned to survey the surrounding refuse heaps, clearly witnessing at least a dozen murderous rats shrink back, their instinctive fear evident. I'll hold them off. Cheng Qi straightened, addressing Hanzai. The precise coordinates are within the starship wreck. You go in and excavate as quickly as possible, but do exercise caution. Got it? Hanzai pivoted and slipped into the starship wreck. Cheng Qi had surveyed the terrain. The wreck had only this single entrance behind him. If he could guard it, he would afford Hanzai ample time. With a fierce resolve overcoming their fear, a dozen murderous rats leapt from the ground, charging directly at Cheng Qi. Memory metal surged, forming a 2-meter-long blade at Cheng Qi's wrist. In an instant, he tracked the trajectories of the murderous rats and devised a lethal sequence of maneuvers. Lacking combat experience, Cheng Qi nonetheless transformed into a machine of warfare, courtesy of the extreme warrior armor. A silvery glimmer sliced through the gloom, the sound of flesh being severed resonating in Cheng Qi's ears. Mingling with the scent of blood as it splattered on the ground, He was acutely aware that every movement he made was executed with precision according to the armor's programming, encountering merely 13 instances of slight resistance throughout the onslaught. The cacophony of screeches, growls, and heavy thuds echoed. Within 30 seconds, the bodies of 13 murderous rats were cleaved in two, thudding to the ground. Cheng Qi stepped forward, crushing the body of one rat beneath his foot, severing its head and raising it triumphantly to the sky. With a snap, thunder rumbled above, illuminating the ground momentarily. The figure of Cheng Qi was reflected in the blood-red eyes of countless killing mice. His mind was remarkably clear. The killing mice had proliferated for centuries, their numbers staggering and seemingly impossible to eradicate. The only viable strategy was to instill fear within them, compelling them to retreat of their own accord. Driven by instinct, squeak, squeak. Thousands of killing mice surrounding him emitted a low, piercing shriek, their bodies hunched, fur bristling with tension. Yet, it seemed Cheng Qi's plan was bearing fruit. Not a single killing mouse dared to venture out from the trash heap. Cheng Qi tilted his head, observing the depths of the starship wreckage, where Hanzai was frantically digging at the ground, his hands moving with the efficiency of an excavator. Hanzai, any progress? None. Who knows how long this will take? Cheng Qi cast a glance at the lurking killing mice, just as he was about to assist Hanzai. However, the killing mice before him began to shift. Though they kept their distance, they moved in a manner that formed concentric circles around him. Each mouse poised like a drawn bow, claws gripping the ground, ready to strike at any moment. They intended to surround him completely, launching wave after wave of relentless attacks. Cheng Qi narrowed his eyes and suddenly spotted a faint red sound wave on the armored holographic interface, which led him to lock onto a small trash pile in the distance. In an instant, he grasped the truth behind the situation. Squeak. Dozens of killing mice in the outermost circle suddenly leapt high into the air. Cheng Qi's brow furrowed. He swiftly extended his right hand, fingers splayed towards the sky, activating the gravity control gloves. The killing mice shrieked in terror, their bodies twisting wildly in midair, unable to descend to the ground. Simultaneously, Cheng Qi extended his left hand towards the distant trash pile. The refuse trembled, and a small white-furred mouse, significantly smaller than the others, was pulled from the heap by Cheng Qi. This white-furred killing mouse was the strategist of the pack, a unique entity that had evolved superior intelligence compared to its gray-furred counterparts. The prior encirclement command was a cunning ruse. They could emit inaudible low-frequency sound waves to command the other gray-furred killing mice. Buzz! The air ahead quivered as Cheng Qi increased the power of the gravity gloves. Suddenly, a personified expression of horror and extreme surprise appeared in the white mouse's eyes. Squeak! Boom! The flesh of the white mouse exploded. When obtaining the gravity control gloves, the STC had clearly noted that the gravity field they produced could be violently uncontrollable. In that instant, the other gray-furred mice were stunned by the abrupt spectacle, their limbs paralyzed, emitting sporadic squeaks. Cheng Qi's gaze was icy as he rotated his left hand once more, extracting 3 more white-furred mice from the nearby trash pile. Their anthropomorphic expressions were even more pronounced: terror, fear, and sheer dread. Though they understood their predicament, they could not fathom how this being could lock onto them or control their bodies from such a distance. Boom, boom, boom. Blood splattered everywhere as the 3 white mice were reduced to a gruesome pulp. The gray-furred killing mice stood frozen, trembling in fear. They no longer dared to move an inch. Capture the leader first. Eliminate the strategist to intimidate the ordinary killing mice. Cheng Qi's face broke into a triumphant smile. Yet, in less than half a second, his smile faltered. The ground beneath him trembled. No, it was the ground shaking. Rumble, rumble. A suffocating stench assailed his senses as deafening sounds reverberated around him. Cheng Qi looked up, and his pupils constricted sharply. A kilometer away, a massive gray wave surged upwards, blocking out the sky. It was a tide of mice. Countless killing mice rolled and trampled over one another, forming a monstrous wave over 100 meters high, encroaching from all directions. What the hell? Do they hold me in such high regard? What have I done to warrant the mobilization of your entire clan? Cheng Qi turned and shouted, Hanzai, what is the status? According to my scans, the area beneath Kyoto is 260 meters down. Hanzai, bent over and digging furiously, was making no headway at all. Crap. Just as Hanzai finished speaking, the ground beneath him collapsed, transforming into a deep, bottomless pit, and he plummeted downwards, boom. After a slight delay, the sound of tons of garbage crashing to the bottom echoed. Hanzai, I've fallen. My leg nearly broke. Hanzai's voice echoed back, sounding relatively unscathed. Meanwhile, in Cheng Qi's eyes, the holographic interface of his extreme warrior armor displayed a set of data. The object fall time was 7.28 seconds. According to the free fall formula, H12 GT, with a default gravitational acceleration of 9.8 ms, the object fell 257.6 meters. Cheng Qi's expression tightened. Was this the time to be calculating? In the next moment, realization struck him. 257.6 meters. Hanzai had fallen deep beneath Kyoto? Goodness! There was a solid alloy door here, the entrance to the Miaozi Research Center. The password system is broken. I can't open it. Hanzai's panicked voice came through. Cheng Qi glanced into the distance. The massive tide of mice was less than 200 meters away, a terrifying, dense mass of killing mice. While individual mice were insignificant, their endless numbers made them a formidable threat, and an infinite entanglement would escalate the originally negligible risk, now that he was here. Escape was impossible, and returning empty-handed was out of the question. Moreover, Hanzai was still underground. Gritting his teeth, Cheng Qi glanced at the miniature repair robot perched on his shoulder. I'm counting on you. Hundreds of miniature robots ascended like a mist, flying into the collapsed pit. If these robots could swiftly repair the alloy door to the Miaozi Research Center, then both Cheng Qi and Hanzai could enter, isolating the endless tide of killing mice outside. 3 seconds after the repair robots entered the cavity, Cheng Qi leaned back and jumped into the pit. Following closely behind him, the relentless tide of killing mice emitted ferocious shrieks, resembling a gray waterfall. Leaping into the abyss, Hanzai waited below. The repair robots led the way. Cheng Qi descended, and the tide of mice pursued from behind. Chapter 17. The Eerie Research Center. During the fall, Cheng Qi clearly observed that the underground space was vast, dim, and hazy. Hanzai leaned against a dark golden door. From his assessment, the door appeared heavy and sturdy, capable of blocking the killing mice without issue. The miniature repair robots swiftly entered the keypad on one side of the door like wisps of smoke. As Cheng Qi neared the ground, he performed a somersault to dissipate the force, landing on one knee. He then stood before the alloy door, looking up. Countless killing mice, bearing down with an overwhelming force, cascaded towards him. Suddenly, the waterfall of killing mice split down the middle like a flood. Then, a massive shadow shot forth from the swarm. Cheng Qi's pupils constricted. What was that? A gigantic mouse, the king of killing mice? In midair, the mouse, covered in red fur, was over 4 meters long, its form reminiscent of a rhinoceros. Such a grotesque creature? But in the next second, Cheng Qi realized his perspective was too narrow. That red-furred mouse was merely a lesser king. For within moments, hundreds of enormous red-furred mice surged forth. They were likely some form of elite mouse. Initiating repair protocol. Cheng Qi paused, glancing at the small UFO on his shoulder. Brother, it's been several seconds. And you're just starting the plan? Roar. The red-furred killing mouse let out a monstrous howl from its toothy maw. This creature should be defined as a beast. As it landed, it rolled, shaking off its rigid fur before leaping 4 to 5 meters high. Its gaping mouth aimed directly at Cheng Qi. Device repair complete. Cheng Qi was momentarily stunned. Instant repair? Quite impressive. Access control system repaired and operational. Entering decryption process. Estimated time. 88 seconds. Cheng Qi's heart felt like a roller coaster, soaring one moment and plummeting the next. Such a lengthy decryption time. With the mouse swarm charging down, he wouldn't be able to close the door in time. He would have to fight until the end of days, if given the chance. He vowed to synthesize some large-scale weapons of mass destruction. Ding. Authorized personnel detected. Miaozi Research Center, District 52 of Huaxia. Welcome. This time, it was the internal voice of the alloy door. Cheng Qi was taken aback. What did this mean? I am an authorized personnel? How could this be? The Miaozi base had long been abandoned, buried underground for centuries. I am only 18. Buzz. Rumble. The alloy door began to tremble, dust cascading down, and then, the door swung open, gradually revealing a gap. Cheng Qi yanked Hanzai beside him, squeezing through the opening. Once Cheng Qi entered the Miaozi Research Center, the door began to close slowly. Roar. a red-furred killing mouse managed to wedge half its body through the gap but was caught by the closing door. The alloy gate bore an astonishing weight, and the sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. The murderous rat was forcefully crushed, its blood and entrails splattering everywhere as it shrieked, its body severed in two. Half of the crimson-furred rat's carcass fell within the confines of the gate. Cheng Qi initially believed it to be deceased, yet in the next moment, the remaining half of the rat leaped up with the strength of its forepaws. Lunging once more towards Cheng Qi's head, clang, a dark silver gleam flashed as the extreme warrior armor materialized a blade, which pierced directly through the rat's mouth, emerging from the back of its skull. Thud! The truly lifeless red-furred rat plummeted to the ground, its mouth agape, oozing blackened blood. Cheng Qi found himself somewhat breathless. Indeed, exploring the ruins was both terrifying and exhilarating. Faintly, the sounds of violent impacts and the scratching of claws against the door could be heard from outside. Yet the entire alloy gate stood firm as a mountain, a relic from an era long past, likely capable of withstanding a nuclear blast. At that moment, the micro-repair robot redirected its focus, beginning to mend Han Zai's leg. Cheng Qi gradually turned around, peering into the depths of the Milky Research Center. The darkness enveloped the place, rendering it impossible to ascertain its depth. Cheng Qi furrowed his brow slightly, unwilling to let his guard down. Suddenly, a sound akin to an electrical circuit merging echoed from afar. In that instant, a white fluorescent tube light flickered to life above Cheng Qi's head. It was as if a new world had been illuminated. As rows of lights burst forth, casting a clear, brilliant white glow that stretched into the distance. Cheng Qi inhaled softly. The space resembled a vast office environment, impeccably tidy and clean, with the floor adorned in the white tiles that were fashionable in the old era. Numerous tempered glass cubicles lined either side, yet all that met the eye were desolate remnants of simple desks and chairs, devoid of value. Cheng Qi felt a sense of foreboding. He might return empty-handed. Aside from the cacophony of the murderous rats outside, the interior was eerily quiet, reminiscent of a ghostly realm. "Hello, my friend," a sudden voice emerged from beside Cheng Qi, startling him and causing his hairs to stand on end. He turned cautiously, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, who had appeared silently beside him. The man advanced toward Cheng Qi, his footsteps making not a sound. "Who are you?" Cheng Qi squinted. Drawing a blade into his hand, "I am Hua Linzhong, the person in charge here," the middle-aged man replied with a congenial smile. "Hua Linzhong, the chief professor of the Milky Research Center?" Cheng Qi's brow furrowed. That was indeed the name on the business card. Yet it was hard to believe. Both the card and the Milky Research Center belonged to a bygone era, a century ago. He should have passed away by now. Moreover, this Milky Research Center lay buried beneath piles of refuse. How could any living being possibly remain? At this moment, the Extreme Warrior Power Armor also relayed environmental data. The oxygen levels here were alarmingly low, necessitating the activation of life support systems. Cheng Qi's pupils constricted. Could he be a ghost? Chapter 18. Hua Linzhong, do not worry that I am merely a 3D projection at present, a projection that I must address as if speaking to thin air in front of a camera to record. The man in the white coat said, offering Cheng Qi a smile that revealed a set of stained teeth. Cheng Qi was taken aback. He understood the principles of 3D projection, yet he was astonished that a figure of such esteemed repute as Professor Hua Linzhong would employ such vulgar language. "Oh, I am also here. I can take you to meet me, while also guiding you through the Milky Research Center." With that, Hua Linzhong rolled up the sleeves of his lab coat, revealing a tattooed arm, and produced a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, expertly igniting one with a Zippo lighter and inhaling deeply, his expression one of pure enjoyment as he began to stroll leisurely. A scientist adorned with tattoos? Smoking with such flair it was quite the sight. Cheng Qi observed the 3D projection before him, finding Professor Hua to possess a rather unique character. "Do not take offense. I studied abroad in my youth and strayed into the wrong crowd." Spending a few years on the streets as Hua Linzhong walked, he added, "Scientists are human too. The past is the past, and the present is the present." Cheng Qi silently nodded. Milky, also known as the muon, is a fundamental particle characterized by unique quantum properties, possessing a spin of 1-2. Its existence and behavior can be described through quantum field theory. The muon carries a unit negative charge, with a rest mass approximately 207 times that of an electron, around 105.6 MeV, and can be considered a supermassive version of the electron. 16 years ago, I became utterly captivated by the muon. My initial intent was to develop a new energy source. Hua Linzhong bit down on his cigarette, suddenly spouting a plethora of obscure facts and technical jargon. It is an unstable particle with an average decay lifetime of 2 microseconds when at rest, brilliant yet fleeting. What bolstered my confidence was that 6 years ago, we achieved a significant breakthrough by inventing a strong magnetic field cage to confine muons within specific spatial regions. At this moment, Hua Linzhong turned, tossing his lab coat back and placing his hands on his hips as he gazed towards a previously empty meeting room on the left. That room, once devoid of life, suddenly lit up with another 3D projection, revealing countless young scientists exclaiming, "We did it! We have finally captured the muon." Hua Linzhong appeared lost in cherished memories, a smile gracing his lips. Sadly, in the ensuing decade, we achieved nothing. The projected Hua Linzhong's expression darkened as he took a deep drag from his cigarette. We were subjected to immense pressure, ridiculed by our peers, targeted by the scientific community, and our funding was withdrawn. In an adjacent office, another projection emerged, seemingly depicting the scene a decade later. The young scientists wore expressions of despair, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, their hair slick with grease. I had complete faith in the muon. I encouraged them, comforted them, yet deep down, I knew they were on the verge of breaking. The projected Hua Linzhong continued forward. I believed the muon was connected to the creation and the most fundamental units of the universe. I harbored a strong conviction that once the muon was fully developed, humanity's level of civilization would leap forward. For 10 years, I conducted various experiments and catalysis on the muon. During one experiment, an accident occurred, and I lost consciousness in the explosion. Yet, at that moment, I felt my consciousness being drawn into the fabric of time. I seemed to traverse 93 billion light-years of the universe. Arriving at the primordial singularity, I beheld a series of numbers. 24. I did not know what it was, or what 24 signified. But the shock I felt then and the sensation of every pore in my body opening in awe instilled within me an unwavering resolve to develop muon technology. After that, I saw you. As Hua Linzhong slowly turned, he locked his gaze onto Cheng Qi. In that instant, Cheng Qi felt as if Hua Linzhong's eyes pierced through the mysterious void, transcending the unseen river of time. As if he were gazing at him from another world, another era. I saw you after Earth had turned to wasteland, discovering the buried Milky Research Center. I saw your face, and I also saw your robot. I know, Hua Linzhong's voice was calm yet resonant. You come from the future. Cheng Qi felt a chill rise from his feet, his eyes widening slightly. So, you set my access permissions a century ago? Yet at that moment, Cheng Qi realized a critical issue. The 3D projection before him seemingly lacked interactive functionality. Everything was merely a video that Hua Linzhong had pre-recorded. He would only speak his monologue. And the reason for the semblance of interaction was that he had witnessed the Cheng Qi of this moment a century ago, memorizing his actions, thus facilitating a form of cross-temporal communication. When I awoke, I spoke of the wonders of the muon. Damn it, no one believed me. Not even my good friend, Song Day from Area 53's Gene Research Institute. He didn't believe me either. Hua Linzhong bit down hard on the cigarette filter. His grip so tight that the filter warped. He continued to lead the way, turning a corner into a narrow corridor. So what if I used to be a thug? So what if the entire scientific community despises me? I do not serve them. My aspirations are both absurd and grand. All my knowledge, if it cannot benefit humanity, is of no use. Humanity will inevitably face an energy crisis. Efficient and stable new energy sources are humanity's only hope. The sole hope. I may not become a torch. Hua Linzhong's eyes gleamed with a unique light, but I am willing to burn myself out, becoming a spark that ignites the light of exploration for future generations. At that moment, projections appeared once more on either side. The entire research facility buzzed with activity, papers strewn across the floor as everyone hurriedly packed whatever belongings they could carry. Numerous military personnel were also present, wielding firearms, conducting thorough checks. The 3D Hua Linzhong lit another cigarette, revealing a look of desolation. You see, at this moment on Earth, energy has run dry, and everyone is migrating, and the Milky Research Center is no exception. In truth, the Muon Research Center has reached an impasse. Even if we were to venture to other planets, The fate that awaits us is either annexation or dissolution. Conversely, will humanity's interstellar exploration truly be smooth sailing? Is the current energy technology genuinely sufficient? Hua Linzhong furrowed his brow. My time is running short. Cheng Qi gazed at the images displayed before him. The temporal reference points depicted were reminiscent of humanity's great migrations. Yet, I had wagered with those adversaries of mine, who believed I was jesting at the time. The man, smoking a cigarette, suddenly chuckled, declaring, I, Hua Linzhong, shall not depart from the muon research center until I have developed usable technology for muons. At that moment, the 3D projection of Hua Linzhong came to a halt. He stood before an office door, its nameplate clearly visible, Professor Hua Linzhong. Cheng Qi's expression grew gravely serious. Just moments ago, this 3D projection had stated it would take me to meet myself. This implied that the corporeal form of Professor Hua Linzhong lay beyond that door. Unbeknownst to him, a twinge of reverence blossomed in Cheng Qi's heart. Professor Hua Linzhong had not departed. He had remained on Earth. Even when all others had retreated, he had stayed behind for a promise that seemed a mere joke to others. Although his demeanor resembled that of a rogue, his inner self was proud and obstinate. Regarding muons, he harbored a fervent passion for exploration, shouldering a great responsibility as he trudged forward. The wisdom passed down from our ancestors was indeed correct. One must never judge by appearances. Cheng Qi inhaled deeply and slowly pushed open the large office door before him. The room was lit brightly, and something akin to willow fluff danced quietly in the air. The 3D Hua Linzhong discarded the cigarette, extinguishing it underfoot, and opened the door from his point in time. Please, come in. He stepped into the office with a smile, stating, I can see the future you. Yet I have no sense of time. I do not know how many years it will take for you to find this place. Now, do you see the future me? How many years older has this rascal become? Has there been groundbreaking progress in muon research? Cheng Qi stood at the doorway, surveying the clean and orderly office. In the center of the room stood a massive desk, and upon the swivel chair behind it sat a skeleton. Chapter 19. Muon Technology Now. You can continue to discuss with the future meet. I believe this marks the dawn of a new era. After seeing you, peculiar visions appeared in my mind. A radiant sphere of light. It conveyed to me that muon technology would one day astonish the entire universe. The 3D Hua Linzhong circled the desk and slowly seated himself in the chair, his form gradually dissipating until only the skeleton remained. Cheng Qi found himself momentarily lost in thought. The entire muon research center had been vacated, leaving behind only a stubborn chief scientist. Thus, the skeletal remains were indeed Hua Linzhong. He had long since passed. His white coat having decomposed into drifting wisps, I had proclaimed that I, Hua Linzhong, would not leave the muon research center until I developed usable technology for muons. Cheng Qi's heart swelled with an indescribable complexity of emotions. He approached the desk, standing beside the skeleton, and beheld the bony hands resting upon its knees, cradling a unique music box. Cheng Qi lifted the music box, which resembled a small patch of green land, adorned with grass and several towering pine trees. This must surely be the handiwork of Professor Hua Linzhong. The base of the music box held a small play button, which Cheng Qi gently pressed. The sound began to play. Only you, my friend from the future, can play this recording. I am now 76 years and 4 months old. What fills me with despair is not the malfunction of the oxygen generator within the base, but rather that I have achieved nothing in 20 years. I have failed. I have attempted 566 different approaches, yet none have harnessed the power of muons. Each time I approached a critical moment, I felt an invisible restraint. I realized a terrifying truth. Some higher civilization has placed a blockade on muon technology. I shared this perspective with the Human Science Alliance via communication devices, only to be met with skepticism once more. It was not merely skepticism. It was a veiled disdain. I overheard them whisper, that delusional madman is researching a piece of junk. I was wronged. I squandered valuable energy and even my life on an endeavor destined for futility. Perhaps the truth is that muons are simply particles devoid of potential. Why, friend from the future, could you do me one last favor? If you have the chance, deliver this small music box to my descendants. If they are still alive. This music box is nothing special. Inside, it merely contains a few stable yet meaningless muons, emitting a faint glow akin to miniature fireflies. Cheng Qi extended his finger, gently brushing against the branches of the pine trees on the music box. He discovered that the trunks of these trees were made of some ultra-pure transparent crystal. Within the transistors, a small, star-like blue particle floated silently. Cheng Qi's eyes widened, his heartbeat quickening. This was the legendary muon. Though the muon research center had been emptied, this distillation of decades of work had been preserved in such a manner. Cheng Qi gazed at the azure particles, dancing like sprites. He felt that although they were diminutive, they possessed a depth and mystery, as if they connected to an infinite cosmos beyond. Suddenly, he realized something. As he gently brushed against the other pine trees, he discovered that this small music box concealed a total of 5 muon transistors. The audio began to loop. Only you, my friend from the future, can play this recording. For 20 years, I have achieved nothing. I have attempted 566 different approaches, yet none have harnessed the power of muons. Similar technological creation detected. Shall we commence synthesis? A blue scanning beam emanated from the crystal wristband. Cheng Qi suddenly comprehended that this small STC could effortlessly realize the dreams of countless scientists. And possessing it felt akin to shouldering a responsibility. For reasons unknown, at that moment, Cheng Qi sensed his shoulders had grown heavier. Simple version of the strong magnetic field ball cage, containing a stable cluster of muons. Muon technology belongs to microscopic particle energy and is classified as Level 4 civilization technology. Certain civilizations above Level 4 have placed a blockade on this technology. Cheng Qi's pupils contracted. The existence of a technological blockade was indeed real. Professor Hua's hypothesis was correct. I overheard them murmur, that delusional madman is researching a piece of junk. I was wrong. Hua Linzhong's frail, aged voice persisted. It is not junk. Under the harsh light, Cheng Qi's face flickered between light and shadow as the synthesis commenced. Dispersing into primitive units, breaking technological blockade. Synthesis successful. Prototype muon fusion catalyzer 2. Contains a mixture of deuterium, D, and tritium, T, gases. Upon activation, muons will be captured by tritium. Given that muons are approximately 200 times the mass of electrons, according to the principle of inverse proportionality between mass and orbital distance, another atomic nucleus will find it easier to approach muonic hydrogen atoms, significantly increasing the probability of nuclear fusion occurring at room temperature. Following the fusion of deuterium and tritium nuclei, the muons in the DT molecules are released, creating a cyclical reaction chain powered by muons, producing controllable nuclear fusion energy. The built-in Collins spiral can effectively manage volatile energy. The device's drawback: muons have a 50% chance of adhering to alpha particles post-catalysis, rendering them unable to participate in subsequent nuclear fusion reactions, known as the alpha adhesion problem. Despite its error rate, this device can still release a terrifying energy equivalent to 500 tons of TNT in a handheld form. During the initial research phase, this device was codenamed the gaze of the creator. At room temperature, controllable muon fusion energy. These must be the breakthroughs that Professor Hua Linzhong has relentlessly sought. Cheng Qi examined the device in his hand. It resembled a flashlight crafted from silver alloy, with a translucent window at the base revealing the blue muons swirling within. What does an energy equivalent of 500 tons of TNT imply? Cheng Qi's pupils contracted in astonishment. In the bygone era, during World War II, the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima by the United States was dubbed Little Boy, with an explosive yield of approximately 15 kilotons of TNT, obliterating 60,000 buildings in an instant. The device in Cheng Qi's hand possesses a destructive capability equivalent to 1/30th of Little Boy, or 1/30th of an atomic bomb. Although it is merely 1/30th, it serves as a handheld weapon, rendering it exceedingly terrifying. I squandered valuable energy and even my life on an endeavor destined for futility. And of course, perhaps the truth is that the muon is fundamentally a particle devoid of potential. The sounds within the hollows continue to resonate. Cheng Qi's heart stirred with tumultuous waves. How could the muon lack potential? Continue the synthesis. Disassemble into primitive units. Once again break the technological blockade. Synthesis successful. Muon fusion catalyzer. Prototype. Comprehensive technological enhancement. Through reverse Collins spiral, discarding the alpha adhesion probability, resulting in greater overall stability, with energy efficiency and reaction time metrics improved by 185. A more refined handheld device form, which, in its unactivated state, generates no energy fluctuations. rendering it undetectable by civilizations below level 3, yet capable of unleashing a terrifying energy equivalent to 10 tons of TNT in an instant. This device is codenamed the Creator's Fury. Note: this equipment is an exceedingly primitive product within the muon technology series. With a usage rate of muon energy falling below 1/10,000th, Cheng Qi's breath quivered slightly. With no margin for error, its power has doubled. Life is but a dream. In the end, it may all amount to nothing, bringing nothing and taking nothing away. Yet the one thing I do not regret is that I never gave up. Although my persistence has become a jest, the muon too has morphed into a mere joke. Who can articulate it clearly? Farewell, my friend. Farewell, my muon technology. Farewell, this damned world. The recording once more played the concluding remarks of Holen's life. Cheng Qi grasped the crystalline device in his hand, reminiscent of a crystal sword hilt. And inexplicably, a sense of responsibility and power blossomed within him. Professor Ho, your persistence is no jest. Muon technology is certainly no joke. One day, I shall realize the scenes of your dreams. Humanity, wielding muon technology, will shine like a dazzling star, shaking the entire universe. Chapter 20. Lucky Day. Cheng Qi. I've searched this place thoroughly. There's nothing of value. It's all rather empty. Hanzai entered the office, spotting the unknown device in Cheng Qi's hand, exclaiming, "What is that?" This is a scientist, crude in speech yet righteous in purpose, with an obsession that remains unfulfilled. Indeed, his obsession is valid. It is simply the world that is ignorant. Cheng Qi reassembled the pine tree on the music box, inside which still resided a muon ball cage radiating a beautiful luster. Should the opportunity arise in the future, Cheng Qi is willing to assist Professor Holen in fulfilling his last wish, delivering the music box to his descendants. Cheng Qi and Hanzai arrived at the entrance of the Muon Research Center. The alloy door before them remained firmly closed, the sound of killer mice's howls and the scraping of claws resonating from outside. The door trembled incessantly, nearing its limit of endurance. Cheng Qi's expression turned grim as he operated the access system from within, and the alloy door slowly opened. The space beyond the door was already teeming with killer mice. As the door moved, they instinctively retreated a few meters, their crimson eyes scrutinizing the situation. Cheng Qi stepped forward, cautiously crossing the threshold. The killer mice quickly identified their target, the intruder of their territory. A sharp shriek erupted as countless killer mice lunged forward with gaping maws. At that moment, Cheng Qi tightened his grip on the muon catalyzer prototype, his fingers gliding over the crystal-like surface. A blue aura igniting. As his fingers moved, a progress bar appeared on the sword hilt-like device, and just as it reached 10, Cheng Qi halted his finger. Buzz. A wave of inexplicable energy rippled outward, akin to translucent ripples, spreading instantaneously. When the instantaneous energy reaches a certain magnitude, it induces a peculiar spatial resonance, heralding a prelude to explosion. It strikes like an invisible hammer, shattering the psychological defenses of the targeted creatures. In that instant, all the killer mice arched their bodies, their fur standing on end. Though their intellect may not comprehend what transpired, the overwhelming instinct for survival extinguished their bloodlust and frenzy in an instant. Cheng Qi advanced the progress bar by another 30, releasing another wave of energy. The terrifying spatial resonance doubled invisibly. Countless killer mice stood frozen, as if turned to clay. At that moment, the extreme warrior power armor detected the low-frequency sound waves. Those were the commands issued by the myriad of military mice in the shadows. Chaos erupted within the horde, as many killer mice stood upright, trampling each other to form a massive ladder. Others scrambled desperately down the mouse ladder towards the ground, panic-stricken, fearing for their lives. Ultimately, the entire mouse ladder retracted back to the earth. Observing the desolate surroundings, Cheng Qi chuckled softly, sliding his finger back, the glow of the muon catalyzer prototype gradually dimming. The military mice's decision was prudent. To remain would mean annihilation. The turbine jet-powered shoes activated, and Cheng Qi and Hanzai ascended into the sky. Unsurprisingly, not a single killer mouse could be seen on the ground. The crow piloted the aircraft with absolute steadiness. My little brother is truly impressive. Today, I get a free flight. Cheng Qi and Hanzai boarded the crow's ground effect vehicle, returning to their base. Glancing back towards the Muon Research Center, a hint of reverence flickered in Cheng Qi's eyes. Before departing, He had buried the entrance to the Muon Research Center anew, ensuring Professor Holland could rest in peace. As the crow navigated the ground effect vehicle, he discreetly observed Cheng Qi. This young man had ventured deep into the Kyoto ruins, staying there for a full 40 minutes. His body and the scavenger cloak were stained with the foul blood of carrion mice. He had encountered the carrion mice, but emerged unscathed, a remarkable feat. The unspoken rule of the crow was not to pry into matters that should remain unasked, a principle that ensured the longevity of his business. Little brother, should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to speak up. The crow turned with a smile, declaring, I am as steady as can be. Cheng Qi returned to his residence in Zone B24. From afar, he spotted a massive transport starship hovering in the air, dumping tons of technological refuse. 7-13-5. Cheng Qi squinted at the sky. The rights to exploit this shipment of refuse originally belonged to him. He had paid the requisite fees a week prior, but just a day ago, Arrow and his subordinates had seized the resources with ruthless force. Hanzai, this grudge has lingered too long. It's personal. A glint of cold light flickered in Cheng Qi's eyes as he slowly approached the mountain of refuse. Countless pieces of technological debris descended from the sky. Numerous scavengers risked being crushed to pulp by the large refuse, rushing towards the heap. At that moment, no other scavengers dared approach. 7-13-5. All present were subordinates of Arrow. A scavenger in his 30s rummaged through the trash heap, discovering a sophisticated technological box. He pried it open with his bare hands, his eyes lighting up as he found a complete JI-34 nano chip. This item could fetch 110 credit points. Seeing no one around, he glanced furtively, placing the chip in his mouth and hiding it beside his teeth. They were coerced by Arrow, forced to surrender any valuable items they found, receiving only meager wages in return. Suddenly, a penetrating sound pierced through, and a numbness spread from his chest, followed by excruciating pain engulfing his entire body. The scavenger looked down in terror, witnessing a sharp mechanical tentacle piercing through his chest. In disbelief, he turned to see the long tentacle extending from a distant tent. The towering Arrow approached the scavenger, an expression of helplessness and indifference crossing his face. Did you think you could still play tricks in front of Lord Pig? Arrow pried open the scavenger's mouth, retrieving the JI-34 nano chip, and with a swift kick, sent the scavenger tumbling into the depths of the refuse. Weighing the chip in his hand, Arrow slowly turned towards a massive white tent, bowing slightly as he said, Lord Pig, our haul is quite promising. It seems today is your lucky day. Chapter 21. Full release. The boy in the blue cloak and a robot ascended the ridge, slowly climbing to the summit of the refuse mountain, surveying the landscape from above. Meanwhile, the bumbling nanny robot raised a brass middle finger towards the ground. That fool? Arrow squinted upward, realizing that a missile hadn't killed him. And he had even found a new robot. His expression was filled with disdain, akin to discovering a cockroach he thought he had crushed, now re-emerging from between his fingers, defiantly displaying its bravado. Arrow, with his head lowered, scoured the ground until he suddenly locked onto a hefty steel pipe. He bent slightly, his mechanical arm at work, lifting the 100-pound steel pipe, weighing it in his hand, spitting, and striding towards Cheng Qi. Do not make any rash movements. From within the white tent, a nasal voice remarked, that must be the kid who took down the hyenas in the bar street. Lord Pig? Arrow found it hard to comprehend. This kid had no cybernetic enhancements. How could he possess such combat prowess? Was it reliant on that brand new nanny robot? The tent's flap was lifted by two mechanical tendrils, revealing a bizarre and colossal figure that slowly emerged. It was a gigantic, rotund man, his bald head glistening with grease, his upper body bare, resembling a small hill with layers of fat cascading over his belly. He lacked a lower half, replaced instead by a 16-legged mechanical spider, its limbs precise and agile, orchestrating all of the giant's movements. Little brother, you possess some ability. Join me, declared the corpulent figure, his gaze lifted despite being at the foot of the slope, exuding an air of superiority. Now is the time when I require assistance. Little trash bug, did you hear that? Lord Pig is offering you an opportunity. Arrow's eyes darted to Cheng Qi as he spoke. Just a month ago, Lord Pig successfully gathered all the components for the B-33 combat spider and fully integrated it into himself. Now, Lord Pig is not only my superior, but also the foremost combat force in District B-24. The scavenger alliance is powerless against him. Arrow tilted his head back. If you join us, you can walk freely and be 24, and as your elder brother, I am magnanimous enough not to hold past grievances against you. A mere broken spider, the foremost combat force, and not holding past grievances. Forgive me, but my heart is decidedly unyielding. The youth furrowed his brow, casting a disdainful glance at the grotesque Lord Pig. I wondered how Arrow became so brazen. It turns out he found a protector. Lord Pig, what a fitting name. A massive pig that bears a resemblance to a human. Damn it. Arrow grasped the steel pipe, his expression contorting with irritation. Looking for death, are we? Lord Pig's face quivered with fat as he brazenly retorted, Little one, you have no comprehension of combat power, nor do you understand the value of my spider legs. Disobey me, and you shall not survive. Out of consideration for your slight prowess, I offer you one final chance. All the precious trash you find henceforth must be handed over to me, and I shall grant you a 10% commission. Think carefully before responding. Should I take offense, you will no longer have the opportunity to scavenge. As he spoke, one of Lord Pig's mechanical tendrils slithered forth, snatching the JI-34 nano chip from Arrow's grasp, and promptly placed it into a pouch at his waist. Cheng Qi's gaze sharpened as he caught sight of a mechanical dog's head within Lord Pig's pouch. It appeared not yet fully powered down. With its heavy metal, the corpulent form of the great pig, upon contacting the molten iron at the depths of the abyss, erupted with a sudden burst of flame. That seemingly insignificant flicker of light mirrored his existence, transient and devoid of worth, quickly extinguished, leaving behind nothing but a heap of blackened ash. Arrow, having survived, felt his pupils constrict to mere pinpoints as he swallowed hard, a guttural sound escaping his throat. The unfathomable assault he had just endured had shattered his innards, leaving him in a state of disarray. Trembling uncontrollably, he crawled towards Cheng Qi, exclaiming, Brother, your sword strike was misaligned. It was fate. The heavens refused to let me perish. Everything I have done was coerced by that wretched beast. Thus, he proclaimed, from this day forth, you shall be my elder brother, and I shall serve you alongside my comrades. Whatever you command, I shall obey. Should you instruct me to head west, I shall never. But before he could finish, Cheng Qi unleashed the full force of his battle armor, a staggering 60,000 newtons of power, delivering a devastating blow to Arrow's chest. Arrow was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a nearby mound of refuse. A sharp piece of metal pierced his chest, leaving him suspended halfway down the slope. Before him lay a vast chasm, stretching for thousands of meters. He stared, vitality waning. Damn it! Why am I so blind? Ultimately, his legs faltered. His head drooped, and he drew his last breath. Xiao Qiong stood behind Cheng Qi, stunned by the scene before her. Her eyes widened, tears welling up, a dazed expression on her face. Cheng Qi turned, taking a few steps towards her. Grasping her icy hand, "Oh, not fear. Let us return home." Together, their silhouettes stood atop the refuse mound, framed against the flickering red glow of the immense chasm. Tears streamed down Xiao Qiong's cheeks as she nodded silently. A faint rustling came from behind. Cheng Qi turned to see a dozen of Arrow's subordinates, along with several caretaker robots, standing atop the refuse slope. As his gaze swept over them, they trembled and knelt. In their minds, they could not comprehend how this young man wielded such earth-shattering weaponry. In the realm of the garbage-ridden earth, it was an utterly inconceivable phenomenon. The moment the devastation had unfolded, their very values had crumbled. I offer you an opportunity to serve me. Cheng Qi's voice resonated, low yet distinctly audible amidst the profound silence of the refuse hill. That recent strike had not been miscalculated. It had merely granted them a sliver of hope. The subordinates paused momentarily, then surged towards Cheng Qi, exclaiming, Brother Qi, from this day forth, you shall be our leader. If you command us to head east, we shall not dare. Suddenly, several halted, faces paling. He wouldn't he be trying to deceive us, only to strike us down like Arrow, leaving us hanging on the refuse hill? Would he? Arrow had been inherently wicked. And as for you, I am convinced you were indeed coerced by the great pig, Cheng Qi replied, tilting his head slightly. From now on, for every piece of refuse you collect, I shall compensate you at 30% of its original value. 30%? Are you serious? The eyes of the scavengers sparkled with excitement. Wait, Brother Qi is talking about Acquisition? Indeed, acquisition. I intend to establish a brand new enterprise. Cheng Qi's gaze shimmered with ambition as he laid out his plan to buy refuse from all scavengers. With simple criteria, all technological artifacts of the same model, the greater the quantity, the higher the unit price. Same technology, artifacts? The subordinates hesitated momentarily. What about damaged ones? Cheng Qi nodded affirmatively. Yes. They began to ponder. The Earth's refuse fields were vast, teeming with waste, yet 99% comprised shattered metal scraps or non-biodegradable plastics. Only 1% preserved their original forms, and technological artifacts were even scarcer. However, the sheer volume was significant. Moreover, the damaged items were acceptable. The subordinates' eyes ignited with fervor. With diligent effort, they could surely unearth a plethora of items, and a 30% share was an exceptionally generous reward, enough to secure a comfortable future. A slender scavenger, around 20 years old, swallowed hard. Stepping forward, he mustered courage to say, "Brother Qi, I'm called Monkey. If you trust us, could you perhaps provide us with some initial capital? Rest assured, we are steadfastly committed to your cause." Capital? Cheng Qi replied with a cold smile. I have none. You must front the costs. What? Monkey trembled. In these times, every leader seemed more deceitful than the last, escaping from one den of danger only to stumble into another. Chapter 23. What a grand scheme. The sun dipped below the horizon. Above the murky atmosphere, the moon appeared as a dim white blot. Cheng Qi returned to his makeshift shelter, constructed of a few dilapidated pillars supporting a radiation-proof tarp. Scavengers often lacked permanent dwellings, as debris could fall at any moment and bury them. Inside the shelter, Xiao Qiong curled up, wrapped in a tattered red blanket, her eyes stained with tears, lost in a deep slumber. For the time being, this child could rely solely on Cheng Qi, who contemplated the necessity of securing a comfortable refuge. Monkey had already organized his subordinates to venture out for refuse acquisition. Yet Cheng Qi held little hope. Money can drive a person to toil, but without it, motivation wanes. Cheng Qi's resources were scarce. Though he had synthesized amorphous alloys, he had already struck a deal with the merchant Mo, exchanging them entirely for gene catalysis agents, thus failing to liquidate any assets. Cheng Qi still possessed a few pieces of high-entropy alloy. Without a doubt, their value was immense. Yet, the issue remained. He must first complete a transaction with Mo to establish basic trust before the high-entropy alloy could be unveiled. As of now, Mo had been absent for 24 hours. Results should be forthcoming. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered, hoping for no unforeseen complications. Outside the shelter, sounds of commotion and engine roars erupted. Cheng Qi stood, lifting the tarp. He spotted several figures atop the distant refuse hill. Were they members of the Scavenger Alliance? Cheng Qi squinted, recognizing the black hooded cloaks. ASAB-897 safety protection caretaker robot. Hanzai deployed a small full-spectrum radar, silently eavesdropping on their conversation. The chasm measured 6.3 kilometers in length and 234 meters in width. Substantial materials had vaporized. Metals, rocks, and more had melted, forming smooth walls. The temperature surged to an astonishing 100 to 250 million degrees Celsius. No extraterrestrial missiles or weapons had been detected. Someone on this garbage-laden Earth, specifically from the very refuse pile beneath our feet, had unleashed a device of nuclear fission nature. This could not possibly be the work of scavengers. Such weapons were beyond their reach. A slender figure draped in a black hood spoke from the summit of the refuse hill. A high-genetic individual has arrived. Why was I not informed? The figure turned, scanning the surroundings. Though her features remained obscured, Cheng Qi could discern a faint blue halo in her eyes, a striking contrast against the dark night, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Cheng Qi nodded inwardly. She was likely a high-ranking member of the Scavenger Alliance, a figure of authority within this garbage-ridden world. Rumor had it that some among them had enhanced their genetic levels through gene catalysis agents, elevating their status far above that of ordinary scavengers. Cheng Qi, is this your dwelling? A melodious voice suddenly inquired, interrupting his thoughts. Cheng Qi turned to see a radiant figure clad in a red dress. Hannah, standing before his shelter, her beauty reminiscent of a blooming rose. Today, she wore high heels, donned subtle makeup, and painted her lips crimson, exuding an enticing allure. Have you encountered any high genetic individuals? Hannah inquired, a smile gracing her lips. Yet her demeanor remained distant and aloof. Cheng Qi's mind flashed back to that night when she had behaved like a dog. Understanding her intentions, he realized she had adorned herself in hopes of igniting the desires of the high genetic individuals. Looking at Hannah, Cheng Qi felt no trace of the admiration he once held. Instead, he felt a sense of numbness. To be honest, there are no high genetic individuals here. Hannah tilted her head, her bare shoulders shrinking towards her cheeks as she smiled. If you happen to see him, could you notify me immediately? I have numerous topics I wish to discuss with a high genetic individual, such as how to resolve the food shortages faced by scavengers. Cheng Qi nodded calmly, fully aware of the true nature of the topics Hannah referred to. She displayed no interest in lingering, turning to walk into the night. Yet, after a few steps, she suddenly glanced back. Her face drawing closer to Cheng Qi's, it was merely a fleeting moment of hope. She scrutinized Cheng Qi's eyes, and upon confirming the absence of the blue halo, she struggled to mask her disappointment. Striving to maintain her aloof demeanor, sensing the distance was too palpable, she forced a congenial smile. If you receive any news, remember to inform me, all right? With that, she turned away, her footsteps echoing softly. The high heels clattered upon the metallic refuse, producing a crisp sound, while the vibrant red dress swayed gracefully, vanishing into the embrace of the night. Cheng Qi shook his head. The sole reason Hina managed to leave a smile was her hope that Cheng Qi could provide even the slightest useful clue. Were it not for this, she would have effortlessly disregarded this lowest-tier scavenger. The investigation by the Scavenger Alliance dragged on for 2 full hours, yielding absolutely nothing. During this time, a few individuals approached Cheng Qi, but he feigned ignorance. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, everyone departed. Yet, within the communication device designated for contact with Mo, a faint rustling sound emerged. Prepare for delivery. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Mo was indeed trustworthy. He promptly stepped outside the makeshift shelter, gazing up at the dimly lit starry sky, awaiting Mo's spacecraft eye in the distance. Several exceedingly faint points of light materialized. Cheng Qi hesitated. Were they not the spacecraft? Half a minute later, four shoebox-sized black containers, equipped with miniature thrusters, descended before him. Cheng Qi was taken aback. These were some form of small transport boxes, akin to express deliveries, and Mo himself had not come in person. As Cheng Qi approached the transport boxes, the facial recognition system within activated, confirming his identity before the cabin door on the front of the box slowly opened. A swirl of low-temperature mist wafted out. Cheng Qi's eyes widened as he beheld numerous glass test tubes filled with black liquid inside the boxes. The specialized communicator crackled with Mo's voice. Failed products of black market gene catalysis agents. Your funds suffice for only 16.6 units, but considering this is our first collaboration, I have arranged for you to receive 17 units. Cheng Qi, we are settled regarding payment. Detected similar technological constructs, gene agents containing a plethora of impurities, derived from the primitive CRISPR-Cas9 technology, utilizing RNA to guide Cas9 proteins for specific DNA sequence cuts, essentially equivalent to DNA destruction agents, with lethal side effects and a gene optimization success rate of less than 0.0035. Proceed with synthesis? Cheng Qi felt his heart pounding fiercely. Mo, you truly are audacious. You, who are on the brink of losing your life due to inferior agents. Mo's voice was filled with reason and calmness. I genuinely do not comprehend your excitement. Chapter 24. The second transaction, Mo. Have you ever heard of high-entropy alloys? Cheng Qi exhaled shakily, striving to calm his racing heart. Of course, I have. It is an exceedingly precious alloy with disordered atomic arrangements. Often utilized in the core chips of top-tier computational systems, I am somewhat surprised that you can even mention the term high-entropy alloy. Are you intending to purchase high-entropy alloys? I do not mean to boast, but within the entire solar system, there are no more than 10 individuals, including myself, capable of acquiring high-entropy alloys. Moreover, once a corresponding sales channel is established, the pricing authority of high-entropy alloys lies entirely in the hands of the seller. To speak frankly, at this moment, you are utterly incapable of affording its exorbitant price. Our transaction has been completed. As a businessman, time is money. Currently, my worth per second is approximately 2,000 credit points, and I must terminate this communication. Mo's tone remained rational and composed. I have 4 pieces. Cheng Qi suddenly interjected. Mo paused. What do you have 4 pieces of? Cheng Qi continued. I weighed them earlier, and they amount to approximately 410 grams. Mo's tone elevated slightly. What do you have 4 pieces of? Cheng Qi replied calmly. I am prepared to sell them to you. Mo inhaled slowly. What do you have 4 pieces of? Cheng Qi enunciated each word deliberately. High entropy alloys. On the other end of the communicator, there was a profound silence for a full 30 seconds. Mo, isn't your worth per second 2,000 credit points? Why the silence? Cheng Qi, do not touch those gene agents before I arrive, or this deal will be irrevocably jeopardized. Cheng Qi chuckled. He is getting anxious. Fine, give me your ID. I will pay you a deposit first. Cheng Qi, life can be quite beautiful. It is not solely about gene evolution. You possess such capabilities and luck. I believe we can establish a long-term cooperative relationship. Just take a look around you at the heaps of refuse, reeking of decay, and filled with boundless despair. Do you not find it beautiful? As a highly advanced genetic being, filled with rationality and seldom swayed by emotion, Mo was not adept at offering platitudes, especially since he felt a slight sense of panic at that moment. Throughout this exchange, Cheng Qi received a remittance of 10 million credit points from Mo. Cheng Qi's heart quivered. 10 million. And that is merely the deposit. At this moment, a faint light reappeared in the sky. Another transport box. After the box opened, it revealed a small balance scale. Cheng Qi recalled that this was one of Mo's personal items, but now the scale was no longer golden. It was entirely black. Cheng Qi retrieved 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy. One end of the scale emitted a scanning beam, while the other displayed detailed data. High-purity high-entropy alloy, 410.23 grams, valued at 34.5532 million credit points. 34 million. Although Cheng Qi had mentally prepared himself, upon witnessing this final price, his heartbeat momentarily faltered. For someone who had long struggled at the very bottom, this amount was astronomical. Cheng Qi was not overly concerned with Mo's earlier statement about the pricing authority of high-entropy alloys lying with the seller, as Mo's offers had always been fair and reasonable. Moreover, high-entropy alloys were not particularly precious to Cheng Qi. He was exceedingly satisfied with this price. Subsequently, Cheng Qi compiled a list of items he wished to barter. B343 Nanny Robot, the prototype of Hanzai, medical mechanical assist gloves, mechanical exploration boots, exoskeleton of an extreme warrior, and equipment related to Musy technology. Acquiring these items would significantly enhance Cheng Qi's capabilities. Unfortunately, Mo interrupted Cheng Qi's discourse. Do you know why I did not meet you in person? Because just yesterday, Garbage Earth was sealed off. For reasons unknown, the human hierarchy temporarily does not wish for any new technological refuse to enter Earth. They have deployed a multitude of detection instruments around the outer perimeter of Earth. Those black transport boxes you see, as well as the black balance, are constructed from special biological materials that barely manage to traverse detection signals. The gene catalysis agents delivered to you share the same principle. They at least do not emit electronic signals. Do not assume this is an easy feat. My ability to get those biotechnological boxes to Earth is already a monumental skill. If they were any larger or the frequency of transport too dense, the risk of confiscation would arise, and I would be unable to protect myself. In our last meeting, we conducted a normal transaction. But now, this is smuggling. Cheng Qi was taken aback. Why would the human hierarchy seal off a planet filled with refuse? Moreover, the items you desire are all exceedingly outdated products, long since obsolete in the outside world. For instance, the B343 Nanny Robot can likely only find its remains within Earth's refuse. Mo pondered for a moment. As for the Musy technology you mentioned, I have never heard of it. Cheng Qi fell silent for a moment. It seemed there were no other paths to choose from. A true self-reliant individual can carve a path in any dire predicament. The Garbage Earth is vast, and with the premise of possessing STC, as long as one digs sufficiently, it is still possible to reverse one's fate. The 10 million credit points received, I will retain. The remaining value of the high-entropy alloys will be exchanged entirely for gene catalysis agents. You are responsible for ensuring safe transport. My principle remains unchanged. I do not see quality, only quantity. The worse, the better. The cheaper, the better. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly startled in the spacecraft's cockpit, Mo exclaimed, Cheng Qi, what are you drinking? I am thirsty. I am drinking water. You do not think I am spinning gene catalysis agents, do you? Cheng Qi, retrieve your agents and simultaneously place the high-entropy alloys into the transport box. They will automatically return. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you. I hope the next time I contact you, you are still alive. Cheng Qi began to operate one by one after carefully retrieving the gene catalysis agents. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the black transport boxes. Detected similar technological constructs, ultra-small transport boxes, made from high molecular biological polymer materials, equipped with built-in biofuel engines, capable of shielding most detection signals due to their material properties and thermal principles. Cheng Qi glanced at the ground, where 5 boxes lay quietly flat, for had previously delivered gene agents, and then another had brought the black balance. It is quite reasonable to receive packaging with purchases. Is it not? Cheng Qi pondered. There should be no need to seek Mo's opinion, right? Subsequently, Cheng Qi looked once more at the black balance within one of the boxes. It was evident that Mo had specially crafted this tool for transactions with scavengers. Taking it to outer space seemed rather pointless. Grandfather once said that in the old days, buying a watermelon came with a spoon, purchasing instant noodles included a fork, and acquiring a Porsche was accompanied by a female salesperson. I have procured potions worth over 10 million credit points. Is it too much to ask for a small balance scale as a gift? Cheng Qi continued to contemplate, stroking his chin. Such a trivial matter surely does not require Mo's approval. Does it? Subsequently, Cheng Qi retrieved the diminutive balance scale and hastily stuffed 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy into the same container. The moment he closed the box, a soft blue bioluminescent flame emanated from the bottoms of all the boxes. Preparing for ascent, with a glance, Cheng Qi signaled, and the eager Hanzai pounced like a famished tiger, pinning the 4 empty boxes beneath him. Little darling, where do you think you're running off to? Chapter 25. A promise is worth 1,000 gold. As he gazed skyward, watching the faint glimmer fade into the distance, the solitary black box containing the high-entropy alloy returned, isolated and forlorn. Heh. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 were stubbornly squirming beneath Hanzai's weight. Hanzai sported a lewd grin. Little darling, struggling is futile. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to your aid. At that moment, a heavy thudding sound echoed from afar. Cheng Qi turned to see peculiar figures emerging from behind a pile of refuse not far off. Upon recognizing their faces, a flicker of relief crossed Cheng Qi's brow, accompanied by a hint of astonishment. It was a monkey, along with several scavenger associates. One particularly burly young man bore a rusty mechanical arm affixed to his back. It was not a transplant but an independent machine secured with belts and wires around his waist. This mechanical arm cradled a heap of technological refuse bound with hemp rope. Greetings, Brother Qi. I am Monkey, Brother Qi. My name is Xiongzi, the wiry monkey greeted, while Xiongzi, the robust youth with the mechanical arm, set down a large bundle of refuse and began to unpack it piece by piece. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled as he heard the persistent notifications from STC. Detected identical technological creation. Would you like to synthesize? Detected identical technological creation? Would you like to synthesize? Detected identical technological creation? Brother Qi, time is of the essence, and our resources are limited. We could only gather this much today. Monkey scratched his head, revealing a sheepish smile. Observing the ragtag group of scavengers, dust-covered and tattered, Cheng Qi found it hard to believe. You lot, Brother Qi. Monkey seemed to perceive Cheng Qi's incredulity and spoke earnestly. In such a harsh environment, no one knows whether tomorrow or misfortune will come first. We are the lowest of the low, and finding a leader we can rely on for protection is no easy feat, although we are merely scavengers at the bottom of the hierarchy. Sometimes character transcends status. Brothers, we have always kept our word. Once we recognize a leader, we shall not easily break our promise. Pausing for a moment, Monkey added with a grin, of course, we unanimously believe that Brother Qi is a kind soul. Cheng Qi felt a stir of emotion, lifting his gaze to the young men standing resolutely in the night, understanding their unspoken trust and acknowledgement. Brother Qi, the reason you sent us to find identical refuse? I suspect. Xiongzi scratched his head, chuckling. You must be a remarkable repairman, intending to gather the parts and merge them into a fully functioning machine to sell. Indeed, merging is the goal. Cheng Qi chuckled softly. Glancing at the somewhat simple-minded Xiongzi, however, this merging is not what you think. Brother Qi, when you have time, could you repair my mechanical arm? It has been malfunctioning lately, Xiongzi said, patting the aging mechanical limb on his back. This thing is over 110 years old. Xiongzi, go away. Who names their mechanical arm little brother? Monkey stepped forward, hesitating before speaking. Brother Qi, The items we collected today cost a total of 350 credit points. This is all we have left. Tomorrow we will find a way to borrow some. Don't feel pressured, Brother Qi. Once the business takes off and we prosper, we can repay later. Cheng Qi chimed in. Yes, Brother Qi, we are not in a rush. What is your account ID? Cheng Qi inquired. Now with the newfound trust in Monkey.id? Monkey hesitated. He had presumed that the seemingly unremarkable Brother Qi had struck it rich, having stumbled upon a formidable weapon, and his rise to prominence would be swift, with little financial backing. Heroes do not concern themselves with origins, but heroes typically lack economic support. Monkey contemplated declining, fearing that Cheng Qi might soon reveal all his savings, approximately 200 or 300 credit points. Monkey wished to follow this leader without causing him embarrassment, but Cheng Qi raised his hand and tapped the financial module on Monkey's chest. In an instant, a vivid, three-dimensional QR code was projected. This ID format, significantly optimized compared to the old-fashioned QR codes, boasted a higher information storage capacity and security level. ID 8555965524555. Deposit. 2 million credit points. Upon hearing the notification, Monkey's jaw dropped. What? How much? Cheng Qi's little brother immediately stood tall. His eyes wide with disbelief. 2 million? Monkey gulped, utterly astonished. Brother Qi, you've kept your cards close to your chest. For scavengers at the bottom rung, anything over 10,000 was already a fortune, and 100,000 marked one as wealthy. Now, with Cheng Qi's nonchalance in revealing 2 million, it was akin to detonating a nuclear bomb in their midst. Trust is the foundation of cooperation. Cheng Qi smiled. From now on, the principle remains unchanged. For identical technological refuse, take as much as you can. As for the commission, the agreed 30% will not alter. Monkey, you shall henceforth be the leader of this acquisition team, and you will oversee the commission distribution. We will settle accounts daily without delay. The eyes of the scavenger associates gleamed with newfound hope, their arms trembling in anticipation. By golly, is this really happening? Brother Qi is magnificent. Monkey, indeed a worthy confidant, revealed a hint of concern. Brother Qi, most of the refuse we've collected is unwanted, and many scavengers have begun to inflate their prices upon hearing we were searching for these items. Monkey frowned. I have always struggled with pricing. Cheng Qi calmly smiled, already prepared for this eventuality. He slowly lifted a small black balance scale. Monkey and the others leaned in, exchanging bewildered glances. Brother Qi is quite considerate. He's even provided us with a small scale. But what can such a tiny scale measure? Cheng Qi surveyed the surroundings before finally directing the small scale toward the diminutive black box used by the merchant MO for deliveries. One end of the scale emitted a scanning beam. Nano-level biological material box, equipped with a biological propulsion engine, 95 new, approximately containing 6.5 kilograms of B-grade biological materials. On the other end of the scale, the corresponding price appeared, valued at 53,200 credit points. The young man's eyes widened in astonishment. All it takes is a scan to instantly identify the material and price. This device is incredible. Cheng Qi was equally taken aback. Is this item truly worth so much? At that moment, the other scavenger associates began to react. Cheng Qi, incredulous, remarked, Brother Qi, you truly live up to your name. Even a mere shoe box is worth over 50,000. Brother Qi, may I borrow it for a moment? I want to see how much my little brother is worth. I-55 mechanical lifting arm, powered by lithium iron phosphate battery, 30 new, approximately containing 43 kilograms of scrap metal, valued at 12 credit points. What? Cheng Qi was devastated. My little brother is only worth 12 bucks. Chapter 26, Synthesis of the Earth Dragon King. Brother Qi, rest assured. Starting tomorrow, we will work tirelessly to help you collect refuse. Monkey held the black balance scale as if it were a treasured artifact. No, wait, from the day after tomorrow, because a dust storm will be arriving tonight, lasting 2 days and nights. We all need to find a safe refuge. The dust storm, a rare occurrence in the old days, is a level 12 tempest, with wind speeds ranging from 32.7 to 36.9 meters per second, ATC. Waves crash and foam erupts, enveloping the ocean in white. Colossal waves surge forth, visibility drastically reduced on land. Millions of tons of refuse are swept into the sky, and the few buildings remaining on Earth will suffer severe damage once again. In this garbage-laden world, vegetation has vanished by 99. The wind's ferocity is unyielding. Soil and water are lost in abundance, and the humidity in the air plummets. This planet has lost its ability to regulate the climate. Almost annually, this terrifying dust storm sweeps across half the Earth. Due to the immense metallic dust, all winds take on a gray hue, hence the name dust storm. Whenever a dust storm approaches, many scavengers lose their lives. Previously, Cheng Qi would find large remnants of starships, cramming himself into the narrow spaces within, praying and enduring until the dust storm passed. "We have already found a safe spot, absolutely secure," Monkey stated. "Brother Qi, would you like to join us?" Cheng Qi pondered. Currently, he had a wealth of resources: 17 gene-catalyzing potions, the detained biological technology boxes, and the technological refuse just delivered by Monkey and his companions. All of these were foundational materials for synthesis. With immeasurable value in a hasty attempt to seek refuge within a confined crevice, these materials may incur unforeseen losses and damages, with some items being altogether untransportable. To add to the predicament, the makeshift shelter also houses a precious quantum repair cluster. Along with Hanzai and Xiaoqiong in this fleeting moment, Cheng Qi's gaze flickered. "Monkey, ensure the brothers are well hidden. As for me, I have my own plans." The expressions of Monkey and the others betrayed concern. Yet they ultimately departed the scene at Cheng Qi's insistence. "Zizi, the Scavenger Alliance reports in 4 hours, a gray storm will sweep through the B12, B69 region. All scavengers are advised to seek shelter immediately." All scavengers are advised to seek shelter immediately. Within the makeshift shelter, an antiquated radio crackled to life. Cheng Qi stood at the entrance and suddenly caught sight of a patch of green grass that had sprouted on the ground. Its delicate leaves trembling amidst the refuse. In such a world, its existence appeared both fragile and tenacious. 4 hours. I must construct a sanctuary of my own. This dilapidated shelter is far too perilous. My synthetic endeavors have only just commenced. A secure and clandestine base is essential. Only then can I synthesize without reservations. Cheng Qi pondered, whether evading the gray storm, radiation, or toxic gas, the most suitable method lies underground. The ground shimmered faintly. Cheng Qi glanced at the pile of technological refuse left by Xiongzi. Small geological detector, drill constructed from titanium alloy, 240 horsepower, equipped with various sensors, capable of penetrating 30 to 50 meters underground. Operational for 45 minutes, currently damaged. This device, though compact, measured no more than 50 centimeters in length and width, with a tapered body housing a dark silver drill bit at the forefront. Cheng Qi's gaze gradually shifted. His heart stirring. Xiongzi had delivered a total of 8 such devices, albeit all bearing varying degrees of damage, rendered entirely inoperative. The capability for underground drilling? Expanding subterranean space? Cheng Qi smiled. This was precisely to my liking. Commence synthesis. Disassemble into primitive matter. Target model updating. Intelligent mole address detector. 4. Though dubbed mole, this device was considerably larger, its overall contours more intricate, with the drill bit at its head gleaming brightly, and its sensor system remarkably sophisticated. Commence synthesis. Disassemble into primitive matter. Large engineering class underground mining vehicle. 2. Before Cheng Qi now stood a device the size of a truck. Beneath it were 2 broad treads, while the massive drill at its head had transformed into a dark metallic hue. Though no longer reflective, it exuded an aura of indestructibility. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled, drawing ever closer to his desired acquisition. Commence synthesis. Disassemble into primitive matter. Synthesis successful. Codename: Earth Dragon Subterranean Expansion Dock. This device was not merely a mining tool. It was an expandable vehicle capable of transforming into a 120 square meter underground construction command center. Endowed with formidable pressure and high temperature resistance, among interstellar mining squads, it was known as the Earth Dragon King, reserved solely for those mining teams producing over 1 million tons annually, qualifying them for such high-level equipment. Ah, just in time. Cheng Qi had to crane his neck to gaze upon the immense 10-meter by 10-meter metallic apparatus, which resembled a heavily armored tank, its base supported by robust alloy treads. And at its head, 4 massive dark golden drill bits. Cheng Qi extracted the remote control panel for this device and activated it. It was astounding to witness the enormous drill bits spin, generating a refreshing breeze, accompanied only by a faint hum, not the deafening roar one might expect, indicative of its remarkably advanced internal structure and high-precision components. Cheng Qi set the Earth Dragon King on its inaugural engineering task. The entry point would be right in front of the makeshift shelter. First, it would investigate the structural conditions within 100 meters underground, followed by the excavation of a 200 square meter expandable space. As the Earth Dragon King burrowed into the surface, an unavoidable cacophony erupted. Debris and soil were sent flying, and the Earth Dragon King vanished into the ground. Xiaoqiang was startled awake, peeking out from beneath the tarp. Cheng Qi turned back with a smile. "Fear not, soon we shall possess the finest sanctuary on earth." Chapter 27. Auxiliary Equipment. The sky was shrouded in gray, resembling a terrifying beast lurking beyond the atmosphere. Cheng Qi glanced upward before redirecting his attention to the ground. The earth trembled slightly, tiny grains of sand appearing to dance, spreading inch by inch to either side. The engine noise of the Earth Dragon King diminished. It had descended nearly 20 meters underground. Cheng Qi gripped the control panel, monitoring the data feedback. He had assumed the Earth Dragon King was approaching the true surface, only to discover that beyond a thin layer of soil lay a thick accumulation of metallic refuse. The drilling depth must be assured to effectively withstand the gray storm. Based on Cheng Qi's requirements, the estimated drilling time was approximately 40 minutes. The gray storm would arrive in 3 hours and 50 minutes, ample time. While waiting, Cheng Qi surveyed the other refuse left by Xiongzi.an electromagnetic system auxiliary module. Cheng Qi picked up one of the pieces. He recognized this module. Its exterior resembled an enlarged chip, akin to a cigarette case. With numerous frayed wire ends exposed at the bottom, in no wonder it had ended up in the junkyard. Its existence was utterly superfluous, in simple terms. This module was originally designed to assist various precision electronic devices, somewhat akin to an expansion component. When interfaced with other electronic devices, it could enhance computational speed or optimize certain operational steps. Unfortunately, its compatibility was exceedingly limited, compounded by the use of physical hard connections, rendering it unsuitable for 99% of devices on the market. Cheng Qi glanced at the ground, noticing that Monkey and the others had somehow procured 4 such chips. Commence synthesis. Disassemble into primitive matter. Cheng Qi was curious about what this superfluous item might yield in synthesis. Mars Electronic Assistant 2. Cheng Qi regarded the initial product, which remained a dark chip. He had indeed heard of the scientist Mars, who had long since passed. He was surprised to learn that he had improved such a superfluous product. The original intent was still to optimize a series of electronic control products, modified for radio frequency access, discarding outdated physical connections. However, the drawbacks remained pronounced, with an extremely low adaptation rate. Cheng Qi tilted his head as STC emitted a blue scanning beam. Continuing the synthesis, dark blue. Mars version superconducting electronic assistant. Cheng Qi was momentarily taken aback by the name of the new equipment. Who was Dark Blue Mars? A descendant of Dr. Mars. He is Mars from the dark blue galaxy. The universe is vast, and 1,000,000 light-years away, there exists a twin solar system, a twin Earth, and a twin Mars, with identical geographical environments giving rise to similar causal events. You may perceive these as parallel universes within the same dimension. Such a concept exists? Cheng Qi was astonished. Did this imply that the technology not realized by Mars had been accomplished by his parallel counterpart? He examined the introduction of the new electronic assistant. On the distant twin Earth, breakthroughs in electronic assistant technology were achieved, with the incorporation of superconducting metals and the advent of base-4 algorithms, rendering this device no longer superfluous. Its external form can undergo behavioral changes, adhering to other electronic devices and facilitating seamless signal interaction via superconducting metals. The base-4 algorithm can also fully integrate into target systems. Note, this technology originates from a level 1.9 civilization. My goodness. Cheng Qi grasped the dark chip, feeling a sense of awe. This small STC is remarkably powerful. Technology unattainable in this universe has been provided by a parallel one. Cheng Qi couldn't help but wonder. Does STC truly have no limits? At that moment, a gust of wind laden with metallic dust swept through, forcing Cheng Qi to squint. The atmospheric pressure felt overwhelmingly oppressive and somber, making it difficult to breathe. This was a harbinger of the gray storm. As the winds gathered, the earth seemed to emit a mournful sound. Cheng Qi glanced at the data feedback from the Earth Dragon King, only to be taken aback. What was happening? Why had the drilling time increased to 7 hours? Upon closer inspection of the data, Cheng Qi realized that at a depth of 36 meters, The Earth Dragon King had encountered a substantial layer of metallic refuse. And due to years of compression, the metal density here was exceedingly high. Preliminary detection indicated that the thickness of this refuse was a staggering 170 meters, significantly prolonging the drilling time. 7 hours? This would be disastrous. Suddenly, Cheng Qi's gaze inadvertently fell upon the Musy catalyzer prototype at his waist. His eyes brightened with a flash of inspiration as he retrieved the dark blue Mars version superconducting electronic assistant once more. With a sense of experimentation, Cheng Qi carefully aligned the two devices. The black, plastic-like chip began to bend slightly upon contact, ultimately conforming perfectly to the body of the Musy prototype, as if adding a layer of black leather to the hilt of a sword. A small red interface was projected into view. The muon fission reaction device has a residual energy of 70. Performance optimization is underway, and a completely new utilization plan can be established. The original plan involved an instantaneous release of muon fission energy, resulting in a linear incineration effect over a radius of approximately 7 kilometers, causing immense destruction. The optimized plan aims to control the release of muon energy, projecting a slender energy beam while accumulating energy at its tip. When the beam penetrates a specific location, it will trigger a super high temperature, resulting in a spherical incineration with a diameter of 5,000 square meters. At this moment, Cheng Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. In his mind, a completely new usage scenario was constructed. If the situation aligns with my expectations, then this optimized muon catalyst could indeed be employed for excavating bunkers. Earth Dragon King, return. Cheng Qi abruptly turned, realizing that the gray storm was imminent, leaving him no choice but to take a chance. 5 minutes later, Cheng Qi stood before the drilling hole left by the Earth Dragon King, holding the optimized muon reactor. The hole slanted downward, seemingly bottomless. Cheng Qi swallowed hard and set the power of the muon catalyst reactor to 30. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed it to 50, selecting the second energy release scheme via the superconducting electronic assistant. With both arms extended, the Extreme Warrior armor also unfolded its supporting appendages. Having made all necessary preparations, Cheng Qi activated the muon catalyst prototype. A faint vibration resonated through the air as the muon catalyst prototype silently emitted a hair-thin blue beam. Vanishing into the dark drill hole without causing any disturbance, it resembled a fleeting glimmer of light, extinguished almost instantly, followed by an eerie silence. Cheng Qi tilted his head, puzzled. Boom, boom. In the next instant, a tremendous plume of white steam, accompanied by a terrifying heat wave, erupted from the drilling hole. In that split second, the emergency strategy of the Extreme Warrior armor activated, propelling Cheng Qi to the side, while the memory metal mask flipped out to shield his face. The scorching airflow brushed against Cheng Qi's cheek as it surged skyward. Meanwhile, the mask of the Extreme Warrior armor emitted a sizzling sound, releasing wisps of white smoke. Cheng Qi remained unharmed. After slight movement of his neck, he stepped forward to peer into the vast opening. At that moment, the sidewalls of the hole had formed a standard circular shape, smoothed significantly by the beam's incineration. As for the interior, it was still a slanting passage, dark and profound, seemingly without an end. Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly. Had the outcome I anticipated come to fruition? Chapter 28. The perfect space inside the passage, waves of heat radiated. Cheng Qi was unaware of the effects caused by the ultra-high temperature combustion created by muon technology. After a full 20 minutes, Han Zai volunteered, carrying a substantial amount of expired coolant, to venture inside. Oh my goodness! Han Zai's exclamation echoed from within the hole. Cheng Qi, be patient. Just wait a bit, and you'll see the surprise. Like a spinning top, Han Zai seemed to have completed the internal cooling. He then returned with 2 massive starship steel plates, each boasting a thickness of 50 centimeters, resembling a metallic wall. After cutting and welding, Han Zai constructed a gigantic sliding door at the entrance. Subsequently, he gathered various disguising debris, welding it onto the door to create the appearance of a junk heap. Once the door closed, the entrance to the cave perfectly vanished into the surrounding environment. This operation took Han Zai nearly 40 minutes. Observing Han Zai's flurry of activity, Cheng Qi surmised that the internal conditions should be satisfactory. However, to accommodate Han Zai's desire to craft a delightful surprise, Cheng Qi suppressed his anticipation. Clang, clang. Cheng Qi, the high temperature inside has dissipated sufficiently. I can now open the blind box. Han Zai extended his mechanical arm, ready to unveil the surprise. Cheng Qi stood up, rubbing his palms together in excitement. With a rumble, the small heap of debris split in two, revealing a slanted entrance below. Upon stepping in, Cheng Qi immediately sensed the exceptionally smooth surface beneath his feet. Losing his balance, he stumbled forward. Has Han Zai leaked oil again? Vroom! The jet-powered shoes activated, first halting Cheng Qi's uncontrolled descent, and then making slight adjustments to stabilize his footing, allowing him to walk normally. As he ventured deeper, Cheng Qi touched the walls, finding their surfaces smooth and delicate, akin to glass. Han Zai turned on the shoulder-mounted light, illuminating the tunnel ahead. What is this? Cheng Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. The upper layer of the ground was filled with sand and metallic refuse. The sand's primary component was silicon dioxide, and due to the high-temperature combustion from the muon beam, its crystalline structure had been disrupted. In its liquid state, the connectivity between the silicon-oxygen tetrahedra altered, resulting in a disordered, long-range, non-crystalline structure characteristic of glass. Following the recent cooling, the tunnel before him had transformed into a dazzling glass corridor. Encapsulating an array of relatively molten technological refuse, Cheng Qi sighed in contemplation. This tunnel resembled a form of technological amber. The glass equated to resin, while the technological refuse represented insects preserved through time. Through Han Zai's illuminating light, the tunnel reflected countless dazzling glimmers. Though these discarded technological relics would never be reused, they finally radiated an eternal brilliance at this moment. As he continued walking, Cheng Qi's gaze swept across the technological waste embedded within the walls. Stirring a sense of reverence within him, NVIDIA RTX 4070 graphics card, Mate 70 smartphone, interstellar positioning compass, and what is this? Some items had become charred and deformed, barely recognizable. Once, these were the advanced technological products pursued by humanity. Now they had transformed into relics of the past, utterly worthless refuse. Continuing along the tunnel, Cheng Qi silently calculated that he had likely descended about 100 meters underground. Suddenly, he found himself in a vast, spherical space measuring approximately 2,000 meters in diameter. This depth corresponded to the metallic sediment layer encountered by the Earth Dragon moments ago. Here, the refuse had vaporized instantaneously upon the eruption of muon energy, forming a smooth inner wall. Cheng Qi gazed upwards at the circular dome above. This is simply breathtaking. The sediment at this depth was minimal, while a substantial amount of metal had been melted and subsequently cooled. At this moment, waves of rippling patterns adorned the dome, with different alloys creating varying shades of color. Among them were tiny crystals formed from certain unknown substances, twinkling like stars across the dark silver. Intricately patterned sky. Cheng Qi spun around, marveling at the spherical space, resplendent like a vast starry sky. This sensation felt as if I were immersed in a small universe that belonged solely to me. After reveling in the beauty for some time, Cheng Qi regained his composure. Why is the oxygen here so abundant, and the temperature so perfectly balanced? In that instant, he spotted the Earth Dragon King's underground expansion dock in the distance. It had entered this space, situated at the center of the spherical chamber. Moreover, it had initiated full-scale expansion, transforming from its former heavy truck appearance into a metallic structure approximately 120 square meters in size. The Earth Dragon King had also deployed numerous environmental regulation devices, continuously generating oxygen while adjusting the internal temperature. Cheng Qi nodded appreciatively. It was indeed a miraculous tool for subterranean survival. At this moment, a suspended lighting fixture slowly ascended from the top of the Earth Dragon King. Resembling a lantern from antiquity, it emitted a pure white glow, with the halo on the ground gradually expanding. The outline of the lighting fixture was reflected in Cheng Qi's eyes, appearing as the first star in this small universe, the inaugural source of light illuminating the Earth. This place is utterly perfect. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled as he clenched his fist. Wow! Without the turbo-powered shoes, Xiao Qiong decided to use the tunnel as a super slide, sliding down from the entrance in one go. The slide was quite lengthy, and the inertia was substantial. Upon entering the spherical space, Xiao Qiong glided like a curling stone, meandering at the bottom of the chamber before finally coming to a stop at Cheng Qi's feet. Her eyes wide with curiosity and excitement. Cheng Qi looked at Xiao Qiong and said, "Your father perished at the bottom of the refuse heap." Initially, I was concerned you might reject this underground sanctuary. You adults worry too much. Anyone with a clear understanding knows this is a different matter altogether. Xiao Qiong stood up, feigning maturity, but the next moment she was captivated by the beautiful scenery above. Her mouth agape and her little hands clasped together in astonishment. Cheng Qi chuckled. In less than 2 hours, the gray storm will arrive. Next, we begin the process of relocation. This will require meticulous effort. Xiao Qiong raised a finger. Cheng Qi, could you carry me up? I need to oversee things and ensure nothing is overlooked. You adults tend to have complex thoughts. Don't think I want to slide down the slide again. Speaking of that slide, I believe it could use some improvement. My bottom is a bit sore. On the ground, the distant sky was shrouded in darkness, even deeper than any previous night. Cheng Qi surveyed his scattered possessions, contemplating that whether it be relocation or future transport, it would be most advantageous to possess a convenient moving apparatus. His gaze fell upon the merchant Mo's gift, the 4 biomaterial transport boxes. Although Mo might not fully endorse the term gift, detected similar technological creation, synthesis possible. Cheng Qi nodded. These boxes were rather diminutive. After 2 rounds of synthesis, their capabilities would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Perhaps the upgraded boxes could assist him in managing his moving endeavors. Dispersing into primal materials, synthesis successful, biomaterial transport containers, 2, built-in volume of 33 cubic meters. Equipped with a bioengine, capable of autonomous navigation, maximum travel distance of 450 kilometers, integrated microbial suppression system, molecular activity reduction system. When utilized for transporting fresh goods, it can extend their freshness period by 150 to 230 times. Cheng Qi nodded, noting the emphasis on food transport functionality, yet it was insufficient. He resolved to continue synthesizing. K443 Integrated Transport Platform. Appearance can undergo mechanical transformation, volume adjustable, built-in capacity of 10 to 210 cubic meters. Equipped with a bioengine, capable of autonomous navigation, maximum travel distance of 2,050 kilometers, freshness extension of 230 to 500 times, integrated mechanical lifting arms, handling arms, and a visual reflection system enabling visual level invisibility, nicknamed Iron Mama. The ability to alter volume, engage in automatic loading and unloading, and possess invisibility features. Cheng Qi felt a surge of unexpected delight. This was truly a transportation marvel. However, what did Iron Mama imply? Upon completing the command settings, the massive black container before him slowly opened its hatch, and a precision mechanical arm emerged, followed by the silent startup of the bioengine, gliding ghost-like towards his shelter. The mechanical arm worked with precision and gentleness, meticulously organizing Cheng Qi's belongings. Despite these items being mere scraps and refuse, the mechanical arms treated each one with the care of a connoisseur handling precious antiques. In no time, his belongings were arranged with order and decorum. Subsequently, they were placed inside the container, where partitions and securing locks emerged, ensuring every item was aligned and securely positioned, both sturdy and aesthetically pleasing. The low rumble of a multi-ton quantum repair cluster was also lifted by the mechanical arm and precisely positioned into the designated space within the cargo hold, as if solving a puzzle, with edges scarcely a centimeter apart from other items, almost seamless. The transport platform, utilizing intricate algorithms, seemed to maximize spatial utilization to its fullest extent. Cheng Qi felt a chill. He finally understood the essence behind that nickname. A child with a mother is a treasure. Even those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies would approve. Chapter 29. Safe synthesis. Iron Mama was laden with cargo, silently hovering at the entrance of the shelter, then retracting its mechanical arms, allowing it to enter the cave. Soon after, ripples formed across its surface, rendering it invisible. Subsequently, it entered the underground shelter and began unloading the cargo piece by piece. Cheng Qi could not restrain his praise, standing weakly and clapping. What he initially anticipated to be a tedious moving process turned out to be a complete respite for him. After 30 minutes, Cheng Qi sat within the underground shelter, surrounded by an array of items. Iron Mama had successfully transported everything, laying it all out neatly on the ground, organized with precision, even categorizing similar items. Cheng Qi rubbed his chin in astonishment. Did I truly possess 12 pairs of underwear? 43 pairs of socks? How did Han Zai manage to hide 9 issues of Floral Robots magazine? One could argue that underwear is also a technological creation, at least pertaining to textile technology. Is it possible to synthesize it? The STC activated, scanning the underwear under Cheng Qi's insistence. Technological content too low. Synthesis impossible. Inappropriate item? Very well. I see now that not everything can be synthesized without the STC's approval. Cheng Qi slowly reclined against the back of his chair. After all this effort, all items had been moved into the shelter, including the similar technological refuse brought by the monkeys, all neatly categorized. Xiao Qiong had also snuck in, currently engrossed in examining the expansion room of the Earth Dragon King. Hanzai was busy planning anew. This underground shelter still required numerous improvements, such as stairs, water supply, and drainage. The entrance to the underground shelter had also been sealed. Previously, Hanzai had reinforced the door from the inside with several robust alloys. The door was originally positioned flat at the bottom, creating minimal wind resistance. It should suffice to withstand a dust storm. The time was drawing near. Cheng Qi squinted. The dust storm should be imminent. On the surface, the moon in the sky seemed to have hidden away early. A terrifying pressure descended, causing all refuse to tremble. In the distance, a pitch-black wall appeared, stretching from the earth to the sky, exuding a powerful sense of oppression, moving towards Zone B43 at an astonishing speed. Beasts lay in hiding, and humans were utterly silent. Boom. The dust storm was interspersed with fierce lightning. Whenever a flash of light pierced the sky, metallic dust and flammable gases ignited, resembling divine retribution, igniting a crimson chain of fire. Countless tons of refuse were swept into the sky, rapidly swirling, colliding, twisting, and distorting, sparks flying. Not far off, the remnants of an interstellar excavator, weighing hundreds of tons, were caught in the gale, revealing a cave hidden beneath the surface. Several scavengers hiding within were instantly struck with terror. Before they could react, their bodies were swiftly lifted into the air, struck by lightning, engulfed in green flames, and transformed into ash in an instant. Inside the underground shelter, tranquility reigned. Xiao Qiong was sweetly asleep in Hanzai's embrace. Cheng Qi remained seated before the expansion room, a floating light illuminating the beautiful dome and surrounding walls before him. A small stove simmered a pot of hot tea. Based on Cheng Qi's deductions, the dust storm was currently raging just above. Yet within this 100-meter underground space, there was almost no sign of abnormality. Only with keen attention could one detect a faint tremor. It was the earth quaking, unavoidable. At Cheng Qi's feet, a small green blade of grass swayed gently. This was the very blade he had unearthed along with a small portion of soil beside the shelter. Now resting at his side, it remained vibrantly alive. Even in the darkest of worlds, one must give resilience its due. Cheng Qi lifted the hot tea, his gaze falling upon the neatly arranged 17 black market gene serums on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, this boy, who had struggled for 18 years at the bottom of a refuse-laden earth, emanated an extraordinary aura, his eyes glimmering with a fervent light. After sipping this tea, I shall embark on my journey of resurgence, breaking free from the disdain of the geneticists. Why does the tea have a strange taste? Hanzai, this water is problematic. It's gone sour. Cheng Qi rubbed his tongue, placing the teacup back on the table. We must expedite the filtration system's upgrade. What happened? Hanzai peeked in. Oh, Xiao Qiong just had an urgent need and didn't want to soil the floor here, so she relieved herself in your teapot. Cheng Qi was utterly flabbergasted. Isn't there a bathroom in the room? Hanzai replied. Oh, Xiao Qiong said she wasn't accustomed to using the toilet. Stay calm. My grandfather always said, people from the old era love to drink horse urine. Cheng Qi pressed down with both hands, regulating his breath. Where was I? Oh, I shall henceforth break free from the disdain of the geneticists. His gaze shifted slightly to the right. Gene serum containing a multitude of impurities. 17. This was a failed black market gene serum exchanged from the merchant Imo, originating from the black market and already a failure. Each glass vial, the thickness of a finger, contained a pool of flowing black liquid replete with debris. Not even fit for a dog to drink. The success rate of gene optimization was less than 0.0035. Imo had claimed that consuming this would yield a survival rate below 0.0035, and the data aligned perfectly. In other words, failure meant death. Yet, this success rate was appallingly low. It was hard to fathom that it was priced at 300,000 credit points. This indicated the extent of humanity's near-manic desire for high-level genes. Cheng Qi's eyes flickered as he began synthesizing. Dispersing into primal materials, premium black market gene serum, 8. As the white glow gradually faded, the floor, originally holding 16 vials, now held 8. The appearance remained unchanged, but the liquid within the vials had transformed into a pale silver, flowing with a certain viscosity, reminiscent of silver paint. CRISPR, Cas9 technology upgrade plan, significantly reduces destructiveness, optimizing and repairing human genes, gene optimization success rate 11.23. Cheng Qi clenched his fist slightly. The direction of the upgrade was indeed as he had envisioned. The success rate for gene optimization had increased over 3,000 times. Of course, such a multiplication factor was due to the original base being so minuscule. The current success rate was merely 11. Cheng Qi's eyes narrowed as he continued synthesizing. Dispersing into primal materials, synthesis successful, special grade black market gene serum, 4. Chapter 30. Deep sisterly bonds. The Scavenger Association's bunker. The discarded metal has been welded into a towering throne, upon which sits a stooped and aged figure. In front of him, a dozen shadows stand in reverence on the ground. A gray storm rages violently. The entire bunker trembles violently, with the occasional creaking sound of metal deforming echoing from the ceiling. The sole tungsten filament lamp sways unsteadily, casting the shadows of those on the ground like a pendulum. Fear not, this bunker has withstood over a dozen gray storms for us. Though it appears on the brink of collapse, it has managed to turn peril into safety each time. At present, however, there lies a matter of greater gravity. The elder in the throne slowly turns to the side, retrieving an exquisite metal box. Facing the crowd, and gently opening it to reveal a vial of black serum. The onlookers widen their eyes in astonishment, their breaths quickening, yet none dare to utter a sound. A premium black market gene serum. The elder's voice is frail. Our alliance has accumulated wealth for a full decade and exhausted every possible avenue to obtain this single vial. A sharp sound echoes, a stiletto heel striking the ground. Among the crowd, Hona, clad in a red dress, gazes at the vial with fervor, biting her lip, unable to resist taking a step forward, inadvertently making a noise. Why, daughter Hona, what are you wearing? The elder's voice, though not raised, carries an undeniable authority. Such attire cannot shield you from radiation, nor filter toxic gases. Hona lowers her head slightly, retreating back into the crowd, striving to conceal herself. I am aging. Someone must succeed me as the president of the Scavenger Alliance. My eldest daughter, the elder continues, but his frail body betrays him as he coughs several times. Hongyin, this serum is yours. A graceful figure draped in a gray cloak steps forth from the crowd. As she reaches the center of the space, she extends her pristine arm and tears away her cloak. She is a tall woman clad in form-fitting leather shorts, her long legs exposed, firm and shapely. The upper half of her attire consists of a snug black leather jacket, her waist partially revealed, slender and devoid of any excess flesh, with clearly defined abdominal muscles. Her long black hair cascades over her shoulders, and her visage bears resemblance to Hona, yet her beauty and physique are several times more striking. Most captivating are her eyes, elongated orbs that shimmer with a cerulean glow, rendering her presence mysterious, cold and regal. Her attire, too, offers no protection against radiation. Yet, in the elder's gaze, there is only pride and approval, devoid of any reproach. The core members of the Scavenger Alliance are well aware that the president has 2 daughters, the eldest named Hongyin and the youngest named Hona, both proud E-grade gene users. However, the president never conceals his favoritism towards Hongyin. President, Miss Hongyin is already an E-grade gene user. Why not distribute such a precious serum among the other high-ranking members? This would elevate our overall strength. The elder's voice grows somber. I have received word that within the next 48 hours, a combat team from the Galactic Alliance will arrive on Earth to execute a classified mission. In their eyes, no number of E-grade gene users compares to the status of a single D-grade gene user. Earth has been forsaken for so long, the environment deteriorates, and resources dwindle. This is a rare opportunity. Perhaps we can leverage this team to communicate with the Solar System Alliance and request assistance. To achieve this, we need at least one representative who can command their attention. At this moment, Hona bites her lip. Father, I am also an E-grade gene user. The elder merely glances at Hona. I know well that even if your genes are upgraded, you lack the necessary negotiating prowess. Hona bites her lip. frowning and slowly lowers her head, falling silent. Hong Yin. The elder turns his gaze to the leather-clad woman at the center. This premium serum has a success rate of 23, which is already astonishing, and even in failure. Its side effects will not be fatal. Rest assured, I have prepared a medical team. Even in the event of failure, you will receive immediate treatment. I will not lose you, nor will the Scavenger Alliance. The elder takes a deep breath. Are you ready? In 1 hour, you will commence your second gene evolution. He pauses, then raises his head solemnly. The future of the Scavenger Alliance and the fate of the hundreds of thousands of scavengers on this earth rest upon you. The meeting concludes, granting a brief respite. Hong Yin leans against the heavy alloy door of the bunker, arms crossed, one foot propped against the iron door. She tilts her head slightly, her azure-hued, luminous eyes gazing at her sister. Hona, similarly leaning against the door, keeps her head down, her expression one of distress, hands intertwined as she nervously fidgets with her fingers. Hona. Hong Yin raises her head, surveying the bunker space ahead, her voice clear yet aloof. Father's favor towards me is a double-edged sword, much like our current position. Before us lies the secure bunker, yet behind us looms the terrifying gray storm. Hona furrows her brow. I can face those storms too. No, you cannot. Hong Yin takes a deep breath, her tone softening. I will not allow my sister to confront any risks. Hona's body stiffens. Hong Yin continues, the Galactic Alliance has never regarded scavengers as human. In their eyes, we are akin to cockroaches in a garbage dump. Even as E-grade users, we are but slightly larger rats, and no one knows what may transpire when facing them. With a smile, Hong Yin reaches out to smooth her sister's hair. Sister promises you, if the negotiations succeed and we acquire additional gene serums, I will be the first to advocate for you, and no matter who it is, including myself, Hong Yin will always prioritize Hona. Hona's eyes glisten with tears as she turns to embrace her sister. Her voice choking, Sister, I will always believe in you. You need not bear such burdens. Hona has her own ways. Hong Yin gently pats her sister's back, smiling. I know, I've always known. Hona is a tenacious child. Miss Hong Yin. A staff member calls from a distance. The serum is ready. We can begin. Hong Yin slowly turns, exhaling heavily. In her beautiful and noble eyes, a trace of seriousness emerges. She strides forward, while her sister Hona clutches her hand from behind. Worry etched across her face. Previously, their father did not explicitly mention the potential consequences of the black market serum's failure, but all present in the bunker understand that the repercussions could likely lead to genetic defects, resulting in flawed individuals or even disability. With a mere 23 success rate, this means Hong Yin has only 1 in 5 chances. Rest assured, Hona. Hong Yin offers a reassuring smile. She then lifts her chin, the tungsten light illuminating her exquisite yet resolute face. I will succeed. Chapter 31. Blind Box, Premium Black Market Gene Serum. 4. Cheng Qi shook his head. With a success rate of only 23, failure could lead to disability. This is indeed rather disappointing. Continue synthesizing. Disassemble into primitive substances. Synthesis successful. Valent Gene Serum. 2. Cheng Qi was taken aback, the formation crumbling. Shouldn't it have been something like Super Black Market Gene Serum? Valent Gene Serum, produced by black market pharmacist Valent, a legendary genius apothecary who developed a unique gene sequencing technology based on CRISPR-Cas9 and applied it extensively to gene modification serums, achieving a catalytic success rate of 90.8 with negligible side effects, a figure that has surpassed the Galactic Science Association. However, this serum has become a rarity. Valent vanished after producing 13 exclusive serums, and rumors suggest he may have been recruited by the Galactic Science Association or kidnapped by dark forces. A 90.8 success rate. Cheng Qi's heart raced. This is an exceedingly terrifying probability. Gene-level evolution has always been a low-probability event, but under Valent's expertise, it seems to have been thoroughly mastered. 2 vials of light azure serum lay before Cheng Qi. After 3 rounds of synthesis, the efficacy of the serum has skyrocketed. There remains one final synthesis possible. Any hesitation would be a disrespect to STC. Cheng Qi exhaled, continuing the synthesis. Disassemble into primitive substances. Synthesis successful. Valent Fantasy Serum. Cheng Qi's eyes widened. Valent Fantasy? The potion in question is a concept that resides within the notes of the brilliant alchemist Valente. It represents the pinnacle of his imaginative prowess concerning his own techniques, Yet he was unable to manifest this vision into reality before his mysterious disappearance. The essence of this technology lies in its ability to replicate specific genetic fragments through the polymerase chain reaction (PCR) method, allowing for the substantial amplification of particular genes. This enables the continuous replication and overlay of advantageous segments of human DNA, effectively replacing inferior genes. Cheng Qi nodded solemnly, pondering whether SET truly encompasses all domains, even transforming the ideas within Valente's notes into tangible existence. The Valente Fantasy Potion boasts a success rate of 99.9% for genetic evolution. Since the technology involves the replication and amplification of existing superior segments, the outcomes of genetic optimization may vary based on individual constitution, potentially resulting in significant enhancements or, conversely, negligible changes. In simpler terms, this concoction synthesized from 16 subpar potions is akin to a blind box. Intrigued, Cheng Qi instinctively rubbed his hands together. With no other options available, he resolved to consume the Valente Fantasy Potion. Just how much potential do I possess? The anticipation was palpable. Cheng Qi raised the test tube containing a pristine azure potion, devoid of impurities and not viscous in texture, suggesting it would not be unpleasant to drink. With a decisive pop, he removed the stopper and tilted his head back, consuming the entirety of the Valente Fantasy Potion in one swift motion. In the next moment, seated on a rickety bench with his back straight and hands resting on his knees, he gazed ahead. After ingesting the potion, he felt an intense heat in his throat, akin to swallowing a shot of strong liquor. Beyond that, there was little sensation. Cheng Qi tilted his head, closing his eyes to concentrate, but still felt nothing. Could it be? Am I truly just a waste wrapped in fine clothing? A wave of despair washed over him, as nothing is more terrifying than the sudden realization of being a colossal waste. Yet, Cheng Qi's perspective shifted. Indeed, there exists something even more dreadful than discovering one is a failure. Suddenly, he spat a mouthful of blood skyward, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed onto the ground. He had become a lifeless Cheng Qi found it utterly inconceivable. Such words about my future. He suddenly began to stutter, realizing with a jolt that an overwhelming quantity of thick, black liquid was surging from every pore of his body. His mouth was no exception, frothing as it did. Ah, a cleansing of the essence, I see. Expelling impurities, is it? Such a trite narrative. Author, you. Any optimization of a system invariably follows a similar protocol. The expulsion of impurities. This seems to be an immutable truth. A cycle of renewal, first, cleanse, then enhance. Moreover, over the past several years, Cheng Qi had scarcely consumed anything resembling proper nourishment. Expired products and subpar energy bars were laden with impurities and harmful substances. His body had accumulated a vast amount of toxins, which were now finally being purged in one fell swoop. Thanks to the shower system expanded by the Earth Dragon King, Cheng Qi luxuriated in a thorough cleansing. The moment he exited the shower, he felt as if he had parted the clouds to behold the sunrise, feeling light as a feather, invigorated, and his mind crystal clear. Gazing into the mirror, Cheng Qi was astonished to find his skin had become remarkably fair and delicate. The contours of his features appeared more defined, and his eyes, enhanced by 3 rings of azure light, were imbued with a profound depth, exuding an indescribable air of nobility. Although Cheng Qi had yet to undergo systematic training, thereby not fully harnessing the benefits of his C-grade genes, faint traces of muscle definition were discernible, resembling the initial stages of a sculptural masterpiece. His pectorals and abdominal muscles were subtly pronounced. Elegant and dynamic, yet brimming with strength, I finally understand how utterly useless I once was. I also comprehend why so many ordinary individuals, despite exerting every ounce of effort, remain ensnared by mediocrity. In the bygone era, inherent genetic disparities existed between individuals. Now, with the advent of genetic science, the chasm created by genetics is an insurmountable divide. Cheng Qi felt his thoughts sharpen, his vigor renewed, and a spark igniting in his eyes. This sensation was exhilarating. Chapter 33. The advantage of speed. Cheng Qi prepared to receive his spoils. According to the conversions of high-entropy alloys, this time, I have procured 82 failed products of black market gene serums for you. The communicator designated for contacting the merchant Mo crackled to life, emitting Mo's voice. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in surprise, Mo was delivering a second batch of serums at this moment. Wasn't this akin to delighting in a fireworks display? 82 vials. As I said, Mo is simply outrageous. Once synthesized, to what extraordinary heights could I, Cheng Qi, ascend? Cheng Qi, are you dead? Mo's voice remained cold and rational. If you don't respond within 10 seconds, I shall assume you have perished, and I will profit handsomely from this transaction. Cheng Qi felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Mo likely thought he would simply succumb like livestock, unable to resist the allure of those black market gene serums. Even if I were to die, I would transform into a vengeful spirit to reclaim my serums. You're still alive. Then Mo's voice remained placid. Why 20 biotech boxes have entered Earth's atmosphere? I only just realized that a massive storm seems to have arisen on Earth. You had best hurry out to receive the shipment. My previous foe, its arms swung forward incessantly, clawing at the protruding refuse on the ground, as it crawled with great difficulty and slowness. Observing its physique, it bore little resemblance to a robot. Was that a human? Given the state of its body, how could it still be alive? Cheng Qi squinted, yet a swirl of gray metallic dust drifted by. And that quarter of a person suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed. With a momentary hesitation, Cheng Qi gathered all the transport boxes and set off to return to the underground shelter. With so many valuable items in hand, he could not afford to be swayed by curiosity at that moment. Inside the underground shelter, the massive steel matriarch extended its precise mechanical arms, arranging 20 biotechnological material boxes neatly. Opening each one in turn, a total of 82 failed black market gene serums were lined up in a perfect row, with a spacing error of less than 0.1 millimeters, a level of precision that was astonishing. With a clatter, one of the serums rolled slightly due to the curvature of the shelter's floor. The mechanical matriarch immediately corrected its position. Cheng Qi examined these serums. From their material and appearance, they bore no flaws. Merchant Mo once again proved his integrity. Cheng Qi turned his gaze toward the black biotech transport boxes. The reasoning remained the same. Having purchased so many items, is it unreasonable to expect a few packaging bags? Surely, it was not unreasonable. Cheng Qi nodded to himself. With these boxes, the mechanical matriarch could be upgraded once more, though he hoped its obsessive tendencies would not worsen. His gaze returned to the gene serums. Now a SIL-level gene user, Cheng Qi felt a slight tremor in his arm. He was acutely aware of the unparalleled and terrifying potential for growth he possessed. An excited heart, trembling hands. Even Wang Zilv would have to bow before him. Cheng Qi swallowed hard and began the synthesis. Dispersing original units. Synthesis successful. Premium black market gene serum, 41. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled. Indeed, the same original materials corresponded to the identical synthesis route. Dispersing original units. Synthesis successful. Special grade black market gene serum, 20. Dispersing original units. Synthesis successful. Valent gene serum, 10. Dispersing original units. Synthesis successful. Valent fantasy serum, 5. Cheng Qi paused momentarily. Previously, he had synthesized to this point, but had to consume the Valent fantasy serum due to a lack of additional synthesis materials. Was this very serum that enabled him to evolve 3 times consecutively? Becoming a C-level gene user, Cheng Qi's lips trembled slightly. What would happen if he continued to synthesize? Would it elevate him to the legendary S-level genes? In the past, Cheng Qi had only heard snippets of wild tales from the old, unreliable interstellar radio his grandfather had left behind. S-level gene progenitors proliferated everywhere. Regardless of which planet one traveled to, various top-tier beauties would pounce like hungry tigers, transforming into human-shaped vacuums. Oh no, various beauties would eagerly throw themselves at him, hoping to unite with a high-level gene user and produce superior offspring that, of course, these were merely tales. Cheng Qi believed that the true S-level gene progenitors bore no such vulgar demands. Even if they did have progeny everywhere, it would stem from some spirit of altruism. As for the abilities of S-level gene users, those wild tales were, after all, just tales, glossing over the details. The focus of such stories was primarily on allure and sensuality. Thus, Cheng Qi remained unaware of what the legendary S-level gene users truly represented. At that moment, Cheng Qi's sense of anticipation surged explosively. He commenced the synthesis. Dispersing into original matter, synthesis successful, lifebud, gene sequence liberation serum, 2. Humans belong to carbon-based life forms. Regardless of genetic enhancement, their framework remains rooted in carbon-based biology. Carbon-based life forms are those that are fundamentally composed of carbon elements. The construction of vital biomolecules within the human body, such as proteins, carbohydrates, and carbohydrates, relies on the chemical properties of carbon. The human respiratory and circulatory systems also depend on carbon. This includes DNA, a crucial macromolecule carrying genetic information, which is also composed of carbon-based nucleotides. Due to Earth's environmental factors, naturally occurring life can only be carbon-based. Humans are born of carbon elements and are also constrained by it. Cheng Qi gazed at the STC virtual screen, puzzled by the appearance of such annotations. Nevertheless, he endeavored to digest the information in simple terms. Being born on Earth had predetermined humanity's carbon-based structure. Breathing relies on carbon, food decomposition relies on carbon, and even heredity necessitates carbon. Without carbon, there would be no present-day humanity. If humans were devoid of carbon, they would disintegrate at the molecular level, leaving no trace behind. This is what carbon-based life entails. At this moment, Cheng Qi's gaze sharpened slightly as a particular line at the bottom of the STC display captured his attention. Lifebud, Gene Sequence Liberation Serum, technology derived from a Level 5 plant civilization, possesses a certain probability of fundamentally altering the carbon-based biological framework, allowing for evolution into a wholly new gene sequence. For instance, silicon-based life. Cheng Qi inhaled sharply. Silicon-based life. This serum surpassed humanity's understanding of gene enhancement, flipping the table entirely. Its ambition was to transform humans into silicon-based beings. The sequence, it directly spanned an entire sequence. Cheng Qi found it hard to believe that such a thing was even possible. But what did that plant civilization entail? Beyond technological civilizations, could there truly exist other types? A plant civilization, could it be a societal system comprised of tree-like beings? At that moment, the STC annotations turned the page, revealing another line of text. Special note: the success rate of this gene sequence liberation serum is merely 7.7. Should liberation fail, the user's original genes will suffer irreversible damage, leading to genetic dissolution and immediate death. If liberation succeeds, the user will metamorphose into an entirely new elemental basis. However, due to surrounding environmental factors, the user may be unable to breathe smoothly or convert energy internally. For example, if the user transforms into a silicon-based life form while situated on Earth, where silicon elements are scarce, their life cycle would be devastated, resulting in immediate death. The repeated mention of immediate death left Cheng Qi utterly stunned. Well, that wasn't this a dead end on both sides? What use did he have for such a serum? It would be better to shatter that glass vial and end it all himself. No need for such grand gestures. Grumbling aside, Cheng Qi had not yet reached the final step. At that moment, he possessed 2 gene sequence liberation serums and could perform one last synthesis. Dispersing into original matter, synthesis successful, Tree of Life, Balanced Sequence Liberation Serum 1. Building upon the lifebud, this serum significantly enhances its effects and balances its efficacy and side effects. The success rate of gene liberation rises to 67.7, eliminating the side effect of genetic dissolution and locking in the liberation direction, targeting transformation into a silicon-based life form. Moreover, upon successful liberation, the user's original gene sequence will be retained, allowing them to evolve into a dual gene sequence organism, possessing the advantages of both genes while mitigating their respective disadvantages. Cheng Qi experienced a sensation akin to thunder striking his head, a dual gene sequence, and one that wouldn't result in immediate death. Chapter 35. Success or Failure in the Underground Fortress of the Scavenger Alliance. The pharmaceutical laboratory's rusty metal doors slowly creaked open, a cloud of white steam wafting outward. In the mist, a tall and alluring silhouette emerged. Long, elegant legs, a slender waist, ample bosom, and cascading hair formed an exceedingly captivating outline. She moved steadily, stepping out with poise. Outside, the president of the Scavenger Alliance, several high-ranking scavengers, and a woman in a red dress. Hina watched the figure with tense expressions. As the figure's face gradually came into focus, it revealed an icy, stunning beauty that stood imperiously in the world. Tight shorts clung to her pert rear, while a snug leather jacket enveloped a low-cut black half-sleeve, showcasing the gentle curve of her upper body and her delicate collarbone. She was the dream goddess of countless individuals, the object of many fantasies. Yet at that moment, everyone noticed the pallor that veiled her beautiful cheeks. The sound of her heels striking the ground echoed sharply, but after only a few steps, she began to stagger. Blood began to seep from the inner thigh, creating stark red patterns against her pale, slender leg. Suddenly, she could no longer contain herself and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. "Hong Yin, sister!" The crowd rushed forward, hastily supporting the bloodless woman. But Hong Yin, tears welling in her eyes, quivered her red lips and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. I failed at this moment." Her pupils held only a faint blue glow, which appeared dim and lacking luster due to her grievous injuries. The elderly president felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his body swaying unsteadily. Nearly a decade's worth of accumulated wealth had been spent without securing even a D-level gene user. His eyes brimmed with sorrow as he gazed at his frail daughter, a profound heartache surfacing within him. "Sister?" Hina's tears spilled over as she clutched her sister's shoulders, choking back sobs. "Had I known it would be like this, I would have rather borne the burden myself." President, a member of the Scavenger Alliance, stepped into the crowd, visibly anxious as he announced, "The combat team of the Interstellar Alliance has arrived." The president stiffened slightly. At this moment, it was hardly welcome news for him. After a pause, the elderly president pondered, "How many have come?" "2 Hawk-class transport starships," the member replied, fear evident in his voice as he swallowed hard. In the past dozen visits, there has never been a case of 2 starships arriving simultaneously. Each Hawk-class ship is capable of carrying 2,000 individuals, which means their contingent must exceed 2,000. The president felt a tingling numbness in his hands. "So many people. Father, we must seize this opportunity," Hong Yun said, raising her pale face. "There must be high-ranking military personnel aboard the starships." The president's expression turned desolate. "How can we seize it? We only have E-grade geneticists, and counting you sisters, there are merely 3 of you." To them, E-grade geneticists are barely worthy of verbal respect, possessing no real power. "Father, I stumbled upon this earlier," Hong Yun said, retrieving a small box from her leather pocket. Upon opening it, 2 nail-sized black membranes were revealed. "This is an invisibility lens made from biological materials." Taking a deep breath, Hong Yun placed one of the lenses on her left eye. The tiny membrane quickly softened to fit, and in the next moment, a small blue halo illuminated the surface of the lens. Combined with Hong Yun's E-grade genetic imaging, her pupils now shimmered with 2 radiant circles. "You?" The president's voice warped in disbelief. "Child, you are fabricating this." "I acquired these glasses from a scavenger by chance," Hong Yun replied, her brow furrowed. This device once circulated in the interstellar black market, often used by con artists, but the technology within is quite advanced, undetectable by standard equipment. Besides, the combat team of the Interstellar Alliance is, after all, a military unit. They likely won't carry overly sophisticated genetic detection devices. "I have a chance," Hong Yun asserted, her determination evident. "Nonsense." The president's facial muscles quivered. "Do you understand what consequences you might face if discovered?" A resolute glimmer flickered in Hong Yun's eyes. "I only know that if we do not secure funding, all scavengers on Earth will face a dire fate." An extended silence enveloped the air. The president trembled with unspoken words, while Hong Yun, with Hina's assistance, gradually rose. "Sister, accompany me to freshen up, and please, help me apply the most exquisite makeup." The president watched his 2 daughters support each other, disappearing at the corridor's end.to one side. A physician from the Scavenger Alliance spoke. "President, Miss Hong Yun's body has suffered from a backlash of genetic agents. First, she is currently very frail, her health at less than a third of normal. Second," the physician hesitated, "she has lost her ability to bear children." The president's body visibly trembled. He looked up at the ceiling, tears streaming down his face. Faced with it all, he felt utterly powerless. Dual genetic sequence. Cheng Qi gazed at the vial in his hand, a mere glass test tube. Yet the liquid inside appeared as clear as water, seemingly ordinary at first glance. However, as Cheng Qi lifted the vial against the light in the underground shelter, his pupils dilated in astonishment. He saw countless tiny lights swirling within the transparent liquid, sparkling like stars in the universe. Gently rotating the test tube, Cheng Qi felt as if he were viewing the cosmos from a higher dimension. Watching it spin in tranquility, he had never heard of any human becoming a silicon-based organism. Moreover, He had never encountered the existence of humans with dual genetic sequences. If one possessed a silicon-based genetic sequence, could they still be classified as human? What, indeed, did the legendary silicon-based life forms resemble? Cheng Qi's gaze shimmered. A success rate of 67.7 was entirely worth the risk. He swiftly uncorked the vial, inhaled deeply, and tilted his head back, swallowing the mysterious concoction in one go. Cheng Qi did not wish to waste a single drop. As he tilted his head back, mouth agape, he watched the last drop of liquid descend from the vial. Landing on his tongue as the crystalline droplet hovered in midair, Cheng Qi experienced a peculiar sensation of time slowing down. He could distinctly see his reflection on the droplet surface, as if time itself had altered its pace. The droplet descended languidly, while Cheng Qi's eyes widened in shock. He observed that his pupils had transformed from their previous inky blackness into a geometric mosaic. Within the depths of his pupils, tightly interlinked triangles emerged, blossoming outward in layers like flowers unfurling. Cheng Qi felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. Simultaneously, a clear alert resonated in his mind, akin to a sixth sense in the face of crisis. He sensed his body becoming increasingly disjointed, on the brink of fragmentation. In that instant, the interconnected triangles enveloped Cheng Qi's visage, causing his face to blossom like a flower. Moments later, his body erupted with a soft thud, resembling a small firework devoid of flames, as he shattered into countless tiny triangles, vanishing from sight. Chapter 36. Silicon-based life forms a shroud of darkness enveloped the world, reminiscent of the universe before its birth. Cheng Qi could not sense his body nor his existence. Suddenly, 2 points of light ignited before him, expanding rapidly. Ultimately, they coalesced into 2 magnificent and mysterious structures. Point 1 was a splendid double helix structure, emanating a cerulean glow. It represented the very essence of humanity's millennia-long propagation. If humanity is the most intricate and exquisite creation of Earth's ecology, then this structure is its core designer. The spirals resembled a celestial ladder, composed of successive base pairs, housing a vast reservoir of genetic information. As Cheng Qi gazed upon it, an inexplicable sense of reverence and awe welled within him. On the opposite side of human DNA lay a pulsating structure shimmering with violet light. It too resembled some form of DNA, yet astonishingly, it took the form of a dodecahedron composed of rhombuses. Comprised of 12 rhombic faces, each face was filled with dense sequences akin to cosmic codes. It likely contained information similar to base pairs, yet its volume seemed to surpass that of human DNA's double helix. This must be the DNA of silicon-based organisms, Cheng Qi mused. He was unsure if he had voiced his thoughts, only aware that his voice echoed within the vastness. The so-called silicon-based life is founded on silicon elements. Amidst the dark expanse, another voice resonated, deep and ancient, as if emerging from the depths of history. Cheng Qi felt a wave of tranquility and comfort wash over him. For reasons unknown, he felt no repulsion or questions, simply listening intently to the speaker's words. We possess enormous distinctions from carbon-based life. From appearance to internal structure and down to our core operational systems, we are fundamentally different. At that moment, a translucent silhouette gradually materialized before the silicon-based life form's DNA structure, an ethereal figure standing approximately 3 meters tall. Cheng Qi gazed in wonder at this miraculous entity, which did not move but stood with limbs outstretched, resembling a holographic model. Its form was composed of a rigid crystalline structure, glimmering like a radiant silicon gem. The gems followed some inherent order, exhibiting high degrees of symmetry and clarity, with crisp lines and distinct angles. Such a visage could only be described as breathtakingly beautiful. We do not rely on water and organic molecules to sustain our life activities as carbon-based organisms do. Our skin is a semi-transparent silicon membrane capable of filtering and refracting light, presenting a spectrum of vibrant colors. In Cheng Qi's eyes, the silicon-based life form gently rotated, emanating even more dazzling brilliance. Our mode of movement differs from carbon-based organisms. We utilize electromagnetic forces or the growth and contraction of crystals to alter our positions. The silicon-based life form lightly gestured, producing a crisp sound of friction. We possess eyes that are highly sensitive to electromagnetic waves, directly perceiving various energy spectra, including radio waves, infrared, and even X-rays. Our ears can capture minute electromagnetic vibrations, enabling us to sense distant information. Our communication transpires through frequency-modulated electromagnetic waves, facilitating rapid and efficient information exchange, capable of transmitting vast amounts of complex data instantaneously. We can also produce sound through vibrations of the silicon crystals on our surfaces, covering a range of frequencies within the hearing capabilities of various organisms, allowing us to communicate seamlessly with other life forms. At this very moment, within the facial features of that silicon-based life form, numerous violet beams of light burst forth. These beams were vivid and elongated, seemingly capable of connecting with the heavens. Due to the inherent properties of silicon, our bodily structure possesses sufficient stability in high-temperature environments. Unlike carbon-based organisms that decompose under such conditions, we harness elevated temperatures to drive the chemical reactions within our bodies, maintaining our vital activities through the absorption and storage of vast amounts of thermal energy. Our silicon-based structure also exhibits resilience against radiation damage, even capable of transforming radiation energy into useful forms. We have always inhabited high-temperature, high-pressure, and radiation-rich environments, such as the scorching surfaces of planets near stars or the interiors of planets laden with radioactive materials. Suddenly, in the holographic model, a fierce conflagration erupted. There were also solar flares reminiscent of those on the sun's surface, yet these extreme temperatures posed no threat to silicon-based life. Rather, they enhanced the luster of its gem-like skin. Throughout this process, Cheng Qi felt as if he were immersed in a wondrous journey, in a manner he could not comprehend. He became aware of an extraordinary form of life, silicon-based life. Cheng Qi struggled to encapsulate his thoughts. To liken it to a superhero seemed inadequate, for it was not human in the conventional sense. It possessed inherently marvelous and powerful abilities, shared by its entire species. Yet, one must concede that if a silicon-based life form were to suddenly appear within human civilization, certain attributes of it would indeed be deemed divine. Cheng Qi's mind gradually cleared, and he posed a question to the surrounding void. Who are you? I am no one. I am not an individual, nor a life form. I am the genetic information contained within the DNA of silicon-based organisms. As you can observe, the information within silicon-based DNA far surpasses that of carbon-based organisms. It not only encodes the blueprint for the organism's growth, but also contains segments of information such as mine. Whenever a new silicon-based life form is born, I provide it with the necessary foundational knowledge. You may understand me as the very essence of inheritance. Cheng Qi's intellect became shrouded in a haze once more. Inheritance? For whom? For you. The mysterious voice uttered its final words, resonating like a monumental bell within Cheng Qi's heart. He felt as though the entire world was rippling, and a series of whirlpools appeared before his eyes. Suddenly, Cheng Qi shivered. His perspective sharpened, revealing the resplendent spherical ceiling of the underground shelter. He beheld the glass test tube he held aloft and the droplet of genetic serum that was descending within it. Drip, at last, the droplet fell into Cheng Qi's mouth, imparting a sweet and cooling sensation upon his tongue. Cheng Qi shook his head, confusion clouding his eyes. Have I been sitting here all along? What was that I just witnessed? Was it an illusion? Yet in the next moment, Cheng Qi's body stiffened slightly. He gazed at his right hand, which held the test tube, and found it was no longer a human arm. Instead, it was an arm that reflected dazzling light. Akin to a magnificent diamond. Chapter 37. Electronic Resonance. What is happening to me? Following the line of his arm, Cheng Qi's gaze moved downward. He observed that his shoulder, chest, and legs were now shimmering with a dazzling brilliance reminiscent of prismatic glass, extravagant and stunning. He made a slight motion with his hand, and all actions felt normal. Yet, his arm imparted a sense of weight and rigidity. Simultaneously, he heard a faint sound of crystal friction emanating from his joints. Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly. Our skin is a layer of semi-transparent silicon film, capable of filtering and refracting light. Our mode of movement does not rely on the contraction and relaxation of muscles as carbon-based beings do. The words of inheritance echoed in Cheng Qi's mind, intensifying his trepidation. In that instant, he clenched his fist. A crystalline armor rapidly emerged upon his knuckles, with sharp crystalline spikes sprouting from the gaps in his joints. Perhaps due to inexperience, this phenomenon triggered a chain reaction. In an instant, crystalline spikes erupted from his elbow, shoulder, and knees, transforming him into a resplendent thorned flower. Cheng Qi was somewhat aghast. Why armor? It was as if he sensed something, and he abruptly turned around to discover that the XXX 01 extreme warrior armor had already disengaged from him prior to his awakening. Now, it stood silently behind him like a headless silver automaton. The armor must have detected certain incompatibilities and thus automatically released itself from Cheng Qi's body. Confirming that the extreme warrior armor was unharmed, Cheng Qi breathed a sigh of relief. However, within a mere second, his heart ignited once more with fervor. All of this was pointing to one conclusion: a success rate of 67.7. He had succeeded. The present him must be the legendary bearer of the dual gene sequence. This was likely not an ordinary high-level genetic being, but rather an unprecedented existence. Cheng Qi's chest rose and fell slightly, marveling at the astonishing efficacy of the serum. He felt as though he had traversed through a fantastical dreamscape during the final droplet's descent. Suddenly, in his diamond-like eyes, he perceived some peculiar entities. They were semi-transparent blue ribbons, gently floating in the air, both ethereal and mysterious. All these ribbons originated from the same place, Cheng Qi's body, yet their destinations varied. One connected to the distant Iron Mother, another to the Earth Dragon King's expansion dock, and yet another to the dock where the mischievous Hanzai was playing do di ju with Xiao Qiong, slyly employing tricks. What is this? Cheng Qi's heart was filled with uncertainty, for inheritance seemed to offer no explanation for this phenomenon. Gazing toward the Iron Mother, a strange sensation of communication emerged deep within Cheng Qi's consciousness. With a mere thought, the Iron Mother stirred slightly, blue indicator lights illuminating her massive frame. With a soft hum, she activated her levitation system, moving forward by 10 centimeters. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had merely envisioned this scene in his mind, yet the mechanical entity had complied. Were those blue ribbons some form of connection? Cheng Qi's initial hypothesis began to form, and he issued another command. The indicator lights flickered gently as the Iron Mother raised her mechanical arm skyward before lowering it again. Cheng Qi's heart thundered. It truly works. Turning his gaze toward the Earth Dragon King's expansion dock, he issued a command, hoping for the floating illumination lamp to rise another meter and increase its brightness by 20. In the next moment, the underground shelter brightened considerably, as the lamp's proximity to the ceiling made the metallic patterned dome appear even more radiant and beautiful. Cheng Qi gazed upward in astonishment. Although his expression was blank, his diamond-like form shone in harmony with the dome. Why is this happening? Cheng Qi was filled with incredulity. My thought connected to the control center of the machinery. Yet consciousness and electronic signals are entirely disparate entities. Observing his diamond-like hands, Cheng Qi's eyes flickered. Wait, perhaps I have been too presumptuous and stagnant in my understanding. I am no longer carbon-based but a silicon-based life form. I need to adopt a new perspective. The brains of computers and artificial intelligence are essentially chips, and the primary material within these chips is silicon. Once purified, silicon becomes silicon wafers. Through processes such as photolithography and etching, transistors and circuits, the main components within chips are formed. This is akin to neurons, brain nerves, and cerebral blood vessels. The self-awareness, thoughts, judgments, and executions of robots arise from that small silicon chip. The Iron Mother, the Earth Dragon King expansion dock, and other devices represent pure, primitive artificial intelligence. They are also a form of silicon-based life, or perhaps a rudimentary version of silicon-based life. Their existence is rooted in silicon elements, and they possess the capacity for thought and autonomy. Cheng Qi felt enlightened. In the bygone era, people often perceived silicon-based life as distant. Yet, in truth, the opposite is more accurate. If viewed from a different angle, one could consider laptops as silicon-based life, and so too smartphones. If one believes these devices lack human characteristics, the concept can be further personified, such as with Siri, Xiao AI, or Baidu. They are, in essence, silicon-based organisms existing among humanity, albeit of a lower order and artificially created. Upon becoming a silicon-based life form, I shall resonate with other silicon-based beings. This is precisely what inheritance refers to, the unique mode of communication intrinsic to silicon-based life. No wonder I can control them remotely. Cheng Qi's eyes widened. If this were the case, any technological creation I synthesize that possesses a silicon chip could be manipulated from afar. This is astonishingly convenient, bordering on the supernatural. At that moment, Cheng Qi turned his gaze toward the distant Hanzai. Xiao Qiong, let me tell you something. A connected with 6 to start, reminiscent of the once rampant official vehicles of yore. Your bomb is of no use to me. Ha ha! Cheng Qi squinted, noting how this fellow adeptly applied what he learned. A thought crossed his mind, and he watched as Hanzai abruptly stood up, one hand on his waist and the other pointing to the sky. Beginning to dance. Dinosaur against wolf, dinosaur against wolf, he exclaimed. Why on earth am I dancing? Chapter 38. Humanization. Cheng Qi had a bit of fun at Hanzai's expense. He shifted his focus to himself. The combat capability and adaptability of his current silicon-based life form remained to be tested. One thing was certain. It was extraordinarily radiant. I cannot simply venture out like this. It is far too conspicuous. Given that it is a dual gene sequence, the two types of genes should be switchable. How should I operate this? Cheng Qi furrowed his brow, seriously doubting that he might be the only human possessing a dual gene sequence, with corresponding knowledge likely unknown to anyone else. Switching, Cheng Qi murmured, and in that instant, he felt the surrounding space darken. He found himself once again in a dim, formless world, his consciousness transformed back into a disembodied state. Before him floated two radiant strands of DNA, one representing the double helix structure of carbon-based life, the other the dodecahedral structure of silicon-based life. In that moment, the two strands of DNA moved, intertwining in an instant, completing some form of exchange, dragging forth faint shadows of light. The double helix DNA radiated a brilliant glow, filling Cheng Qi's vision. With a shiver, he returned to the underground shelter. He raised his hands to inspect them, finding that his body had reverted to that of a flesh-and-blood human, the sensation of control over his body becoming much more familiar. Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly. This feeling was surreal. Cheng Qi, do you truly enjoy running around naked? A voice floated by. Why do you adults always refuse to listen? Xiao Qiong drifted past, shaking her head, her gaze unwavering. Cheng Qi was taken aback. He had just been clad in the extreme warrior power armor, which had automatically detached during his transformation into silicon-based life, leaving him once again exposed. Xiao Qiong and her companions had not noticed his transition into a silicon being. They had only seen the outcome. Cheng Qi quickly dressed and donned the extreme warrior power armor. In his carbon-based state, the armor's assistance was indispensable. He then retrieved a palm-sized mirror, gazing into his own eyes. At this moment, his eyes could be described as fantastical and captivating. Within his pupils, 3 azure rings emitted a mysterious and noble glow. The innermost layer no longer contained the human brown iris, but was instead a geometric shape resembling triangular crystals, splendid and intricate, radiating a faint golden light. Cheng Qi's eyes blinked. The exquisite geometric formation in his pupils expanded slightly, a hint of purple light spilling from the gaps. Hiss! Cheng Qi felt a surge of awe. This was undeniably striking. His dazzling eyes could captivate anyone. The changes in his pupils were clearly a reflection of his silicon-based nature, but at this moment, it only covered the innermost layer. Cheng Qi pondered. This meant that the genes of silicon-based life forms also possess levels. Just as the rings in the eyes of higher carbon-based beings increased with gene level, the same applied to silicon-based life forms. No wonder they were referred to as gene sequences. It was indeed a system capable of advancement. Cheng Qi took a deep breath. At this moment, he felt as if his path ahead was vast and limitless. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the 20 biological transport containers on the ground. Each of these had an individual value exceeding 50,000 credit points, sufficient to ensure a scavenger's comfortable living for several years. To simply give them away, what generosity from Bossimo, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, aboard a starship. Emo suddenly sneezed. He found it puzzling. According to his gene level, such an odd physiological phenomenon should not occur. But why had those biological containers not returned? Had they become lost in the earthly tempest once again? Cheng Qi cast another glance at the steel matron quietly docked beside the shelter. What transformation would occur if the 20 containers were merged with the steel matron? I cannot let Boss Mo's goodwill go to waste. With that thought, he acted. Detected similar technological creations, commencing synthesis, dispersing into primitive matter. Biomass material transport containers, 10. K443 integrated transport platform, 5. The official designation for the steel matron's equipment was the K443 integrated transport platform. At this moment, Cheng Qi possessed 6 steel matrons. If their compulsive tendencies were to manifest, it would surely be a terrifying sight. Continuing synthesis, S255 atomic transport platform, 3. Compared to the previous generation K443, This platform underwent revolutionary upgrades, with significant enhancements in all aspects of performance, adding atomic compression technology. Through a special force field, it can reduce the atomic spacing of items at the microscopic level, achieving a volumetric reduction effect macroscopically, greatly enhancing storage capacity. An atomic transport platform? Cheng Qi was somewhat incredulous. Volume reduction? The S-255 atomic transport platform appeared similar to its predecessor, still resembling a dark container, yet its size had diminished by 50. Could it shrink other items and contain them within itself? Upon reading the final note from the STC, Cheng Qi nodded in realization. This technology originates from a level 2.4 civilization. Cheng Qi was curious about the technology of reducing atomic spacing. Instinctively, he stood up, eager to locate the control panel for the S-225 atomic transport platform. However, his vision suddenly darkened. He re-entered that dim world, where the double helix of carbon-based life and the dodecahedron of silicon-based life quietly floated before him. A crisp sound of separation echoed. Suddenly, a diamond-shaped shard, resembling purple crystal, split off from the dodecahedron, its surface densely packed with vast amounts of genetic information from silicon-based life. With a delicate motion, this beautiful genetic fragment traced a graceful arc. Adhering to the double helix representing carbon-based life, a surge of light erupted as the two merged into one. Shaking his head vigorously, Cheng Qi's consciousness returned to his body, sensing an inexplicable anomaly in his eyes. He blinked. A crisp, subtle collision resonated within his eyeballs. He hurriedly found a mirror, only to discover that his pupils were now covered in brilliant diamonds, radiating resplendent light. As he gazed ahead, that ethereal blue ribbon reappeared in his vision. One end connected to the S-225 atomic transport platform, while the other linked directly to his brow. Cheng Qi was stunned. Suddenly, he recalled the STC's prompt, possessing the advantages of dual genes, with deficiencies mutually compensating. Could I partially siliconize? This is remarkably humanized, a 5-star review. This characteristic could eliminate most troubles. Not only does it avert excessive attention, but it also allows for covert capabilities to be employed discreetly. Brilliant! Cheng Qi immediately issued a command. He instructed one of the S-225 atomic transport platforms to contain another of equal size within itself. Under normal circumstances, this would be considered an underhanded tactic. Yet, the current situation was quite the opposite because shrinking and loading was precisely the core function of the S-225. The S-225 slowly opened its hatch, revealing an internal space of approximately 15 square meters. The top of the hatch appeared to house some form of small-scale force field generator, emitting a soft yellow ripple. The other S-225 was completely enveloped by the force field, its body resonating in response. In a remarkable turn of events, the S-225, encased in the force field, suddenly took on a shadow-like outline, becoming ephemeral before dissipating. The now revealed S-225 was indeed smaller by a notch. This was merely the first reduction. As 3 force fields continued to release, the S-225 underwent 2 more reductions, ultimately shrinking by a full 70. The mechanical arm moved with the same precision as before, effortlessly placing the shrunken S-225 entirely within another S-225. Cheng Qi could only stare in astonishment. How terrifying! What would happen if I continued to synthesize? What would the S-225 transform into? Chapter 39. Unexpected toxin, dispersing into primitive matter, synthesis successful, X-14 remote transmission transport platform, retaining all functions of the S-225 while optimizing. Enhancing force field efficiency by 240, increasing intelligence by 93, and adding 4 directional transmission modules to significantly improve loading efficiency. This time, the transport platform took the form of a triangular prism approximately 4 meters high, its surface exuding a matte black sheen, while the bottom's anti-gravity engine emitted a blue glow, allowing it to float in midair. Cheng Qi's eyes widened. The X-14's body was adorned with 4 palm-sized external devices, quite conspicuous and easily detachable. Cheng Qi exerted a slight force, removing one. It resembled a somewhat thicker playing card, made of heavy black metal. On the surface, there lay an X-shaped fissure, extending through each corner. Is this what they refer to as the directional transmission module? Cheng Qi's grip tightened slightly, and the X-shaped gap suddenly emanated a radiant blue glow, exuding an unmistakable sense of advanced technology. With a click, a buzzing sound resonated from the diminutive playing card, accompanied by a strange vibration of energy. The metallic playing card in his hand abruptly split apart, expanding into a portal of blue light, approximately 4 meters in height and 3 meters in width. Cheng Qi was taken aback. Simultaneously, he noticed that the X-14 remote transportation platform also emitted a sound. As 2 cargo doors gradually swung open, revealing the internal space, within which another azure beam of light slowly materialized. Could it be? Cheng Qi tentatively picked up a small stool that had just been placed, raised his hand, and tossed it into the portal of light. A splendid beam flashed by, and the chair was transmitted through the air, appearing within the X-14 storage space, having shrunk to 1/10 of its original size. This? Cheng Qi was genuinely astonished. Was this not a scaled-down version of the directional Stargate? A century ago, the invention of the directional Stargate had transformed the future of humanity. It ushered in the era of the vast cosmos and indirectly led to the current plight of Earth. Yet, Cheng Qi had once glimpsed that so-called Stargate in a discarded pamphlet. That contraption was colossal, towering hundreds of meters high, and when it first appeared before humanity, it required a staggering 122 heavy transport helicopters to deploy. Even today, after numerous optimizations and upgrades, it remained a behemoth. In contrast, what lay in Cheng Qi's hand was merely an auxiliary module of the X-14 remote transportation platform, akin to receiving a data cable with the purchase of a phone in the old days. It astonishingly possessed the same functionality as the Stargate, and in its inactive state, it was merely the size of a playing card. If the fellows from the Human Science Alliance were to catch sight of this device, would they not go mad on the spot? This device originates from a Level 3 civilization. Cheng Qi's pupils quivered, and the sense of awe intermingled with fear within him intensified. Merely a transportation device. Yet it employed such extraordinary technology. Truly, advanced civilizations surpass human imagination. Subsequently, Cheng Qi conducted a series of tests on this module and was once again astounded. He discovered that the 2 modules could actually transmit to one another. Furthermore, he, fully armed, undertook a transmission test, which was successful as well. It seemed that the applications for this equipment were boundless. It was even more practical than the platform itself. Cheng Qi merely needed to place one transportation module in the underground shelter while carrying the other on his person. Whenever he desired, he could return to his sanctuary through this miniature Stargate. Moreover, even if the module was deactivated, the minuscule Stargate could sustain itself for approximately 30 seconds, eliminating any concerns about retrieval. Was this not the epitome of a portal? Cheng Qi's heart brimmed with astonishment. It appeared he should dedicate some time to meticulously enhance his underground shelter, as it could undoubtedly become his safest, most comfortable and easily accessible stronghold. After conducting a series of tests and operations, Cheng Qi felt a bit parched. Exploring the ocean of technology was indeed filled with novelty and shock, easily leading one to become exhilarated. Delving into the principles of each machine and studying their applications could easily induce thirst. Perhaps this was what they referred to as being thirsty for technology. His gaze landed on a bottle of azure beverage. One of the items from a biological crate, an extra gift from Mo.it, must be said that Mo was not only reliable but also adept at business. Each delivery included some additional item. Previously, it had been Professor Holen's business card, and this time, a bottle of drink, high-energy protein extract, a daily beverage containing a variety of high-molecular refined nutrients, capable of effectively replenishing human energy in a short time, with a certain purifying effect on inferior genes and a slight enhancement of human qualities. Cheng Qi smiled. Mo had previously stated on the radio that this nutrient liquid was a luxury even in extraterrestrial human civilizations, boasting an exquisite taste and exceptional effects. Moreover, this particular one was a custom product for Mo's entire family, outperforming the market variants by an impressive 20. Typically, a single bottle was priced at 12,000 credit points. Quite extravagant indeed, 12,000 for a bottle of beverage. Cheng Qi mused, was Mo a scion of a prominent family? Their lineage was undoubtedly opulent, yet reasonable. After all, Mo himself was a successful businessman, and his family's cultivation was naturally of no ordinary caliber. A heartfelt thanks was in order for Mo's continuous gifts. Cheng Qi raised the drink, unscrewed the cap, and was just about to savor it when the STC on his wrist erupted once more, emitting a fan-shaped scanning beam. Special toxin detected. This toxin is exceedingly rare, belonging to a type of cytotoxin, featuring an exclusive genetic lock. Short-term consumption will not yield obvious consequences, but prolonged exposure will insidiously damage the overall structure of the human body, ultimately resulting in irreversible death. The source of this toxin does not belong to human civilization. Even the highest level of human medicine cannot effectively neutralize it. The toxin's action duration is approximately 2 to 3 years. During this process, the pupils of the poisoned individual will exhibit imperceptible golden specks, and the afflicted will develop photophobia. It is evident that this toxin does not belong to the energy drink itself, but was added later. Cheng Qi's arm went stiff. Poison in the drink, genetic lock, and a concealed chronic toxin. Yet Imo had claimed that this beverage was a custom product from his family. Hiss! Cheng Qi inhaled sharply. This meant that the person who poisoned it had a clear target. They sought to clandestinely annihilate the Imo family. It appeared that Mo's family had been consuming this beverage for some time. Had they not already been poisoned? The fact that Imo had gifted him the drink implied he was, evidently, unaware. If there was one person in this world who cared about Cheng Qi's life or death, it was likely Imo. There was no deeper bond. Imo feared losing his source of income. This was indeed a troubling predicament. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered, and his brow furrowed slightly. He held a favorable impression of Imo. Should Mo's entire family, including Imo himself, meet a tragic end due to poisoning in the future, it was a scenario Cheng Qi wished to avert. Technology, at times, can also be a cycle. Ironically, 120 years ago, Earth's physician Song Dei had researched a gene completion serum and conducted experiments on laboratory mice. However, the results were unsatisfactory. 5 years later, Song Dei announced the experiment's failure, stating that the serum could not complete any genes. Yet, in reality, the serum Song Dei had developed had a certain probability of neutralizing various cytotoxins. Gazing at the lines of text that appeared on the blue screen of the STC, Cheng Qi found himself momentarily lost in thought. This time, it was remarkably considerate of you to provide such information. Song Dei? Cheng Qi furrowed his brow. This name sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He had encountered this name in Professor Holin's last words. Perhaps due to the enhancement of his genes, Cheng Qi's brain potential had received certain boosts, and a flash of insight traversed his mind. The recording left behind by Professor Holin vividly replayed in his thoughts. When I awakened, I shared the marvels of the muon with others. Damn it, no one believed me, not even my good friend. Song Dei from the 53rd District Gene Research Institute. He believe me either. Cheng Qi's expression shifted. By common logic, such research institutes should be relatively centralized to maximize the efficiency of security and resources. Professor Holin's Muon Research Center was located in District 52, while Song Dei's Gene Research Institute was in District 53. Their numbering was so close. If all went well, the distance between them should be minimal. Thus, could there possibly be remnants of Song Dei's gene completion serum in District 53? Cheng Qi exhaled slowly, gazing northward. Imo, my dear friend, I too am a person who values reciprocity. I shall set forth immediately to revisit Kyoto. What must be done, I shall not be remiss in, but the rest shall depend on the fate of your family. Chapter 40. Simple test. The gray storm had almost entirely subsided. Only a few erratic air currents remained on the ground, while the sky was still shrouded in a layer of gray dust. Cheng Qi left the underground shelter and stood on the surface. He gazed around. Although the surroundings were still an endless expanse of refuse, the overall topography had undergone a dramatic transformation. Some areas had risen significantly, while many previously flat regions had now become depressions. The shape of the earth seemed to have been reshuffled. Han Zai and Xiao Qiong decided to remain here, intent on crafting a new home, with plenty of work ahead. Before departing, Cheng Qi specifically cautioned them not to stray too far from the shelter. They must always carry a micro-directional stargate when venturing out, and Han Zai must stay close to Xiao Qiong. After all, Han Zai was now a brand new A-24 environment-adaptive nanny robot, and compared to the trash-laden Earth, its combat capabilities were still commendable. Suddenly, a grand and deep vibration resonated in the air. Cheng Qi looked up, frowning, and concentration point. 2 colossal transport starships emerged slowly above the atmosphere, exuding an imposing presence. Hadn't the Galactic Human Alliance prohibited the disposal of waste? Why, then, were there still starships? Cheng Qi's pupils constricted as he suddenly realized that his vision had significantly improved. He discerned the emblem on the starships, A swirling galaxy, vibrant and colorful, with a sharp sword suspended above it. Was this an operation by the Galactic Interstellar Alliance's combat team? Cheng Qi's expression stiffened. Was it a routine inspection? In the era of the vast cosmos, humanity's footprints spanned multiple star systems, and the Galactic Interstellar Alliance's combat teams were akin to regional military divisions of the olden days. In other words, they were regular troops, soldiers. Although the garbage-laden Earth was desolate and remote, it remained the territory of the human alliance and was subject to an annual routine inspection. I fly like a crow. Always steady as a rock, Cheng Qi boarded the dilapidated ground effect vehicle. That moment, the pilot, Crow, was driving with flamboyant bravado. Little brother, you're truly impressive, treating Kyoto as a tourist destination, going whenever you please. There's no one else like you across the entire garbage Earth. Cheng Qi smiled slightly. Crow was always brimming with enthusiasm. Before departing, Cheng Qi had once again tapped into a natural ability of silicon-based life forms, what they termed inheritance, enabling them to adjust their skin color based on external light. Cheng Qi utilized this function to alter his pupils, rendering them seemingly ordinary black, yet intricately composed of countless minute black triangular shapes. To the untrained eye, nothing appeared amiss. Cheng Qi had also perfectly concealed the 3 luminous rings that denoted his sea-level superior genes. At this moment, he continued to gaze at the 2 massive starships that hovered silently in the sky. Little brother, I have some insider information regarding the visit from the Interstellar Alliance team. Crow suddenly tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. Oh? Cheng Qi inquired. What insider information? Crow, in a conspiratorial tone, replied, they are searching for something. Searching for something? Cheng Qi echoed, puzzled. How could you possibly know such insider news? Crow chuckled. While I certainly have no direct contact with the Interstellar Alliance, my years in the transport business have acquainted me with a myriad of passengers, including members of the Scavengers Alliance. Cheng Qi nodded. What are they looking for? That remains unknown. Crow shook his head. As you've likely observed, they've arrived with 2 starships, and their manpower has multiplied several times over. Therefore, whatever they're seeking must be of great importance. Highly valuable. Cheng Qi squinted slightly. However, Crow sighed. Whether in the olden days or now, we common folk must abide by the rules. Even if a scavenger stumbles upon that item, they must dutifully surrender it. At best, they might receive a certificate. Enough of that. It seems our flying machine is experiencing some issues. Engine 3 has departed from us. What the heck? Engine 6 has also left us. What the heck? My caretaker robot has fallen off. Just minor issues, bouncing and jolting along. Cheng Qi finally arrived in Kyoto. The air was still thick with chemical toxins and excessive radiation. Everything appeared dim and desolate, devoid of life. Crow stood atop the vehicle, watching as Cheng Qi stepped cautiously into the shadowy haze. His lips twitched as he remarked, "You're just going in there without any protection? Truly impressive." From Crow's vantage point, he could not discern that the extreme warrior armor had deployed its visor to shield Cheng Qi's face, with life support systems activating to filter out harmful gases. There was still some distance to the location being researched by Myozi. Cheng Qi began to walk, his feet crunching on the refuse beneath him. Once he confirmed that no one was around, his eyes flickered. The extreme warrior armor suddenly disassembled, standing quietly to the side. In that very moment, Cheng Qi's body radiated a diamond-like brilliance. He intended to test the adaptability of silicon-based life forms in such a hostile environment. Strange winds swirled around him, blowing clouds of green toxic gas, which coiled and billowed like vengeful spirits coming for his life. The extreme warrior armor emitted alarms as the surrounding radiation levels exceeded normal by 16-fold, reaching 2.3 microsieverts per hour, data reminiscent of the aftermath of the Chernobyl disaster. Cheng Qi frowned. He felt nothing. Silicon-based life forms did not require breathing as defined by humans. Moreover, the harsh environment posed no danger to silicon-based beings. Cheng Qi pursed his lips, extending a finger to scratch his arm. The itch was far more pronounced than the threats posed by the environment. Here, in one of Earth's most inhospitable locales, it seemed impossible to gauge the limits of silicon-based life forms' endurance across the entirety of garbage Earth. A low growl resonated nearby. Cheng Qi spotted pairs of crimson eyes shimmering amidst the refuse. It was the murderous rat. Although he had previously intimidated them thoroughly, their territorial instincts and ferocity would compel them to abandon caution. Poised to strike at any moment, With a thought, Cheng Qi's DNA shifted, and the diamond-like glow on his body gradually faded. Simultaneously, he stepped back, the extreme warrior armor swiftly enveloping him. The test of the silicon-based life form had failed. Cheng Qi still possessed a carbon-based life form. He adjusted the armor's speed assistance to 0. He had sensed this before. After evolving to sea-level genes, his speed had markedly increased. Cheng Qi wished to utilize the murderous rats to test the speed variations of his carbon-based state. Ideally obtaining precise metrics, as the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will win every battle. Yet, historically, knowing oneself has always taken precedence over knowing the enemy. Chapter 41. Astonishing speed. A sharp screech suddenly pierced the air. A pair of crimson eyes blazed to life. From the darkness, a massive, red-furred murderous rat lunged forth, its gaping maw exuding a foul stench, aiming to bite Cheng Qi's head at an exaggerated angle. The wrist of the extreme warrior armor flipped open, revealing a glinting dagger. Cheng Qi's gaze hardened, a thought crystallizing in his subconscious. Speed. The muscles in his calves swelled, then exploded with power as he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Refuse scattering in his wake, and thin metal warping under the force in an instant. Cheng Qi collided with the red-furred murderous rat in that fleeting moment. He slightly bent his body, soaring through the rat's midsection as it leaped. Roar! The murderous rat, having missed its target, spun around rapidly, emitting a beastly howl. Then, it leapt 3 or 4 meters once more, charging at Cheng Qi. Yet at this moment, Cheng Qi made no move, merely standing still. His eyes glinting coldly. With a sudden squelch, the rat felt a numbness in its abdomen, its crimson eyes widening in shock. Unbeknownst to it, a bright red line had appeared across its belly, which soon burst open with a pop. Blood splattered like petals scattered by a divine maiden, and its innards ruptured under some internal pressure, spilling onto the ground. Thud! The massive red-furred rat collapsed, black blood oozing from its mouth, its crimson glare extinguishing. Cheng Qi's pupils constricted. In that brief moment, he had executed an advance, a clash, a cut, and a retreat, all within half a second. He glanced at the data provided by the extreme warrior armor. Movement speed, 28 ms. Cheng Qi calculated within his mind. This was nearly the speed of a cheetah from the olden days. For the fastest-running animal on Earth, such speed could only be sustained in a fleeting sprint. Not maintained over time. 28 meters per second flashed before human eyes like a swiftly swung stick, leaving the brain no time to analyze or process the details, merely a fleeting, indistinct impression. This was what one referred to as an afterimage. Sea-level genes provided such a significant enhancement to the body. I knew I was fast, but never expected to be this fast. The annotations I heard on the radio seemed different. Cheng Qi was baffled. With no one to consult, his prior understanding of sea-level genes' enhancement on the body had been limited. Yet, he hadn't anticipated such a dramatic change, as if transcending species. Doi possessed some hidden attribute? Cheng Qi paused momentarily, pondering if he was the chosen one. The howls of beasts grew increasingly dense around him. Cheng Qi prepared for the next trial, the endurance of speed. How long could this 28 meters per second be sustained? Surely not just 3 seconds, right? The terrifying roars of beasts surged, and terrifying figures emerged from the refuse. Cheng Qi was evidently receiving high-level treatment. This time, the murderous rats surrounding him were all over 4 meters in size. The earth darkened as Cheng Qi pushed his speed to its limits, moving swiftly across the ground. The processing speed of the murderous rats' brains was slower than that of humans, causing them to experience a visual persistence phenomenon. In most cases, Cheng Qi's form had transformed into streaks of black lines. In the fleeting moment, just before it strikes, the creature momentarily lingers in the retina of the rat, leaving it only with a vague, colorless afterimage. The roar of beasts grows increasingly louder, infused with the rage of the murderous rats, as well as their deep-seated fear. What on earth is this creature? Is it ever going to end? 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Cheng Qi gasps for breath, bent over, with his hands propped on his knees. This is his limit. He has reached the peak of his speed. 3 minutes and 28 seconds. What a real man. In truth, he has become remarkably powerful. Just days ago, Cheng Qi could hardly have imagined acquiring such an extraordinary physique. Slowly raising his head, he observes the ground littered with the corpses of red-furred rats. estimating there to be at least 50. The remaining living red-furred rats, now hunched over and growling, dare not advance recklessly. Suddenly, Cheng Qi notices something glimmering in the abdomen of one of the deceased rats. That flash of light just catches his eye. Could it be a core? Cheng Qi is momentarily taken aback. Isn't this a science fiction world? He steps forward, bends down, and picks up the shining object. It appears to be an oval, unevenly textured, somewhat translucent item that feels metallic to the touch. It is at this moment that the STC on his wrist unexpectedly activates, releasing a fan-shaped blue scanning beam. Similar technological artifact detected. Would you like to synthesize? This item is an amorphous alloy containing impurities. Its functional characteristics and application scenarios are akin to those of amorphous alloys, but with a purity of 70. Cheng Qi is stunned. This is amorphous alloy. The STC triggered because there are also similar items scattered beneath the corpses of 7 other red-furred rats, resembling a collection of metallic potatoes. Scavenger rats possess formidable masticatory and digestive capabilities. Due to mutations, their stomach acid exhibits a unique molecular corrosiveness. They are omnivorous, consuming vast amounts of refuse, including various alloys. However, their digestive capacity ultimately has its limits, so the small quantity of metal elements that cannot be digested will accumulate over many years and gradually merge in their stomachs to form a disordered atomic arrangement, resulting in an amorphous alloy containing numerous impurities. Cheng Qi is flabbergasted. The gastric stones of scavenger rats are actually amorphous alloy? Who could have imagined this? In the past, hyenas would fight fiercely over a piece of amorphous alloy, resorting to murder and theft. Yet this precious alloy they dream of is right here, within these murderous rats, and in such abundance, of course, even if the hyena had known this information while alive. It would have been beyond its capabilities to venture into the heart of the capital, let alone to slay red-furred rats. Cheng Qi surveys his surroundings. According to the STC's notes, the formation of amorphous alloy requires years of accumulation. Thus, only these large red-furred rats possess a certain probability of yielding it. With approximately 50 red-furred rat corpses before him, yielding 8 pieces of amorphous alloy, the drop rate approaches 20%. Cheng Qi cannot help but recall the massive wave of rats that besieged him a few days ago. Given the rats' extraordinary reproductive capacity, coupled with a century-long breeding period, how many red-furred rats must there be? How many pieces of amorphous alloy could they produce? Such high-entropy alloys, paired with Boss Mo's channels, appear to Cheng Qi as hard currency. They are akin to silver and gold. Even though the garbage-ridden earth is currently sealed off, there will surely come a day of liberation. Moreover, it is possible that one day, Cheng Qi might have the opportunity to leave this trash-ridden planet and embark on his own cosmic era. Being devoid of money is simply not an option. Hiss! Cheng Qi gazes at the surrounding red-furred rats, a sinister expression on his face, his eyes igniting with a greedy glint. I am rich. The hundreds of red-furred rats around him tremble. How can this creature's aura be 100 times more terrifying than before? Their intelligence may be low, yet at this moment, a primal sense of crisis erupts from deep within their souls. It feels as though a voice is warning them. Every biological group has its ultimate fate, and your fate is to be annihilated. Chapter 42. The Navigator of Murderous Rats. In Cheng Qi's mind, a plan has already taken shape. First, he will lure out that massive wave of rats. Next, he will unleash the Musy catalyst machine to harvest furiously. This will yield a bounty of amorphous alloy, which he can continue to synthesize, increasing its value, and then sell. Ha ha! Cheng Qi's smile widens, but suddenly, his expression becomes serious. There is a critical step in this process. Hiss, Boss Mo, you must not die, otherwise, how will I cash in? Cheng Qi's demeanor shifts, displaying a bond of camaraderie. I truly care about your life and death, for my financial lifeline cannot be severed. Temporarily abandoning the entanglement with the murderous rats, a thunderous sound erupts as Cheng Qi's turbine-powered shoes activate, lifting his body into the air as he soars toward the old site of the Musy Research Center. Dr. Song's genetic research facility is located in Zone 53, while the Musy Research Center is situated in Zone 52. Thus, to locate the genetic research facility, he must use the Musy Research Center as a central point and then explore outward point. 10 minutes later, Cheng Qi hovers directly above the Musy Research Center. During the flight, he is pleasantly surprised to find that his control over the turbine-powered shoes has improved several-fold. After all, turbine shoes can only be worn on the feet, although they are equipped with a gyroscope. Mastering them perfectly still presents some challenges, often giving Cheng Qi a sensation of heavy feet and light head. However, after undergoing the C-gene enhancement, his overall muscular coordination and balance have significantly improved. Cheng Qi realizes an important fact. Any wearable equipment relies on the body as its core foundation. The stronger the body, the greater the control, and the performance of the wearable technology will be further enhanced. This is true for jet-powered shoes and even more so for the extreme warrior armor. Nevertheless, all technology has its limits. For example, when he first evolved into C-Class, the armor issued a prompt stating energy overflow. The upper limit of the extreme warrior armor can no longer accommodate his peak physical capabilities. This limitation primarily pertains to speed. It cannot support his maximum velocity. Yet the armor's other functions remain highly practical, such as the life support system and the memory metal that can transform into weapons at will. It is understandable. The extreme warrior armor was designed for ordinary individuals, and in its development stages, it certainly did not account for Cheng Qi's unique case. It is akin to a leaky bucket that cannot be repaired. To hold more water, one must find a way to enlarge its capacity. Therefore, upgrading the extreme warrior armor through synthesis is a mutually beneficial solution. However, the likelihood of finding another extreme warrior armor on the garbage-ridden Earth is akin to an ordinary person winning the lottery and successfully claiming the prize. The corpses of the extreme warrior squad that he encountered previously were not a normal occurrence. They were clearly the aftermath of a murder and concealment event. Yet the extreme warrior armor should not be reduced to a rarity. Cheng Qi believes there will certainly be other opportunities in the future. As for the silicon-based body, Cheng Qi must utilize it judiciously, as there remains an unknown factor. If he were to fully switch to a silicon-based biological DNA sequence, his body would need to adhere to the complete silicon-based biological system. Since it is a living organism, it will inevitably require a proper energy intake. Cheng Qi remains uncertain about how to provide energy for a silicon-based life form because silicon-based organisms do not require the same form of sustenance that carbon-based beings do. They may even lack a digestive system and circulatory system. It is a stroke of great fortune, but if he were to mishandle it and cause damage, that would be exceedingly reckless. Regaining his focus, Cheng Qi gazes down at the ground. The old site of the Milky Way Research Center lies directly beneath him. But where is Dr. Song's genetic research facility? If he were to blindly excavate, it could take a year or more without yielding results. In the meantime, Boss Mo's entire family might perish. Similarly, a multitude of murderous rats emerges from the refuse, swarming in dense clusters, standing upright and glaring menacingly at Cheng Qi in the sky. This area can be considered the core territory of the murderous rats. Should Cheng Qi descend, the rats would fight to the death. Cheng Qi's mind begins to strategize. The codename for the Milky Way Research Center is Zone 52, and its main entrance faces east. According to the old customs of the Huaxia people, where the right hand is of greater significance, Zone 53 should be located to the right of Zone 52. Just like door numbers, the number on the right side of the entrance will be larger. Go the right at this moment. That means south. Cheng Qi squints, his body slightly rotating. Based on his calculations, Zone 53 is highly likely to be positioned to the south of Zone 52. The last time he explored the Milky Way Research Center, he noted that its area was approximately 6,000 square meters in a square shape. Thus, if he moves southward by 300 to 500 meters, he may very well reach the office of the Genetic Research Facility. Cheng Qi's eyes flicker. The jet shoes emit a soft tremor as his body begins to move southward. As far as his gaze can reach, it is an endless expanse of refuse. The capital has been desolate for a century. The Genetic Research Facility must be buried deep underground, with no signs visible on the surface. Roar, roar. Just as Cheng Qi gradually moves, he suddenly notices something unusual about the murderous rats on the ground. These rats have become exceedingly agitated, emitting even louder and angrier roars than before. What is happening? Cheng Qi furrows his brow. As I moved further south, I found myself increasingly beset by the frenzied killer mice. They coalesced into a massive horde, their crimson eyes fixated on me, yet they lacked the ability to fly. Merely seething with rage, they clearly did not wish for me to venture further south. A flicker of curiosity ignited in my eyes. Why? Moments passed as I drifted 400 meters southward, my form suspended in the air. According to my calculations, the site below was likely the remnants of a genetic research facility. Still, I hesitated to descend, having observed a curious phenomenon. The vast congregation of mice grew considerably quieter once I ceased my movement. As if liberated from a looming threat, I squinted, activating my turbo shoes to glide another 10 meters south. Roar, roar. The multitude of killer mice erupted into chaos once more. Oh, a realization dawned upon me as I advanced another 20 meters south. Roar, roar. Their frenzy intensified, with some mice spinning in frantic circles, while robust red-haired killers savagely tore apart the metallic refuse around them. They were guarding something, and I was inexorably approaching their precious secret. An answer crystallized in my mind as I pressed on another 30 meters southward. The mice grew increasingly agitated. Even the strategists lurking in the shadows emerged, screeching at the sky as if cursing. I surged 100 meters further south. Unexpectedly, the horde began to calm once again, as if freed from peril. Oh, perhaps I had overstepped. A sly grin spread across my face. You are nothing short of living navigators. Quickly, I retreated 50 meters, and the mice erupted into a frenzy once more. Withdrawing 25 meters, their agitation doubled. A mere 10 meters back, the chaos grew monumental, their screeches and growls reverberating as they scattered and regrouped. Gnashing at the refuse, even trampling one another in the process, this was it. An expression of profound curiosity overtook me. Show me what you are protecting, and whether it is connected to the genetic research facility. Chapter 43. Genetic Research Center. The killer mice were in a state of turmoil, yet I needed to delve into this layered pile of refuse. Suspended in midair, I pondered. Suddenly, a spark ignited in my eyes, and a frenzied plan took shape in my mind. I slowly extended my hands, activating the gravity field adjustment gloves, which emanated a soft blue glow. I then cranked the power to its utmost limit and pressed the gloves gently against my chest. A near-manic glimmer shone in my eyes. Buzz! The gloves unleashed a gravitational explosion, enveloping my form in a faint yellow ripple. Simultaneously, a diamond-like brilliance erupted from my eyes. In that instant, the extreme warrior armor swiftly detached from my body, retreating behind me to reform into a humanoid shape. The dim sky reflected a more dazzling light. My form became entirely silicon-based, resembling a radiant diamond figure. Sharp crystalline structures burgeoned from my shoulders, elbows, waist, and legs coalescing beneath my feet. Ultimately, I transformed into a spire of colorful crystals. The chaotic gravitational field came to life at that moment. Whoosh! Boom! I plummeted from the sky like a drill bit, piercing into the refuse beneath. The killer mice were rendered dumbfounded. Breaking the mold, boom, boom, boom. I tore through layer after layer of refuse with unstoppable force. My subjective experience was akin to being cocooned in a crystal chrysalis. No matter how tumultuous the external gravity or how violent the collisions, an overwhelming sense of safety enveloped me. This crystalline structure, born from my silicon-based form, resembled matter from another dimension. Its hardness was a perplexing enigma, seemingly impervious to all force, incapable of even chipping a fragment away. Boom! I breached another layer of material, only to find the sensation akin to a concrete structure. Suddenly, I felt a void beneath my feet, as if I had entered an expansive underground chamber. I swiftly controlled my silicon body, retracting the crystal armor, performing somersaults in the air to dissipate the force. After executing my final somersault, I knelt on one knee, thrusting my right hand downward in a powerful punch, stabilizing my form. I gradually rose, my diamond-like body radiating the inherent luminescence of silicon-based life. Everything around me appeared illuminated, akin to a kaleidoscope. I surveyed the surroundings, discovering that I had indeed entered a deeply buried office space. The extreme warrior armor descended from the opening above, flipping in midair as it donned its form, seamlessly merging with my body upon contact. Just before the visor unfurled, I altered my genetic sequence. Reverting to my carbon-based form, as the opening began to collapse, soil and refuse cascaded down from both sides, ultimately sealing the entrance. I could faintly hear the killer mice outside howling. They had begun to dig. However, the nearly 150-meter depth was no trivial task. They would require considerable time to excavate. Whoosh! The shoulder of the extreme warrior armor rotated, revealing 2 rows of illumination lights. 2 broad beams of light illuminated the path ahead. Before me stood a reception desk, thick with dust, while the walls were draped in layers of cobwebs. The owner of the webs, a spider the size of a fist, had long since perished, now a mere desiccated husk. This place was evidently different from the Miaozi Research Center. Professor Hua Lin had lived alone there for 20 years, and its conditions remained relatively intact. In contrast, this office had been utterly abandoned from the start. The dust and filtration systems had long since failed, leaving it in a state of disrepair over the years. I approached, reaching out to tear away the cobwebs from the wall. Suddenly, my gaze sharpened as I beheld 4 large characters inscribed upon the wall. Genetic Friend Center. Oh? I paused, bewildered. What in the world? At this moment, I noticed some plastic letters scattered beneath my feet. Hua, Xia, Yin, Huan, Ing, Gu, Wei, Gua, Ji, Gua, Lin, Ben. I realized with clarity that these letters formed the phrase Huaxia Genetics, welcoming all international friends to this center. I was taken aback. Was this really a friend center established in the grand capital of Huaxia to benefit comrades? Suddenly, it struck me. This was the genetic research facility? In an instant, a glimmer of hope ignited within my eyes. I had stumbled upon this place by sheer coincidence. Of course, it was not entirely by chance. I had to extend my gratitude to those navigational killer mice. Taking a deep breath, I ventured further into the interior. The power supply system was completely inoperative. No bright lights would illuminate the surroundings, which were enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the distant sound of dripping water. I proceeded cautiously, first traversing a vast office area before gradually entering a laboratory zone. Within a room marked with the sign Sample Room, I encountered a chilling sight. Surrounding the walls were countless glass jars, roughly estimating there were at least 10,000. Inside each jar lay a small skeleton. They possessed 4 legs, elongated spines, and tailbones. Squinting, I recognized them as the skeletal remains of laboratory mice. I recalled that the STC's introduction to the genetic research facility had clearly stated that after Dr. Song developed the prototype serum, a 5-year experimentation phase commenced, with the subjects being laboratory mice. These unfortunate creatures before me must have been the abandoned test subjects after humanity's exodus from Earth. I scrutinized the glass jars, noticing many bore signs of chaotic scratches within, while the corresponding paws of the mice exhibited significant wear. Frowning, I realized they had been left behind as living beings. As time progressed, they had been deprived of sustenance, leading to a desperate struggle for survival. Yet they could not break free from their glass prisons and ultimately perished from starvation. Shaking my head, I felt a sense of melancholy welling within me. The reason humans chose laboratory mice as test subjects lay in their physiological and metabolic similarities to humans. Furthermore, the genetic makeup of these mice mirrored that of humans with an astonishing 85% similarity. Additionally, laboratory mice reproduce rapidly and possess docile temperaments, making them easy to manage. They are frail, gentle, and akin to humans. Thus, they became the subjects of experimentation. If this were a hard truth, I pondered, what if, in the eyes of some advanced civilization in the cosmos, humanity too was perceived as weak, docile, and strikingly similar? What if we were regarded as mere subjects of experimentation? In that case, if some advanced civilization began to ruthlessly torment and slaughter humanity for some experiment, we would undoubtedly take the moral high ground, denouncing the aliens' cruelty and vilifying that advanced civilization as demonic. Surely, the laboratory mice must have felt similarly, wouldn't they? They merely lack the means to articulate. Chapter 44. The King of Murderous Mice. Cheng Qi continued forward, ultimately arriving at the pharmaceutical warehouse. The metallic door lock before him had succumbed to decay. With a gentle squeeze, it crumbled and fell to the ground. With a thunderous crash, he pushed open the grand door. Before his eyes lay dozens of enormous metal canisters, each standing at least 5 meters tall, lined up in rows. Cheng Qi approached one of the canisters, carefully wiping away the dust from the nameplate to reveal an inscription. It was the gene augmentation serum developed by the esteemed Dr. Song. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could there truly be this many canisters? Was this serum concocted in tons? He had never anticipated that gene serums could be stored in such colossal units. Cheng Qi extended a finger and tapped on the surface of the canister, only to have his expression darken. An empty echo resonated from within. It was devoid of contents. Cheng Qi took several strides to another canister, continuing to knock, but it too was empty. Subsequently, he hastily examined all the canisters. His demeanor grew increasingly despondent, eventually shrouded in a veil of gloom. They were all empty. This should not be the case. Cheng Qi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Had not Dr. Song already confessed to his failures? This implied that the serum was essentially a discarded product. Why then go to such lengths to transport all of it? Its volume was not insignificant. Cheng Qi leaped atop one of the canisters, exerting his strength to pry open the top hatch. The illumination from his extreme soldier armor cast a bright light inside, revealing it to be completely empty. Not a single drop of liquid remained. Simultaneously, Cheng Qi observed concentric rings of marks on the inner walls of the canister, with faint crystalline formations present. This was easily understood. It indicated that the liquid had diminished layer by layer, leaving traces of dryness corresponding to the decreasing liquid levels. Had these serums evaporated? Cheng Qi pondered, yet in the next moment, he discerned something amiss. The rings of marks were not uniform. If evaporation had occurred, the decline in liquid levels would have been gradual, leaving behind consistent traces. The current state of the canister's interior clearly defied logic. The spacing of those marks varied, some wide, some narrow. This suggested that a significant amount of liquid had vanished within a certain time frame, while in others, only a minimal amount had dissipated. There was no fixed frequency. This phenomenon, Cheng Qi's eyes widened in realization. It was as if something had consumed these liquids. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Within this subterranean space lurked another life form. It had to be something astonishing, for it had consumed hundreds of tons of gene augmentation serum. Cheng Qi dropped to the ground, his arm deftly revealing a silver dagger. His eyes narrowing as he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. Drip, drip from the depths of darkness, the sound of water droplets continued to echo throughout the space. Rustle, rustle, a faint sound emanated from afar, akin to fur brushing against metal. Within the visor of his armor, beads of cold sweat formed on Cheng Qi's forehead. His eyes darted rapidly, scrutinizing every detail before him. What could it possibly be? Drip, drip, rustle, rustle. In that instant, Cheng Qi felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He spun around abruptly. The illumination from the shoulder light of his extreme soldier armor suddenly brightened the path ahead, revealing a small white mouse standing silently amidst the labyrinth of black pipes. Cheng Qi's pupils constricted sharply. This little white mouse was no larger than the palm of his hand, its fur a pristine white and soft, its tiny paws a delicate pink, and its eyes glimmered like two exquisite gems. You? Cheng Qi was taken aback. This unexpected creature was entirely different from what he had imagined. It was not some terrifying giant monster, but rather a furry little being that appeared harmless. Yet, Cheng Qi did not lower his guard. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Was it a surviving experimental specimen? That seemed implausible, setting aside its lifespan limitations. What did it eat and drink? Could it be that it had consumed the gene augmentation serum? But its size was far too diminutive. Drip, drip, rustle, rustle, the little white mouse extended its tiny paws, performing what resembled a hand-washing gesture with the condensation from the adjacent pipe. Cheng Qi noted that the light emitted by his armor dimmed slightly, failing to illuminate the mouse's head. He then straightened his chest, causing the light to gradually rise. To his astonishment, he beheld a scene of utter incredulity. The little white mouse was devoid of a skull. Someone had performed a circular incision, completely removing the bony structure atop its head, and had affixed a small metallic support, beneath which lay the mouse's brain exposed to the AI. It was evident that this was an experimental procedure aimed at studying the mouse's brain. Cheng Qi inhaled sharply. Could it truly be a lab mouse from a century ago? When humanity retreated, no one had bothered with this little creature, nor dismantled the corresponding apparatus, allowing its somewhat grotesque appearance to endure to the present. Yet, this was not what astonished Cheng Qi the most. Cheng Qi raised his hand, and the layers of his extreme warrior armor faded away, producing a crystalline sound as if glass were clinking in the palm of his hand. A layer of crystal emerged, shimmering with a spectrum of colors, resonating harmoniously with the crystal atop the little mouse's head. Squeak! The glossy, dark eyes of the little mouse reflected Cheng Qi's form, growing increasingly astonished. After centuries of solitary evolution and continuous enhancement of its cognition, the mouse felt a profound distinction between itself and the world. Even the external offspring possessed an intrinsic difference. Gazing at the humanoid creature before it, The mouse could distinctly sense a shared essence on certain levels, awakening a resonance of origin, something it had never dared to hope for. Weakness is not a sin. Cheng Qi's voice echoed softly. Once, like you, I was abandoned and scorned, passively accepting my fate. But now, things have changed. I, too, have opened a new door, and I believe we will share a brilliant future ahead. Squeak. The little mouse completely relinquished its wariness, deftly descending the conduit, traversing the ground, and climbing up the hem of Cheng Qi's trousers to perch on his shoulder. It extended its delicate snout, sniffing at Cheng Qi's cheek. He could feel its soft whiskers brushing against his face, a ticklish sensation. Cheng Qi smiled, acknowledging their special existence. They should not harm each other but rather become the best of companions. Companions! The little mouse's eyes sparkled with light, its tiny body stiffening momentarily. I need a companion. There is no food left here. Can you take me away? A blue ribbon fluttered gently, and Cheng Qi heard a clear, sweet voice reminiscent of a young girl. Of course, it felt like destiny. Cheng Qi glanced back. All the jars were empty, and the food the little mouse referred to was the gene complementation serums. However, I am here to find an antidote for a friend. Cheng Qi frowned, a hint of disappointment crossing his features. Seems I cannot help him now. Antidote? The little mouse extended its delicate paws, gently slicing a small wound with one paw, from which a drop of crystalline red blood coalesced. He lifted the droplet, resembling a ruby, with the tip of its paw. This should suffice. Then, the little mouse turned its head slightly, and Cheng Qi noticed a massive spider lying on its back in a corner of the pharmaceutical repository. The spider's body was at least 2 meters long, and when its 8 legs were fully extended, it spanned over 6 meters. Its abdomen was adorned with bizarre, colorful patterns reminiscent of a flamboyant skull. Judging by its appearance alone, this spider was undoubtedly venomous. Yet, it had been dead for quite some time, leaving behind only a lifelike exoskeleton. The mutated spider was indeed poisonous, but it posed no threat to me. The little mouse emitted squeaks, but to Cheng Qi's ears, it still sounded like the pure voice of the little girl. Cheng Qi focused on the droplet of blood at the mouse's paw. Within that vivid red liquid floated countless tiny hexagonal crystals, mesmerizing and beautiful. STC simultaneously released a scanning beam. Semi-silicon-based serum, having fused and purified a substantial amount of gene complementation agents, can repair damaged genes, with detoxification efficiency increasing exponentially. Neutralizing cellular toxins is indeed excessive. Even when diluted thousands of times, it still surpasses all existing detoxification agents for humans. This item is a naturally derived product and cannot be synthesized. Cheng Qi was taken aback, then smiled in relief. Bossimo has hope. Just then, the ceiling of the underground research facility collapsed. Countless giant killer mice surged through the breach, and upon touching the ground, they arched their backs and emitted a roar akin to a seismic wave. However, when these killer mice caught sight of the little mouse perched on Cheng Qi's shoulder, their momentum noticeably diminished, and they ceased their howling in unison. At that moment, the pink crystals on the little mouse's head began to flicker with light that it was communicating with its kin. Moments later, Cheng Qi witnessed a profoundly shocking scene. Hundreds of grotesque red-haired killer mice suddenly lowered their front paws to the ground, bowing their heads in deference to Cheng Qi, adopting a posture of submission. What is this? A salute? Cheng Qi was utterly unprepared for this. It felt regal. He never anticipated that the first time he would be treated with such significance in his life would come from a horde of hideous and ferocious mutated mice. If you have needs, you may communicate with me, the little mouse squeaked, the girl's voice resonating in Cheng Qi's mind. My subjects will obey your commands. Cheng Qi was momentarily stunned. I truly am the destined king of refuse. Even the mice have become my soldiers? How many subjects do you have? Cheng Qi inquired, bewildered. 145,332,325. 145,381,816. 145,447,000. Cheng Qi was taken aback. Why was the number still increasing? Squeak. They are reproducing. Cheng Qi gasped again, realizing that at least 500 new mice were born every second. Squeak. The old ones are also continuously dying. Cheng Qi's expression was one of astonishment. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a vast and terrifying army. The spoils of this expedition were beyond expectations. Cheng Qi returned to the surface through the shattered opening. You must have a name, he glanced at the little mouse on his shoulder. How about calling you Gigi from now on? Gigi? The little mouse squeaked in approval of its new name. A seemingly harmless and even somewhat adorable little mouse was, in truth, the ruler of over 140 million mutated rats on this garbage-ridden earth. What will you eat from now on? Catalyzing agents should suit your appetite, but that requires a substantial amount of currency. Cheng Qi suddenly remembered something. Those giant red-haired mice of yours have some hard alloys in their bellies. For now, I certainly cannot go after them. Do you have any solutions? Those things are merely foreign objects in their stomachs. A voice came from Gigi. This is easily resolvable. On the ground, a gust of green-haired wind swept by, lifting Cheng Qi's scavenger cloak and tousling the bangs that were exposed beyond his mask. This moment, the youth's heart was a tumult of emotions. What would it feel like to have tens of thousands of hideous red-haired mice vomiting uncontrollably in front of him? Cheng Qi was experiencing precisely that. These grotesquely transformed rodents seemed to be collectively expressing their disdain for Cheng Qi's appearance. They could no longer tolerate it, having expelled even last month's meals. It was as if they had seen something even more repulsive than themselves. Cheng Qi held his forehead with one hand. Although he understood the reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that his pride had been deeply wounded. After the first batch of mice finished vomiting, the second wave surrounded him. Like the stars circling the moon, they initiated another round of retching. Cheng Qi scrunched his nose, the corners of his eyes twitching. This is extremely insulting. Chapter 46. Abundant gains. As Cheng Qi had surmised, only the enormous red-haired mice could yield alloys. Moreover, not every one of them contained these materials. The final probability was roughly 1 in 8. However, due to the vast numbers, 1 in 8 was already an astronomical figure. Cheng Qi stood atop a towering mountain of refuse. Scattered across a 5-kilometer radius was a plethora of amorphous alloys, densely strewn about, reflecting brilliant rays of light. Who understands the plight of my family? Cheng Qi's facial muscles began to twitch. There must be at least 50,000 pieces here. How much would that be worth in credit points? It's utterly monstrous. The garbage-ridden earth harbors astonishing treasures. Yet, ordinary individuals lack the fortune and capability to unearth the immense wealth lying beside them. Meanwhile, the humans from other planets, upon discarding this refuse, had already made a subjective judgment, deeming this repulsive mass utterly devoid of value. They would never have imagined that all of this would become the very foundation upon which a certain garbage heap youth would rise and redefine his fate. The sight of the inferior amorphous alloys scattered on the ground presented a dilemma. They were strewn about and tainted with the vomit of red-haired mice. Cheng Qi felt at a loss for how to proceed. After a moment's contemplation, his eyes flickered, and a smile broke forth. He produced a precisely structured metallic playing card from his pocket. With a gentle grip, a pale blue technological glow radiated from the X-shaped gap in the card. Buzz! A towering 4-meter blue light beam door materialized out of thin air. Soon after, a third-generation Iron Mama slowly emerged from the entrance. Upon reaching the open ground, the front hatch gradually opened, revealing another Iron Mama, shrunk to 90 of its original size. As the steel mother gradually moved, phantoms began to manifest around its form, expanding in concentric circles. By the time it had completely cleared the hangar door, it had reverted to its standard dimensions. The surrounding red-furred mice bared their teeth in trepidation, perceiving the unfolding scene as a formidable threat, a spectacle beyond their comprehension. Although the shoulder-mounted Gigi possessed remarkable intelligence, it was severely lacking in experience. Its small eyes flickered with astonishment. Chaos, filth, and disarray. This was undeniably the domain of the Steel Mother. The third-generation Steel Mother's body took on a triangular shape, its surface a matte black metal, while the floating system at its base emitted a blue glow, allowing it to hover approximately 50 centimeters above the ground. Mechanical sounds resonated as 9 mechanical arms extended from its 3 cross-sections. Subsequently, a tremor emanated from within the Steel Mother's mechanical body. Stricken with severe obsessive-compulsive tendencies, it was somewhat impatient. Cheng Qi chuckled softly, acknowledging their hard work. Buzzing, 2 Steel Mothers plunged into the refuse heap. They deftly collected shards of amorphous alloy, subsequently producing some synthetic fiber cloths and bottled cleaning solutions from within their bodies. Creaking and splashing sounds filled the air as they sprayed the cleaning solution onto the amorphous alloy and then scrubbed vigorously with the cloths. Ensuring every inch was attended to, ding! The steel mother raised a well-cleaned piece of amorphous alloy. Even in the dim sunlight, it reflected a dazzling sheen. Creaking and splashing continued as the two third-generation steel mothers moved back and forth within the landfill, their 18 mechanical arms flailing about. Within their storage compartments, pristine pieces of amorphous alloy stood upright like neatly arranged eggs, spaced with precision down to 0.1 centimeters. The inner sides of the storage compartments even revealed fixed ribbons, wound tightly around the center of the alloys to ensure stability, all aligned at the same height, creating a visually pleasing symmetry. Cheng Qi scratched his head, contemplating the advantages of his obsessive-compulsive disorder. It was quite comfortable. Although the steel mother's work process was intricate, its computational speed was remarkable, actions precise, and efficiency astounding. Before long, the amorphous alloy on the ground had been nearly entirely gathered. This was outstanding. Cheng Qi felt elated. Coupled with the substantial quantity of inferior amorphous alloy, his haul this time was nothing short of bountiful, a tremendous windfall. Over 50,000 pieces of alloy, along with the new companion Gigi, and behind Gigi, an army of 140 million killer mice. Most importantly, he had also acquired the detoxification solution from Bossimo. Upon reopening the miniature Stargate, a blue beam gateway materialized. Cheng Qi stepped into it. The sensation was akin to space folding in on itself. For Cheng Qi, it was merely taking a step, and his body felt no discomfort. In the next moment, he found himself in his underground refuge. Prior to leaving, he had preset the return miniature Stargate. With this device, all his journeys could be transformed into one-way trips. However, he was unaware that the crow had passed the outskirts of Kyoto for the third time. Standing atop a ground-effect vehicle, gazing into the fog-laden city. Alas! The crow shook its head. Had Chigo failed? What a pity for that brave young lad. Cheng Qi looked at his underground refuge with astonishment. The efficiency of Hanzai and Xiaoqiong was astonishingly high. They had not only reinforced and camouflaged the entrance to the refuge, but had also installed wooden stairs in the sloping tunnel. Naturally, the stairs occupied only half the space, leaving the other half for Xiaoqiong to use as a slide. Inside the refuge, they had constructed a wooden platform in front of the Earth Dragon King's expansion dock, complete with a wooden railing. This platform perfectly addressed the curvature of the ground. It extended into a wooden corridor, resembling a winding wooden bridge, connecting seamlessly with the wooden stairs at the cave's entrance. Cheng Qi also noticed a small mound of soil accumulated on one side of the platform. The small grass he had previously transplanted was nestled in the center of the mound, gently swaying. They seemed to aspire to create a vegetable garden or perhaps a botanical garden, a splendid idea. If realized, this place would be exceedingly beautiful. However, in today's world, land was scarce and likely contaminated. Collecting enough soil posed a formidable challenge. Cheng Qi gazed at the small mound, somewhat speechless. Why did it feel like a patch of wild grass atop a grave? Hanzai seemed to relish the idea of cremating me. Now there was even a graveyard. It could all be tied together in one neat package. Chapter 47. Pinnacle of the Universe. The two steel mothers returned punctually. As the hangar door opened, a multitude of meticulously arranged, spotless amorphous alloys greeted them. The data indicated a total of 49,803 pieces of alloy. Cheng Qi immediately felt invigorated. This was insane, utterly insane. His joy was ineffable, compelling him to take action to make this harvest even more extraordinary. Frenzied synthesis. Impure amorphous alloy, dispersing into primal material, commencing synthesis. Amorphous alloy, 24,901. The stomachs of the red-furred mice could hardly compare to advanced forging techniques. The amorphous alloys they produced were of inferior quality. After one round of synthesis, half the quantity was consumed, resulting in the formation of standard amorphous alloys. Nevertheless, Cheng Qi felt no regret. For these alloys were nearly free, and even halved, the quantity remained astonishing. Dispersing into primal material, commencing synthesis. High-entropy alloy, 12,450. He. Ha 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 ha. Cheng Qi gazed at the high-transparency high-entropy alloys scattered across the ground, emitting a milky white sheen, feeling somewhat dazed. Who could have anticipated this? Who would dare to think so? Previously, A mere 4 pieces of high-entropy alloy had garnered Cheng Qi an income of 34 million credit points, leaving even Boss Missouri somewhat tongue-tied. High-entropy alloys were exceedingly rare and expensive. Before him lay an entire expanse of high-entropy alloy, not just a few pieces or piles, but an entire ground. An entire ground. Such a quantity surely surpassed the reserves of the Interstellar Alliance. This absolutely warranted further synthesis. Cheng Qi could even hear the thunderous pounding of his heart. What astonishing materials would emerge from the high-entropy alloys? Unable to continue synthesis? Cheng Qi heard STC's cold, emotionless voice, as if an entire Arctic Ocean had been poured over him, chilling his once fiery heart. Cheng Qi was taken aback. What was happening? Missing blueprints for technology above level 4 civilization, unable to synthesize corresponding levels. Users can unlock higher-level synthesis by collecting corresponding information fragments. Information fragments? Cheng Qi scrutinized his crystalline wristband, where blue starlight continued to dance. Your information is incomplete. Cheng Qi recalled carefully. The items he had previously synthesized, no matter how advanced, had never featured technology from level 4 civilizations or higher. One thing Cheng Qi understood clearly: everything synthesized by STC had a corresponding item in reality to IT executed only pre-designed blueprints. Once a blueprint was missing, even the powerful STC could not generate the corresponding item. So this was the limitation. This meant that my aspirations and motivations lay in this. Cheng Qi realized, but how could he obtain the information fragments? I have suffered immeasurable damage. My civilization has also sustained significant blows. We have scattered throughout the vast universe. I hope one day you can help us stand tall in the universe once more. Until then, I will do my utmost to assist you. Cheng Qi was momentarily taken aback. STC indeed hailed from a higher civilization. It was truly a technological product of such a civilization, the pinnacle of the universe. Cheng Qi's eyes flickered. Were they once the most powerful technological civilization? Yet, no nation remains eternal, and no bell tolls indefinitely. At some point, they were defeated by other civilizations. Why me? Cheng Qi's heart ignited with intense fighting spirit. STC had chosen him for some reason. This was a heavy mission. Because I have bad luck. What? Fragments like shooting stars, uncontrollable. My essence just happened to crash into you. The most unpromising of pests. Let me tell you, who the hell would help you revive your civilization? I'll just lie down. I'll just make money. I'll just arm myself, and from now on, when I see fragments, I'll just take the long way around. Civilizations as rude as yours deserve to be obliterated. The moment I was activated, everything was already destined. You will ultimately succeed. I, on behalf of the entire civilization, express my gratitude to you. You? Cheng Qi was once again taken aback. Your tone shifted quite rapidly. In truth, banter aside, having obtained STC, Cheng Qi would never choose to simply lie down. The completion of STC was particularly crucial. How could anyone in this world despise their own strength and abundance of equipment? I will ultimately succeed. Cheng Qi felt a twinge of doubt. Theoretically, technology should be able to master time, but he was uncertain about the specific level of technological civilization capable of grasping the mysteries and keys of time. Could it be that STC's mother civilization had already reached such heights? He shook his head, dispelling the thoughts swirling in his mind. All of this was beyond the comprehension of Cheng Qi at the moment. Nevertheless, the STC contained all the design blueprints of civilizations below level 4. The human civilization that Cheng Qi inhabited had yet to surpass level 2. In other words, the existence of the STC was undoubtedly a dimensional strike. As long as it was utilized properly, the path to ascension would remain unbroken. As for the high-entropy alloys scattered across this land, they could only be sold to Boss Missouri for the time being. Cheng Qi felt a twinge of anticipation. What kind of expression would Boss Missouri have upon learning the value of this transaction? Buzz. Calling Boss Mo. Cheng Qi activated the dedicated radio, announcing, "Your destined client and unparalleled benefactor has logged in." Cheng Qi, Boss Mo's voice remained as steady as before. I conducted an investigation. The gray storm on Earth subsided 4 hours ago. Yet why have my 20 technology crates not returned? Ha, this guy is truly devoid of emotions. Cheng Qi exhaled slowly. Do you not know? The world is full of uncertainties. Misfortunes befall us 8 times out of 10. What? Boss Mo's voice came through. You need new materials to claim for yourself? Ah, did you mishear? Or is the signal poor? Cheng Qi replied, somewhat speechless, your assumption is incorrect. I cherish the opportunity to trade with you. What did you say? Boss Mo continued, those crates are quite expensive. They cannot possibly be free? Cheng Qi narrowed his eyes. This fellow has figured it out without directly confronting me. So this high-level gene user indeed possesses a certain caliber. Even his speech is of high standard. But that is of little importance. With the gray storm approaching, I have acquired a substantial haul. What? This is a matter of principle. You cannot simply gloss over it. Cheng Qi was momentarily taken aback. Boss Mo, you truly are a genius. Having staked so much, are you preparing for an examination? Clearing his throat, Cheng Qi declared, I have obtained high-entropy alloys. What? Boss Mo, this time caught off guard, had not anticipated that Cheng Qi could produce high-entropy alloys in such a short span of time, leaving him utterly astonished. Are you hiding some remarkable secret? Boss Mo's voice brimmed with curiosity. High-entropy alloys are scarce throughout the entire solar system. How did you manage to procure them so easily? Did I not mention? The gray storm has swept up a vast amount of debris, and I am generally quite lucky, so I happened to stumble upon some high-entropy alloys. Cheng Qi spoke casually. Yet he too felt a hint of curiosity. Despite being a level C gene user, which was higher than Boss Mo, why was it that he could speak so nonchalantly without a hint of embarrassment? How many pieces did you acquire this time? Boss Mo's tone turned cautious. Anything regarding high-entropy alloys constituted a significant business transaction. Furthermore, he had shown ample trust in Cheng Qi, choosing to use the term pieces. 12,450 pieces. What? 12,450 pieces. What? Is your signal truly poor? 12,450 pieces. I have repeated it several times. Thud. Suddenly, Cheng Qi heard a peculiar sound from the communicator. Boss Missouri fell off his chair? Cheng Qi scratched his head. As a big boss and high-level gene user, how could he be so unstable? Nothing of the sort. Just wait. The transport crates will arrive shortly. And do not consume those inferior gene potions. Chapter 48. Uninvited guest Cheng Qi arrived at the surface, discovering that Han Zai was indeed meticulous. The exit of the underground shelter had once again been camouflaged with a considerable amount of debris, all welded or bonded together. Without the onslaught of the gray storm, this disguise was remarkably secure. Once the entrance was completely sealed, the surrounding area was filled with heaps of indistinguishable refuse, making it impossible for anyone to detect any anomalies. Not far from the entrance was the makeshift dwelling where Cheng Qi had previously resided. Han Zai had propped it up once more, but undeniably, it was merely a faade. However, such a detail could effectively allay any concerns. After all, Cheng Qi would frequently come and go in the vicinity, and he undoubtedly required a nominal residence. It was perfect. Cheng Qi nodded, acknowledging Han Zai's prowess as a caretaker robot. Soon after, he quietly awaited the arrival of Boss Mo's transport crates. Gazing up at the sky, the two starship vessels from the Interstellar Alliance, which he had previously spotted, were still hovering nearby in the atmosphere. Why had they not descended yet? Cheng Qi felt a sense of confusion. Typically, these self-proclaimed superior beings harbored disdain for Earth, arriving briskly and departing just as swiftly, unwilling to linger for even a second longer. A subtle sense of vigilance emerged within Cheng Qi's consciousness, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of two thin crystals gently rubbing against one another. Was this the sixth sense of silicon-based lifeforms? Cheng Qi initiated a partial siliconization, his eyes transforming into resplendent diamonds. It was then that he discerned the enormous hull above was continuously emitting broad beams of scanning light. This light, however, was not visible to the naked eye. More accurately, it was imperceptible to carbon-based organisms. Cheng Qi squinted. The pilot, Crow, had mentioned that he was here to search for something. Initially, Cheng Qi had thought Crow's insider information was unreliable. However, it now seemed that Crow's channels of information were indeed quite dependable. Upon careful inspection, Cheng Qi realized that the scanning beams from the starship could only penetrate about 50 meters underground, completely incapable of detecting his underground shelter. While they could sense the tunnels, in this refuse-laden Earth, there were plenty of scavengers profiting from excavations. Such tunnels were abundant and unremarkable. Xiao Qiong's father had met his demise underground precisely because of digging such tunnels. Suddenly, Cheng Qi heard a faint rustling sound about 500 meters away, behind a pile of refuse. Thanks to his genetic enhancements, He was able to perceive it. Otherwise, he might have overlooked it entirely. What could it be? This was the second time Cheng Qi felt that there was some living entity in the vicinity. The last time was when he glimpsed a quarter of a person struggling to crawl across the ground amidst the gray storm. Was it some form of life? Or perhaps a malfunctioning robot, suddenly reactivated due to a short circuit? Cheng Qi subtly shifted his stance when he suddenly heard Boss Mo's voice through the communicator. Prepare to receive the crates. Gazing at the chaotic and desolate refuse ahead, Cheng Qi halted. He turned to look at the sky, where a larger-than-usual black biological crate slowly appeared in the distance. The previous crates were roughly the size of shoeboxes, while this one was comparable to a small refrigerator from the bygone era. TSK, Boss Mo has certainly learned from his missteps. This time, he brought a larger crate, likely intending to maximize the cargo load. At worst, he could make several trips. Cheng Qi scoffed. With this, he would have no opportunity to detain the crate. He glanced once more at the two warships hovering in the sky, noting how the crate's trajectory cleverly utilized the scanning blind spots. Earth was under lockdown, yet they had dispatched heavy soldiers. Boss Mo was quite bold, smuggling right beneath their noses. Cheng Qi shook his head. In the face of sufficient profit, what risk could possibly deter a businessman? The gray storm had completely receded. The air was now exceedingly calm, and the refrigerator-sized biological technology crate landed steadily before Cheng Qi. He scrutinized the biological technology crate before him. It was merely a larger version of the smaller crates, devoid of any technological upgrades. Of course, due to the exponential increase in manufacturing materials, the price of this item would have multiplied significantly. What a pity. Such a small crate could hold only a limited amount of alloys, perhaps 500 pieces at most. How many trips would that require? Cheng Qi felt somewhat helpless, slowly advancing to press the crate's switch, and the pneumatic sound echoed as the hatch gradually opened. Cheng Qi was taken aback. Inside the crate sat a chair perfectly sized for him. Seated upon it was Boss Mo, clad in a suit and holding a cane, crossing his legs and sitting as steady as a mountain, quietly observing Cheng Qi. Why are you here again? Cheng Qi felt somewhat unnerved under Boss Mo's gaze. His expression remained aloof and formal, as if to say, pull me out and I cannot escape. Cheng Qi exerted some effort to pull Boss Missouri out of the crate, not expecting that this fellow had indeed made considerable effort to transport himself. The crate was too large, making it susceptible to interception, too small, and he could not fit inside. Therefore, Boss Mo was forced to choose an extreme size, resulting in him getting perfectly stuck. Cheng Qi felt somewhat helpless. Given such a significant risk, why did you still come in person? Do you think I wanted to come? Boss Mo's gaze was filled with melancholy as he turned to gently touch his biological crate. If I had not been present, it would have been akin to a meat bun hitting a donkey. Have you not studied history properly? Cheng Qi corrected him. That saying goes, a meat bun hitting a dog. Right? Boss Mo suddenly turned to Cheng Qi. Indeed, it is a dog. Cheng Qi stiffened his neck. Did he just dig a pit for me? High-level gene users have so many rhetorical devices. Don't they tire themselves out? At this moment, Cheng Qi noticed that Boss Missouri appeared frail, requiring a cane to walk, and his physical condition was significantly worse than the last time they met. I must clarify. I do not intend to belittle your identity. Mo opened his mouth and said, I find it hard to believe that you could procure 12,450 units of high-entropy alloy. That is nearly impossible. In that fleeting moment, Mo was utterly frozen, swallowing the remainder of his words. For at that instant, Cheng Qi arrived before the shack and, with a swift motion, slowly lifted the tarpaulin. The blinding reflection nearly dazzled Mo's eyes. Before him stood 4 individual pyramids, each towering at a height of 7 meters. Previously, Cheng Qi had commanded Steel Mama to stack the 12,450 units of high-entropy alloy within the shelter. The precious high-entropy alloy was meticulously layered, with each dimension measured to an astonishing precision. Resembling a finely crafted masterpiece, radiating a soft golden glow. Ding! Cheng Qi tapped the pyramid, producing a crisp sound. With a smile, he exclaimed, Mo, have you ever encountered a dog so wealthy? Chapter 49. The price could it truly be this many? Mo stood on the ground, his hands resting on his cane. Yet, overwhelmed with excitement, his hands trembled, causing the cane to vibrate violently, driving it 5 centimeters deep into the ground, causing Mo's body to lean forward at an increasingly precarious angle. This quantity, there are truly thousands. This will be my largest transaction in nearly 3 years. Even within the entire family, it is not to be underestimated. I shall astound the entire interstellar trading market once more." Though Mo's superior genes had always kept his words in check, his pupils quivered with disbelief. He endeavored to regain his composure as a businessman, methodically counting the high-entropy alloys. The reality was becoming increasingly hard to believe. How could such a vast quantity of high-entropy alloy exist on that wretched Earth, and how had it come to be concentrated in Cheng Qi's hands? It was simply absurd, despite the myriad doubts swirling within him. Mo adhered to his commercial principles and refrained from voicing any inquiries. "I will soon secure a safe transportation method to remove these alloys. Once they are transported, I will calculate the price. Rest assured, it will be fair and in accordance with standard market rates. Before that, however, I need to store the alloys with you. We are, after all, friends." Mo suppressed his inner excitement, his eyes glimmering. "I can offer you a credit limit of 500 million. Do you prefer cash or items of exchange?" The total sale price of these alloys far exceeded 500 million, yet Mo was indeed generous. For now, he had no intention of moving the alloys. The transaction was not yet complete, yet he was still willing to provide a credit limit of 500 million, believing that if Cheng Qi was in urgent need, this amount should suffice. Then, Mo heard a familiar request. Although he found it hard to believe, Cheng Qi spoke those words. "Failed black market gene serums, not concerned with quality, only quantity. How many do you have? I want them all." Mo could hardly conceal his astonishment. "You want that many serums? What on earth do you intend to do with them? What about the previous serums?" But in the next instant, Mo proactively offered an explanation. Furrowing his brow, "Do you possess some sort of serum extraction technology?" Cheng Qi, playing it mysterious, replied, "Don't tell anyone." Took a step back, momentarily dazed. Almost immediately, he stepped forward again, gazing intently into Cheng Qi's eyes, which were pitch black. "The extraction of gene serums is one of the most challenging technologies in this world. I hope you succeed." Mo shook his head. "While human gene modification technology may not be the most difficult, it is certainly one of the most complex. Extracting gene serums in the civilian sector is akin to an old-world welder crafting an atomic bomb, operationally daunting with a success rate as negligible as dust. If Cheng Qi chooses this path, I can only commend his audacity." Cheng Qi was also observing Mo's pupils, straining to discern the nearly imperceptible golden specks drifting within the depths of Mo's eyes. The STC notes were quite explicit. In cases of poisoning, golden specks would gradually emerge in the pupils, accompanied by light sensitivity. Cheng Qi scrutinized Mo. "Mo, have you been feeling unwell lately? Why do you always carry that cane?" Mo casually shrugged. "I've recently visited some unusual environments. Perhaps I contracted some virus." Merely waved it off, for his family had long employed the finest physicians in the solar system, and such minor issues would be resolved swiftly. Cheng Qi smirked and nodded. "Mo, have you recently taken a liking to dark places?" Mo paused, recalling that he indeed had not favored bright lights lately. Even in the starship's cockpit, he instinctively chose the dimmest illumination. And every night, he felt inexplicably comfortable. He raised his head. "How do you know?" Cheng Qi chuckled. "With your family background, you should own a grand estate. But whether it's the butler's preferences or others' orders, the lighting in your mansion must also have dimmed lately." Mo furrowed his brow, pondering this for a moment. "How do you know?" Cheng Qi continued. "Haven't the other members of your family been feeling a bit unwell recently?" "There's a slight weakness, though not very apparent." Mo frowned. "My family is large. My father is second in rank, and I am his fourth son. Go be honest. My father's branch has always been somewhat marginalized, including myself, and we have faced some exclusion, so I am not well acquainted with the conditions of others. However," Mo inhaled slightly, "my father has indeed been in poor health lately, and our family doctor has been quite busy." "Don't count on your physician," Cheng Qi sighed. "He won't provide anything substantial. He is likely to offer vague reassurances, trying to comfort you. He probably knows the truth, but is powerless to act. He might even be preparing to flee." Mo's eyes widened. "Why?" "Because," Cheng Qi fixed his gaze on Mo, "your entire family has been afflicted by a type of cytotoxic fluid, and this toxin is beyond the reach of current human medicine. Incapable of being resolved." Cheng Qi paused before continuing. "The gradual weakening of the body, light sensitivity, and the emergence of golden specks in the pupils. These are all symptoms of poisoning." "What?" Mo's body stiffened. swaying slightly, barely maintaining his balance with the cane. How do you know all this? Cheng Qi replied slowly. This toxin originates from the high-energy protein extract provided exclusively to your family. Mo was completely taken aback, terror flashing in his eyes. He then turned to Cheng Qi, his expression growing increasingly incredulous. Is this true? Did he discover a clue from that bottle of beverage? But if it exceeds the limitations of human medicine, how did he realize it? Mo's heartbeat quickened, the barrage of revelations overwhelming him. You mentioned that your father has been marginalized, and you have faced exclusion? Cheng Qi raised an eyebrow. You are fortunate to know me. Consider this a chance for me to help you in a tale of an underappreciated heir rising to glory, defeating foes, and saving the entire family. O replied incredulously. I am not a waste. I am merely a bit overlooked, but not to the extent of being a caricature. All right. Cheng Qi waved his hand dismissively, then produced a glass test tube containing a drop of blood that shimmered like a ruby. Mo gazed at the droplet, observing countless tiny crystalline structures glimmering within, mysterious and beautiful. This was no ordinary substance. The habits of Mo's profession kicked in as he quickly retrieved a miniature golden scale from his pocket and initiated a scan. This semi-silicon-based biological blood, rich in gene completion crystals, theoretically has the potential to rectify all flawed genes. With no trading precedent, its value is incalculable. Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. Where on earth did you acquire such a thing? Perhaps you should concern yourself more with your family, Cheng Qi suggested. Go back and interrogate your family doctor, demand the truth from him. Cheng Qi tilted his head. Of course, your so-called top physician might also be one of the masterminds behind this. If there is any antidote for that cytotoxic fluid, it is likely only this drop of blood in the entire solar system. I have already confirmed that the concentration of this blood is substantial. Even if diluted 1,000-fold, it will retain its efficacy. Cheng Qi said, gazing at Mo, as he extended the test tube forward, slowly uttering one word, take you. Give this to me? Mo's eyes widened in exaggerated disbelief. What is the price? Cheng Qi merely smiled, remaining silent, yet he continued to extend the test tube forward. O accepted it, staring at the drop of vivid red blood, his lips trembling, his expression shifting as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Cheng Qi shrugged. I nearly lost my life to find this drop of blood, aiming to save someone's family, yet that someone suspects I pilfered their cargo. TSK, Mo, don't you think that person is heartless? Mo appeared momentarily stunned. You mean heartless? Cheng Qi's gaze remained fixed. Yes, heartless. Hiss. The corners of Mo's eyes twitched as he took a slight step back. Chapter 50. The anomalous squad. Mo clutched the test tube tightly, his expression a mix of suspicion and uncertainty, beads of sweat forming on his forehead without his realization. He lifted his gaze, his expression grave as he looked towards Cheng Qi. I will initiate an investigation upon my return. If all of this proves to be true, then my family, the Mo clan, owes you, Cheng Qi, an immense favor. Should you ever require assistance, my entire family would traverse fire and water for you. You exaggerate? Mr. Mo, he replied, I merely fear the loss of my livelihood. Cheng Qi waved his hand dismissively. By the way, what exactly does your family do? Are you all merely merchants of goods? I must confess a mistake to you. My surname is not Mo. Mo straightened his chest, declaring, our family name is derived from a name that has shone brilliantly throughout the millennia of Huaxia's history. We are all descendants of Mozi, the Mo of Mozi. At that moment, a glimmer of sacred reverence appeared in Mo's eyes. The current head of the family is named Mo, yet he has long since departed for the stars and has not returned for a century. Ah, Mo. Cheng Qi shrugged, having never heard of him. Regardless, you have not turned a blind eye to my family, Mo said earnestly. To express my initial gratitude, I must share some information with you. Mo glanced up at the 2 starships in the sky. Regarding this Interstellar Alliance combat team, he continued with a serious demeanor. Before arriving on Earth, they procured a substantial amount of weapons and ammunition from the interstellar black market. This is entirely illogical. As a regular army, they should have a quota of ammunition, yet they chose to purchase additional supplies, indicating that they possess operational plans beyond the established regulations. Beyond regulations? Operations? Cheng Qi furrowed his brow. What exactly do they intend to do? Everything remains unknown. No one knows what clandestine affairs they may be concealing. O turned to Cheng Qi, saying, from this moment forward, you must exercise caution, or rather, The entire Forsaken Earth must remain vigilant. Mo's eagerness to return was palpable, as if he had unleashed some latent potential, stuffing himself back into the confines of a biological transport capsule the size of a refrigerator. Meanwhile, Cheng Qi rummaged through his backpack. Retrieving a bottle of blue liquid and tossing it into Mo's embrace, he smiled. "Drink this on your journey." Mo's face flickered between shades of blue and purple. The cramped space forced him to cradle the bottle, his expression one of distaste. "Are you suggesting that this drink has been poisoned? Do you intend for me to consume it on the way, or to hasten my departure?" Cheng Qi grinned mischievously. "If this drink is indeed toxic, it will inevitably become waste. Rather than discard it, why not find a way to transport it all here and gift it to me?" Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled. For this beverage possessed a slight enhancement effect on physical strength. Mo's mind struggled to process this, ultimately exhaling a sigh. "Let's discuss this after I gather more information." As he watched Mo's transport capsule gradually vanish into the atmosphere, Cheng Qi focused on the two starships in the distance, slowly furrowing his brow. He then activated his communicator, summoning Han Zai and instructing him and Xiao Qiong to return to the shelter promptly. "Wow, who is this?" In the underground shelter, Xiao Qiong gazed at the little white mouse perched on Cheng Qi's shoulder, her round eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, she was merely a 6-year-old girl, and such adorable creatures held an irresistible allure for her. "His name is Ji. From now on, he will be our new member," Cheng Qi chuckled. Han Zai and Xiao Qiong, covered in mud, had once again gathered a considerable amount of wood and soil, seemingly intent on continuously crafting their underground refuge. "Ji," Xiao Qiong extended a finger to gently stroke Ji's fur. "Then you shall be my second pet." "Second?" Cheng Qi blinked in surprise. "Who is the first?" "It's Han Zai, of course," Xiao Qiong replied, puffing out her cheeks. "Han Zai is silly and speaks amusingly. He is my first pet." Han Zai raised his shiny arm, exclaiming, "What do you mean silly? I am incredibly handsome." "You know?" Xiao Qiong busied herself, rummaging through the pile of wood until she found a handful of dried grass, crafting a tiny straw hat which she placed atop Ji's head. With this adornment, Ji's cuteness increased 100-fold. Standing upright like a person, wearing the straw hat with its tiny hands clasped over its chest, its white whiskers quivering, it resembled a diminutive sprite. Moreover, the exposed brain and pink crystalline structure atop Ji's head were perfectly concealed. Xiao Qiong paid no heed to the initially unsettling appearance of Ji's head, as such sights had become commonplace in this post-apocalyptic wasteland. Besides, she had no concept of what a true pet should resemble. The two starships hovering above were not an auspicious sign. "You two must remain within the shelter for the time being," Cheng Qi instructed earnestly. "Han Zai, contact the monkeys and tell them to halt their acquisitions for now. Find a place to hide. I will inform them when it is time to resume work." "All right, keep your worries at bay," Han Zai replied, not genuinely foolish. He would never engage in reckless behavior when aware of potential danger. "Xiao Qiong," he continued, lowering his head to listen to Cheng Qi's words, "we will stay here for now. After all, we have plenty of work to do and nowhere else to go." Xiao Qiong nodded earnestly. "I will listen to Cheng Qi. Attention all scavengers in Zone B24. Attention all scavengers in Zone B24. At that moment, the old communicator crackled to life, announcing a message from the Scavenger Alliance. All scavengers are to report immediately to the Scavenger Alliance headquarters for a collective welcome of the Interstellar Alliance combat team. This pertains to our fate, so utmost respect is required." Cheng Qi frowned, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. "You two stay here. I will go alone." With that, Cheng Qi donned the tattered scavenger cloak. Ensuring that his extreme warrior armor was perfectly concealed beneath, he double-checked his jet turbine shoes and anti-gravity gloves. Finally, he confirmed that the unique light refraction feature of his silicon-based genes had successfully concealed the 3 rings of light within his pupils. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Qi stepped towards the exit. "I must uncover what this interstellar combat team is truly up to." Chapter 51. The vanguard in front of the Scavenger Alliance headquarters. Heaps of refuse had been compacted into a sprawling plaza. On either side of this plaza stood 8 pillars, forged from various melted metallic debris, rising tall and straight against the gray sky. Here, amidst the refuse of Earth, was the grandest display imaginable. Thousands of scavengers had gathered, and due to the scarcity of water resources on Earth, bathing had become a relative luxury. Over the years, the scavengers emitted a musty odor. creating an aura that kept others at a distance. Cheng Qi stood among the crowd, quietly observing everything. Xiao Qi, a woman in her 50s, her head wrapped in a red scarf, pushed a small cloth bag into Cheng Qi's hands. Aunt Lan? Cheng Qi was taken aback, opening the bag to find several round edible energy blocks. What is this? Aunt Lan smiled, her face weathered by time. I recooked the ordinary energy blocks, filtered out the impurities, and added some sugar. Take them home and enjoy. Aunt Lan's husband was Old Lin, a close friend of Cheng Qi's grandfather. Previously, when the hyena gang attempted to steal Cheng Qi's amorphous alloy, they kidnapped Old Lin as leverage. But Cheng Qi ultimately defeated the hyena gang and rescued him. Regardless of how circumstances changed, the Lin family had always looked after Cheng Qi. Aunt Lan was an excellent cook, routinely modifying the energy blocks distributed by the Scavenger Alliance to enhance their flavor and texture, selling them for credits to sustain their daily lives. Old woman, you're stingy. At that moment, Old Lin squeezed through the crowd. You're still growing. How could you possibly have enough with just that? As he spoke, he pulled out a package of energy blocks from his satchel. Here, take my rations too. However, Aunt Lan pressed down on Old Lin's hand, saying, you don't need to. Old Lin was taken aback. I know my energy blocks haven't been filtered, but they still provide nutrition. Aunt Lan shook her head. No, your energy blocks are made with impurities. Old Lin, the leader has arrived. As the scavengers gasped in astonishment, Cheng Qi also looked up towards the main entrance of the scavenger headquarters. An elderly man, over 60, emerged first. His square face was etched with deep wrinkles from the hardships of life, his hair and beard white as snow. He made a concerted effort to stand tall, striving to appear vibrant. Flanking him were two figures. On the right was a woman in a red dress, resembling a rose amidst the apocalypse, Hannah. The moment Hannah entered the crowd's view, countless men waved and greeted her, showering her with compliments. Cheng Qi's gaze lingered on Hannah for half a second, instinctively furrowing his brow before shifting his attention to the figure behind the elder. Draped in a gray cloak, she exuded an air of elegance, her tall and graceful figure subtly discernible. Most, including Cheng Qi, were unaware of the true identity of this enigmatic silhouette. In the distance, two Harrier-class starships remained suspended in the sky, yet to descend. The hatch of one ship slowly creaked open, from which a shuttlecraft gracefully emerged. Mere moments after it departed, Cheng Qi observed a radiant defensive field, composed of countless shimmering blue diamonds, flickering around the Harrier starship. The force field appeared robust and solid, undoubtedly possessing formidable protective capabilities. One of the diamond patterns glimmered as the shuttlecraft glided through, landing on the square ahead and stirring up a cloud of dust. The scavengers held their breath in anticipation. Even the president on the steps swallowed nervously. Cheng Qi narrowed his eyes slightly. With a soft hiss, the shuttle's door opened, forming a descending staircase as it touched the ground. A tall young man emerged from within, clad in military attire that bore a resemblance to a tailored suit, exuding both neatness and solemnity while retaining an aesthetic appeal. Upon his shoulder rested a dark golden epaulet, adorned with two slender golden stripes and twin golden stars. However, his visage was concealed behind a black polymer gas mask, obscuring his true identity. As the young lieutenant colonel descended from the shuttle, a dozen armed soldiers followed in single file. The young man advanced slowly, surveying the scavengers flanking him. The mask emitted a cold gleam, instilling a profound sense of pressure. The scavengers widened their eyes in awe, yet remained utterly silent. Suddenly, he extended a pale finger and removed his mask, revealing a handsome face, approximately 25 or 26 years old, framed by dark hair, with two faint blue rings shimmering in his pupils. Many female scavengers stifled gasps, captivated by his beauty. Hello, everyone, my name is Ning. You may address me as Lieutenant Colonel Ning from now on. The young officer greeted them with a warm smile and a wave. Beside him, a soldier remarked, Colonel, the air here. You should wear your mask. Lieutenant Colonel Ning frowned slightly and whispered, since none of us are wearing masks, wouldn't that imply we consider ourselves superior? The soldier paused, then raised his hand to remove his own gas mask, revealing a rugged face marked by scars. The remaining soldiers followed suit, discarding their masks. Cheng Qi was taken aback. Such politeness was unexpected. The president of the Scavenger Alliance, witnessing this exchange, felt a slight tremor in his pupils. In the next moment, His tense expression gradually faded as he hurried down the steps to welcome them. Presidently, Lieutenant Colonel Ning extended his right hand from a distance. "Welcome to your arrival." Presidently, visibly excited, rubbed his hands together before extending them to firmly grasp the young officer's hand. "On behalf of the Scavenger Alliance, I assure you of our utmost cooperation." Following closely behind was Hina, who gazed at the young officer's face, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light as she bit her lip. "Oh, right. Let me introduce Lieutenant Colonel Ning. This is my daughter." Hina stepped forward, extending her fair hand to shake the young officer's, lingering longer than necessary, her beautiful eyes fixated on his face, her fingers brushing lightly against his hand. "Hello?" Lieutenant Colonel Ning offered a polite smile, nodding like a gentleman before gently retracting his hand. "And this is my eldest daughter." Presidently gestured towards the figure cloaked in gray at a tea that moment. The silhouette dramatically removed the cloak, revealing a striking figure clad in a leather jacket atop and tight shorts below. Her long, snow-white legs elegantly straight. The moment Lieutenant Colonel Ning beheld her, his expression froze momentarily, gasps erupted among the scavengers. Who is she? Could she be the president's eldest daughter? She seldom makes appearances. Many have never seen her. How can she be so beautiful? Chapter 52. Resurrection from death. Hina had long been referred to as the Red Rose of the Apocalypse, yet she paled in comparison to this figure. Overshadowed entirely, Hong Yan's face was lightly adorned with makeup, her lips brushed with a subtle red hue. Her beauty, her physique, her very presence seemed utterly unbefitting of this trash-laden world. "Lieutenant Colonel Ning, good to meet you. As you can see, the Earth currently faces a severe scarcity of resources, and the survival of scavengers is particularly challenging," Hong Yan presidently interjected, interrupting the dialogue. "Lieutenant Colonel Ning has just arrived. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss these matters?" "Not at all," Lieutenant Colonel Ning replied with a smile, his gaze locked onto Hong Yan's eyes. "Miss Hong Yan, you are indeed a D-class genetic individual?" Hong Yan paused momentarily before nodding gently. The lieutenant colonel bowed slightly, expressing respect, acknowledging that even in desolation, flowers can bloom, which is truly commendable. At that moment, two soldiers approached, carrying a large black box. "Colonel, as per protocol, should we encounter any individuals with E-class or higher genetic traits during our inspection, we will need to conduct a genetic assessment." At this, Hong Yan's beautiful eyes flickered with intensity, while both President Li and Hina trembled slightly. Cheng Qi observed everything intently. He felt something peculiar in the rings of light within the beauty's eyes. Yet he could not pinpoint what was amiss. "Not necessary," Lieutenant Colonel Ning waved his hand. "Miss Hong Yan's appearance speaks volumes. An inspection seems unwarranted." The two soldiers hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Hong Yan's expression relaxed. President Li burst into laughter. "Warriors, you have traveled far. Let us head inside and sit down to discuss matters." "Not so fast," Lieutenant Colonel Ning replied earnestly. "I have understood Miss Hong Yan's intentions. Shortly, I will submit a request to the Alliance for essential supplies such as fresh water, food, and energy cells, ensuring they are delivered promptly." "Really?" President Li's eyes widened, his lips trembling from excitement. "I never anticipated you to be so enlightened and benevolent." Tears of joy welled in President Li's eyes as he turned to the scavenger crowd. "Did you hear that?" A cheer erupted among the scavengers. "Long live the Interstellar Alliance! Long live Lieutenant Colonel Ning!" The lieutenant colonel smiled, nodding at the crowd. He turned back to President Li and added that to emphasize the importance of the Earth's inhabitants, a group of heroes had been arranged to accompany this inspection team. President Li paused. "Heroes? Indeed. Renowned heroes." Lieutenant Colonel Ning slowly turned, fingers together, pointing towards the shuttlecraft's hatch. Suddenly, a series of mechanical sounds echoed as 8 formidable figures emerged from the shuttle. A hush fell over the thousands of scavengers. Those were 8 warriors clad in exoskeletal armor, towering at 2.5 meters. Their robust titanium-aluminum composite exoskeletons exuded strength, with black fuel cells strapped to their backs, wielding dark silver cleavers in one hand and 20mm beam machine guns in the other. President Li's pupils widened in disbelief. "Is that the Extreme Warrior Octet?" Among the crowd, Cheng Qi's pupils constricted in an instant. He knew a secret that no one else did. The Extreme Warrior Octet had become mere bones, entombed within a fuel tank, buried underground for 20 years. How could they possibly be appearing now? Cheng Qi's gaze flickered as he scrutinized the equipment of the 8 warriors. That was the X-55 Extreme Warrior Power Exoskeleton, an iteration of the original Extreme Warrior exoskeleton. A product of Cheng Qi's synthesis process. It was 2 versions behind the memory metal Extreme Warrior armor he wore. Cheng Qi recalled that this equipment's output power ranged from 900 to 9800 N. Could it be? The Extreme Warrior team had been reformed? Had new pilots been recruited? Cheng Qi furrowed his brow, seeking a rational explanation. Dear friends, the arrival of the Extreme Warrior team aims to inspire courage within all of you. Encouraging you to bravely face all challenges, Lieutenant Colonel Ning turned and saluted the Extreme Warrior team. With a soft hiss, the metal visors of the 8 exoskeletons slowly lifted, revealing weathered yet resolute faces. They all saluted the scavengers in unison. Extreme Warrior Team, Ding Feng. Extreme Warrior Team, Lin Lanyue. Extreme Warrior Team, Long Zhanxiao. They each proclaimed their names, their imposing presence enhanced by the mighty exoskeletons. Cheng Qi's pupils suddenly constricted. Ding Feng, Lin Lanyue, Long Zhanxiao? Cheng Qi recalled vividly how he had found those exoskeletons, buried their remains, and collected their nameplates. He had promised to uncover the truth one day, and thus had committed their names to memory. And at this moment, suddenly, a group of exoskeleton operators, aged approximately 40 to 50, appeared, claiming to be members of an elite warrior squad, even announcing identical names. As you can observe, Colonel Ning wore a righteous smile. 2 decades ago, they undertook an exceedingly perilous mission, during which rumors of their heroic sacrifice circulated. However, in reality, they skillfully navigated danger and ultimately returned to headquarters unscathed. Perhaps people are drawn to tales of miraculous survival and the rebirth of heroes. Enthusiastic applause erupted from the crowd. Cheng Qi gritted his teeth slightly. Nonsense. The true elite warrior team of 8 had perished. They were ambushed and had their throats slit from behind. Gazing at Colonel Ning's imposing and just figure, Cheng Qi narrowed his eyes. Who are you really? What are your intentions? Chapter 53. Breaking news: the scavengers gradually dispersed, eagerly awaiting new supplies. Colonel Ning and his team also entered the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance. Cheng Qi stood still, observing the Interstellar Alliance's combat team, which was sealing off the Scavenger Alliance headquarters. Several piercing gazes directed at him signaled that he should leave swiftly. Cheng Qi moved slightly, positioning himself outside their perimeter, continuing to disregard the scrutinizing stares. If he could overhear their ensuing conversation, it might provide him with additional clues. Cheng Qi pondered, tilting his head to focus on the enormous antenna towering atop the Scavenger headquarters. This antenna was part of the headquarters broadcasting system. All the announcements previously heard on the radio emanated from it. Cheng Qi's brow furrowed, and suddenly, he turned away from the combat team. He slowly closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, his pupils sparkled with a diamond-like brilliance. He saw the air filled with various blue ribbons, which were actually electromagnetic signals converging at the top of the massive antenna. Cheng Qi felt as though he were experiencing an illusion. His perspective following one of the ribbons into the antenna's interior, then tracing the circuit to a communicator within the Scavenger headquarters. On the communicator's digital display, the frequency slightly fluctuated, increasing by 0.01. Yet, no one noticed this detail. Just 5 meters to the right of this communicator sat presently Colonel Ning, Hong Yin, and others. In the next moment, Cheng Qi heard their conversation. Colonel Ning, the reason you brought heavy firepower this time is that an SSS-level wanted criminal is hiding on Garbage Earth? President Li's voice was tinged with palpable fear. Upon hearing this, Cheng Qi instinctively widened his eyes. This was indeed significant information. He had heard some news previously about a genetic mutant who had slaughtered half a colonial planet 7 years ago. With a wanted level of merely S. Now, this SSS level, what manner of being could it be? The situation was undeniably complex. First, Imo stated that this squad had procured a large quantity of black market weapons and ammunition. Then, the resurrected elite warrior squad appeared. Now, there was an SSS-level wanted criminal. What on earth was happening? What connections existed? Cheng Qi listened intently. The reason it was deemed SSS level was that it was once among the highest echelons of the Galactic Alliance's military department. Colonel Ning's voice resonated. President Li, have you heard of Kunlun? Kunlun? President Li's voice grew increasingly astonished. The Kunlun that stands as a pinnacle of the galaxy? Indeed, Colonel Ning replied slowly. President Li's tone sharpened. Isn't it one of the 4 great generals of the human legion? Its name is derived from a famous mountain on Earth, a source of pride for humanity. That was in the past, Colonel Ning stated solemnly. Now, it has betrayed all of humanity. A sudden clamor ensued, as President Li seemed to have knocked over his cup in shock. What? Kunlun attempted to assassinate the other 2 great generals. Its goal is to seize military power? Colonel Ning spoke deliberately. It seeks to rebel. The scene fell silent for a full 30 seconds. Our visit this time is primarily for a routine inspection. 7 days ago, the 5th, 6th, 12th, and 19th fleets besieged Kunlun's 24th fleet. They were almost entirely annihilated. Kunlun itself was struck by thousands of high-powered sniper beams, sustaining severe damage. Subsequently, it fled to Earth, the very region overseen by you. President L.A.S. Colonel Ning recounted the events. The sound of President Li swallowing hard and wiping sweat could be distinctly heard. Even the tremor in his throat was audible. Was the recent blockade of Earth related to Kunlun? President Li asked, trembling. It was to prevent Kunlun's remnants from replenishing its forces. Replenishing? President Li inquired again. Kunlun is not a conventional human. It was severely injured and requires external equipment to restore its combat capabilities. President Li, trembling once more, replied, but Earth is filled with technological refuse. Colonel Ning seemingly shook his head. No offense intended, but in Kunlun's eyes, these things from Earth do not even merit the term refuse. They offer it no assistance whatsoever. Then, what should I do? President Li pressed. You and the scavengers need not do anything. We will handle everything. Colonel Ning assured. The remainder of the conversation contained no further critical information, merely routine procedural checks. Cheng Qi blinked, his pupils returning to their normal black hue. He glanced back at the Scavenger Alliance headquarters, which loomed under the gray sky. The soldiers continued to drive him away. Cheng Qi set off, making his way back to his underground sanctuary. Along the way, he mulled over the situation. Could it all stem from this SS-level wanted criminal? Yet, that did not entirely align. Why would they procure ammunition outside regulations? What secrets lurked behind the elite warrior squad of 8? Were they truly righteous or malevolent? The likelihood of malevolence seemed high. But the question remained. What about certain individuals within the entire squad? After all, they were the regular army of the Interstellar Alliance. Before he knew it, he had returned to his underground sanctuary. Cheng Qi sat in front of the Dragon King expansion dock, deep in thought, absent-mindedly picking up a worn teapot to soothe his throat. Hanzai, why is Xiaoqiang using the urinal again? Cheng Qi lamented. Hanzai peeked out from behind the room. You said we couldn't go outside, so we've been obedient. Then Xiaoqiang panicked when she couldn't hold it, and not wanting to dirty the floor, she could only use your pot. Cheng Qi rubbed his forehead and then inquired, where's Xiaoqiang? What is she doing? She's not behind the house. Nor is she fiddling with her new pet. Cheng Qi scratched his head, slowly rising to head toward the back of the dock. Suspecting Xiaoqiang was once again crafting something peculiar for Zhi. After all, it was a mutated Mouse King. Some dignity should be preserved. Upon reaching the back of the dock, he found Xiaoqiang flustered. Hands clasped behind her back, concealing Zhi's new outfit, which was still unfinished. Cheng Qi tilted his head and noticed a half-human high rack behind Xiaoqiang, covered with a piece of tattered sackcloth. Cheng Qi furrowed his brow. What is inside there? That is, Xiaoqiang's gaze flickered. It's Zhi. Cheng Qi's frown deepened. Zhi. From one side of the ground, Zhi agilely crawled out, scaling Cheng Qi's pant leg and perching atop his shoulder. While the sackcloth behind Xiaoqiang remained utterly still, Cheng Qi's voice turned somber. I ask you again, what is inside there? Chapter 54. Unexpected delight. Xiaoqiang was only 6 years old, her psychological resilience still tender. She anxiously rubbed her hands, her eyes filled with panic. Cheng Qi shook his head helplessly, recalling how Xiaoqiang referred to Zhi as her second pet, with the first undoubtedly being what lay within the sack. His expression grew serious as he stepped forward and yanked aside the tattered sack. Cheng Qi's pupils widened in shock as he froze in place. What was this? Before him lay a simple metal platform, upon which rested a round birthday cake constructed from edible energy blocks. Ha ha! Cheng Qi, happy birthday! Xiaoqiang giggled, her face a mix of joy and reproach. You adults are truly worrisome. You even forgot your own birthday. Today marks 18 years since Grandpa found you. We have no idea when you actually arrived. Thus, Today was designated as your birthday. Hanzai retrieved a welding rod, heating it with his arm's flamethrower and sticking it into the birthday cake. Exclaiming, "Happy birthday, you little rascal!" Cheng Qi stood there, utterly stunned. Gradually, his eyes glistened with moisture. "We are indeed family. And you want to cry on your own birthday?" Xiaoqiong teased. "You adults have such low thresholds for tears." Zhi. The chirping sound from the shoulder seemed to be one of the orchestrators of this surprise. In a wonder Hanzai had previously feigned innocence. It turns out he intended to lead Cheng Qi to the back of the house. As for Xiaoqiong, Cheng Qi had just criticized her for her immature psychology and her acting skills being exposed in an instant. In reality, Xiaoqiong's recent actions were quite remarkable. With a cheerful smile, she acknowledged that the cake was indeed lacking. But one could envision it in various flavors, the tangy sweetness of cherries or the soft, glutinous taste of bananas. "Whenever I think of it this way, my mouth waters." Cheng Qi nodded, vowing that once he gained strength, he would certainly achieve the freedom to enjoy fruits. "Hey, hurry up and blow out the candles," he exclaimed. It is said that those who cannot extinguish their birthday candles are destined for a short life. Glancing at the glowing welding rod, Cheng Qi wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. How does one blow this out? Nevertheless, at this moment, Cheng Qi's heart was filled with emotion. He revealed a sincere smile and said, "Thank you all. I previously underestimated you, thinking you had taken in something that should not have been taken in." Suddenly, a shadow fell from the ceiling, smashing the energy block cake to smithereens. Everyone gasped in surprise, instinctively looking up at the splendid and beautiful dome above them. Then, their gazes collectively shifted downward to the object that had crashed onto the cake, a quarter of a person. 10 minutes later, this unidentified object was placed on a metal stand. Cheng Qi, Hanzai, Xiaoqiong, and Zhi surrounded it, wide-eyed and observing. It had a human head, female, with exquisitely proportioned features, radiating a sense of vigor. At this moment, its eyes were tightly shut, with realistic, elongated eyelashes clearly defined. Much of its synthetic skin had been burned away, revealing a mottled face that exposed its internal metallic structure. It had originally worn a long red ponytail that cascaded down to its waist, but that beautiful hair had been singed, leaving only half. It possessed half a shoulder, the broken area revealing a silver alloy structure, with some red liquid continuously dripping onto the ground. On the left side of its shoulder, an arm was connected, but this arm had been severely burned, with no synthetic skin remaining, exposing the twisted and deformed metallic skeleton underneath. Just below its neck, the true identity of that interstellar combat team is a band of marauders. In other words, thieves donning police uniforms, transforming and disguising themselves. According to the prompts from the quantum repair cluster, the head of the cybernetic being before me has not been entirely restored. Rather, it is the subconscious within its biological brain that sustains all its actions. In other words, this information emanates from her subconscious, a most genuine expression of her innermost thoughts. She has not lied, nor can she lie. I must expose them. I must eradicate them. I cannot allow this to continue. As she spoke, the left eye, which had been stuck, suddenly sprang open, and the eyes of the beautiful head glowed with a fierce red light, radiating a powerful martial spirit as her head began to convulse violently. "I will never fall. I shall fight on forever." In Cheng Qi's eyes, she was merely a shattered body, propped upon a metallic frame, with her only arm completely damaged and immobile, half of her exposed spine, and a vivid red ponytail swaying with the violent motions of her head. What Cheng Qi perceived was nothing but a fallen hero, a lamentable sight. I was betrayed by a traitor. I was destroyed. I lost my own body and fled to earth. The martial spirit of the beautiful head waned, her head gradually drooping, yet she seemed to recall something. But I saw a youth amidst the refuse, bearing technology far superior to Earth's. "He can help me. Only he can assist me. Please, help me." The voice of the beautiful head grew fainter. Her eyes gradually lost their luster, staring vacantly ahead, devoid of further movement. Its energy levels are critically low. Self-preservation protocols have activated. Entering dormancy, came the diagnostic information from the quantum repair cluster. Cheng Qi inhaled deeply. The truth is that Interstellar Alliance team is the real traitors. They are not even worthy of the title of traitors, but rather a gang of thugs. Surely, The massacre of the genuine extreme warriors 20 years ago was orchestrated by them. 20 years. To masquerade as a regular army without being unmasked, there must be more influential figures shielding them. That individual is the true human traitor seeking rebellion. As for Hua Kunlun, he is but their stumbling block. The purpose of this Team's mission is indeed to hunt down General Kunlun. But Kunlun is not an SSS-level fugitive. He is someone they must eradicate completely, without a trace. Cheng Qi replayed the events in her mind. After Kunlun fled to Earth, he inadvertently encountered her traversing the gray storm, utilizing the extreme warrior armor to leap dozens of meters in order to retrieve Master Mo's cargo. Thus, her lingering consciousness indicated that Cheng Qi might be a formidable repairer or mechanic. Though the underground shelter was clandestine, it currently lacked any alarm systems. Kunlun must have seized an opportunity when Han Zai and Xiao Qiong were out to slip inside. The once formidable human general had fallen to such a fate. All because of her lingering obsession. It is indeed a pity, Cheng Qi sighed. The beautiful head hung low, her eyes fixated on the ground, her face still retaining its final expression. A pleat on the metallic surface melted down beneath. Cheng Qi's form was reflected, appearing somewhat towering from that perspective. In that moment, Cheng Qi straightened her chest slightly and turned her head. Han Zai, Contact Monkey, and the others. We can discreetly initiate procurement operations. Inform them that I require some cybernetic limbs, torso, arms, legs, weapons. The more, the better. Chapter 56. Undercurrents aboard the KRF-02 Hawk-class starship of the Galactic Alliance. Major Ning walked slowly along the corridor of the bridge. The overhead beams of light cast an ever-shifting glow upon his face. Behind him trailed two soldiers, who bore a rectangular, somewhat thin box. Major Ning's posture was erect as he approached the center of the bridge. The command center, he raised his hand and performed a slow military salute. General. The light at the center of the bridge was dim. One could vaguely discern a tall, robust mechanical seat, with a hazy figure seated at its center. The figure responded in a deep voice. What have you found? Major Ning stepped aside, and the two soldiers placed the black box flat on the ground. With a mechanical whir, the lid of the box began to slide open. The bottom of the box illuminated with a white backlight, revealing hundreds of fragments of various sizes arranged inside. Most of these fragments bore a red coating, and within them lay some form of translucent metal, painstakingly arranged to replicate their original structure. They now resembled half a humanoid form. The shadowy figure in the mechanical seat slowly extended a hand. Major Ning, understanding the cue, retrieved a fragment from the box and respectfully presented it to the figure. The figure lifted the fragment towards the distant light, narrowing its somewhat shadowy eyes. The low, rumbling laugh escaped the figure. It rotated the fragment in its grasp. This piece had been deformed by extreme heat, its surface coating peeling away, yet one could still faintly discern that it was some sort of insignia, integrated into a mechanical prosthetic. The insignia depicted a magnificent mountain formed of simple lines, painted in crimson and bordered with gold. General, 30% of these fragments originated from the space battlefield. The remaining 70% came from the garbage Earth. The soldiers spent over 4 hours collecting them. Major Ning stated slowly. Our mechanics have assessed that her body has been shattered to an extremely severe degree. Even if she is still alive, she is devoid of any combat capability. The shadow in the darkness continued to examine the fragment in its hand. Major Ning added, she chose Earth, a place with almost no surveillance facilities, seemingly a lifeline, yet in truth, it is a dead end. She will find no useful components here. Perhaps she could cobble herself together with refuse. But she would undoubtedly be a fragile wreck, shattering at the slightest touch. Here, no one will be able to assist her. Nor would any scavenger be foolish enough to offer their help, he chuckled softly. Perhaps by now, she has already been picked up by some scavenger, disassembled into fragments and displayed in the market. After all, these refuse collectors harbor only the faintest glimmer of survival. Major Ning, you once served as Kunlun's adjutant, lurking by her side, providing me with her whereabouts, ultimately aiding in the destruction of her 24th fleet. That indeed counts as a significant achievement. The figure in the darkness began to speak, but I must clearly inform you now. I want her brain. I wish to witness her brain death with my own eyes, and I want to embed her beneath my seat, forcing her to eternally endure my humiliation. The figure's gaze turned to Major Ning. A cold glint piercing through, If you cannot locate her brain within 72 hours, then you shall no longer deserve to possess your own brain. Major Ning trembled slightly, hastily lowering his head. Yes, General. Cheng Qi once again arrived at the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance. The place was still guarded by soldiers from the Interstellar Alliance team. Utilizing her silicon-based biological abilities, she infiltrated their communication systems. Although her capacity for employing silicon-based DNA felt like navigating through a veil, Cheng Qi had yet to master it perfectly. She felt as though she had entered an electronic labyrinth, like a headless fly lost for quite some time. Finally, she saw President Li's bedroom. The elderly man, in his 60s, sat alone on the bed, lost in thought. President Li, a youthful voice suddenly emanated from the now-closed communicator. Who are you? The old man startled, glancing towards the communicator in the room with a look of horror. You are a hacker. You have breached my communication. What do you want? The Interstellar Alliance team you received has issues. As a fellow scavenger, I believe it is my duty to issue a warning. President Li's expression flickered. They are regular troops of the Interstellar Alliance. Before their arrival, I received an official notice from the Solar System Alliance. Identity verification, keys, everything was normal. You must speak with responsibility. Their current identity is indeed that of regular troops. But their former identity, President Li interrupted Cheng Qi. You possess such advanced hacking technology. You are quite an impressive scavenger. However, I hope you will apply such abilities for good rather than engaging in this tedious prank. President Li, do you truly wish to remain obstinate? Obstinate? The old man furrowed his brow. If you were in my position, would you prefer to trust a fully documented regular army or a scavenger hacker? Everyone claims I am moderate, that I am timid and afraid of trouble. Yet my duty is to weigh the relationship between thousands of scavengers and the authorities. Now, everyone is awaiting assistance from the Interstellar Alliance. And you wish to make me question them with just a few words? What if the one communicating with you now is a high-level geneticist? President Li's body trembled slightly. A high-level geneticist? How high? C-class. Chairman Li remained silent for a considerable time, contemplating the daunting data before him. He approached the window and gently drew aside the curtain, gazing at the silhouette of a youth clad in a blue scavenger's cloak in the square below. Memories of his daughter Hong Yin flashed through his mind, intertwined with the recollection of the black market serum he had acquired after exhausting a decade's worth of wealth in this wasteland of a planet. How could a C-class gene user possibly emerge? He exhaled a long sigh. Child, heed my counsel. Do not resort to using those biological contact lenses to deceive others. While you may fool them momentarily, the truth will ultimately prevail. Cheng Qi paused, pondering the peculiar thought processes of this individual. Child, I have unearthed certain issues as well. This small team exhibits an excessive humility, presenting themselves as overly approachable. Past inspections were never conducted in such a manner. They seem to be diligently polishing their camouflage. Chairman Li mused, yet it is undeniable that the current refuse-laden Earth holds no value for them. We are akin to a swarm of filth-ridden insects or rats. As the saying goes, criminals do not enter a poor man's home. We have nothing left to lose. Conversely, I could exploit their camouflage to ardently pursue my desires. For instance, utilizing their friendliness and modesty to negotiate next year's rations. I am surviving in the crevices, blissfully ignorant. Child, do you understand? At that moment, Cheng Qi suddenly noticed several small transport vessels piercing through the atmosphere, descending on the southern side of the scavenger headquarters square. As the hatches opened, countless crates brimming with edible energy blocks were revealed. The surrounding scavengers rushed towards the vessels in a frenzy, akin to a grand celebration. Meanwhile, Cheng Qi stood solitary on the northern side of the square. Unmoved, the situation on the ground was starkly cleared in this instant. Cheng Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. Everyone has their own motivations. Perhaps they stem from differing needs or perspectives. Henceforth, no matter what schemes you may concoct, I, Cheng Qi, shall confront them alone. Chapter 57. Eyes Major. Over the past 2 hours, we have located 12 additional pieces of Kunlun wreckage, a petty officer remarked. Yet, the main brain has remained elusive. Could it be that some reckless scavenger has hidden it away? Rising slowly from behind his desk, Major Ning gazed down at the refuse-laden Earth through the observation glass of the starship. I do not believe scavengers possess the audacity to undertake such an act. Major Ning's brow furrowed, his expression dark as water. Nonetheless, these scavengers, akin to rats and filth, are not entirely without merit. The officer questioned, what value could they possibly hold? Major Ning smirked somberly, informing his comrades that the plan they had been anticipating could now commence. Really? The officer's eyes sparkled with excitement. After years of pretense, my brothers are about to unleash their pent-up energy on this refuse-laden earth. However, this plan must be executed gradually. Tonight, we can only orchestrate a minor maneuver. A glint of cunning shimmered in Major Ning's eyes. I require some subtle performances. Detected similar technological creations. Shall we synthesize? In the underground shelter, Cheng Qi surveyed the technological debris scattered before him. This was the laborious bounty that the monkeys had procured before the gray storm, freshly delivered. Meanwhile, the monkeys tirelessly executed Cheng Qi's latest orders, fervently acquiring cybernetic enhancements. Previously, Cheng Qi had directed Hanzi to construct a 300-square-meter wooden warehouse on the eastern side of the underground shelter, which would serve as his future workspace. I lack vision. Within the workspace, Cheng Qi contemplated, I need an effective and discreet surveillance system to track the movements of that counterfeit military unit. His gaze shifted downward. Landing on today's materials, a collection of 22 vintage surveillance cameras from the bygone era. All were identical models, their white bodies corroded and coated with layers of dirt. These must have been excavated by some scavenger. In this age, such equipment held no value, and the original owner would likely curse the monkeys for their folly. Cheng Qi's eyes flickered as he initiated the synthesis process. Disassembling into base materials, synthesis successful, DF-011 Drone 11. Lightweight aerial reconnaissance drone equipped with night vision, 200x zoom, 4 wide-angle cameras, a fixed monitoring range of 3 square kilometers, and a 4-hour battery life. Cheng Qi shook his head. This is far from adequate. The drone before him had a wingspan of 1.5 meters, devoid of any counter-surveillance systems. Once airborne, it would emit an astonishing noise easily detectable by anyone with sight. Disassembling into base materials, synthesis successful, DF-058 Flying IE-5. Military-grade multifunctional aerial surveillance platform outfitted with sonar, high-precision thermal imaging, 28 intelligent tracking cameras, and an upgraded magnetic levitation propulsion system, achieving a cruising noise level below 35 dB. Too large. Cheng Qi observed the equipment. Its diameter exceeding 4 meters. Its overall design resembled a diminutive black UFO. One could imagine its flight as a silent affair, yet it remained equally conspicuous. Disassembling into base materials, synthesis successful, AF-21 Ecological Camouflage Surveillance System, 2. Cheng Qi regarded the device before him with a hint of amusement, curiosity swelling within him. Before him stood a massive metallic cage, taller than a person, with slender bars and a semicircular top. On the base, a row of red indicator lights flickered. Cheng Qi leaned forward, peering through the bars to glimpse the interior. There, he saw a tangle of metallic branches, upon which perched dozens of gray birds. Birds? Cheng Qi's eyes widened. This device disguises aerial monitoring equipment as tree sparrows, while emitting simulated ecological calls and biological electromagnetic waves. Below level 3 of technological civilization, it cannot be identified from a distance. And the tree sparrows contain 2 high-precision cameras, enabling thermal imaging, wide-angle capture, and extended operational capabilities. Tree sparrows are omnivorous, highly prolific, and among the few bird species that proliferate globally. This device, due to its superb performance and excellent concealment, has been designated the codename Birdcage. Birdcage? Cheng Qi mused, somewhat exasperated. Tree sparrows were indeed the scientific name for sparrows, which once flourished across the earth, becoming a nuisance. At one point, they were even classified as one of the 4 pests in Huaxia. However, now, they had become extinct, entirely vanished from the refuse-laden planet. Even the 4 pests could not withstand nuclear radiation and chemical toxins. If released, their calls would not be the cheerful chirping of sparrows but rather cries of I have a problem. I have a problem. I truly have a problem. Cheng Qi steadied his nerves and continued the synthesis process. Disassembling into base materials, synthesis successful, SF-100 Ecological Camouflage Surveillance System. Another ecological camouflage system, but the designation now begins with us. Cheng Qi hesitated, observing the ambiguous object before him, his complexion shifting from red to purple, then to white. What is this? Before him stood a mound of metallic refuse. To be precise, It was a tower composed of layers of silver metallic discs, each disc growing smaller as they ascended. Topped with a tiny pointed tip, Cheng Qi gaped at the peculiar shape, which inevitably sparked associations in his mind. Forget it. This must be a creation of some aesthetically peculiar advanced civilization. Cheng Qi discovered that the surface of the metallic refuse, no, the mysterious device, bore inconspicuous seams, suggesting it could be opened. With a gentle touch, he muttered, "Open sesame." Cheng Qi's eyes twitched as he beheld the interior, revealing layer upon layer of minuscule compartments. Each compartment housed a slender white worm. Clearly visible, its body adorned with spiraling patterns, writhing in motion. Cheng Qi was left in shock and speechless. STC. Was this device's codename truly Worm Nest? Its codename is Thousand Eyes, because it perfectly replicates the most powerful compound eyes in nature. At that moment, the white worms began to writhe more vigorously. Suddenly, slender black tendrils pierced through the surface of the worms, and one by one, tiny black flies emerged from within. They shook their transparent wings, acclimating to their newly birthed forms. Then, these flies swiftly turned their heads in unison towards Cheng Qi. In that instant, Cheng Qi's pupils constricted. He saw that the flies' eyes were filled with countless compound eyes, each vividly reflecting his own figure. Buzz. An intangible tremor resonated, and the flies collectively fluttered their wings. In each of their compound eyes, a minuscule gleam was reflected. Though small, the glimmer was in the thousands. Tens of thousands and even millions. They were not true flies. They were mechanical entities. Cheng Qi experienced a moment of enlightenment, and every one of their compound eyes resembled a surveillance camera. Each fly possesses approximately 8,000 compound eyes. This configuration affords a 360-degree field of vision, enabling them to observe their surroundings from all directions without any visual blind spots. Compound eyes exhibit remarkable capabilities in perceiving and tracking moving objects, processing and reacting in an incredibly brief span of time. While the human eye requires about 0.05 seconds to discern the outline of an object, a fly needs merely around 0.01 seconds. Thus, when humans attempt to swat a fly, it perceives the action as if in slow motion, allowing it to evade effortlessly. The fly in the SF-100 is, in fact, a semi-biological, semi-mechanical artificial species, equipped with the functionality of fly compound eyes, along with attributes such as long-distance signal transmission and intelligent control. It can even replenish its biological energy through consumption, achieving remarkably extended endurance. The current terrestrial environment is virtually tailor-made for the SF-100. Here, it serves as an almost invincible surveillance system. This device hails from a level 2.6 biological civilization. Chapter 58. Perspective. It is indeed formidable. Cheng Qi's expression was one of astonishment. On this refuse-laden earth, aside from rats, flies have also managed to survive and proliferate in close proximity to human habitation, buzzing incessantly and causing annoyance, reminiscent of a bygone era. Next, I shall test its efficacy. Cheng Qi gently closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had transformed into two resplendent diamonds. A delicate blue ribbon gracefully appeared within his field of vision. The body of Thousand Eyes also radiated a blue technological glow. Buzz. In the next moment, a multitude of flies, numbering in the tens of thousands, ascended, forming a distinctly visible black whirlwind, and under Cheng Qi's command, they drifted toward the exit of the underground shelter. What? Where did all these flies come from? I'll swat you dead. The naive robot, oblivious to the situation, living up to its role as a high-end nanny, flipped out a massive metal fly swatter from its arm and chased after the swarm. Naturally, the flies held the advantage, and since Cheng Qi had already opened the exit to the underground shelter, the robot failed to hit its target and was left gasping. Watching the flies vanish from view, Cheng Qi suddenly realized, wait, first it was the squeaking of mice, and now it's the buzzing of flies. Am I truly entangled with this heap of garbage? Some individuals must be doing this on purpose, right? Has the title of King of Trash been solidified once again? Very well, regardless of the circumstances, the effect is paramount. At that moment, the small tip atop the SF-100 ecological camouflage monitoring system emitted a straight beam of light. Cheng Qi felt a bit speechless. Must it be this? The beam formed a fan-shaped scan, and in the blink of an eye, a vast virtual screen materialized in the air. Cheng Qi was somewhat astonished. On this screen, densely packed like a puzzle, were millions of monitoring perspectives, each no larger than a fingernail, showcasing dynamic images. Under normal circumstances, such visuals would bewilder the eyes and potentially induce adverse reactions. However, this device was equipped with a gaze capture function. As Cheng Qi's eyes moved, the millions of monitoring perspectives shimmered like a rippling surface of water, creating a visually stunning and technologically advanced display. When Cheng Qi's gaze settled, the corresponding area's image instantly magnified. What Cheng Qi focused on was a rusted tin can, the image quality at 88K, revealing every minute detail. The can bore faded inscriptions, Hualien Food Factory Pecan, produced on August 17, 2024. The name of the can and the production date were on different sides. Yet, Cheng Qi could see all the information simultaneously, as the can had been aggregated into a form akin to a four-dimensional model, allowing him to perceive its front, back, sides, top, and bottom all at once. It was a marvelous perspective. Akin to X-ray vision, yet clearer than mere transparency. It was as if Cheng Qi were standing around the can, observing it from a 360-degree vantage point. Is this the way flies perceive the world? Cheng Qi pondered, then looked up. From the overhead perspective of the can, he spotted another fly, also a member of Thousand Eyes. However, this particular fly was flying at a considerably slow pace, its wings seemingly moving through viscous air. Each tremor distinctly visible. It was not the fly that was slow, Cheng Qi exclaimed in astonishment, but rather, the capturing and reaction speeds of Thousand Eyes are exceedingly rapid. Simultaneously, the right side of the virtual screen was rapidly sketching a map. And in the blink of an eye, the B24 region where Cheng Qi resided was completed. When Cheng Qi directed his gaze toward the map, the corresponding area instantly magnified, revealing multi-angled real-time footage. All of this was thanks to those flies, which were now dispersed throughout a radius of several dozen kilometers and were continuing to spread. Cheng Qi also discovered, within the SF-100, a new batch of flies was hatching. Remarkable, Cheng Qi could sense that various alert prompts could be set for Thousand Eyes, such as fire, wild beasts, or even those counterfeit soldiers. Moreover, the system was equipped with additional biological contact lenses that could be worn over the eyeball, enabling constant monitoring of surveillance footage. In that instant, as Cheng Qi casually scanned, he noticed something peculiar. That was Village. This was not a mere token name. It genuinely was called Village, comprising a small collection of scavenger families. This village was now enveloped in eerie silence as dawn broke, casting a grayish hue over the landscape. Cheng Qi's eyes widened as multiple perspectives appeared simultaneously. All the villagers of Village were dead. They had not succumbed to weaponry. Nearly all had their necks twisted or their spines broken. Some were tossed atop makeshift shelters, half their bodies dangling down, mouths oozing dark crimson blood, their eyes forever unclosed. Cheng Qi's pupils trembled. Village A. I may not know the others, but Old Lin and Aunt Lon reside there. In the next moment, a glimmer of hope emerged. Aunt Lon, carrying a bamboo basket, and Old Lin appeared at the entrance of Village. They surveyed the scene within the village, their bodies freezing in shock. The cloth bag in Aunt Lan's hand fell to the ground, scattering its contents. Unsold flavor energy blocks. A conjecture began to form in Cheng Qi's mind, and a simmering rage gradually surfaced in his eyes. It was the doing of Kunlun. Colonel Ning sat in the hall of the Scavenger Alliance, a look of sorrow etched on his face, hoping that those scavengers would enter paradise, free from suffering. President Li's body trembled slightly. No wonder I attempted to contact Village last night, yet received no response. I intended for them to come collect their rations. Hong Yin clenched her fists. Has Kunlun gone mad? Why would she slaughter scavengers? Kunlun? Her nature is inherently evil. Colonel Ning frowned. Perhaps the villagers were unwilling to cooperate with her, unwilling to be coerced. Sigh. After a pause, Colonel Ning raised his head. I believe it is time to reveal the truth to the scavengers. I will announce the potential status of Kunlun, and you must inform everyone of two matters. First, absolutely prohibit anyone from providing any form of assistance to any entity suspected of being Kunlun. Second, if any suspected Kunlun entity is discovered, notify me immediately. Chapter 59. The hunting game within the KRF-02 Hawk-class starship, Colonel Ning was followed by a contingent of soldiers, each sporting a peculiar smile as they hurried through. The sound of polished shoes striking the ground echoed crisply as he traversed corridors, passing through door after door. During his walk, Colonel Ning loosened his shirt collar, casually exposing his chest. He unfastened his cufflinks. rolling up his sleeves to reveal arms that bore faint wrinkles from previously washed tattoos. An elderly man clad in a white coat approached with a sycophantic grin, extending a tray. "Colonel, this is this month's aging-slowing serum." "Ha ha!" Colonel Ning paused momentarily. "What are you laughing about?" The elderly man, bending slightly, apologized. "My hometown has this catchphrase. I've grown accustomed to it." Colonel Ning shot him a glare, snatched a syringe from the tray, bit off the cap, and swiftly injected it into his arm. The pale blue serum was administered in one go, and he carelessly discarded the syringe. The elderly man, still smiling, knelt to retrieve the syringe. Watching Colonel Ning depart, with a click, the attendant pushed open a massive double door. Colonel Ning's figure slowly appeared at the entrance. Inside the starship's transport chamber, over 500 soldiers of the Interstellar Alliance had gathered. Upon seeing Colonel Ning arrive, they did not stand or salute, continuing to laugh and joke, some cleaning their weapons, others drinking spirits, while most merely glanced at Colonel Ning, giving a nod of acknowledgement. Brothers, Colonel Ning remained unfazed. The hunting plan could commence. "Oh?" Many soldiers perked up, rising eagerly. "Boss, how are we playing this time?" "Heh." Colonel Ning strolled in, casually sitting atop a cargo container, resting one leg on the edge of the box. "During the day, search for Kunlun's whereabouts. No slacking off, and once night falls, it will be our time to revel. Last night, I successfully framed Kunlun for the massacre in that small village carried out by the Mautu group." Lieutenant Ning revealed a smug smile. The initial panic had already begun to take shape. From this point onward, regardless of what transpires, those foolish scavengers will instinctively attribute the blame to Kunlun. Many soldiers' eyes brightened. "What a clever ploy, brothers. We can no longer maintain appearances, pretending to be a regular army, adhering to strict orders, embodying iron-blooded warriors. If we don't spill some blood, it feels as if we haven't eaten at all. Our spirits are utterly drained." Gazing at those pathetic scavengers, my hands itch with anticipation. One of the soldiers, mimicking the humble demeanor of Chairman Li, hunched his back and spoke in a high-pitched voice. He, Lieutenant Ning, it's so good to finally meet you. I admire you greatly. You are so formidable. Ha ha, brother. My dream is to join the army and serve the galactic all within the confines of the Harrier-class starship." Colonel Ning rapped softly on the quiet communicator, shaking his head in disappointment. The Mautu team had once again failed. 9 minutes had elapsed without a single word or any points earned. He then cast a glance at the nearby queue where the Huzi team was preparing to depart. "I hope you enjoy yourselves and achieve commendable results." Cheng Qi examined 12 corpses, discovering with some dismay that none of them bore any firearms. However, he soon found 12 particle-cutting daggers and 12 devices resembling small signal jammers among their possessions. After securing these spoils, he casually dug a shallow grave and buried them. Just as he finished his task, Cheng Qi's ears perked up. Glancing back, he saw another landing craft emerging from the Harrier-class starship. Are these individuals truly adhering to the rules of the points competition? His eyes glinted momentarily as he concealed himself behind a nearby refuse mound. The landing craft descended gently. The 12 members of the Huzi team emerged in a single file, their eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger akin to that of beasts. The Mautu group seemed utterly foolish, likely engaged in aimless searching. I have already confirmed the location of a nearby water source. After sunset, the chemical toxins here will diminish slightly, drawing in numerous scavengers to fetch water. One burly man removed his wig, revealing a bald head adorned with tattoos. He extended his tongue, licking his lips. "To the east, 1.5 kilometers, I shall wait at the water source for my prey." That SF-fitting expression, a deep voice remarked. Atop the refuse heap sat a youth clad in a tattered scavenger's cloak, silhouetted against the hazy silver moon. The bald man, likely the leader of this group, squinted. "I have always maintained that one should never underestimate scavengers, even in this toxic environment where genetic mutations may arise." The bald man assumed a defensive stance. "Look at that towering refuse mountain and that diminutive metal box. He sits there so steadily, having remained silent for several minutes. His agility must be exceptional. Old 3, you just injected an agility-enhancing serum. Go probe his capabilities. The rest of you, encircle him and seize the opportunity for a decisive strike." 4 minutes later, Cheng Qi stood over the tattooed bald head, whose owner had already been knocked senseless, blood streaming from his orifices. his tongue lolling out. Cheng Qi wiped his palms slowly, scoring 72 points. Thereafter, he casually dug another grave for the Huzi squad. He again collected 12 particle-cutting daggers and 12 small signal-jamming devices. With a hint of anticipation, he gazed at the Harrier-class starship hovering above. On this desolate Earth, so vast yet sparsely populated, the thrill was somewhat lacking. Too much time had been squandered in pursuit of targets. 10 minutes had passed. Colonel Ning shook his head. AX team, prepare for your turn. Cheng Qi gazed at the Harrier-class starship, feeling as if time stretched infinitely. He attempted two endeavors. First, he endeavored to connect to the control systems of the two starships through the genes of silicon-based life forms, but received no feedback, possibly due to the distance or the formidable defensive field enveloping the vessels. Second, he attempted to utilize the STC to scan both starships and synthesize their data. However, the STC provided an unexpected response. The two Harrier-class starships share a common control brain, which possesses autonomous consciousness and personality traits. STC foundational belief: do not plunder, do not forcibly synthesize items with clear ownership. This is an unwritten rule passed down from the mother civilization. Chapter 61. Preliminary Ecology. 108 points. The extreme warrior armor retracted into his sleeves as Cheng Qi slightly tilted his head. All 12 members of the Axe team hung lifelessly from the refuse pile. The leader of the Axe team was exceptionally strong. According to the Extreme Warrior Armor Assessment, his punch approached 2,200 newtons, an extraordinary feat for an ordinary individual. That moment, he was impaled by numerous metal spikes. Blood dripping, yet he still clung to life. Fixating his bovine eyes on Cheng Qi's silhouette, he thought, we may have attracted the attention of the Interstellar Alliance. Such formidable scavengers are improbable. But before he could utter another word, his head drooped and he breathed his last. Cheng Qi casually dug a grave for the Axe team, once again reaping a bounty of equipment. Colonel Ning stretched lazily to ensure the legitimacy of the deaths. 3 teams were dispatched today. Everyone should rest early in anticipation of their battle reports in 4 hours. The bandits felt a mix of disappointment and anticipation, for this hunting game had only just begun. As dawn gradually broke, Cheng Qi awaited the 4th wave in vain. It appeared the preliminary selection had concluded. They must be conducting their slaughter at night, then masquerading as regular troops during the day. Cheng Qi summoned a plethora of thousand-eyed flies to meticulously monitor the movements of the starship's crew from below. Should they venture outside, he would receive immediate alerts. Later, Cheng Qi returned to his underground sanctuary. Inside the workspace, today's spoils were neatly arranged upon the floor. 36 particle-cutting daggers and 18 small electronic shielding devices. He had buried 36 bandits, originally acquiring 36 small electronic jammers. Yet these jammers also featured internal communication capabilities, serving as the bandits' team communication system. Cheng Qi suspected these communicators might harbor tracking systems. To be prudent, he conducted a synthesis in the field. Now, these communicators had transformed into a brand new device, in an unactivated state, eliminating any possibility of tracking. He picked up a particle-cutting dagger, its side imprinted with the insignia of the Interstellar Alliance Squad, officially issued military equipment now tainted with the blood of countless innocents. Cheng Qi then turned his gaze to the 18 electronic shielding devices. The most pressing need in his underground sanctuary was a set of shielding equipment, ideally integrated with a monitoring system. This would not only prevent the starships above from conducting deep scans, but also identify any anomalous intruders, such as those from Kunlun. Dispersed into primitive matter. Synthesis successful. Magnetic shielding 9. Dispersed into primitive matter. Synthesis successful. High-energy magnetic beam signal defense emitters 4. EOP gravitational field shield 2. Innocent defense array 1. Cheng Qi swiftly completed the synthesis to the highest level. Before him floated a yellow glimmering metallic football, gently rotating in the air. Omnidirectional shielding against all exploration signals from civilizations below level 4, or arbitrary alteration of their signal feedback. Even to the naked eye, it can release a visual distortion field. Achieving the effect of a mountain is not a mountain. Built-in pinpoint high-energy sniper beam capable of instantaneously eliminating anomalous intruders at the user's command. Integrated ionized plasma defense shield system. Due to energy limits, can be passively activated once, with a maximum limit of resisting 20 million MPa pressure. This device originates from a level 3 technological civilization. It was simply perfect. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled. The shielding capability far surpassed his expectations, and the pinpoint sniper beam was also unexpected. Moreover, the plasma defense shield could withstand a pressure of 20 million MPa. The Earth's core pressure was only 400,000 MPa. This final function was an extraordinarily powerful life-saving technique. Cheng Qi raised his hand, and the metallic football slowly ascended, hovering at the apex of the underground sanctuary. He opened his eyes wide, his pupils sparkling with radiant gem-like brilliance. The football received commands and began to activate, emanating a soft yellow glow that formed an almost invisible pale yellow ripple, perfectly enveloping the entire underground sanctuary. Finally, the football emitted a halo, also pale yellow and slightly tilted. The entire system completed its activation, presetting and deploying, settling into a state of stillness. The halo remained intact, appearing exceptionally beautiful from a distance. Cheng Qi tilted his head. The sanctuary's dome, once radiant like a galaxy, now resembled Saturn due to the innocent defense array, with its very own Saturn rings. Cheng Qi experienced a fleeting illusion, as if the universe above him were incomplete. Shaking his head, he returned to the workspace. Gazing at the row of particle-cutting daggers on the ground, he hesitated slightly. Currently, he lacked for nothing in terms of cold weapons, as the extreme warrior armor could manifest various kinds of weaponry at will. Endlessly adaptable, Cheng Qi decided to leave himself with some anticipation. After collecting additional identical daggers, he would conduct another grand synthesis, directly elevating it to level 7 technology. The long night stretched on, and Cheng Qi's gaze resumed its search. On one side of the workspace lay a small portion of refuse collected by the monkeys. Among it was a half-man-high aluminum barrel, which contained thousands of small green capsules, round and lightweight, resembling pills from a bygone era. Soil-free cultivation capsules. When dissolved in water, they can form soil-free cultivation containers with a diameter of approximately 10 centimeters, suitable for planting various potted flowers. This was a remarkably convenient planting method. Regrettably, the harsh environment of garbage earth lacked sunlight, rendering healthy plant growth impossible. The sheer quantity was astonishing. One ought to be capable of synthesizing some astonishing creations. Cheng Qi raised his wrist, and the STC emitted a fan-shaped azure beam that gradually blossomed. Synthesis successful. Max soilless cultivation capsule, 3365. Upon dissolving in water, the soilless cultivation container expands to a volume of 300 centimeters. Cheng Qi shook his head. Merely an increase in volume holds little significance at present. Dispersing into primitive matter, Kn ecological gel, 1682. Abandoning the form of nutrient solution, upgraded to an ecological gel that integrates trace elements required by various plants while also retaining moisture and breathability. Shielding against plant diseases and shortening growth cycles by 240. The planting medium has transformed. Efficiency has increased considerably. However, for the ecological environment of this garbage planet, it is still far from sufficient. Cheng Qi tilted his head and continued the synthesis. Limited space detected in the surrounding area, executing synthesis operation with a portion of the quantity. Cheng Qi paused. He had never encountered a similar situation before. The STC settings are remarkably user-friendly. Kn 03 Ecological Planting Platform 8. Expandable to a 50-50 square meter ecological gel, featuring a built-in miniature artificial sun that provides effective illumination for crops while purifying and filtering the surrounding air, creating a superior growing space that enhances growth efficiency by 860. An artificial sun. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled as he pressed on. Dispersing into primitive matter, synthesis successful. SN 11 Ecological Circulation Platform. Can expand up to a 1,000 square meter ecological gel. Equipped with an upgraded artificial sun and an inorganic decomposition system. Effectively decomposes various inorganic materials and transforms them into clean energy or essential nutrients for crops, while integrating microbiological civilizations' biological symbiosis enhancement technology, creating a unique symbiotic relationship between special microorganisms and plants, thus increasing plant growth efficiency by 6,400. This technology originates from a level 4 technological civilization. Before Cheng Qi, a 5-meter-tall black rectangular prism appeared, its surface engraved with intricate electronic patterns, within which pulsed a vibrant green light symbolizing vitality. Has it reached its peak? Cheng Qi's gaze flickered. Surely, a level 4 civilization would not require cultivating crops for sustenance. They must rely on synthetic food, protein synthesis, or some utterly unimaginable means. The SN-11 ecological circulation platform is not a mainstream device, and there is no need for in-depth research, much like a flashlight in human civilization, an artifact of level 1. 5 technology that is seldom utilized. However, Cheng Qi's attention was drawn to the annotation of the STC, astonished by the notion of decomposing inorganic matter and converting it into energy or nutrients. Does this not ascend to the level of molecular manipulation? What constitutes inorganic matter? Metals, glass, ceramics, gravel? Cheng Qi's eyes widened. In this garbage-ridden planet, everything in sight is indeed inorganic. Chapter 62. The marvelous ecology. Cheng Qi pushed the SN-11 ecological circulation platform outside the workshop. He glanced at the northern side of the underground shelter, where a small mound of earth defiantly stood. Hanzai and Xiaoqiong had toiled for a long time to realize their dream of a tiny vegetable garden. Managing to gather roughly 50 kilograms of clean soil. Technology transforms life. Cheng Qi smiled, his gaze sparkling, as blue ribbons unfurled. Suddenly, emerald green fissures appeared on the surface of the SN-11 ecological circulation platform. It then activated its expansion mode, its cover splitting apart. A soft mechanical sound emanated as the SN-11 first expanded into a 10M rectangular platform, and then, astonishingly, a water wheel crafted from metal emerged from the platform surface. Yes, it was that ancient yet practical irrigation tool from a bygone era. Once made of wood. It featured a 3-meter diameter water wheel connected to a submerged water basin below. Squeak, squeak, as the water wheel turned. It seemed to emit sounds mimicking the friction of wood. Its water-lifting mechanism resembled a wooden bucket made of silver metal, drawing buckets of transparent gel-like substance from the submerged basin. This gel was crystal clear, exuding a faint green hue. The buckets tilted slightly, continuously pouring the gel onto the ground. The pale green gel pooled and flowed, gradually covering the earth on the northern side of the shelter, resembling a vast expanse of delectable jelly from a distance. Cheng Qi's eyes brimmed with wonder. Is this the ecological gel mentioned in the annotations? At that moment, the SN-11 platform opened its hatch once more, and a small sun radiating dazzling light slowly rose, eventually hovering at the apex of the ecological dome. Cheng Qi looked up in awe, observing the artificial sun continuously adjusting its light intensity according to the surrounding environment. After approximately 10 seconds, it settled into a comfortable brightness that was bright yet not glaring, enveloping him in a warm embrace. It had been ages since he had felt the true warmth of sunlight. Cheng Qi's pupils sparkled like crystals, and he glanced at the suspended lighting of the Earth Dragon King's docking bay, issuing a command for it to descend slowly and retract into the Earth Dragon's body. He turned his gaze back to the dome of the shelter. The background was adorned with beautiful metallic stripes. The northern side formed a Saturn by the Innocence defense system, while the center showcased the sun created by the SN-11 ecological platform. It increasingly resembled a miniature universe. A sense of witnessing the cosmic evolution from chaos to rebirth stirred within Cheng Qi. Looking down, he saw the water wheel still turning, generating a fertile soil, and at the forefront of this field, an unusual flower had sprouted, its height barely reaching 20 centimeters, with a tightly clustered flower head surrounded by a ring of blue petals. It resembled a blue sunflower, its flower head gently rotating, always facing the artificial sun. Cheng Qi recalled for a moment. This was the biological symbiosis enhancement technology that amalgamated microbiological civilization, capable of creating unique microorganisms that would enhance plant growth efficiency by 6400. Reflecting on it now, Cheng Qi found it utterly fascinating. Are microorganisms a form of civilization? Is there a technological hierarchy among them? Seeds? The ecological environment is now prepared. I need seeds. Cheng Qi hurried to rummage through his previous possessions. Once, while he was out scavenging for scrap, he encountered a mysterious dumpster diver with a dense beard, whose face was obscured. The man had taken an interest in a micro-nanochip in Cheng Qi's possession but could not afford it, proposing instead a trade for a bag of seeds. Seeds are a rare commodity on today's Earth, yet utterly useless, as there is no space for them to grow. Cheng Qi consented to the exchange, thinking that if hunger ever struck, he could cook the seeds. Thankfully, he never did. Cheng Qi unearthed the small cloth pouch and found a few apple seeds. He had procured several apples from a hunting dog's safe, and Hanzai had saved the seeds afterward. Upon opening the pouch, he discovered a colorful assortment of seeds in varying sizes. Cheng Qi had no idea what plants they belonged to, but with the SN11 platform, clarity would soon be within reach. He evenly scattered all the seeds over the ecological gel. The gel felt firm underfoot, yet as the seeds landed, they seemed to find some kind of embrace, sinking to varying depths, which appeared to be the optimal planting depth. The gel was semi-transparent, clearly revealing the seeds surrounded by a layer of tiny water droplets. In a blink, the seeds began to sprout at an observable pace. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in amazement. This was his first encounter with the growth process of plants, and his heart echoed with two words: vitality, bursting forth with life. The boy born and raised in a junkyard felt an exhilarating excitement. Green is a rarity in these desolate regions, a precious hue. In an instant, countless green shoots emerged from the earth. The artificial sun overhead adjusted its light simultaneously, slightly reducing the intensity, as the tender shoots were too frail. Excessive light would dehydrate them. 3 minutes later, most of the shoots had grown to a height of 5 centimeters, exhibiting distinct variations in form. Remarkable! Cheng Qi's palm trembled slightly with excitement as he gently cradled a green leaf before him, careful not to apply too much pressure, fearing he might harm this fragile life. Why have they ceased to grow? Cheng Qi's eyes widened. Energy? Nutrients? He then glanced towards the other side of the SN11 platform, where an empty conveyor belt LAY.AN epiphany struck him. Inorganic matter. He promptly made his way to the surface, gathering a substantial amount of dilapidated refuse, including rusted metals, shattered ceramics, and mixed gravel, placing it all upon the conveyor belt. The conveyor belt whirred to life, as the SN11 platform emanated a blue luminescence, meticulously scanning each piece of inorganic material, reminiscent of the security scanners from the olden days. The junction of the ecological gel and the SN11 platform. A sudden burst of green luminescence erupted, illuminating the entire expanse of the ecological gel, which shimmered like a radiant green crystal. Countless tiny green specks danced within, only to be absorbed by the roots of the surrounding plants. The potential for transforming inorganic substances was truly remarkable. Cheng Qi's heart surged with excitement. This was indeed the most formidable technology within the entire SN11 platform, molecular recombination or some other extraordinary principle. This represented the true strength of a level 4 civilization, which, on some level, had already encroached upon the domain of the creator. It was astonishing. Countless plants began to grow rapidly again. Simultaneously, a wondrous scene unfolded. A diminutive blue sunflower at the base began to sway rhythmically, as if imbued with life, emitting a delightful chittering sound, utterly adorable. The blue sunflower seemed to scatter some form of blue pollen, creating swirling mists that gently settled upon each budding plant. Remarkably, the growth rate of the other plants appeared to multiply several-fold. Chapter 63. As dawn broke over the hazy atmosphere of Kunlun, a dim ray of light finally emerged. At 6:09 a.m. Xiao Qiong groggily awoke, clad in a patchwork nightgown, and slowly stepped out of the Earth Dragon King's expansion dock. Upon standing on the wooden platform ahead, she was momentarily stunned. On either side of the wooden walkway, lush greenery flourished. Apple trees? Pumpkins? Tomatoes? Morning glories? Wow, could that be grapevines? And underneath, a carpet of strawberries? Humph. Xiao Qiong merely raised an eyebrow, thinking, I thought I was awake, yet it seems I am still dreaming. Thud. Looking up, she noticed a cherry tree had sprouted on one side of the Earth Dragon King's dock. A ripe cherry fell, striking her on the head. Humph. Quite realistic indeed. Xiao Qiong shrugged off the incident and, with arms dangling like noodles, turned to head back inside. Thud. On the other side, Hanzai stood beneath a tall coconut tree, a coconut falling and hitting its metallic head. Naturally, Hanzai was unharmed, yet spiral whirlpools formed in its electronic eyes. Wow, Hanzai, you're in my dream too, Xiao Qiong exclaimed. I've heard that if you die in a dream, you can wake up. Xiao Qiong swayed over to the coconut tree, standing shoulder to shoulder with Hanzai and gazing up. She deliberately shifted her position to stand beneath a precariously hanging coconut. Immediately, Hanzai's eyes swirled like spirals. Xiao Qiong's sleepy gaze widened, her mouth slightly agape, arms swaying like noodles. The two stood in tranquil anticipation. Crack, crack, soft sounds of breaking emerged from above. The coconut was ripe and suddenly dropped from the tree. Xiao Qiong's positioning was impeccably precise. 100 headshot, thud. As if a whirlwind had struck, Cheng Qi appeared beside Xiao Qiong, catching the coconut with a swift motion. He deftly flipped his wrist, revealing a memory metal dagger. Swiftly preparing the coconut, and then poured the clear, sweet coconut water into Xiao Qiong's mouth. Xiao Qiong's eyes widened in surprise. She savored the flavor, the cool sensation in her throat, and the fragrant aroma that enveloped her mind. From now on, please call me inventor Cheng Qi. The young man gestured behind him. I toiled all night inventing, and the results are astonishing. I've created a device that can only be described as miraculous. Xiao Qiong finally awoke, realizing that reality was even more splendid than her dreams. Cheng Qi, you are incredible, my goodness. Ha ha ha, giant watermelon, giant pumpkin, giant persimmon. Xiao Qiong's legs transformed into darting black dots as she dashed into the botanical garden. Hee hee, Cheng Qi chuckled. Indeed, everything before him felt dreamlike. He plucked a green apple and, with a crisp bite, the tartness confirmed that all of this was real. Ha ha ha, giant grapes, giant strawberries, giant chili peppers, giant? Cheng Qi, what is this? Xiao Qiong stood deep within the garden, pointing at a 2-meter-tall purple plant, momentarily stunned. Xiao Qiong had previously seen a magazine featuring various plants, yet this one was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Cheng Qi approached, gazing up at the peculiar plant, equally puzzled. The seed of the plant had come from a small bag, its origin untraceable. This plant was incredibly unique. Its roots and branches extended in perfect alignment, forming a standard geometric symmetrical pattern, while its purple leaves were perfectly round, symmetrically distributed on either side. From a distance, it resembled a totem, its intricate geometric design suffused with a sense of religious symbolism, as if it hinted at something ancient and mysterious. Furthermore, the growth rate of this plant was significantly slower than the others. To date, it showed no signs of flowering or fruiting in an ordinary environment. Its growth cycle might extend over several centuries. Everything about it suggested its exceptional nature. Cheng Qi speculated that it might be an extraterrestrial plant, or perhaps a remnant of some ancient flora on Earth. What it truly was would only be revealed once it bore flowers or fruit. Giant peaches, giant celery. Xiao Qiong resumed her exuberant frolic through the botanical garden. Cheng Qi noticed that in the distance, Kunlun, still tethered to its framework, seemed to slightly revive, perhaps due to accumulating energy. She surveyed the verdant garden before her, watched the exuberant Xiao Qiong, and observed the quietly standing Cheng Qi. Kunlun's beautiful eyes flickered, her red pupils projecting an image. It depicted a vast and beautiful field. A little girl with a red ponytail stood beside a robust man clad in military attire. Daddy, can I keep my right hand? The girl lowered her head, extending her hands. Her right hand was fair and human, while her left had transformed into a dark gray metallic form. Through the gaps in her hands, one could see that her feet had also been replaced with cybernetic limbs. The strong man bent down, stroking the girl's head. Child, without replacing your limbs, how can you gain power beyond others? You are my child, and our family's descendants are destined to become the strongest soldiers. A smile graced the man's face. It was an unparalleled honor. However, the girl lowered her head, tears brimmed suddenly. Colonel Ning's eyes narrowed, as he caught sight of a massive heap of garbage in the distance, teeming with a multitude of flies. Dig it up. The tremor in Colonel Ning's voice betrayed his urgency. Hurry. 3 minutes later, a soldier, wrinkling his nose, pointed at the excavated refuse and reported, Colonel Ning, this is the excrement of those scavengers. The corners of Colonel Ning's mouth twitched as he gestured towards another area swarming with flies. There, report, Colonel Ning, this too is excrement, damn it. Colonel Ning gritted his teeth, while Cheng Qi stifled a laugh in the underground shelter. Who could have guessed? I certainly didn't. Flies can indeed become my soldiers. These creatures have donned their uniforms in broad daylight, executing standard search operations. Has the penetrating scan beam arrived yet? Colonel Ning shouted in frustration. Report, it has been installed on the Harrier-class starship. Initiate the scan, depth set to 300, no, 500 meters. Even if we have to dig 3 feet down, We must unearth Kunlun. In an instant, one of the Harrier-class starships unleashed a thick crimson beam, traversing 100 meters to penetrate the surface of the garbage planet. This beam, rooted in the ground, blossomed like a lotus. Within just 30 seconds, it reached Cheng Qi's underground shelter. Cheng Qi tilted his head slightly, gazing at the small Saturn on the ceiling. That moment, the rings of Saturn emitted a faint yellow glow, bursting forth in an instant to form another yellow shield, while the deep crimson beam was swallowed whole. Colonel Ning observed the feedback results of the penetrating beam on his virtual panel. The location of Cheng Qi's underground shelter had been completely camouflaged, appearing merely as a winding trail of rubble. Colonel Ning's gaze swept over the debris without pausing. Not far away, a fly raised its hind legs and groomed its wings, its 8,000 compound eyes reflecting 8,000 images of Colonel Ning. Every gesture, every subtle expression of Colonel Ning was conveyed to Cheng Qi's eyes. Cheng Qi smiled faintly, leaning back in his recliner. Breakfast is served: carbon-grilled whole wheat bread, steamed pumpkin, tomato, and melon soup, followed by a selection of 18 types of fruits for dessert. Han Zai, donned in an apron, as an A24 nanny robot, finally put its built-in culinary module to good use, presenting 2 full trays of food before Cheng Qi. Cheng Qi inhaled deeply, the fragrance of the fruits wafting through the air, while the aroma of the whole wheat bread was intoxicating. These foods, placed on the garbage planet, transcended the notion of luxury. It was utterly inconceivable. Colonel Ning once again ventured to the Scavenger Alliance headquarters, embellishing the accusation of murdering soldiers against Kunlun, creating an atmosphere of terror among the scavenger community. Throughout the day, a large number of scavengers collaborated with soldiers to conduct a thorough search. Cheng Qi observed the fearful demeanor of President Li in front of Colonel Ning, along with countless bowing scavengers. It suddenly dawned on him that what bent their spines was not their status or position, but rather the deep-seated inferiority within their hearts. As night fell, aboard the cargo hold of the Harrier-class starship, Colonel Ning remained fruitless in his search, his expression growing increasingly agitated as the hunt continued. The 12 members of the Dagger Squad stared at the scoreboard filled with zeros, collectively gulping. "Boss, are you sure?" "Absolutely." Colonel Ning squinted. "If my guess is correct, Kunlun will likely ambush you from the shadows. If we mobilize troops on a large scale, Kunlun will certainly remain hidden." The Dagger Squad members exchanged glances. "Are you suggesting we serve as bait?" "Fear not. Kunlun merely cobbled together some junk components." Colonel Ning's gaze shifted deeper into the cargo hold, where 8 enormous figures slowly emerged, like metal titans, exuding an intimidating aura. "They will follow you. Once Kunlun is locked on, the rest is not your concern." Colonel Ning remarked with a low chuckle, "Regardless of who kills Kunlun, I will credit your Dagger Squad with 1,000 points. After capturing Kunlun, we can still enjoy several days of fun here. That 1,000 points is no trivial amount." The eyes of the Dagger Squad members gleamed with greed. "We're in the dead of night." A landing craft descended slowly onto the garbage planet. This time, the Dagger Squad was equipped with ROM-16 beam rifles as they cautiously exited the craft. Previous teams had landed like beasts in search of prey. But now, the Dagger Squad members suppressed their presence, gripping their rifles, crouching low, fully alert, like furtive rodents. "There's someone ahead." "Who? Who cares who it is? Step back and let those 8 guys go first." The psychological defenses of the Dagger Squad crumbled in an instant, scattering in all directions. The heavy sound of hydraulics echoed as 8 colossal figures stepped forth from the landing craft. A youth clad in a blue scavenger cloak stood silently at the forefront. The innocent defense array, 20 kilometers away, released a directional camouflage beam, enveloping a 1-kilometer radius. Meanwhile, Colonel Ning aboard the Harrier-class starship witnessed a different scene. In his view, the Dagger Squad moved cautiously forward, while those 8 elite warriors lay concealed in the shadows. "I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just a little scavenger." A towering figure emerged from the darkness, revealing a complex hydraulic power system and a massive metallic frame. The imposing metal mask tilted upward, revealing a righteous middle-aged face. "I am Long Zhanxiao of the Extreme Warriors Squad, and I command you to step forward for inspection." Unbeknownst to anyone, a dark barrel had silently emerged from Long Zhanxiao's exoskeleton arm. Their mission was to capture Kunlun, and there was no need to waste even a moment on such a garbage insect. Chapter 65, True and False Heroes. "Oh, you are the 8-member team of the Extreme Warriors Squad?" The youth in the blue cloak's eyes sparkled with excitement. The team known as the Cosmic Vanguard, which has explored over a dozen new planets and accomplished countless arduous tasks. The concealed barrel hesitated momentarily. Long Zhanxiao revealed a hint of a smile. Indeed, that is us. 20 years ago, they underwent facial reconstruction, fingerprint modification, dental alteration, and genetic disguise, transforming from notorious bandits to the Extreme Warriors squad. The higher-ups instructed them to maintain a low profile, to avoid unnecessary exposure, and to gradually fade from the public eye. Yet, this was far from sufficient to satisfy their vanity. After finally achieving a clean slate, they could not enjoy the glory, the accolades, and the flowers. Over a decade ago, one of the squad members secretly ventured out, and in the guise of an Extreme Warriors squad member, slept with his own wife, a woman who appeared virtuous and demure but was, in truth, exceedingly promiscuous, without noticing a thing. This squad member was subsequently injected with a six-fold pain-inducing agent by the second-in-command and was mercilessly beaten for 2 hours. Since then, the entire Extreme Warriors squad adopted an even more subdued approach, becoming nearly transparent. The young scavenger clearly idolized my esteemed leader. The 8 exoskeletons from earlier were in a state of utter disrepair, and furthermore, the Alliance has dispatched new equipment. It stands to reason that scoundrel Guetu has disposed of both the exoskeletons and the corpses together. This little pest, so well prepared, could it be that he has salvaged those outdated exoskeletons? It seems that he has dismantled some weaponry from within, emboldening him to foolishly stand before us. Long Zhanxiao's eyes were filled with malice as he fixed his gaze upon Cheng Qi, stating, "You appear to be aware of some unsanctioned information, do you not? Truly a remarkably foolish little pest. What does it matter that we are the extreme squad of 8? You seek vengeance for your imagined heroes. After hearing a few tales and watching some videos, you feel a sense of closeness to these heroes, believing that one day you too will step into their world. Allow me to enlighten you." With a sharp click, Long Zhanxiao's visor descended, obscuring his grotesque visage. His electronic eyes glowed a menacing RED, be it in the bygone era or now. Tales of heroism are mere anomalies, for the authorities prefer to disseminate such narratives to you. You have been conditioned, forcibly instilled with that so-called spirit of selflessness, while the grim truth is that 99 of those who play the hero end up as mere corpses. Boom. Long Zhanxiao's fists collided with a thunderous sound. He then advanced, his steps resonating like thunder, charging forth like a locomotive. The opposing exoskeletons were cumbersome and outdated. Appearing to Cheng Qi as if they were moving at a snail's pace, he raised his hand, resting the 8 nameplates against an abandoned refrigerator, their surfaces reflecting a silvery glow, facing the battlefield ahead. Upon witnessing this scene, Long Zhanxiao was incensed, letting out a low, frenzied roar. Strangely, the light refracted from those small nameplates seemed to penetrate his visor. Causing his eyes to sting painfully, he lunged forward, approaching Cheng Qi, extending a mechanical hand, larger than that of an ordinary man, directly aiming to crush Cheng Qi's head. Yet, Cheng Qi remained calm, extending his right hand and suddenly swinging it. From his sleeve, a metallic substance, akin to liquid silver, unfurled, instantaneously coalescing into countless diamond-shaped fragments, swiftly enveloping his fist and forming a lightweight, agile armor. The 7 remaining Extreme Warriors gasped in astonishment. What was that? Was that not reminiscent of the memory metal exoskeletons? Was it not a concept designed from the Scientific Alliance? We had applied for testing for 1 year and 4 months, yet had never received the opportunity. How could a mere pest possess such equipment? I must be mistaken. Long Zhanxiao was equally taken aback. Up close, he could see the truth clearly. This was impossible, but his forward momentum had already been established, leaving him no room for adjustment. Long Zhanxiao distinctly observed as the little pest retracted his left leg, his right hand, now clad in silver armor, unleashed a straight punch. Boom. Cheng Qi's fist struck Long Zhanxiao's palm. In previous encounters, Cheng Qi had not unleashed the full power of the Extreme Warrior armored AT. This moment, he held nothing back. The impact of 130,000 newtons could be likened to that of a 30-ton heavy truck colliding at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. However, if the area of impact were reduced to the size of a fist, the force of the impact would increase exponentially. Long Zhanxiao witnessed his exoskeleton's fist disintegrate in an instant, shattered components flying outwards. His entire arm twisted and crumpled, the shoulder joint of his exoskeleton fracturing instantaneously. Cheng Qi's punch was devoid of any embellishment, yet utterly unstoppable. Pain surged through him. Long Zhanxiao was engulfed in darkness. Following this was a more tremendous sound of shattering and the cracking of bones. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, Long Zhanxiao felt a fierce wind pass by his right side. His body swayed but did not fall. When his vision cleared and he glanced to his right, he discovered that his entire arm, both exoskeleton and flesh, had vanished entirely, leaving only a gaping, bleeding wound at his shoulder. Behind him lay shattered debris and flesh, scattered like a bouquet of flowers that had exploded, littering the ground. His mind was a blank slate, unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. In the next moment, a crackling sound filled his visor as the internal screen shattered. Someone forcefully ripped off his visor, tossing it aside. Long Zhanxiao beheld a youth soaring high, his eyes ablaze with fury, raising his fist to deliver a crushing blow to Long Zhanxiao's face. Bang! Boom! Long Zhanxiao's features distorted. His massive frame lost its balance, crashing onto the ground. Cheng Qi followed suit, his fist penetrating the visor, breaking through the helmet and emerging from the back of Long Zhanxiao's head. Causing the ground to tremble, in the next second, deep red blood and white brain matter flowed from the shattered helmet. Long Zhanxiao's legs twitched violently due to neural reflexes. Subsequently, his entire body relaxed, rendering him utterly motionless. Chapter 66. Not a single one shall be spared. Boom. Blinding white flames engulfed Cheng Qi's form. In the distance, an exoskeleton of an extreme warrior unleashed searing heat. Several others deployed beam machine guns, releasing oval-shaped beams that sliced through the air, pouring forth with relentless force. All firepower converged upon Cheng Qi. The remaining members of the extreme warrior squad were gripped by terror, yet their minds conjured an image. The little pest being scorched to a crisp, riddled with bullet holes. It is said that each individual who pulls the trigger in a panic envisions something akin to this. Yet this was merely an illusion. Amidst the white flames, a figure clad in silver armor emerged slowly. Every inch of his skin seemed to be covered by a layer of diamond-shaped metallic plates, which shifted and expanded with his movements, agile and fluid, while simultaneously providing impenetrable defense. His face was concealed by a silver facial armor, his eyes glimmering with a dark blue sheen. Ding! A beam bullet struck Cheng Qi in the face. He merely tilted his head slightly before returning to a neutral position. The remaining members of the extreme warrior squad were utterly astonished. Was that truly the memory metal exoskeleton? It seemed even more refined than the concept designs. How could this be possible? Cheng Qi spoke in a deep tone. Are you envious? Allow me to inform you. Soon I shall possess armor that you cannot even begin to comprehend, yet regrettably, you will never have the opportunity to witness it firsthand. The scene was illuminated by flickering flames, casting the 8 nameplates of the true extreme warrior squad in a dim and bright dance. It was as if their spirits, watching from beyond, were witnessing the unfolding spectacle through these nameplates. Sounds of metal shattering, bones breaking, and anguished cries echoed incessantly. Cheng Qi tore off the visors of the 8 counterfeit warriors one after another, smashing their heads in succession. Though they donned exoskeletons, the gap between them was vast due to 2 iterations of advancement. Ultimately, Cheng Qi stood amidst the sprawled bodies, slowly turning to gaze at the 8 nameplates, offering a small tribute as a fan to you all, as well as a fulfillment of his own dream of heroism. At this moment, a distant landing craft began to power up, releasing blue flames from its thrusters. The Dagger Squad, terrified and panicked, had mostly boarded the landing craft, preparing to flee back to their base. The pilot, disregarding everything else, started the engine before all members had boarded. One member of the Dagger Squad was still sprinting on the ground, taking 2 steps at a time, leaping to grasp the landing craft's hatch, his body hanging in midair. What the hell was that? 8 extreme warriors were obliterated in an instant. How brutal! How could such a thing exist on this wretched planet? This is absurd. A member hanging onto the landing craft shouted, "Someone pull me up, you bunch of bastards, hurry the hell up." A gust of wind swept by as a figure, moving with the speed of a cheetah, dashed across nearly 100 meters and leaped into the landing craft. Don't fret. In the next second, a figure clad in silver armor leaned out from the hatch, extending an arm with a smile, saying, "I'll pull you up, you." How the hell did you get up here? The member of the dagger squad exclaimed, panic-stricken. Don't touch me. He released his grip, plummeting toward the ground. At this moment, the ground clearly felt safer than the landing craft. Whoosh! A silver arm seized the dagger squad member's hand. The youth smiled wicked as he said, not a chance. I won't let anyone slip away. The dagger squad member's body stiffened, instinctively swallowing hard. Then, gripped by that powerful hand, he was effortlessly pulled back into the landing craft. Subsequently, the hatch was forcefully slammed shut. Sounds of screams, crashes, and various noises intertwined. Thud, thud, thud. The hull of the landing craft was repeatedly battered from within. 5 minutes later, the landing craft plummeted 144 points. Cheng Qi shook his arms, slowly emerging from the landing craft. Behind him, blood seeped continuously from the hatch, accumulating in ever-growing pools, in the spirit of a profession marked by treachery. Cheng Qi returned once again, casually digging a pit to bury the dagger squad. He reaped a bountiful harvest of equipment, including the standard issue of 12 particle-cutting daggers, 12 small signal jammers, and 12 ROM-16 beam rifles. Cheng Qi then approached the 8 exoskeletons of the extreme warriors, the true treasures in his eyes. He extracted the 8 corpses and buried them in another hastily dug pit. Glancing at the 2 colossal vessels in the sky, he pondered whether another wave would arrive tonight. But before that, Cheng Qi decided to embark on a series of synthesizing endeavors. Rubbing his hands together, he thought, let us start with an appetizer. ROM-16 beam rifle, the standard weapon of the human civilization Legion. Equipped with an energy magazine of 240 rounds, firing high-energy beam clusters at a velocity of 900 ms, with a range of 900 meters, capable of producing immense destructive force, penetrating, eroding, or shattering target objects. To say that 12 of these rifles would dominate the wasteland of Earth would be an understatement. Even a single fully functional beam rifle, with a filled magazine, could secure 1's supremacy. However, the regulation of weaponry is exceedingly strict, and attempting to cobble together a beam pistol from shattered components is nearly impossible. Disassembling into raw materials, initiating synthesis. ROM Long 102 Beam Rifle 6. Cheng Qi glanced at the notes. An enlarged magazine, enhanced power, and reduced weight, yet merely a more advanced rifle. Disassembling into raw materials, initiating synthesis. Intelligent High-Energy Particle Cluster Rifle 3. This new firearm transformed beam ammunition into high-energy particle clusters, boasting nearly 9 times the lethality, capable of penetrating various heavy armored vehicles and large mechs. However, due to the particle clusters requiring a fraction of a second to coalesce, the firing interval was reduced. Yet, this weapon was equipped with an intelligent targeting system that allowed it to automatically lock onto targets and assist the user in adjusting grip strength and posture, significantly enhancing accuracy. Cheng Qi shook his head. Disassembling into raw materials, initiating synthesis. Particle Cluster Tracking Rifle 1. A lightweight handheld weapon capable of firing tracking particle clusters with a coalescing time reduced by 3/70. The particle clusters can alter their trajectory through minor particle oscillations, penetrating 1 to 20 targets as they lose energy. Cheng Qi picked up the dark red, approximately 50 centimeter long lightweight rifle before him, its design exuding a sense of advanced technology, albeit with a small, somewhat outdated aiming lens akin to a glass mirror affixed to the spine of the rifle. Nevertheless, after 3 rounds of synthesis, he did not dare underestimate it. Gently lifting the rifle, he mimicked the stances of regular army soldiers etched in his mind, resting his cheek lightly against the stock. One eye focused on the diminutive glass sight. Whoosh! The small sight surprisingly blossomed like a lotus, splitting into 20 independent lenses. Subsequently, these lenses displayed 20 independent images, instantaneously scanning the terrain ahead and revealing 20 roaming crosshairs. Could it be? Cheng Qi's eyes widened. This firearm also integrated a gaze tracking feature. When he paused slightly on the 20 target debris ahead, the crosshairs shifted from blue to red. Click. Cheng Qi squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! A bullet-sized bright yellow particle cluster swiftly completed its coil acceleration and erupted from the muzzle. With almost no time delay, it punctured the black barrel ahead. What occurred next astonished Cheng Qi. The bright yellow particle cluster did not extinguish. Instead, it altered its trajectory, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water at 100-fold speed, weaving a web of light in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of penetration overlapped. In the blink of an eye, All 20 targets were unerringly pierced. In the profound night sky, the intricate web of light shattered into countless particles. It was unimaginable that such a trajectory could be formed by a single bullet in an instant, capable of executing a 90-degree turn mid-flight to strike the next target. Moreover, in its final moments of energy depletion, it still penetrated a steel plate 3 centimeters thick. Goodness. Cheng Qi glanced at the rifle. The explosive effect of the particle cluster was merely a preset value. Only at 26, the first barrel struck bore a hole the size of a soccer ball. Hiss. The advantage of this weapon lay in infantry melee combat. One rifle, one bullet, capable of eliminating 20 foes in an instant. And without concerns of overheating, it could fire continuously. What a formidable advantage this weapon presented. Cheng Qi cradled the dark red rifle, convinced that the Star Alliance squad had yet to be equipped with such a weapon. Right? Chapter 67. The new battle armor. Cheng Qi gently set the dark red rifle aside. It is often said that everyone possesses a love for talent, a love for beauty, and indeed, a love for objects is inherent in all. This rifle brought Cheng Qi immense delight. While its lethality may not be the most potent, in terms of practicality, it undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle. He was reluctant to mar its surface too soon. Subsequently, Cheng Qi turned his gaze to the 8x, 55 Extreme Warrior exoskeletons. Compared to the beam rifles, these were far more scarce. Had it not been for the counterfeit goods delivering equipment from afar, he would never have acquired them. The minor battle damage earlier was inconsequential. Each synthesis by the STC would upgrade and refurbish the equipment, disassembling into raw materials, initiating synthesis. Cheng Qi's face was illuminated by the azure light of the STC, his eyes filled with anticipation and excitement. XX, 23 Extreme Warrior Armor, 4. XXX, 01 Memory Metal Extreme Warrior Power Armor, 2. Cheng Qi's pupils quivered with agitation. Before him stood 2 dark silver armors identical to the one he wore. The conceptual machines of the Interstellar Science Alliance. If he continued to synthesize, it would inevitably yield creations beyond the imagination of even the Interstellar Science Alliance, a product of a higher civilization. Disassembling into raw materials, initiating synthesis. One of the memory metal armors slowly transformed into white particles and merged with the other. Cheng Qi nervously rubbed his fingers together. Synthesis successful. Type 1 Bioarmor 1. A sensory external biological armor that relies on biological neural signals to sense human movement trends, receiving commands via bioelectromagnetic signals, enhancing the host's physical capabilities through muscle fiber reinforcement, and increasing biological energy limits through sustenance. Please note, it is a living organism. What? Cheng Qi was taken aback. It was a living organism? Originally envisioning the memory metal armor evolving into a more powerful technological creation with a cooler appearance and enhanced combat prowess. He never anticipated that the armor could evolve into a biological entity. He gazed at the so-called Type I bioarmor. It was, astonishingly, a large eye measuring over half a meter, its eyelid tightly shut. The entire body was a network of black muscle, resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree encasing a massive eyeball. The reason he referred to these as muscle was that Cheng Qi could clearly see the muscle fibers, which were subtly writhing. The eye maintained its position in midair, supported by 3 muscular appendages extending beneath it, resembling a tripod standing on the ground. Cheng Qi's eyes twitched. STC, you call this a battle armor? The so-called Type 1 bioarmor actually originates from a Level 3 biological civilization. Residents. Cheng Qi's voice rose slightly, his expression one of shocked. To clarify, this entity was not an equipment from a higher civilization. It was, in fact, a person from a higher civilization? Let me reiterate, it is a higher biological civilization. They do not classify civilization levels based on technological prowess. For them, civilization levels are determined by adaptability to the environment, the iterativeness and evolution of their species, and the continuity of their descendants, among other factors. If one day you venture into the cosmos and observe a planet filled with valleys and greenery, where the life forms still resemble animals, needing food or water, it does not imply they are a lower-level civilization. The universe is wondrous, containing all manner of life. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in enlightenment. The creature before you hails from the distant Triangulum galaxy, which contains billions of stars and nurtures various racial civilizations. The so-called Type 1 bioarmor is fundamentally a self-aware biological species. Certain civilizations above level 6 in the universe capture them during their juvenile stages, training and modifying them to become auxiliary bioarmors. And the one before you is no exception. Please note, it is currently the only Type 1 bioarmor in the entire Milky Way galaxy. The only one in the Milky Way? No wonder, as humanity, the predominant species in the galaxy, would undoubtedly lack the capability to capture such armors. Cheng Qi regarded the Type 1 bioarmor before him, pondering how to don such an entity. Feeling somewhat at a loss, after a full 3 minutes of hesitation, Cheng Qi gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. He resolved to proceed, for this armor was extraordinarily rare. He slowly extended his arms. The first step being to remove the memory metal extreme warrior armor he wore. A delicate lattice of metallic diamonds shimmered across his chest as the entire suit of armor gradually disengaged, retreating into the shadows behind him, forming a silvery humanoid figure that stood silently to the side. Cheng Qi found himself exposed. The earlier onslaught from the counterfeit extreme warriors had unleashed searing flames that reduced his ordinary garments to ash. His sole remaining vestige of clothing was the once memorable metallic extreme battle armor. Now, he stood bare beneath the moonlight, unencumbered. With a deep breath, Cheng Qi mused that such trivialities were inconsequential. A true man's aspiration must surely be to don the mightiest of armors. At that moment, from a distant heap of refuse, a shadow flitted like a specter. It moved with astonishing speed, appearing behind Cheng Qi in the blink of an eye, its crimson eyes gleaming with a chilling light amidst the inky darkness. A damp tongue dangled menacingly from the corner of its mouth, and in its hand, it grasped a particle-cutting dagger that crackled with electricity in a swift motion. It slashed at Cheng Qi's throat from behind. Following this, its form dissipated into a series of afterimages, vanishing into the distant refuse. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. What was that? Cheng Qi stood firm, raising a hand to gently touch his neck. Indeed, he had narrowly escaped a throat slashing. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered an unexpected boon. His silicon-based genetic sequence appeared to have forged a collaboration with the carbon-based instinct for survival in that fleeting instant of the attempted decapitation. The skin on his neck transformed into a silicon-based life form, akin to an indestructible, resplendent crystal. As he traced his fingers along his neck, he noted that the localized crystallization remained intact, devoid of any visible injury, yet exuded an intense warmth. Cheng Qi furrowed his brow. While the cut had not inflicted real harm, the rapid friction had generated considerable heat. It was easy to envision that had he been an ordinary life form, his trachea would have surely ruptured, blood gushing forth, potentially leaving deep lacerations on his cervical bones. Marks? A throat cut? Cheng Qi's eyes widened in realization. This creature had been lurking, poised to strike. It was likely a member of the band of rogues, potentially the very perpetrator responsible for the demise of the extreme warrior squad. His deduction was astute. The moment the creature saw him disarm, it had seized the opportunity to reveal itself and execute a fatal strike. Just then, Cheng Qi sensed a rush of wind from his left. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung a punch in that direction, but struck only air. Predictably, he heard the sound of friction against his neck once more. In the following instant, the shadowy figure vanished like a wraith. Under the cover of night, Cheng Qi stood bare, squinting into the darkness. This creature's speed was undoubtedly greater than 28 meters per second. Was it swifter than he, who possessed a natural gift for speed? What on earth was this entity? Chapter 68. Bioorganism Swish, Swish. Cheng Qi remained rooted in place, observing the dark silhouette darting rapidly through the refuse. It would occasionally pause to reveal its glowing crimson eyes, but only for a fraction of a second before morphing back into a blur, its eyes trailing faint red glimmers. Periodically, he could hear a high-pitched laugh, reminiscent of a bizarre creature mocking him. Though the two previous attacks had spared his life, the creature seemed in no rush, fully aware of its advantage, and was toying with Cheng Qi. Cheng Qi's gaze shifted slightly to the I-type bioarmor. Let us evaluate your performance in this inaugural battle. With a grave expression, he slowly extended his arms, forming A-type character under the dim, hazy moonlight. Cheng Qi had anticipated that the I-type bioarmor would awaken, its brilliant eyes dazzling and seamlessly meld with him, but after waiting for a full 30 seconds, there was no sign of movement. Finally, the massive eyelid of the armor stirred, and a soft, asphalt-like black tendril extended, inching its way up Cheng Qi's body. Like a serpent or the tentacle of an octopus, it coiled around him lazily, seemingly reluctant. The enormous eye then slowly turned, pressing against his chest, at that moment. The black tendrils enveloping Cheng Qi began to thin, transforming into a sleek, matte black bodysuit. Two slender tendrils emerged from the collar, adhering to the sides of his temples, spreading like slime to form a web-like pattern. Subsequently, the two webs melded with Cheng Qi's skin, glimmering with a fleeting black luminescence before vanishing. The large eye on his chest also thinned, ultimately becoming less than a centimeter thick, resembling a precise and intricate embroidery. In that instant, a connection was forged. Cheng Qi felt a resonant hum in his mind. He was suddenly thrust into a peculiar perspective. Before him lay a crimson planet, its rocks, soil, and rivers all painted in shades of red. Beneath a sky adorned with three deep red suns. Here, bizarre flora flourished. Enormous black flowers trembled gently, releasing clouds of white pollen, while vibrant, twisted mushrooms sprouted in abundance. A colossal bird with more than 20 claws soared overhead, only to be engulfed by a 10-meter-wide dandelion. Countless catfish-like creatures stood on the ground, their eyes weeping colorful rainbows, unsure if they were lamenting or secreting some substance. The owner of this perspective appeared to be a diminutive creature. Surrounding it were 7 or 8 enormous eye-bearing beings, vying for the food in its grasp, which resembled a decayed dragon fruit. They extended their tendrils, striking at the perspective's owner, who could only cower in a corner, trembling and offering up its sustenance. The multitude of large eyes emitted strange sounds, akin to Zelu. Whether it was some form of vulgarity or the name of the perspective's owner remained unclear. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed across the distant red terrain as a colossal plant materialized from thin air. Towering several thousand meters high, its branches symmetrical and rigid, it sprouted countless buds in an instant, which then unfurled to reveal enormous, multicolored eyes. All living beings on the crimson planet bowed in submission, with those possessing legs kneeling and prostrating themselves fervently. The perspective's owner followed suit, hastily bowing before the immense plant. Cheng Qi felt a flicker of emotion within its heart. Only during moments of reverence could this fragile creature escape bullying and find a fleeting breath of relief. The scene shifted, seemingly to another time. A mysterious and massive starship descended upon the red planet, capturing its inhabitants. The perspective's owner was enveloped in a blue beam of light, slowly levitating into the AI. IT-2 was captured, forever leaving its homeland behind. Cheng Qi abruptly shook his head, the bizarre imagery dissipating, revealing the dim refuse-strewn earth before him. Along with the distant, swiftly moving shadow, he lowered his gaze, observing his own form. It appeared as though he had donned a black bodysuit, with the enormous eye now emblazoned upon his chest. Had all that transpired been a glimpse into the triangular star system? Was this the home world of the bioarmor before him? STC had mentioned that the I-type bioarmor was a captured life form. Was the perspective just witnessed its own? A once bullied, somewhat reclusive little armor? Cheng Qi's eyes flickered as he attempted to vocalize the name, Zelu. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of emotion flooded his mind. The information was chaotic, yet distilled to a singular essence. Hunger. Suddenly, the large eye on his chest burst open, revealing a crimson iris. Its eyelids transformed into a gaping maw, extending 2 meters outward, and with a howl, it devoured the metallic extreme battle armor standing beside him. Crunch, crunch. The enormous eyelids closed, the sound of chewing resonating crisply from within. What the? My armor? Cheng Qi's mind short-circuited. The eye upon his chest resembled a mouth stuffed with food, effortlessly chewing the memory metal, as though it were mere peanuts. This? Cheng Qi found himself utterly bewildered. An eye capable of consuming sustenance? Did it possess an organ akin to a stomach? How did it digest? Perhaps swallowing through its pupil, but alas, it must be the nature of a higher biological civilization to possess such peculiarities. Cheng Qi reassured himself, though a pang of sorrow lingered. The memory metal armor was a precious asset. He had originally intended to keep it as a backup. After all, its ability to morph into weapons at will was incredibly practical now. The eye upon his chest gradually shrank, and in mere moments, the memory metal armor was digested. Cheng Qi's expression turned mournful, He had no idea where the memory metal armor had gone, what form it had taken, or if any remnants remained at that moment. Cheng Qi felt an unusual sensation in his palm. He slowly raised his hand, noting that the surface was now covered in the I-type bioarmor, resembling a sleek black glove. Suddenly, the black glove transformed. In an instant, it coalesced into a pitch-black dagger. Cheng Qi was taken aback from a distance. It appeared as though he held a dagger, yet the handle was entirely fused with his skin. In the next moment, the dagger transformed into a cleaver and then swiftly morphed into a spear. Following this, it changed continuously into various weapons, reminiscent of a revolving lantern. There were at least 100 types, both those that Cheng Qi had encountered and those he had not, whether he could wield them or not. Simultaneously, black spikes began to sprout from Cheng Qi's back and the soles of his feet, embedding deeply into the ground like the formidable legs of a giant spider. Serving to stabilize his body against the immense recoil, Cheng Qi's eyes widened slightly. This was all the functionality of the memory metal battle armor. It dawned on him that the Type 1 biomechanical armor, having absorbed the memory metal's ultimate armor, had acquired similar capabilities. The myriad of weapons flashing before him was evidently a form of testing the Type 1 biomechanical armor was adapting to its newfound abilities. Chapter 69. The Swift Assassin. So how exactly does your enhancement work? Cheng Qi's eyes narrowed as he began to scan the refuse heap, searching for that elusive specter. In that instant, he locked onto his target. The adversary's crimson eyes were peering from behind a pile of garbage, stealthily observing him. Cheng Qi bent slightly, retracting his right foot by 20 centimeters, firmly anchoring it into the ground. With a thunderous sound, the power in his legs erupted. Unbeknownst to him, the surface of the Type 1 biomechanical armor on his legs suddenly bulged with muscular fibers, resembling thick steel rebar twisted together. The fibers contracted and expanded, revealing small blue squares that glimmered with a dim azure light, a characteristic of an extraterrestrial entity. Cheng Qi transformed into a blur, instantly darting over 100 meters. During this rapid movement, he distinctly felt that the prior sensation of energy overflow had vanished. His previous self, due to genetic enhancement, had surpassed the auxiliary limits of the memory metal armor in terms of speed, meaning some of that speed had been wasted. However, at this moment, it was an entirely different sensation. He felt as if the Type 1 biomechanical armor had no limitations whatsoever. It functioned as a comprehensive external aid. For instance, as Cheng Qi ran, at the precise moment he lifted his leg and fully unleashed his power, the Type 1 biomechanical armor simultaneously released another force, akin to a pair of all-encompassing hands, pushing him forward once more. The magnitude of this assistance, Cheng Qi savored it carefully. If he exerted 3/10 of his strength, then with the help of the Type 1 biomechanical armor, that force would become 6/10. If he used his full strength, that power would escalate to twofold. This was the essence of IT. IT had no ceiling. It would only amplify Cheng Qi. It was a sensation of soaring freely in the vast sky, of being unconfined in the expansive sea, filled with the exhilaration of unfettered expression and boundless potential. As for whether the Type 1 biomechanical armor possessed a striking force of 130,000 newtons, Cheng Qi had already drawn a conclusion in his mind. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the strength inherited from the memory metal armor after being consumed had likely been significantly enhanced in the biomechanical armor as well. Cheng Qi quietly estimated his speed. It should have doubled, reaching 56 ms. This speed was comparable to that of a powerful typhoon, equivalent to 1/5 the velocity of a handgun bullet. At such speed, a sense of visual disorientation emerged. Distant objects would appear in his field of vision only to become alarmingly close in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Cheng Qi arrived at the rear of the refuse pile. The mysterious assassin had completely failed to anticipate Cheng Qi's sudden burst of speed, leaving him stunned in place. Finally, Cheng Qi caught sight of his true appearance. He was a gaunt old man, with disheveled silver hair resembling a bird's nest, emaciated features, and murky eyes. Then, as Cheng Qi brushed past the assassin, both men were taken aback. Cheng Qi had just experienced an explosive surge of power and was utilizing the Type 1 biomechanical armor for the first time. His control over it was still quite unfamiliar. Boom! He barreled past, tumbling head over heels and crashing into a mound of refuse, a deluge of garbage cascading down to bury him. Is his work over? The assassin's lips twitched. He deduced that the young man had activated some sort of propulsion device, yet could not manage the overwhelming thrust, leading to his fall. He was well aware that such force would not be fatal to Cheng Qi. His eyes glimmered, and he transformed into a blur, changing his hiding spot, ready to seek another opportunity for assassination. With a splash, Cheng Qi sprang from the refuse pile like a carp, standing upright with an unusually excited expression. Feeling quite exhilarated, with a thunderous crash, he kicked countless pieces of garbage away and surged forth once more. The old assassin leaped deftly among the heaps of refuse, moving with remarkable speed. Suddenly, the assassin caught sight of a youthful face adorned with a smile appearing beside him. His initial reaction was to glance around, observing all the scenery racing backwards, the wind howling past his ears. He was not equipped. It was impossible for any human to possess speed greater than his own. The assassin's eyes widened as he secretly pushed his speed to the limit. To his astonishment, the young man remained in parallel with him. At this moment, Cheng Qi also glanced down at the assassin's lower half. There, he discerned a blur of shadow. Something was rapidly moving that was unmistakably not human legs. Crack, ouch, boom. In his haste, Cheng Qi stumbled over a massive piece of refuse, rolling over several times before colliding once again with a garbage mound. The assassin's expression turned serious, hissing in the next instant. Cheng Qi leapt once more from the refuse pile, invigorated. He transformed into a whirlwind, swiftly closing in on the assassin. This time, the Type 1 biomechanical armor seemed to have completed a form of adaptation and learning. As Cheng Qi sprinted, various small black wings unfurled from certain parts of the armor, akin to an aircraft's stabilizing wings, adjusting their angles by detecting the surrounding airflow, significantly enhancing stability. Creak. This time, Cheng Qi reached out his arm and seized the assassin's neck, producing a sound reminiscent of a strangled chicken. Then, he executed a sharp stop, sliding over several dozen meters, scattering heaps of garbage, finally coming to a halt. The mysterious assassin was now held in Cheng Qi's grip, his complexion turning purple, eyes rolling back in his head. His lower half ceased to move, suspended in the air and twitching slightly. Cheng Qi was taken aback. The figure indeed possessed 6 stout legs, devoid of toes or even feet, resembling a cylindrical form in a pale gray hue, akin to a miniature elephant's leg. These grotesque and cumbersome appendages were clearly not the assassin's own. His torso bore a large, exposed sutured wound, indicating that his upper half was human, while his lower half had been grafted onto some strange creature. Certainly, it was these 6 legs, ugly as they may be, that endowed the assassin with superhuman speed. Cheng Qi tilted his head and noticed that the assassin was clutching a particle-cutting dagger, the blade bearing a clear insignia of the Interstellar Alliance Squad. He wielded military-grade weaponry. It seemed he was indeed a subordinate of Colonel Ning. First, the Refuse Squad, then the Imposter Extreme Warrior Squad, and simultaneously, a hidden assassin had been arranged. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Colonel Ning was cunning. His plan undoubtedly aimed to eliminate Kunlun. A strange sound emerged from the assassin's throat as he extended a bony finger towards Cheng Qi's palm. He attempted to speak, but was thwarted by Cheng Qi's grip on his neck. Cheng Qi's eyes narrowed, and he slightly loosened his hold. The assassin fell to his knees. On closer inspection, Cheng Qi noticed that the assassin's neck was covered with pale gray growths, indicating that his physiology had been gradually assimilated by those elephantine legs. He could no longer produce human sounds. However, a small speaker hung from the side of his neck, with wires embedded in his throat, presumably capable of interpreting the vibrations of his vocal cords. Crackle! The speaker emitted a distorted, hoarse voice of an old man. I was also forced into this. I was modified by those bandits. They stitched me with alien biology. I had no choice but to obey their commands. The old assassin trembled, pleading with a tone of desperation. Cheng Qi's eyes narrowed further. For 20 years, the Extreme Warrior Octet. Was it you who killed them? I was also coerced. I was born in a small mountain village. I never wished to take a life, but I had no choice because if I do not lick the blood of humans for a day, I cannot endure. The assassin's voice suddenly turned sharp and fierce, his feeble demeanor evaporating in an instant. He grasped the dagger at his side and lunged toward Cheng Qi's right eye with lightning speed. In his understanding, Cheng Qi must have taken some sort of agent that allowed his body to harden to a certain extent, which had caused his 2 previous attacks to fail. Yet, This agent also had a weakness. In 99 of cases, a person's eyes were the vulnerable point. Thud. The sharp sound of an object piercing leather resonated. A sinister smile spread across the old assassin's face, but in the next second, his grin froze. Only the tip of the dagger remained a mere 5 centimeters from Cheng Qi's pupil, yet it hung suspended in midair. No longer advancing a fraction further, the assassin's aged eyes bulged with disbelief as they gazed at Cheng Qi's palm. Unbeknownst to him, a jet-black spike had coalesced within Cheng Qi's hand, already piercing through the old man's chest. I have lived on this wretched earth for so long, witnessing the tales of pity, helplessness, and despair. I have seen far too much. Cheng Qi shook his head, stating, "Your performance is exceedingly contrived." The entire musculature of the assassin's face trembled. How could he be faster than me? He actually saw through my ruse. He appears rather foolish. Why roar? Ah. Cheng Qi merely feigned a cup with a slight gesture, and the next moment, he was taken aback. That enormous eye on his chest, its eyelids suddenly transformed into a gaping maw, devoured the assassin whole. More precisely, it consumed the lower half of the old man's body, 6 elephantine legs, the upper half. Devoid of support, collapsed to the ground with a thud, blood gushing forth, for he had long since breathed his last. This half of a human body sparked not even a flicker of interest in the colossal eye. Crunch, crunch! The sound of chewing emanated once more from within the great eye, distinctly different from the crunch of armor. It was evidently feasting upon flesh, sending shivers down Cheng Qi's spine. He extended his palm, facing downward and slowly pressed down, striving to regulate his inner turmoil. It turned out that the Type 1 bio-armored suit's so-called biological energy replenishment required the consumption of other entities. The memory metal armor, the 6 alien elephant legs, the sustenance it craved was anything but mundane. Cheng Qi pondered quietly. Suddenly his expression hardened. Wait a moment. After the Type 1 bio-armored suit devours something, it inherits corresponding abilities and manifests them biologically. Therefore, Cheng Qi lowered his head slightly, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. He discovered that his once handsome, long legs had morphed into 6 grotesque, jet-black elephant legs. Chapter 70. Compromised. The 6 elephant legs appeared for but a fleeting moment. The Type 1 bio-armored suit seemed to have made some form of judgment, realizing that the speed enhancement from such limbs was inferior to Cheng Qi's own agility, and thus retracted the 6 legs. At this moment, Cheng Qi sat quietly atop a mound of refuse. 2 hours had elapsed. The Hawk-class starship had yet to dispatch a second wave of troops. Was this all there was for tonight? Cheng Qi felt somewhat unfulfilled that in truth, over the past few days, he had been devising strategies to merge those 2 starships in one fell swoop. Firstly, it would be ideal to thoroughly siphon the contents of both starships. Secondly, he aimed to maintain the integrity of the vessels. Should they crash and explode into a heap of debris, the possibility of synthesis would be greatly diminished. Lastly, he needed to find a way to nullify the ownership of the 2 starships, which should rest with the starship captains. He had previously discovered that the starships possessed formidable defensive fields. A rash attack would only expose himself if not executed swiftly. The starships were undoubtedly equipped with devastating weaponry. Moreover, they were now recognized as regular troops. Openly antagonizing them would poke a hornet's nest within the Galactic Alliance. In short, engaging in a direct confrontation was not a prudent choice. Conversely, clandestinely reaping rewards while remaining blissfully undetected was an excellent compromise. Furthermore, Cheng Qi was contemplating another plan. After waiting another 3 hours, still no signs of movement. Cheng Qi summoned 90 of the thousand-eyed flies to perch beneath the starship. Should anything stir, he would be the first to know. Subsequently, Cheng Qi utilized a micro-directed stargate to transport the spoils of the day back to the underground sanctuary at the same time. He retrieved his turbojet-powered shoes and anti-gravity gloves. He intended to take a leisurely stroll upon the refuse-laden earth. Just as he reclaimed the shoes and gloves, he feared the eye on his chest would consume them. However, in reality, his worries were unfounded. The shoes and gloves did not catch the attention of the Type 1 bio-armored suit, perhaps due to their inferior technological grade, which lacked the appeal for consumption. When Cheng Qi donned the gloves and slipped on the shoes, a peculiar scene unfolded. The Type 1 bio-armored suit manifested black tendrils, enveloping the gloves and shoes, resulting in a form of fusion, or perhaps the armor itself possessed remarkable compatibility. The turbojet shoes, encased in tendrils, appeared to melt, shrinking significantly, becoming lighter and thinner, resembling stockings. The once bulky gravity gloves, now exposed with some circuitry, were completely assimilated, transforming into sleek black gloves. Cheng Qi tested the flying capabilities and gravity modulation functions, both intact and even more precise in control. The monitoring system of the thousand-eyed flies, essentially the invisible glasses Cheng Qi wore, had also been assimilated by the Type 1 bio-armored suit, losing all semblance of lenses, instead morphing into a transparent nerve that adhered to Cheng Qi's eyeball, still allowing seamless manipulation of the monitoring perspective. Cheng Qi marveled at this. Such a development greatly facilitated matters. However, he also felt a twinge of discomfort, for he now appeared quite eccentric, a grown man clad in a black bodysuit, his feet adorned with black stockings and hands encased in black gloves, the exterior of the Type 1 bio-armored suit. He had chosen the path of SM between monster and human, embracing a perverse identity amidst the dichotomy of normalcy and abnormality. At that moment, two drunken scavengers stumbled past, leaning on each other for support. "Hey, what is that lad wearing? Oh, what's so strange about it? On this wretched earth, it's quite normal for people's mental states to become somewhat unhinged. Quickly, let us move before he takes an interest in us." Cheng Qi pursed his lips. It was then that the eye on his chest slightly opened a crack, releasing a biological scanning beam visible only to Cheng Qi. Scanning the bodies of the two scavengers from head to toe, Cheng Qi heard the Type 1 bio-armored suit murmuring to itself. Having consumed a considerable amount, it had become slightly more active. In that instant, Cheng Qi's SM ensemble underwent a strange transformation. It astonishingly mimicked the appearance of the two scavengers, reconstituting a new outfit. Patched work pants, an oversized and tattered top, a grimy black mask, and a pair of worn-out shoes. Cheng Qi gazed at his own form, his eyes filled with astonishment. One of the scavengers' outfits was an exact replica. He then looked at his hands. The black gloves had turned transparent, revealing his skin. "You can alter your appearance too. Then, I want my own likeness." Cheng Qi closed his eyes, carefully recalling the outfit that had turned to ashes. At that moment, the outfit just simulated by Cheng Qi transformed into a black biological entity, rippling like asphalt, before reconstituting and filling with color. It was Cheng Qi's signature attire. Black long pants and a denim jacket made of radiation-resistant material, with a blue scavenger's cloak riddled with holes draped across his back. When Cheng Qi opened his eyes, they sparkled with delight and satisfaction. Finally, a sense of comfort washed over him. The cool breeze swept through the night on this garbage-laden earth, where the darkness was accompanied by an indescribable gloom. Cheng Qi walked for a while, his gaze sweeping across the heaps of refuse. Complete garbage was scarce, let alone identical technological artifacts. Suddenly, he spotted a dim light in the distance, illuminating a small patch of sky. Several swaying scavengers were moving in and out of that area. It was the former Pentagon of the old world, now a bar street, a lone place with some semblance of life on this garbage planet in the dead of night. Cheng Qi slowly stepped into the throng, finding that the bar he had previously devastated during a rampage had been rebuilt, with numerous patrons inside. Upon entering, Cheng Qi scanned the surroundings, soon noticing a particularly peculiar presence in the corner. It was an exceedingly ugly woman, nursing a large cup of subpar beer all by herself. Cheng Qi approached and sat across from her at the table they shared. The woman, her eyes somewhat glazed, bore a massive scar on her face, oozing with decay, rendering her hideously unattractive. Though her figure beneath the gray cloak appeared alluring, her face was enough to deter any man. The Type 1 bio-armored suit had assimilated Cheng Qi's invisible glasses. Thus it could provide unexpected insights through visual imaging. For instance, the woman before him wore a relatively advanced biological skin mask, designed to conceal her true visage. And her genuine appearance, if placed upon this garbage earth, could only be described as stunningly grotesque. Cheng Qi was certain she was the eldest daughter of the Scavenger Alliance's president, Li Hongyuan. Chapter 71. Talana, did you witness that scene from that day? Look at how you phrased that day. What the hell does that even mean? Scene? What scene? Without a specific time or reference, I haven't seen anything. Inside the bar, two inebriated scavengers were engaged in conversation. The latter evidently possessed sharp logical reasoning. Striking at the heart of the matter, after feigning a toast, He tilted his head back, gulping down the drink, only to have all the alcohol flood into his nostrils due to the alcohol-induced paralysis of his cerebellum. It was the day the Interstellar Alliance squad arrived. Did you see? Miss Hongyuan, the eldest daughter of the president, is simply enchanting. I saw her. But so what? Such a person is beyond the reach of the likes of us. Miss Hongyin is as beautiful as a celestial being, akin to a flower blossoming in the arid desert, a diamond amidst a heap of refuse, or a rare single-leaf plant flourishing on a sheer cliff. We yearn to pluck her, yet any attempt would lead us to a fathomless abyss. Oh, Miss Hongyin, she shall undoubtedly depart from our dreams, radiating with resplendent glory, gracefully turning away, bearing the hopes of all scavengers as she exits this garbage-laden earth. Only those who are superior, more distinguished, and genetically perfect like the sculptures of ancient Greece are worthy of her. The latter mused, gazing at the ceiling, his eyes filled with longing. Ah, my dear brother, your eloquence is remarkable. Another scavenger clasped his fists in salute. We are but an impromptu gathering. May I ask your esteemed name? Gladly. The scavenger with the nose dripping from drink also clasped his fists. I am Wang Zi. Oh, no law? None at all, brother, given your name. Tonight's drinks are on me. Alas, we are all mere scavengers. Why bother with distinctions? Bartender, bring us 8 more cups. 5 meters away, Cheng Qi sat before Hongyin, who was filled with curiosity. Although there were vacant seats in the bar, the young man chose to share a table with this incredibly ugly woman. In a tipsy haze, she leaned forward, squinting at Cheng Qi. This movement caused her gray cloak to tighten, revealing her graceful silhouette. Her slender waist, paired with a firm and pert posterior resembling a peach, and her long, elegant legs intertwined beautifully. Yet her face evoked a sense of revulsion. Cheng Qi paused, suddenly hearing a crackle sound. The biological imaging system concealed within his eyes promptly stripped away Hongyin's facial disguise. Her true visage appeared before Cheng Qi's eyes. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her skin akin to sheep fat jade, glistening with a pristine sheen under the lights. That moment, a hint of inebriation flushed her cheeks, her gaze a blend of dazed curiosity. Her face was so close to Cheng Qi's that he could feel her breath, fragrant and laced with a slight scent of alcohol, creating an intimate atmosphere. This woman was breathtaking. For a fleeting moment, Cheng Qi found his heart fluttering. Thanks to his Type 1 bioarmor, he beheld the true Hongyin. This flawless visage, complemented by an impeccable figure, when viewed from such proximity, was a supreme delight for any man of normal inclination. Moreover, Cheng Qi could indulge in this observation under the guise of impartiality, relishing the experience in secret. Hongyin tilted her head, her playful demeanor hinting at mischief. She was acutely aware of her current unattractiveness, yet yearned to see if he would express distaste. Gazing at Cheng Qi, she suddenly smiled, flashing an enticing gaze, her pearly teeth lightly grazing her vivid red lips, letting out a soft sigh. A drunken man in the distance witnessed this scene, his mouth twitching. Goodness, who can withstand that? Cheng Qi, too, was taken aback. Goodness, who can withstand that? In that moment, Cheng Qi's perspective differed from that of every other man in the bar. This was not merely a perspective, it was a beautiful new world. Who would have thought that the glamorous and aloof Miss Hongyin was trying her utmost to seduce him? Giggling, Hongyin concluded her playful antics and returned to her seat. She did not disguise her voice, which rang clear and distant, embodying the legendary goddess voice. Why would you sit at the same table as someone as ugly as me? Cheng Qi shrugged, gazing at her flawless visage. Isn't the purpose of drinking to relax and enjoy? Why should we be so concerned about appearances? Hongyin nodded. I appreciate your perspective. Cheng Qi had come to a realization. No wonder most scavengers had never encountered Miss Hongyin before, and some were even unaware of her existence. It turned out this woman presented herself in such a manner daily. Cheng Qi looked up at the bar counter, where the owner, a plump middle-aged woman, greeted the constant stream of patrons with a warm smile. I remember this bar wasn't always so thriving, Cheng Qi mused. Not long ago, a brash young man killed a hyena and tore the place apart. Then Rita rebuilt this bar. Hongyin also looked toward the stout owner. Rita is diligent and earnest, so I provided her with some ideas regarding management and marketing, which gradually improved business here. Oh? Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled. He recalled that Hongyin was a high-grade geneticist, and those below C-grade typically possessed some unique talent or skill. Could her talent lie in management and operations? Cheng Qi chuckled. What ideas did you propose? Hong Yin mischievously smiled, tapping her glass, diluting the drink with water. Cheng Qi blinked. Aren't you afraid of ruining the reputation? Quite the opposite, Hong Yin replied. Life on garbage-laden earth is oppressive and arduous. When scavengers enter a bar, their primary aim is not the drink but the rare opportunity to unwind. If a drink can be finished in just a few minutes, that precious relaxation time will be fleeting. Cheng Qi's eyes shifted. So, by diluting a small drink with water, it becomes a larger one, extending the enjoyment. Absolutely correct. Hong Yin winked. This is a well-kept secret among the patrons. While other bars fail to grasp this principle, even driving away customers who finish their drinks for the sake of sales. Thus, Rita's bar has become the most popular establishment on the bar street. Cheng Qi gently applauded. Clever. Chapter 72. Day of Dreams. What is your name? I am Cheng Qi. And you? I am Yun. Oh, Miss Yun, greetings. Hong Yin held her glass, leaning gently against the back of her chair, surveying the entire bar. Thanks to the guardianship of those nameless heroes from the Interstellar Alliance, we can sit here and drink without fear for our lives. Cheng Qi clicked his tongue, slowly saying, Indeed, our safety is largely due to the protection of those nameless heroes. It won't be long before the traitor Kunlun is apprehended. Everything here will return to normal. Hope sparkled in Hong Yin's eyes at that time. I shall make a grand move. Cheng Qi hesitated, then suddenly asked, Have you considered that perhaps Kunlun was wronged, and that team may not be as legitimate as it seems? Hong Yin lowered her glass from her lips. Friend, you must not have had a drink yet. You should know, some topics are perilous even to discuss aloud. Cheng Qi shrugged, shifting the subject. You mentioned wanting to make a grand move. How do you plan to do so? Speaking of which, Hong Yin suddenly perked up, excitement evident on her face. I am in a splendid mood today because we just received a large shipment of relief supplies. Therefore, I have decided to declare today as the Day of Dreams for all scavengers. Cheng Qi was taken aback. Huh? He watched as Hong Yin lifted her skirt, stepping onto the table. Raising her glass high, she declared, Listen up, everyone. I announce today as the Day of Dreams for all of us. The patrons were momentarily stunned, gazing at the girl who stood on the table, shockingly unattractive and swaying unsteadily, clearly inebriated. What is the Day of Dreams? This girl is just drunk. We're lucky to be alive. What dreams could we possibly have? Yet Hong Yin paid them no mind, her enchanting figure spinning 360 degrees atop the table. Everyone be quiet, let me speak. Tonight, all expenses will be covered by yours truly. What? What? The patrons initially found it hard to believe. However, when they saw the bar owner, Rita, smiling as she wiped her hands with a towel, saying, Sure, whatever Miss Yun says goes, their disbelief turned to astonishment. Wow, this is incredible. Miss Yun is so generous. Long live Miss Yun, Hong Yin beamed, swaying slightly, extending a finger. However, today, everyone must declare their dreams aloud. No problem. My dream is to marry Hong Yin. My dream is to save up 20,000 credit points. My dream is to become a grade E geneticist. My dream is that I am not dreaming right now. My dream is to acquire a brand new second. Cheng Qi was also taken aback and turned to the corner of the bar, where his subordinate, Cheng Qi, was drinking, his eyes glazed over, failing to recognize Cheng Qi. He was polishing his mechanical arm. Don't misunderstand, my second is an arm. Miss Yun. Hong Yin raised her glass. My dream is to govern the entire garbage-laden earth. I want to establish a fair commercial system, create a stringent judicial system, recruit talent, research new energy sources, and develop agricultural techniques. Her words echoed through the air, rendering all the scavengers momentarily speechless. Each person was silently gazing at the girl standing atop the table, her senses clouded by intoxication. You know? Hong Yin raised her glass high, tilting her head back as if her gaze could pierce through the somber atmosphere and behold the brightest sun. We were born here. We grew up here. That is an undeniable fact. This place is backward, desolate, a realm scorned by the superior beings. Yet, I believe we should not succumb to despair or self-pity. Do you know? Perhaps due to her inebriation. A hint of tears glimmered in Hong Yin's eyes as she declared with a deep conviction, Self-improvement is the magic of the weak. I believe that each of us harbors unimaginable strength within our hearts. I believe we can change everything with our own hands. I believe a beautiful future, a splendid tomorrow, awaits us not far off. Her voice resonated throughout the bar. Silence enveloped the crowd, yet each individual secretly clenched their fists. Indeed, why should we passively accept all of this? Why should we forever be shrouded in loneliness and despair? Why should we not resist? Why not defy this so-called destiny? At that moment, Hong Yin lifted her glass once more. The liquid within swirling, she proclaimed loudly, "At that time, I, Yun Gunyong, will need the support and assistance of each one of you." "No problem. We absolutely support Yun Gunyong. We will follow her to shatter the chains of fate." The crowd, exhilarated by alcohol, erupted in fervent shouts. The scavenger who called himself Wang Zi was particularly impassioned, downing a large mug of beer in one go before collapsing. Cheng Qi observed everything quietly. This was a late-night bar, and everyone was somewhat intoxicated. They had no idea what they were saying or with whom they were conversing. Yun Gunyong was none other than Li Hongyin, the eldest daughter of the Scavenger Association's president, who was already advanced in age, and the presidency would eventually pass to Hongyin. Only then would the scavengers realize that the words spoken under the influence of alcohol today were no jest. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered. Li Hongyin was indeed different from all the scavengers. She was a high-level genetic individual, and from her mere words, it was evident that she possessed certain management talents. Could she truly change everything? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. However, she certainly needed an opportunity. Cheng Qi glanced again at Hong Yin's eyes. At that moment, her pupils were pitch black, likely due to some form of biological camouflage glasses. Yet her eyewear was of poor quality, and the eye-type bioarmor saw through it in an instant. In her eyes, there was only a halo, the most basic E-level genetic individual. What she had presented in front of Colonel Ning that day was an illusion. A reckless and consequence-ignoring act. Alas, Cheng Qi. Suddenly, Hong Yin on the table lowered her head and asked, "What is your dream?" Everyone turned to look. "Hee, my dream." Cheng Qi chuckled softly, then stood up. "My dream pales in comparison to yours. It feels insignificant and hard to articulate. Oh dear. Today is dream day. Say whatever you wish. No matter what you say, no one will mock you." The crowd cheered, and the atmosphere grew lively. Cheng Qi was swept up in the excitement, placing one foot on the stool and shouting, "Then I shall speak. My name is Cheng Qi, Qi as in beggar, and my dream is to become the king of rubbish across the entire earth." Ha ha ha. Damn. This kid has had too much to drink. But, well, that's ambitious. Ha ha ha. Hong Yin laughed uproariously, swaying back and forth. Ha ha, Cheng Qi, your dream sounds even harder to achieve than mine. Cheng Qi scoffed. Wasn't that your saying? Self-improvement is the magic of the weak. Ha ha, indeed, indeed. We all possess magic. Hong Yin's true nature was revealed. "Lita, serve everyone more drinks." The plump Lita, beaming with joy, brought forth one drink after another. Lita placed a large mug of beer before Cheng Qi, who was just about to lift the glass when he suddenly received a warning from the thousand-eyed fly. Colonel Ning had dispatched 3 more small teams. These individuals were slender, clad in night gear, and moved swiftly, likely serving as some kind of scouts. Perhaps Colonel Ning, growing impatient, opted to send more personnel to gather intelligence. Cheng Qi took a deep breath. "Yun Gunyong, some work has unexpectedly come up. I must leave." Hong Yin turned to him, her expression somewhat dejected. "However," Cheng Qi smiled, "since you treated me to a drink as a matter of reciprocity, I shall also offer you one with that." Cheng Qi pulled out a test tube containing a pale blue liquid from his pocket and gently placed it on the table. Then, waving his hand, he turned and vanished into the dim night. Chapter 73. Magic. The bar was filled with a cacophony of noise and revelry. Yet, due to the unlimited supply of alcohol, the patrons quickly succumbed to inebriation. Alone in a corner, Hong Yin found herself increasingly sober. She meticulously recalled Cheng Qi's words. "Have you ever considered that Hua Kunlun might have been wrongfully accused, and that small team might not be as legitimate as it seems?" In a peculiar twist of fate, Hong Yin suddenly rose and plunged into the night. Taking advantage of the garbage piles for concealment, she stealthily approached the area directly beneath 2 Hawk-class starships. She sought to discern a vague outcome, such as whether the 2 starships were quietly hovering in the air, unchanged. Suddenly, Hong Yin spotted a small team clad in night gear. Quickly, she shrank back behind a mound of refuse, her eyes widening as she observed them. They were wielding military-grade particle-cutting daggers. Were they members of the Interstellar Alliance? But why were they not in uniform? What were they doing out here at such a late hour? Searching for Kunlun? But why only one small team? Hong Yin was puzzled. Inadvertently, she stepped on a metal piece of garbage, producing a sharp sound. The distant small team appeared to have exceptionally keen hearing, instantly turning their heads upon hearing the noise. Their eyes illuminated with a sinister red glow from some form of night vision device. The small team moved with remarkable agility. In the next second, they surrounded Hong Yin's position in an instant. Hong Yin found herself exposed to the blood-red gazes of over 10 individuals. Her body trembled. Just as she was about to speak, one of the team members voiced first, "A scavenger? How utterly repulsive. Scavengers are all like this. Ugly or not, the hunting plan hasn't ceased. A woman can earn points." Without hesitation, one member stepped forward, drawing his particle-cutting dagger, the blade gleaming coldly as he aimed for Hong Yin's ear in this hunting game. The score was based on obtaining the ears of scavengers. With a whoosh, in her panic, Hong Yin raised her arm in defense, the dagger leaving a gash half a finger long on her arm. The assailant grew impatient. With a twist of his wrist, he positioned the dagger horizontally, aiming a deadly arc towards Hong Yin's throat. First kill, then take the ear. Suddenly, a strange, faint green wave-like force field materialized around them. The assailant's eyes widened in shock, unable to advance even an inch with his blade. It was as if chaotic gravity had emerged, interfering with everyone's movements. What was happening? The team members quickly realized someone was interfering nearby. They attempted to turn around, but under the chaotic gravity, every movement was exceedingly laborious, as if an immense downward pressure bore down upon them, causing audible cracks in their spines and knees as their bodies involuntarily knelt toward the ground. Suddenly, another surge of erratic gravity flung the entire team away, tumbling several meters. Hong Yin was astonished, for she was the only one unaffected. Just then, a figure descended slowly from above, its feet emanating dark green biological flames. Hong Yin's eyes widened. However, unfortunate for her, she was positioned precisely behind this figure, and due to the darkness of the night, she could not discern their face. All she could see was that the individual appeared to be wearing a tattered scavenger cloak. Extending their palm from which a faint green wave emanated, sending one wave after another crashing against the toppled team, Hong Yin's heart raced in fear. What kind of equipment was that? Never seen before. Moreover, they were descending from the sky. On this garbage-ridden Earth, where flight equipment was unattainable due to a no-fly order, and such gear could hardly be casually found. The newcomer was none other than Cheng Qi, who had just dealt with another scout team. The gravity field adjustment gloves and jet turbine-powered shoes, once integrated with the I-type bioarmor, had undergone a transformation in their operational mechanism, releasing a gravity field and jet flames that now represented biological technology in green. Furthermore, their performance had nearly improved by 50. Cheng Qi found it easy to use, feeling even more in control than before. The green waves released from the gloves intensified, and the gravity field grew stronger. The scout team ahead can only lie flat on the ground, their faces contorted in a grimace as they emit low growls, yet they are unable to even rise. Pft, crack. The gravitational field has surpassed the critical threshold their bodies can endure. In an instant, the bones of this scout team shatter, their skin splitting like bursting ketchup, splattering large amounts of blood. Once complete individuals, they are instantaneously crushed into meat patties. They have not even had the chance to discern the identity of their assailant before they are utterly annihilated. Cheng Qi waved his hand. The signal jammer and particle-cutting daggers carried by this team are enveloped in green ripples, slowly levitating. Then, the biological turbine jet shoes beneath Cheng Qi's feet activate, releasing emerald flames. With his hands clasped behind his back, he ascends gracefully. The equipment, as if controlled from afar, also lifts into the air, trailing closely behind Cheng Qi. In a moment, both man and equipment vanish into the night sky. For there is yet a third scout team awaiting Cheng Qi's harvest. As for the reason he keeps his hands behind his back, it is entirely unnecessary. Cheng Qi simply believes this posture exudes a certain charm. Reminiscent of an ancient immortal, Hong Yin witnesses the entire scene, her eyes wide open, rendered motionless like a statue. Who is he? What level of technology does he possess? He should not be from Earth. Yet why is he clad in a scavenger's cloak? The effects of his equipment appear so fantastical, akin to magic. In the next moment, Hong Yin shakes her head vigorously, the alcohol in her system transforming into cold sweat. The Interstellar Alliance team truly has issues. I must return quickly to inform my father and sister. Inside the cargo hold of the Type 2 Hawk-class starship, the atmosphere is now somber. Over 600 imposter soldiers, yet to partake in the hunt, have heard the grim news from the Type 1 starship. The previous teams sent down have all perished, with even their bodies unaccounted for. Has Hua Kunlun truly repaired herself? A cloud of terrifying doubt looms over their hearts, and at the thought of that indomitable female warrior, they shudder involuntarily. Suppression, suffocation, the unknown. This is the most unbearable, especially with the current orders from above, mandating that they remain obediently aboard the starship, unable to venture anywhere. Clack, clack. The expressions of several imposter soldiers shift as they glance at the nearby transport crates. In order to pose as regular troops, they had requested some energy blocks, and these crates were meant for transporting them. However, 2 days prior, they had been completely distributed, and the empty crates returned to the starship. Yet now, a noise emanates from within one of these crates. Thud, thud. Someone is knocking from inside. The imposter soldiers instantly grab their weapons and surround the crate. A bold individual steps forward, his fingers trembling as he unlocks the crate's latch, yanking the door open, and immediately raises his firearm, aiming at the interior. In the next second, a collective surprise strikes the imposter soldiers. Inside the crate stands a beautiful woman clad in a red dress. Her hands tremble slightly as she smooths her long hair. Greeting them, hello, my name is Hina. The imposter soldiers collectively freeze. A scavenger woman? I sincerely apologize. Hina continues, pursing her lips. I was hiding inside the crate, entering here with the transport ship. Please do not worry. I merely wish to meet your Lieutenant Colonel Ning. I have been hiding here for 2 days without finding an opportunity to slip out. Right now, I may need a bit of food and water. Hina coyly raises her shoulders, attempting to display a charming smile. Afterward, could you take me to meet Lieutenant Colonel Ning? Hee. Suddenly, laughter erupts from among the imposter soldiers. I heard that low-level gene users can transform into the pets of high-level gene users to ascend the ranks. I didn't believe it before. Haha, indeed. I never expected it to be the same on this trash planet Earth. Look, she's just an A-level gene user. Hey brothers, have you experienced an A-level gene woman before? We've really been pin up these days. We need to relieve some pressure. A flicker of terror crosses Hina's face. What are you saying? You are soldiers. Little girl. Even if we were to escort you to Lieutenant Colonel Ning, he might not even look at you. But the brothers here don't mind you. They draw closer, drooling, their eyes gleaming with a demonic light. Hina can hardly believe the scene before her. Her eyes widen as she instinctively retreats deep into the cargo box. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Chapter 74. The Genius General Tap, tap, tap. Lieutenant Colonel Ning strides across the bridge, the sound of military boots striking the steel floor echoing. A bead of sweat trickles down his forehead. Only 12 hours remain to capture Kunlun, yet the general suddenly requests to see him. He crosses the lengthy suspension bridge, arriving at the central circular platform. Lieutenant Colonel Ning gradually comes to a halt, offering a standard military salute to the shadow before him. Normally, one would expect a bustling bridge on a large starship like the Hawk class, yet here, it is eerily silent, devoid of any personnel. The entire starship, however, operates flawlessly. Whoosh! A dim light illuminates the platform. The general's true visage slowly materializes. He is a robust man in his 50s, clad in a black captain's uniform, exuding an imposing presence as he sits in a massive metallic chair. His face is a quintessential square jaw, with dark skin. Yet, he bears a notable defect. He has a cleft lip, the upper lip split and extending to either side, a congenital genetic issue. The general tilts his head, gazing at Lieutenant Colonel Ning, his voice deep as he commands, "Tear off that hideous mask." Lieutenant Colonel Ning furrows his brow but raises his hand, fingers probing at his right jawline. A highly realistic biological mask is pulled away from his face, revealing his true appearance in the dim light, no longer the handsome visage he once bore. He too possesses a square jaw, dark skin, and a cleft lip. Lieutenant Colonel Ning lowers his head slightly, his gaze evasive. "Brother." The general remains lofty. "Fourth brother, at this moment, The resemblance between their faces is strikingly evident. The likeness between Lieutenant Colonel Ning and the general approaches 90, the only difference being the general's age and Lieutenant Colonel Ning's youthfulness. Fourth brother, do you remember our joyful childhood as quadruplets on planet K-23? Lieutenant Colonel Ning, head bowed, replies, I remember. The general places his hands flat on the metallic armrests of his chair, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Our father was a notorious interstellar bandit. He raised us 4 brothers with stolen money and food. He imparted decades of combat experience against the Interstellar Alliance to educate us, teaching us to arm ourselves. However, Father ultimately perished under the bombardment of the Interstellar Alliance, leaving no ashes behind. The general lets out a slow sigh, speaking with the gravitas of an elder. From that moment, I understood a truth. In direct combat, we could never win against the Interstellar Alliance. But if we were to turn the tables, joining the Interstellar Alliance under false identities, we could not only gain legitimate status, but also gradually undermine this colossal entity from within. At the time, none of you agreed with my idea. I had to go against the tide, enlisting alone to become a starship soldier. We were all born as E-level gene users, but lacked individual talents. However, due to being quadruplets, our genetic essence falls under the symbiotic gene category within the special gene catalog. This grants us a powerful collective talent. Among us brothers, we possess abilities such as telepathy and coordinated movement, to the extent that one person's experiences can be fully known by another. After years of struggle in the military, I finally became the captain of a small attack ship. It was then that the advantages of our brotherhood became evident. Our father gave us 4 brothers beautiful names: Wind, Rain, Mountain, River. I am Ning Feng. Your birth name is Ning Chuan. Meanwhile, Ning Yu and Ning Shan made tremendous contributions to pave the way for me. The general leans slightly forward, noticing that a large helmet rests atop his head, connected to a tangle of metallic wires at the back, resembling a series of dreadlocks fashioned by an African woman. These wires stretch forth, linking to the control console of the Hawk-class starship. Inside the main control console of the starship is a transparent glass cabinet housing a completely exposed pink brain, with specialized nutrient supply tubes beneath, and thousands of delicate silver needles embedded in its surface as signal sensors. That is my second brother, Ning Yu. The general interlaces his fingers, gazing tenderly at the brain. I have connected him to the entire Hawk-class starship, and through our brother's symbiotic gene talent, I communicate with him. This method is something only we brothers can achieve. Only in this manner can the starship unleash its utmost combat prowess and unparalleled response speed, creating an exquisite and harmonious unity between the vessel and its commander. Our journey has not been without its challenges. Ning Yu and Ning Shan have been my constant companions, enduring endless relocations as they were integrated into one starship after another. From small battleships to the current colossal warships, their presence enables me to execute the most complex maneuvers with unparalleled agility and familiarity with my starship. The general's eyes widened momentarily, with 4 luminous rings flickering in his pupils. Thanks to their assistance, I have gradually emerged as the most brilliant tactical genius within the Interstellar Alliance, earning my place among the top 20 generals. As he spoke, the general cast a commanding glance toward me. For it was I who transformed you, a mere scoundrel of the stars, into Colonel Ning. The figure of Colonel Ning trembled uncontrollably. Indeed, his elder brother is one of the top 20 generals, and his achievements have come at the cost of the sacrifices of his second and third brothers. The second brother's brain resides within this very starship, while the third brother Ning Shan's brain is aboard another Hawk-class vessel. Consequently, the elder brother, relying solely on himself, can flawlessly pilot 2 Alpha-class motherships. Once, the elder brother contemplated extracting his own brain to transform it into a third puppet, allowing him to command an additional large starship. However, he also required some human assistance to stand here today. This explains the significance of his previous statement. If you cannot locate Kunlun's brain within 72 hours, you are unworthy of possessing your own. Fourth brother, is capturing a battered Kunlun truly so difficult? The general lowered his head, surveying Colonel Ning from his imposing metallic seat, expressing his disappointment. Chapter 75. Black eats black. Colonel Ning's legs quivered, and he felt a faint warmth seep through his garments. Overwhelmed by fear, he dreaded becoming a mere brain, eternally confined and commanded, living a life devoid of light. Such a fate would be the most brutal and inhumane punishment imaginable. In the dead of night, He had once heard the anguished cries of humanity emanating from the ship's communication system. He could not ascertain whether those were the souls of his second and third brothers. Ning Chuan, the general shook his head helplessly, recalling how their father had doted on him since childhood. Unless absolutely necessary, I would never lay a hand on you. My physical capabilities do not match yours. In the future, someone must continue our family's legacy. Do you remember our goal? We must ascend step by step to the pinnacle of the interstellar alliance. Then, we shall incite a coup. We aim to become the true official authority within the galaxy. We shall roam freely with no one daring to obstruct our path. At present, we lack the strength, and Kunlun is aware of our secret. We must ensure she does not disseminate this information. Colonel Ning continued to tremble. Although his elder brother's words softened, his gaze remained predatory, akin to a beast fixated on fresh flesh. Faced with the current predicament, Colonel Ning was at a loss for what to do. Allow me to show you something. The general shook his head, exuding an air of frustration. A signal line behind his head flickered, illuminating a segment of light that flowed into the starship's core control console. Above, the imaging system of the Hawk-class vessel activated. Projecting a void image, the scene depicted the desolate terrain of Earth. A Hawk-class starship's landing pod gradually descended, with 3 scout teams emerging in succession. Colonel Ning felt a twinge of confusion. This footage was approximately 10 minutes old. He had monitored everything through the starship's scanning system. These 3 teams were following his orders to investigate the whereabouts of the Extreme Warrior Squad. To this point, the scout teams remained in search, and Colonel Ning had received no feedback. The general's voice suddenly broke the silence, declaring that what he observed was merely an illusion. Colonel Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The image before him focused on one of the scout teams. Strangely, the picture grew increasingly blurry, as if someone were adjusting the resolution, with more and more pixels obscuring the scene until the team members transformed into pixelated figures. Suddenly, another pixelated silhouette descended from above. Instantly, bursts of red pixels erupted from the scout team. The scene resembled a miner's protection system, rendering any bloodshed invisible, yet viewers could discern that the scout team met a gruesome fate. Colonel Ning's face paled, and soon his eyes began to twitch. According to his information feedback, the life signals of this scout team remained normal. I have previously achieved 7 first-class merits. The Interstellar Alliance rewarded me with a visual detector abandoned by a level 4 civilization. After nearly 7 years of repairs, I finally installed this detector on the Hawk-class starship. Previously, when I activated it, its internal energy depleted within mere seconds. The engineer informed me that it could no longer be utilized. The general's eyes glinted with cold determination, stating that the opposing signal shield was formidable. Were it not for that detector, we would not have been able to witness these images. Colonel Ning's expression turned to one of horror. A level 4 civilization detector can only reveal a mass of pixels. The general's voice lowered, indicating that someone was overestimating their capabilities, masquerading as a guardian in the shadows. Colonel Ning's eyes narrowed, fixating on the fleeting 33 seconds of extremely blurry footage. Could that be Kunlun? He seemed to wear a blue cloak. Is he a scavenger? How could such a scavenger exist? What is he doing? It appears he is digging a pit. Colonel Ning felt his mind teetering on the edge of collapse. Overwhelmed by the chaotic flood of indistinct information, the Earth, in their eyes, was a rotting, foul refuse heap, inhabited by a wretched populace struggling on the brink of life and death. Yet the image before him resembled a maggot emerging from dung that suddenly stood upright and toppled a sturdy bull. Colonel Ning, lost in thought, remained dumbfounded. How is this possible? Clearly, the general's voice was grave. He must have acquired some powerful equipment, including a highly advanced signal jammer. Although the probability is exceedingly low, it just so happens that he stumbled upon it. Damn it! Colonel Ning glared at the image, gritting his teeth, for he was taking the lives of my brothers who fought alongside me. The good news is, Kunlun has not regained combat capability. The general reclined against his chair, stating that the bad news is a lone hero has emerged from the multitude of scavengers. Of course, even if his luck is extraordinary and he secures a high-level signal jammer, he must have exhausted it by now. As for his combat skills, while he may possess some tricks, the moment he reveals himself before me, I can eliminate him in an instant. However, this individual may have some connection to Kunlun. I need you to find him. As for the method, the general narrowed his eyes, indicating that next, you must fabricate a crime against those scavengers within a reasonable scope. Then proceed with mass arrests. Should there be any resistance, execute them on the spot. As for that blue cloak, if he wishes to play the hero, he will undoubtedly reveal himself. Elder brother, rest assured I shall become your most capable assistant. I will perform with an importance that rivals that of the ship's core brain. I will not let you down again. Colonel Ning fixed his gaze on the ethereal projection, his chest rising and falling gently, knowing that executing his elder brother's orders flawlessly was his only path to survival. Meanwhile, the figure cloaked in blue stood on the ground, gazing up at the two Hawk-class starships in the sky, with the scattered lights of scavengers illuminating the backdrop. The hero. He is merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Colonel Ning clenched his teeth, determined that no one could obstruct his elder brother's path. Colonel Ning hurried through the Hawk-class starship, his brow furrowed. His aide followed closely, remarking that you mentioned placing charges against the scavengers. This seems rather challenging. Challenging? Colonel Ning donned his handsome facade once more, though a shadow lingered in his eyes. "Do you recall the eldest daughter of President Li?" The woman named Hong Yin. The aide nodded. Recalling her appealing visage, noting that she was a D-grade gene, which left a deep impression on him. D-grade? Colonel Ning chuckled, revealing that he had consumed gene agents multiple times and faced many failures. "My current D-grade gene is hard one, and I immediately recognized something amiss about that woman. Her state clearly indicated the traits of a failed gene enhancement." The aide was taken aback, asking why he had prevented them from conducting a gene test. If she truly possesses D-grade genes, her data would synchronize with the headquarters of the Galactic Alliance during the testing process. The emergence of a high-grade gene bearer on the polluted Earth would undoubtedly draw the attention of higher authorities. Colonel Ning let out a low chuckle. Although the likelihood of this possibility was nearly non-existent, I had no intention of taking any risks at that moment, for I had promised my brothers to orchestrate a hunting game. In other words, as long as the targets were mere scum, it would not attract the attention of the Alliance. Understood. The aide nodded, indicating that you no longer wished to engage in their charade and were preparing to expose them directly. However, deceiving the Alliance officers and fabricating genetic identities is a grave offense. Chapter 76. Second Life. The hazy dawn slowly ascended. On the polluted, garbage-laden Earth, a glimmer of light finally broke through. Headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance. President Li's face reddened. "Hong Yin, do you comprehend what you are saying?" "I am fully aware." Hong Yin raised her arm, revealing a charred wound, one that could only be inflicted by the standard-issue particle-cutting dagger of the Interstellar Alliance team. President Li's eyes widened. What if some bandit stumbled upon a particle-cutting dagger? Hong Yin tilted her head back. What if the Interstellar Alliance team itself were the bandits? You? President Li trembled, his anger concealing a profound fear. Where did you acquire such terrifying thoughts? Hong Yin remained composed. A scavenger named Cheng Qi was the one who alerted me. Cheng Qi? A scavenger? President Li felt despondent, nearly in tears. Tio trust a scavenger over the regular army? Hong Yin, have you lost your senses? Do you not realize we have always existed in the cracks? If the team truly viewed scavengers' lives as worthless, why then do we continue to thrive? President Li pounded the table. Why do they send us food? Hong Yin's gaze flickered. Someone is safeguarding us. President Li's eyes narrowed. Who? Hong Yin frowned. I am uncertain, but he is also a scavenger, perhaps even Cheng Qi himself. What more of Cheng Qi? President Li was increasingly at a loss. Why, daughter? Open your eyes and see. Our current location is merely a dump. Could a scavenger capable of resisting the Interstellar Alliance team possibly arise here? Our vast scavenger alliance possesses merely 7 makeshift beam pistols, with a combined total of only 110 rounds. Under such conditions, how could an ordinary scavenger confront an Interstellar Alliance team? How could he obstruct them in the shadows? You nearly led me astray. The Interstellar Alliance team would never harm us. President Li emphasized, each word laden with weight. I cannot believe, nor will I believe, what you have said. At that moment, a member of the Scavenger Alliance burst into the room. President, Colonel Ning has unexpectedly arrived. What? President Li's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly began to tidy his attire while urging Hong Yin to rise, preparing to greet their guest. Where has that girl Hina gone? Never mind. Never mind. Prepare the finest filtered water and bring out that treasured packet of tea. Just as President Li was filled with trepidation, Colonel Ning, accompanied by a squad of soldiers, slowly entered the room. President Li, there is no need for such formality. Colonel Ning smiled. This conversation will be brief, and I doubt the tea you cherish is suitable for consumption." President Li was momentarily taken aback. Colonel Ning gradually took his seat, gazing intently into Hong Yin's eyes, where two orbs of light signifying D-level genes glimmered. President Li, Colonel Ning casually crossed his legs. "Are you aware of the consequences of fabricating genetic identities?" Upon hearing this, a pallor washed over President Li's face, as if it had been coated in a layer of white paint. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably, but he fought to suppress the agitation, concealing his hands behind his back. "A medium offense, levels 3-5. However," Hong Yin interjected, slowly. "This includes the forger and all accomplices, who will be apprehended, facing up to 10 years of imprisonment." Miss Hong Yin is well versed in the regulations. "Yet, you have not provided a complete account." Colonel Ning replied with a smile. "Allow me to add a vital point. Suppose, merely suppose, Miss Hong Yin's D-level gene is a fabrication, and you are merely deceiving scavengers on this garbage planet to gain a modicum of respect. Then, indeed, that crime would qualify as a medium offense. But if you have deceived an officer like me from the Interstellar Alliance combat team, and, under the guise of a D-level gene holder, requested resource assistance amounting to millions in credit points, then you have deceived the entire Galactic Alliance. That constitutes a level 9 grave crime. 60 years of imprisonment, or even the death penalty." Colonel Ning surveyed the room, and this scope includes not only the numerous individuals within your scavenger alliance, but also those scavengers outside fighting for energy blocks, either complicit or involved in the spoils. Not a single one will escape. Colonel Ning suddenly gritted his teeth, his voice icy. "If that is indeed the case, I shall impose a crackdown on the entire garbage planet. Do you understand what a crackdown entails? Should there be any resistance, I hold the right to execute on the spot." President Li was trembling uncontrollably, forcing a smile. "Colonel Ning truly has a sense of humor. How could we dare deceive you? Perhaps it is divine favor. Hong Yin possesses extraordinary talent." But Colonel Ning raised a hand to interrupt President Li, then waved it dismissively behind him, for soldiers entered the room, carrying a massive genetic testing device. At that moment, President Li felt as though his heart might give out, his entire being turning cold, as if he had plunged into the depths of a winter lake. In his mind, a single thought echoed. "It's over. All is lost." "Miss Hong Yin." Colonel Ning extended his hand, gesturing toward the genetic testing device with a smile. "After you." The genetic testing device had been activated, its surface opening to reveal an interior human-shaped space. The size of the device was due to its integrated comprehensive testing functions. Genetic levels are of utmost importance. The entire Galactic Alliance treats them with utmost caution. Once a tester enters the device, it will perform 12 tests, including blood, DNA, and pupil recognition, all aimed at achieving 100 accuracy. Hong Yin maintained a calm demeanor as she stepped into the testing device. The hatch slowly closed. She cast one last glance at her father. President Li, in stark contrast, had become completely petrified, his heart heavy with despair. The testing machine radiated a pulsating blue technological glow, swiftly collecting samples and generating copious amounts of data. The display screen began to present series of characters, ultimately converging into 2 lines. "Test completed. Tester possesses high-level genes." President Li could no longer control his trembling legs and collapsed onto the ground. It was indeed anticipated that Hong Yin, originally classified as an E-level gene, would fall within the realm of high-level gene holders, thus the machine's assessment was not unexpected. However, that was merely preliminary information. The specific level that followed would be the true lethal blow. To his astonishment, "You indeed possess a commendable foundation." Colonel Ning scoffed, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the display screen. E-level genes, masquerading as D-level genes, also constitutes significant deception. Ding! The tester's precise genetic level is D-level. The genetic testing machine rendered its final verdict. President Li slapped his forehead, wailing in despair. "It's over. It's over. My daughter is actually a D-level gene holder. We have indeed deceived." "Wait, D-level?" President Li's eyes widened in shock. Springing to his feet, he rushed to the testing machine screen, rubbing his murky eyes vigorously. "Hiss!" President Li gasped, stumbling back 3 steps. "D-level. It truly is D-level. How is this possible?" Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, swallowing the remaining words. The hatch of the testing machine slowly opened. The first sight that met everyone's eyes was Hong Yin's eyes, adorned with two azure orbs. Hongyan's beauty was already extraordinary, and now, with those two mysterious and noble rings of light, her presence became even more regal and aloof. Colonel Ning remained utterly frozen in his seat, his eyes filled with disbelief. Did I misjudge? How could it be? Her appearance that day was clearly the consequence of a drug backlash. She even concealed it with makeup. Yet the genetic testing machine cannot err. Colonel Ning's mouth hung open, his head slightly tilted, staring blankly at Hongyan. How could a D-level gene holder emerge from this garbage planet? They could never acquire high-efficiency reagents. They lacked the strength and resources, yet the evidence lay before him, leaving Colonel Ning speechless. That moment, a service staff member from the Scavenger Alliance entered, bringing a pot of freshly brewed tea and placing it beside Colonel Ning. Hongyan gently adjusted her attire, stepping out of the testing machine, her poise graceful as she walked. This stunning woman held her head high, her beautiful eyes shimmering. She reminisced about the bar from the previous night, the dreams of that night, the scavenger youth clad in a blue cloak, and the faint azure potion he had left behind as he departed. Last night, she diligently sought the origins of this potion, which appeared to be the handiwork of the genius alchemist Valente. However, amidst all the available information, there had never been any mention of such a variant of Valente's elixirs, in the hazy dawn. As the sun rose, she leaned against the window, reminiscing about the pure gaze of the boy in the blue cloak, and an inexplicable sense of trust blossomed within her heart. Ultimately, she faced the distant and dim sun and drank from the vial. At this very moment, Hongyan stood before Colonel Ning. Her graceful figure extended a delicate, white hand as she gently lifted the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Colonel Ning. Afterwards, standing to one side with her chin raised, she remarked, "Colonel Ning, this tea indeed hails from the wretched earth, and it has been sullied for quite some time. Yet, truth cannot disguise itself, nor can falsehood become genuine tea this juncture, under new assistance and nourishment. It has, like magic, been granted a second life, authentic and fragrant. Would you care to taste?" Colonel Ning's arm trembled slightly as he instinctively accepted the teacup, gazing into Hongyan's eyes, his expression still one of disbelief. How could this be? Chapter 77. Who is the Red Lotus? Colonel Ning departed from the headquarters of the Scavenger Alliance with a contingent of men. After walking several hundred meters in front of the plaza, he could not help but glance back at the headquarters building of the Scavengers, his teeth clenched in frustration as he returned empty-handed. The authenticity of Hongyan's genetic level had left him no opportunity for an outburst. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself standing before the landing craft, having stumbled in his anger and nearly tripped on the climbing ladder, falling to one knee. "Colonel Ning, are you all right?" Several attendants gathered around him. Filled with rage, Colonel Ning waved them off and rose to his feet. He turned once more to gaze at the scavenger headquarters, gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Have the wreckage of the Wakunlan 24th Fleet brought here and evenly scattered beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Along with the remains of the old Wakunlan troops, retrieve them all." His aide raised an eyebrow. "What is your intention?" The Star Alliance had already received Hongyan's genetic information, yet their system was cumbersome and slow to react. It would take at least 10 to 12 hours before they would dispatch someone to investigate and verify. Colonel Ning's gaze turned icy, and in that time, "I want none left alive. Exterminate all scavengers. This includes that boy in the blue cloak. He knows our true nature. I must draw him out and find clues regarding Wakunlan from him." Colonel Ning growled vehemently, "Then I will kill them all and put an end to this." The aide's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint. "Then we can frame this massacre on Wakunlan? Not just a frame-up without witnesses." Colonel Ning's expression twisted further. "After it's done, I will report upward, claiming that we arrived too late to prevent the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents by that demon, Wakunlan. We will destroy her beyond Earth's atmosphere, balancing the scales. At least we can claim a nominal victory." The aide's eyes widened. "This is thrilling, yet perilous. If we miss even one witness, not a single one can be left alive. There is no turning back on this path. They have forced my hand. I have no other options." Colonel Ning looked up at the scavenger headquarters, his eyes brimming with madness. "Time is of the essence. Inform the brothers to inventory their equipment, have the medic prepare pain-free agents, and summon the mechanics to repair the gear. In 3 hours, our forces will descend, initiating this most exhilarating hunt." Cheng Qi stood before his makeshift shelter, watching as Colonel Ning's landing craft soared upwards. Returning to the Harrier-class starship, he shrugged, predicting that Colonel Ning would leverage Hong Yin's genetic forgery as a pretext to incite a blatant conflict. During the initial synthesis of the genetic potion, the first batch of Valente's fantasy elixirs had resulted in precisely 5 vials. Thus, he bestowed the remaining single vial of Valente's fantasy elixir upon Hong Yin. The success rate of Valente's fantasy elixir was 99.9, essentially a blind box, with genetic enhancement dependent on the user's innate talent. Yet, Hong Yin possessed a naturally E-grade genetic level. A dazzling gem on this wretched earth, her innate talent was bound to be exceptional. It appeared that she had succeeded, and with the enhancement of her genetic level, Hong Yin's managerial talent would likely also be augmented. For Cheng Qi, 1 vial of Valente's fantasy elixir was inconsequential. However, for Hong Yin, for the entire scavenger alliance, and indeed for all scavengers, it could very well signify the dawn of a new beginning. Yet, Cheng Qi narrowed his eyes. For someone like Colonel Ning, extremism and madness were the norm, especially after encountering repeated obstacles. The beastly instincts buried within would become increasingly uncontrollable. It was akin to a bomb with a lit fuse. He would likely no longer hesitate. The final confrontation was imminent. Let the battle commence. Cheng Qi's eyes sparkled with determination. Behind him, the doors of the underground sanctuary slowly creaked open. The youth stepped inside. Preparing to gather his own strategic resources, in the workshop, Cheng Qi laid out the equipment he had recently acquired across the floor. By harvesting 3 scout teams, he had garnered 36 mini-signal jammers and 36 particle-cutting daggers. Combined with his previous stock, he had amassed a total of 84 military-grade particle-cutting daggers. After organizing his thoughts, Cheng Qi first combined the mini-signal jammers into a second innocent defense array. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the 84 military particle-cutting daggers. These were cold weapons fused with modern technology. Cheng Qi had yet to synthesize similar equipment. The reason he had accumulated such a quantity was to execute a seamless synthesis. Detected similar technological creations. Commencing synthesis, Cheng Qi raised his arm, the STC on his wrist emitting a cerulean fan-shaped scanning beam. Dispersing into primal matter, synthesis successful. Military particle curve sabers, 42. Military light blade longswords, 21. Gazing at the military light blade longswords before him, their appearance had undergone a complete transformation. They had shifted from daggers to longswords, with increased length and potency. Yet Cheng Qi did not pause. He sought the ultimate answer. Dispersing into primal matter, military quantum oscillation swords, 10. Military force field shield swords, 5. Why do they all bear the designation military? Cheng Qi hesitated momentarily. Could it be that the upgrade path for these weapons was entirely locked to military equipment? He gently picked up a military force field shield sword. The technologically advanced blade showed no signs of activation, appearing dull and lifeless. Such technological weaponry must undergo activation to reveal their full capabilities. At that moment, a line of red text suddenly appeared on the holographic screen on the hilt. Military personnel file not found. Device cannot be activated. Cheng Qi nodded in realization. These weapons were indeed locked. After all, they were high-grade military equipment. Even if they inadvertently fell into civilian hands, they would remain unusable due to the absence of corresponding file permissions. However, these weapons were merely transitional. Cheng Qi still had 2 synthesis opportunities. Dispersing into primal matter, military gravitational war spears, 2. Dispersing into primal matter, exclusive military weapon, Red Lotus War God, 1. This weapon originates from the indomitable legend 120 years in the future. A technological creation of humanity's legions 120 years hence, not belonging to the current era but rather a uniquely customized weapon of the future, featuring an embedded biometric recognition system, a force field guardian system, a gravitational flight system, a particle oscillation penetration system, an antimatter flame system, and a holographic Red Lotus totem. This weapon integrates multiple technologies from civilizations rated 2.9 to 4.0, though in the age of stars and seas, melee weapons can no longer exert effective value. This weapon symbolizes the spirit of the war god, an eternal drumbeat in the hearts of countless soldiers. Cheng Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him stood a crimson spear, intricately adorned with golden patterns. It activated its internal force field, standing quietly on the ground. Its length exceeded 2 meters, towering above Cheng Qi. Just one glance revealed an unparalleled aura of lethality emanating from the spear. The red technological glow danced continuously, as if water were flowing backward, coalescing from the spear's base to its tip. The bright blade at the tip emitted a sharp starlight, reflecting into Cheng Qi's eyes. Hiss! Cheng Qi inhaled sharply. This sensation was akin to gazing upon a battlefield strewn with corpses across the stars. The bearer of this spear would forever belong to the victorious side. It seemed destined never to fall, inspiring all bloodied warriors with its piercing resonance and unparalleled sharpness. It was, after all, humanity's future combat equipment, integrating such a multitude of functions, even including the elusive technology of antimatter. This was a monumental gain. However, a uniquely customized weapon. Surely it cannot be what I think it is. Cheng Qi's gaze flickered as he slowly rose, extending his arm toward the imposing spear. Buzz! The spear suddenly unleashed a defensive force field as substantial as reality, akin to a transparent wall that pushed Cheng Qi back 2 meters. This weapon can only recognize the Crimson Lotus War deity, whose creator is a legendary genius mechanic. By heavens! Cheng Qi has comprehended everything. It is just as he suspected. Even if he forcibly commandeers this weapon, the biological recognition system will prevent it from being activated. This is quite the predicament. Cheng Qi gritted his teeth. Who is the Crimson Lotus, anyway? Chapter 78. Know thyself and thy enemy. Dad, if I equip those things, will I truly become the mightiest soldier in the entire galaxy? Of course, not only will you be the strongest in the galaxy, but you will also ascend to become the most powerful soldier in the universe. Within the underground shelter, the battered body of Wakunlin was propped up on a metal frame, its systems in disarray, projecting fragmented images on an endless verdant plain. A little girl with a red ponytail sat quietly beside a robust man. The scenery was beautiful and heartwarming. Any unpleasantness would shatter this idyllic moment. Suddenly, the images blurred, a blinding flash erupted, and the air was filled with screams and explosions. In the dark cosmos, countless sniper beams struck the adult Wakunlin, her body resembling a kite severed from its string, riddled with bullet holes. Inside the shelter, Wakunlin's head began to tremble, a low growl of fury and fear escaping her lips. Cheng Qi leaned against the workshop door, arms crossed, silently observing Wakunlin, feeling a twinge of regret. Sigh! The monkeys are here, he remarked. After all this time, they arrived like a volcanic eruption, bringing a mountain of scrap. Hanzai appeared at the entrance of the shelter, cradling a massive heap of garbage towering over 6 meters high. Scrap is a term from Hanzai's dialect, meaning garbage. Among the refuse he carried, 80 were broken cybernetic parts, various components scattered throughout. Cheng Qi nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the mountain of debris in Hanzai's hands, silently commending the monkeys for their speed and prowess. Wakunlin struggled to turn her head. Due to damage to her control chip, she could only open one eye wide, while the other lid fluttered mechanically once it reached a certain position. Are you truly willing to assist me? This will place a significant burden upon you. Wakunlin gazed at Cheng Qi. I know that suitable parts cannot possibly be found on this garbage planet. I will not impose unreasonable demands or expectations for you to restore all of my functions. That would be asking too much. I merely need a pair of usable legs to have a chance to escape the encirclement and return to the Alliance headquarters. Regardless of how far you can go, any assistance you provide will be immensely helpful to someone in my dire situation. As she spoke, a burst of electrical sparks erupted from her neck, and she managed to incline her head in a gesture of gratitude. I shall eternally remember your aiding hand, Mr. Cheng Qi. Thank you. Cheng Qi smiled, understood. In the workshop, Cheng Qi examined the cybernetic parts strewn across the floor. Currently, there was no shortage of components, including artificial lung lobes. However, these cybernetic bodies all shared a common flaw. They lacked any surface armor or synthetic skin, reduced to mere frames or incomplete cores. Cheng Qi picked up a cybernetic arm, which was now just a dark metal skeletal structure, marked with the bite marks of some unknown creature, perhaps a rodent that had nibbled on it in the trash, only to discover it was inedible. Cheng Qi rolled his shoulders, his gaze flickering. Well then, let us begin. Within Wakunlin's body, only a sliver of energy remained. Yet she resisted the urge to enter sleep mode, her beautiful red pupils fixed on Cheng Qi's workshop. Inside that dilapidated space, blue lights flickered, seemingly engaged in some welding process. She longed for the mechanic boy to piece together a usable body from the discarded refuse. Though under such conditions, it was an arduous request. It was her only chance, and her heart fervently prayed. If only she could move, if only she could act. 20 minutes later, Cheng Qi emerged from the workshop, cradling a mass of dark cybernetic skeletal structures. Due to the damage to her modules, Wakunlin's vision remained somewhat blurred. She was astonished that within such a brief span, Cheng Qi had managed to assemble the discarded bones. Yet as he approached, her sight gradually cleared. Wakunlin's eye widened in surprise. Before her stood a set of completely refurbished cybernetic bones. The rust had vanished, and the damaged areas had been restored, resembling a matte carbon fiber material, yet adorned with intricate spiral patterns. No. Due to the intense surge of thought, a cascade of sparks erupted from the back of Wakunlin's head. Were those micro-rotor bones? Equipped with hundreds of micro-rotor matrices, generating power through the high-speed rotation of gravitons, while ensuring lightweight, enhancing both the attack speed and mobility of the cybernetic body, granting it a significant advantage in combat or operation. Wakunlin found it hard to believe. This technology was of a top-tier level within the Galactic Alliance's cybernetic branch, surpassing her own body by a tier. How could Cheng Qi possibly possess such knowledge? But how did he acquire it? This technology could not possibly be leaked, and even if it were, it would never reach this garbage planet. Wakunlin's eyes trembled violently. This technology was developed by Cheng Qi himself, coincidentally overlapping with the pinnacle technology of the Galactic Alliance. Wakunlin was increasingly incredulous, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Cheng Qi's talent is formidable, but to complete the skeletal refurbishment and integrate the micro-rotor technology in such a short time? Wakunlin surveyed the wooden structures. Did he possess some sort of large-scale production line in his workshop? The materials were limited. They would have to make do. Cheng Qi approached Wakunlin, connecting one of the arms to her body. At that moment, the end of the skeletal arm extended countless fine tendrils, weaving through the air before gently penetrating Wakunlin's battered shoulder, beginning to fuse with her electronic nerves. Wakunlin's heart quaked once more. The rotor bones did not possess this connection technology. The rotor bones she knew utilized a physical hard connection method. Those black filaments resembled some form of nanoscale biological nerve. Was this an upgraded version of the rotor bones? The warning from the emotional support module intensified as Wakunlin's astonishment grew, her understanding of the situation slipping further away. I suspect those counterfeit soldiers will soon shed their hypocritical masks. Cheng Qi meticulously measured each piece of the micro-rotor bones, scapula, arm bone, rib bone. With unwavering precision, Wakunlin's expression gradually grew serious. I have a plan. Cheng Qi continued his work. If they truly dare to disregard the consequences, then I will prepare to keep them here forever. Wakunlin paused at this statement. Cheng Qi further declared, the ideal scenario is for them to perish, while I disable the Harrier-class starship without destroying it. Wakunlin's expression froze again. In her heart, the notion of leaving everyone here already seemed impossible. Yet she had not anticipated that Cheng Qi intended to escalate this challenge, to disable the starship without even if the 7 layers were to be breached in an instant. The celestial shield would transform like a Rubik's Cube, with each layer rotating in succession, causing the 7 gaps to shift momentarily, morphing into a vast labyrinth. After 30 seconds, the Annihilation Cannon would launch its second assault. NO1 would be able to penetrate it. Hua Kunlun's expression was one of complexity. Relying solely on an individual to breach the celestial shield seemed rather implausible. Understood. Cheng Qi's eyes gleamed with a certain light. Hua Kunlun, perplexed, noted that despite recounting Ning Feng's formidable prowess, Cheng Qi, who was poised to declare war, merely responded with a casual understood. If I were to restore you, Cheng Qi suddenly inquired, would you assist me in my battle against the imposter army? Without a moment's hesitation, Hua Kunlun replied, I will help. Cheng Qi nodded, yet in truth, his optimal choice would be to seize the chaos and return to the headquarters of the Star Alliance to report the situation faithfully. Hua Kunlun fell silent for a moment. Firstly, you have granted me a second chance at life, and I must repay your kindness. Secondly, the scavengers are also residents of the Star Alliance, and as a soldier, if I were to stand idly by knowing they were about to be slaughtered, I would be unable to find peace or rest. I must take action. Cheng Qi pursed his lips and nodded. Indeed, this pitch-black skeletal frame, devoid of skin, hardly befit the reputation of Cheng, the great genius. At that moment, Hua Kunlun suddenly realized that after conversing for so long, Cheng Qi had merely laid the miniature rotor skeleton on the ground before him without equipping himself. He then witnessed Cheng Qi gather the skeletal parts with enthusiasm, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Please wait a moment."